begin by simply listening, slow down, and see just how peaceful today can be. Thank you so much for being here. You can call me Sebastian Smalls. This is gonna be Princess Zelda's birthday party of Danger, a Bennet fanfiction read by Fairy Glitter B. Again, thank you so much for being here. Wish us luck.
Hyrule Castletown had been excited and busy for the past few weeks, and with good reason. Hello, my darlings. I am the Glitter Fairy Bomber, your friendly neighborhood plainclothes Wiccan Witch, here to remind you that it's time to get comfy, preferably out in nature, under a tree or something, and listen to the latest witch read aloud. Today's episode is a nerdy video game fan fiction written by a friend of mine, entitled Princess Zelda's Birthday Party of Danger. Hyrule Castletown had been excited and busy for the past few weeks, and with good reason. Princess Zelda's birthday celebration was fast approaching, and the king had spared no expense in making preparations. After all, this was no ordinary birthday party. Not only was Zelda a princess, which was obvious, but it was customary in Hyrule for a young girl to be regarded as a woman, beginning on her 16th birthday. On top of that, it was widely rumored that the King of Hyrule had a husband in mind for his daughter, and some even suspected that he would make the announcement at the celebration. Princess Zelda had heard all of these rumors, and it suffices to say she was not at all pleased. When she first heard of the rumors from one of her close friends a week ago, she confronted her father immediately. Now, her father, the king, was considered by many to be a clever man and a shrewd diplomat, but Princess Zelda could read him like an open book.
Whenever I find myself throwing whenever it is a damp some years ago, never mind how long precisely, having little or no money in my purse, and nothing particularly interesting, sure, I thought from sales about her little the watery part of the world. It is a way I have to straighten off the spleen and chapter circulation. Whenever I find myself throwing, call me Ishmael. Whenever it is a damp some years ago, never mind how long precisely, having little or no money in my purse, and nothing particularly interesting, sure, could be reading from sales about her little the watery part of the world. It is a way I have to straighten off the spleen and chapter circulation. Whenever I find myself call me Ishmael. Whenever it is a damp some years ago, let's find how long precisely, having little or no money in my purse, and nothing particularly interesting, sure, could be reading from sales about her little the watery part of the world. It is a way I have to straighten off the spleen and chapter circulation. Whenever I find myself.
Perhaps out the window with bed sheets tied together? But she was not coming up with anything satisfactory. Her window was very high up, so Impa's offer not to stop her was an unexpected yet welcome pleasure to her pointy elf ears. Yet it left her very suspicious. Princess Zelda opened her door and Impa calmly strode in, closing the door behind her. Impa, of the Sheikah people, was dressed in her usual attire, a cloak fancy enough to befit the guardian of royalty, yet modest enough to be inconspicuous.
As excited.
Impa felt so
Hello and welcome to Micah Reads. We are continuing a book. Well, we're starting a book. Scarlet Letter. Wow. The Scarlet Letter. You guys excited? I'm pretty excited. So, because I can do whatever I want on this channel, I've decided to start on page 41, which is chapter 1's beginning. You can't see it. Chapter 1, the prison door. I'm skipping this first 40 pages of introduction because, man, that looks like somebody else's problem to me. So, let's jump right into it. Chapter 1, the prison door. A throng of bearded men in sad-colored garments and gray steeple-crowned hats, intermixed with women, some wearing hoods and others bareheaded, was assembled in front of a wooden edifice, the door of which was heavily timbered with oak and studded with iron spikes. The founders of a new colony, whatever utopia of human virtue and happiness they might originally project, have invariably recognized it among their earliest practical necessities to allot a portion of the virgin soil as a cemetery, and another portion as the site of a prison. In accordance with this rule, it may be safely assumed that the forefathers of Boston had built the first prison house somewhere in the vicinity of Cornhill, almost as seasonably as they had marked out the first burial ground on Isaac Johnson's lot, and round about his grave, which subsequently became the nucleus of all congregated sepulchres in the old churchyard of King Chapel. Certainly it is that some 15 or 20 years after the settlement of the town, the wooden jail was already marked with weather stains and other indications of age, which gave yet darker aspect to its beetle brown and gloomy front. The rust on the ponderous ironwork of its oaken door looked more antique than anything else in the world. Like all that pertains to crime, it seemed never to have any youthful era. Before this ugly edifice, and between it and the wheel track of the street, was a grass plot, much overgrown with burdock, pigweed, apple peru, such unsightly vegetation which evidently found something congenial in the soil that had become so early born in the black flower of civilized society, a prison. But on one side of the portal, and rooted amongst them at the threshold, was a wild rose bush covered in this month of June with its delicate gems, which might be imagined to offer their fragrance and fragile beauty to the prisoner as he went in, and to the condemned criminal as he came forth to his doom, in token that the deep heart of nature could pity and be kind to him. This rose bush, by strange chance, had been kept alive in history, but whether it had been merely survived of the stern old wilderness so long after the fall of gigantic pines and oaks that originally overshadowed it, or whether there is a fair authority for believing that it sprung up under the footsteps of sainted Anne Hutchinson as she entered the prison door, we shall not take upon us to determine, finding it so directly on the threshold of our narrative, which is now about to issue from an inauspicious portal. We should hardly do otherwise than pluck one of its flowers and present it to the reader. It may serve, let us hope, to symbolize some sweet moral blossom that may be found along the track, or relieve the darkening close of a tale of human frailty and sorrow. And that is the end of chapter 1. So, what have we learned in this chapter so far? Pretty much nothing, but it's an introduction into the surroundings, the scene that this is going to play out. This chapter, of course, called The Prison Door, initially sets the ground of the colony that the place shows up. It's like, oh, first there was built a cemetery, and then in this town there was a prison immediately afterwards. So the town has a bit of a darkness to it, so we're being led up to this. We're talked about, oh, here's how there's a bunch of vegetation around it, how sometimes it still thrives despite being dominated by man, where oaks and stuff have gone down. These smaller, like, vegetation things still survived, and specifically, a rose bush is sitting right in the doorway to this prison. And many prisoners walked by it seeing this rose bush. People on their way to die, people on their way to be captured, and people just in the prison have seen this rose bush, and they're like, oh look, there's a rose bush here. Maybe it's some sign of hope. We don't know yet. Again, it's just the very beginning of the book. But that's chapter 1, guys. I'm going to break each video into a single chapter. Is that going to make for like 8-minute videos? Yes, it will. Sometimes it'll be 30-minute videos. Depends on how long the chapters are. But I hope you stick with me. I'm going to try and make this entertaining. Every single chapter, I'll be breaking down how the chapter went down, why the characters are acting the way they're acting, all that stuff, my own opinions. You're going to get everything at the end of every single chapter, and it's going to be beautiful. So if you want to stick with me, we're going to be getting through the rest of this book. Thank you very much for joining me for this one. I'll see you in the next chapter. Goodbye.
His strength came from his agility and courage. Many he beat at swordplay later commented that Link had no fear. His dirty blonde, long hair stopped just short of his shoulders, and it usually stayed out of his intense green eyes.
And welcome back, guys. Thank you for joining me for Chapter 2. Didn't expect you to come back, but you did, and I really appreciate that. So, again, actually there's not again, this is the first time. I'm sorry I'm sick. I didn't mention it before, but it's kind of obvious. As these videos go on, I did a downhill motion. I didn't mean to do that. The videos are going to be getting better. My voice will be getting better, is what I meant to say. The sickness is going to be going down. I'm going to normalize. Anyway, so wasted enough of your time. Let's get started. Chapter 2, The Marketplace. The grass plot before the jail in Prison Lane on a certain summer morning not less than 2 centuries ago was occupied by a pretty large number of inhabitants of Boston, all with their eyes intently fastened on an iron-clamped oaken door. Amongst any other population, or at a later period in history of New England, the grim rigidity that petrified the bearded physiognomies of these good people would have augured some awful business in the hand. It could have betokened nothing short of anticipated execution of some noted culprit, on whom the sentence of a legal tribunal had but confirmed the verdict of public sentiment. But in that early severity of the Puritan character, an inference of this kind could not so indubitably be drawn. It might be the sluggish bondservant or the undutiful child whom his parents had given over to the civil authority was to be corrected at the whipping post. It might be the antinomian, a Quaker, or another heterodox religious that has been scourged out of time, or an idle and vagrant Indian, whom the white man's firewater had made riotous about the streets, was to be driven with stripes into the shadow of the forest. It might be, too, that a witch, like the old Mistress Hibbins, the bitter-tempered widow of the magistrate, was to die upon the gallows. In either case, there was much the same solemnity of demeanor on the parts of the spectators as benefited a people amongst whom religion and law were almost identical, and in whose characters both were so thoroughly interfused that the mildest and severest acts of public discipline were alike made venerable and awful. Meager, indeed, and by cold, was the sympathy of the transgressor might look for, from such bystander as a scaffold. On the other hand, a penalty, which by in our days would infer a degree of mocking, infamy, and ridicule, might then be invested with some as stern as the dignity of the punishment of death itself. It was a circumstance to be noted, on a summer morning when our story begins its course, that the women of whom there were several in the crowd appeared to take peculiar interest in whatever penal infliction might be expected to ensue. The age had not so much refinement, and in any case of impropriety, restrained the wearers of a petticoat and farthingale from stepping forth into the public ways, and wedging not their unsubstantial persons, if occasion were, into the throng nearest to the scaffold at an execution. Morally as well as maternally, there was a coarser fibre in those wives and maidens of old English birth and breeding than their fair descendants, separated from them by the series of 6 or 7 generations. For throughout the chain of ancestry, every successive mother who has transmitted to her child a fainter bloom, a more delicate and briefer beauty, and a slighter physical frame, if not a character of less force and solidity than her own. The women who were now standing at the prison doors stood within less than a half-century of the period when the man like Elizabeth had, wow, that's rude, man like Elizabeth, had been not altogether unsuitable for a representative of the sex. They were her countrywomen, and beef and ale of their native land, with a moral diet of wit more refined, entered largely into their composition. The bright morning sun, therefore, shone on broad shoulders and well-developed busts, and on round and ruddy cheeks that had ripened on the far-off island, and had hardly yet grown paler or thinner in the atmosphere of New England. There was, moreover, a boldness and a rotundity of speech among these matrons, as most of them seemed to be, that would startle us in the present day, whether in respect to the purport or its volume of tone. Good wives, said a hard-featured dame of 50, I tell ye a piece of my mind. It would be greatly for the public behoof if we women, being of mature age and church members and good repute, should have the handling of such malefactresses as this Hester Prynne. What think ye, gossips, of this hussy stood up for judgment before us at 5? Before us 5, that are now here in the knot together. Would she come off with such a sentence as the worship magistrate have awarded? Marry, I trow not.
Judging by his
People
speed,
say,
he
said
must have been
another,
falling from at least
that the
as high as
Reverend Master
towering Reverend
Dimmadale,
Linda.
her godly
Zelda
pastor,
herself.
takes it very grievously to
As the
heart
shock from
that
Zelda's
such a
fright
scandal should have come up in his
Princess
congregation.
Zelda was not regaining her
The
breath
magistrates
as
are
quickly as she
God-fearing
expected.
gentlemen, but merciful
She
over
suddenly
much.
realized
That is a
that
truth,
part of her
added a
was
third,
more scared
autumnal
to be married
matron.
than she previously
At the very
admitted to
least,
herself.
they should have put a
What if
brand
her father
of
and
hot
this
iron on
mysterious
Hester
suitor
Prynne's
were not
forehead?
planning on taking no
Madam
for an
Hester would have
answer?
winced at that,
Am I
I
prepared
warned
to be
me.
disowned and
But
locked
she,
in the dungeons
a naughty
on account of my
baggage,
marriage preferences?
little will she care
Or
what they
would I
put upon the
compromise
bodice of her
on all the
gown.
things that I hate when
Why,
push
look
comes to
you,
shove?
she may cover it with a
On
brooch
top
or
of
some
that,
such
the idea
heathenish
that Zelda
adornment,
might be
and so
losing
walk the
weight
streets as
may
brave as
perceive
ever.
you in a different light
Ah,
than she had
but,
throughout her
interposed
childhood.
more softly a young
To her,
wife holding a child
being
by the
with
hand.
me had always
Let
made
her
Zelda
cover the
more
mark
free
as she
to be
will,
her
the
true
pang
self.
of it will be always in her
Out
heart.
here in the forest, no
Why do we
one ever
talk of
expected
marks
her
and
to keep a
brands,
straight
whether on the
face
bodice of her
and
gown or the
rigidly
flesh of her
dignified
forehead, cried
and
another
legal all
female,
the
the
time?
ugliest,
She
as
could
well
even
as the
crack
most
jokes if
pitiless
she
of the
felt so inclined.
self-constituted judges.
Not that frequently
This woman has
she
brought
speaks such
shame on us
nonsense,
all, and not to die. There's
as
not a
Zelda was
law for
beginning
it,
to
truly there
realize, it
is,
was more
both
than
in
that.
scripture and the statute
Being with Link
book.
was not merely a
Then let
passport for
magistrates, who have made it of
superficial
no
displays
effect,
purity
thank
and
themselves
loyalty.
of their own
It was
wives and
more than
daughters
just
go
a
astray.
permission to be free from responsibility.
Mercy on us, good wife,
Link
exclaimed a
saw
man in the
her as
crowd.
the person she
There is no
wanted to be.
virtue in women,
A
save for
person
what
who
springs from a
not
wholesome
only
fear of the
was more than
gallows.
just a crown
That is the
sporting
hardest
political
word yet.
figurehead.
Hush now,
Link
gossips,
expected
for the
her to
lock
be
is turning in
as
the prison
outgoing,
door, and here
as
comes Mistress
adventurous,
Prynne
and as
herself.
good a person as
The
she
door of the
always saw
jail
herself as
being flung open from
Sometimes
within,
people like her
there
father
appeared in the
and
first
Indra
place,
got
like a
so
black
wrapped
shadow
up
emerging
in
into the
practical
sunshine, the
necessities
grim and grisly
political
presence of the town
compromises that
beadle,
they
with
forgot
a
to
sword
put
by
the
his
most
side and a
important
staff
things
of his
first,
office in his
like
hand.
ideals and
That was a
compassion,
run-on
no matter what
sentence.
the cost.
Anyway, sorry guys.
Princess Zelda
This
lived with
personage
two people
prefigured
who
and
did not
represented
know
in his
the meaning of
aspect the whole
compromise.
dismay severity
And
of
up
the
until
puritanical
recently,
code of
neither
law,
of them thought they would
which it was
ever
his business to administer in his final and
But after a
closest
few
application to the
moments,
offender.
Link suspected
Stretching
something
forth the
troubling
official
them.
staff in his left
As if
hand,
sensing that
he
he
laid his
knew,
right upon the shoulder
Zelda
of a young
decided to speak
woman,
first.
whom he thus drew
Link,
forward, until
did
on
you
the
feel
threshold of
about
the
me
prison
getting
door
married?
she repelled him
To
by an
someone
action
else, I
marked with
mean.
natural
Link's
dignity
smile
and
faded,
force of
and he looked
character, and
down,
stepped into the
gathering
open
his
air, as
thoughts.
if by her own free will.
He did not know what
She
to
bore in
say.
her arms a child,
As sad
a
as he
baby of
seemed
some 3
moments
months,
ago,
who winked
that
and
he would
turned
bow out
aside
of
its
Zelda's
little
life if
face from the
necessary,
too
he
vivid
somehow
light of
could
day,
not or
because
would
its
not bring
existence
himself to say
hereto
that to her
had been
now.
brought acquainted only with the gray
Instead,
twilight of a
looking up,
dungeon
his expression
or other darksome
unusually
apartment of the prison.
indecipherable. He took her
When the young
hand
woman, the
and
mother
led
of
her
this
into the
child,
forest.
stood fully revealed before the
"Where are we
crowd,
going,
it seemed to be
sir?
her
Am I
first
being
impulse to
kidnapped?"
clasp the infant
Zelda half
closely to her
joked.
bosom.
But the solemnity
Not
that
so much by an
accompanied the
impulse
topic,
of motherly
that she herself
affection,
had brought up moments
as that she
before,
might
could not
thereby
be
conceal a
dispelled
certain
with filthy
token,
banter.
which was
She knew
wrong,
it.
wrought, or fastened
Link
into
led
her
her,
dress.
winding
In a
down a
moment,
steep
however,
hill,
wisely
to part of the
wisely
forest she had
judging
never
that
been
one
before.
token of her shame would but
Somehow, the mood of the
poorly
forest
serve to
itself
hide
changed.
another, she took
As
the
if
baby on her
despite the
arm,
silence
and with a
remaining,
burning
the
blush,
peacefulness was
and yet
gone.
a haughty smile, and
But
glance
it
that
was
would
not
not
the
be abashed,
conversation topic
looked
that
around
was
at
to
her
blame.
townspeople and
The area
neighbors.
itself was somehow
On the breast of her
different.
gown, in
But
fine
Princess
red
Zelda could not
cloth,
tell why.
surrounded with an
Then
elaborate
suddenly, she
embroidery
got
and
her first
fantastic flourishes of gold thread,
Link
appeared the
pressed
letter
aside a
A.
wall of tall
It was so
ferns,
artfully
Zelda
done,
saw
and with
past
so
the
much
opening
fertility
what
and
appeared
gorgeous
to be a
luxuriance of
massive
fancy,
doorway
that it had
inside
all the
the hill.
effect of lasting
Made
and
of
fitting
stone in the
decoration to
shape
the
of
apparel
giant
which she
Gothic
wore,
lion's head,
and which was of a
mouth so
splendor in
grotesquely
accordance with the
gaping open
taste of
at
the
entrance.
age, but greatly
Made of a
beyond was
dark
allowed
green
by the
stone that
sumptuary
Zelda did not
regulations of the
recognize,
colony.
but knew was not
The young
naturally
woman
found
was
in this
tall,
part
with a
of
figure
Seoul.
of perfect
The
elegance on a
doorway
large
was
scale.
almost
She had a
otherworldly
dark and
in
abundant
appearance.
hair, so glossy that it
Finally,
threw off the
Zelda remembered
sunshine
from
with a
her
gleam,
studies what it
and a
was.
face which, besides
This
being
is the
beautiful
doorway to
from
the
regularity of
underworld,
feature and
isn't it?
richness of complexion,
Zelda asked.
had the impressiveness
Long ago, when
belonging
our
to a
ancestors
marked
were
brow and
engaged in
deep
a war
black
of
eyes.
cunning,
She was
these
ladylike,
ancient
too.
underground
After the
labyrinths
manner of the feminine gentility of those days, characterized by a certain state and dignity, rather than by the delicate evanescence and indescribable grace which now recognize as its indication. And it never had Hester Prynne appeared more ladylike in the antique interpretation of the term than as she issued from the prison. Those who had before known her and expected to behold her dimmed and obscured by a disastrous cloud were astonished and even startled to perceive how her beauty shone out and made a halo of the misfortune and inaugury in which she was enveloped. It may be true that to a sensitive observer there was something exquisitely painful in it. Her attire, which indeed she had wrought in the occasion in prison, and modeled after her own fancy, seemed to express the attitude of her spirit, the desperate recklessness of her mood, by its wild and picturesque peculiarity.
that they would meet anything.
But the point which drew all eyes, and if it were transfigured the wearer, so that both men and women who had been familiar or acquainted with Hester Prynne were now impressed as if they beheld her for the first time. This was the Scarlet Letter. Roll credits. So fantastically embroidered and illuminated upon her bosom, it had the effect of a spell, taking her out of the ordinary relations with humanity and enclosing her in a sphere by herself. She hath good skill at needle, that's certain, remarked one of the female spectators. But did ever a woman, before this brazen hussy, contrive such a way of showing it? Why gossip? What is it but to laugh on the faces of our godly magistrates, and make a pride out of what they worthy gentlemen meant for punishment? It were well, muttered the most iron-visaged of the old dames, if we stripped Madame Hester's rich gown off her dainty shoulders, and as for the red letter she hath stitched so curiously, I'll bestow a rag of mine to rheumatic flannel to make a fitter one. Oh, peace, neighbors, peace, whispered their youngest companion. Do not let her hear you. Not a stitch in that embroidered letter, but she had felt it in her heart. The grim beadle now made a gesture with his staff. Make way, good people, make way in the king's name, cried he. Open a passage, and I promise you, Mistress Prim, shall be set wherever man, woman, and child may have fair sight of her brave apparel. From this time till our past meridian, a blessing on the righteous colony of Massachusetts, where iniquity is dragged out into the sunshine. Come along, Madame Hester, and show your scarlet letter in the marketplace.
This is a royal invitation.
A lane was forthwith opened through the crowd of spectators, preceded by the beadle and the attended on a regular procession of stern-browed men and unkindly visaged women. Hester Prynne set forth towards the place appointed for her punishment. A crowd of eager and curious schoolboys, understanding little of the matter in hand, except that it had given them a half-holiday, ran before in progress, turning their heads continually to stare into her face and the winking baby in her arms, and the ignominious letter on her breast. It was no great distance in those days from prison door to marketplace. Measured by the prisoner experience, however, it may be reckoned a journey of some length, for, haughty as her demeanor was, she perchance underwent an agony from every footstep on those thronged to see her, as if her heart had been flung into the street for them all to spurn and trample upon. In our nature, however, there is a provision alike marvelous and merciful, that the sufferer should never know the intensity of what he endures by its present torture, but chiefly by the pang that rankles after it. With almost a serene deportment, therefore, Hester Prynne passed through this portion of her deal, and came to a sort of scaffold at the western extremity of the marketplace. It stood nearly beneath the caves of Boston's earliest church, and appeared to be a fixture there. In fact, the scaffold constituted a portion of the penal machine, which now, for 2 or 3 generations past, has been merely historical and traditionary among us, but was held in the old time to be as effectual an agent in the promotion of good citizenship as ever was the guillotine among the terrorists of France. It was, in short, the platform of the pillory, and above it rose the framework of that instrument of discipline, so fashioned as to confine the human head in its tight grasp, and thus hold it up to the public gaze. I assume they mean a noose. The very idea of inhumanity was the embodied that it made the manifest in the contrivance of wood and iron. There had been no outrage, methinks, against our common nature. Whatever be the delinquency of the individual, no outrage more frequent than the forbid the culprit to hide his face for shame, as it were the essence of his punishment to do. In Hester Prynne's instance, however, as not unfrequently in other cases, her sentence bore that she could stand a certain time upon the platform, but without undergoing that gripe about the neck and confinement of the head, the proneness to which it was most devilish characteristics of this ugly engine. So not a noose, but like one of those like machines to like clamp your head and arms in, and then you're just kind of sitting there.
But he could not look out for Zelda forever.
Knowing well her part, she ascended a flight of wooden steps, and was thus displayed to the surrounding multitude at about the height of a man's shoulders above the street. Had there been a papist among the crowd of Puritans, he might have seen in this beautiful woman, so picturesque in her attire, and mean, and with the infant in her bosom, an object to remind him of the image of divine maternity, which so many illustrious painters have vied with one another to represent something which should remind him, and indeed, only by contrast, the sacred images of sinless motherhood, whose infant was to redeem the world. Here there was a taint of deepest sin in the most sacred quality of human life, working such effect that the world was only darker for this woman's beauty, and the more lost for the infant that she had born. The scene was not without a mixture of awe, such as must always invest in the spectacle of guilt and shame in the fellow creature, before society shall have grown corrupt enough to smile, instead of shuddering at it. The witness of Hester Prynne's disgrace had not yet passed beyond their simplicity. They were stern enough to look upon her death, had that been the sentence, without a murmur at severity, but had none of the heartlessness of other social state, which would only find the theme for jest in an exhibition like the present. Even had there been a disposition to turn the matter into ridicule, it might have been repressed and overpowered by the solemn presence of men no less dignified than the governor, and several of his counselors, a judge, a general, and the ministers of the town, all of whom sat or stood in the balcony of the meeting house, looking down upon the platform. When such personages could constitute a part of the spectacle, without risking the majesty or reverence of rank and office, it was safely to be inferred that the infliction of a legal sentence would have been an earnest and effectual meeting. Accordingly, the crowd was somber and grave. The unhappy culprit sustained herself as best woman might under the heavy weight of 1,000 unrelenting eyes, all fastened upon her and concentrated at her bosom. It was almost intolerable to be born. Of an impulsive and passionate nature, she had fortified herself to encourage the stings and venomous stabs of public contumely, wreaking itself in a variety of insult. But there was a quality so much more terrible in the solemn mood of the popular mind, that she longed rather to behold all of these rigid countenances, contorted with scornful merriment, and herself, the object. Had a roar of laughter burst from the multitude, each man, each woman, each little shrill-voiced child contributing their individual parts. Hester Prynne might have repaid them all with a bitter and disdainful smile. But under the leaden infliction, which it was her doom to endure, she felt at moments as if she must need shrieks out of with full power of her lungs, and cast herself from a scaffold down upon the ground, or else go mad at once. Yet there were intervals when the whole scene in which she was the most conspicuous object seemed to vanish from her eyes, or at least glimmered indistinctly before them, like a mass of imperfectly shaped and spectral images. Her mind, and especially her memory, was preternally active, and kept bringing up other scenes for this roughly hewn street of a little town on the edge of western wilderness. Other faces then were lowering upon her from beneath the brims of the steeple-crowned hats. Reminiscences, the most trifling and immature passages of infancy, in school days, sports, childish quarrels, and little domestic traits of her maiden years came swarming back upon her, intermingling with recollections of whatever was gravest in her subsequent life. One picture precisely as vivid as another, as if all were similar importance or all alike a play. Possibly it was an instinctive device of her spirit to relieve itself by the exhibition of those phantasmagoric forms of the cruel weight and hardness of the reality. Be that as it might, the scaffold of the pillory was on a point of view that revealed Hester Prynne the entire track along which she had been treading since her happy infancy. Standing on that miserable eminence, she saw again her native village in Old England, and her paternal home, a decayed house of grey stone with poverty-stricken aspect, but retaining a half-obliterated shield of arms over the portal, a token of antique gentility. She saw her father's face, with his bald brow and reverend white beard that flowed over the old-fashioned Elizabethan ruff. Her mother's, too, with a look of heedful and anxious love, which it always wore in her remembrance, and which ever since her death had so often laid an impediment on her gentle remonstrance in their daughter's pathway. She saw her own face glowing with girlish beauty and illuminating all the interior of the dusty mirror, in which she had been wont to gaze at. There she beheld another countenance of a man well stricken in years, a pale, thin, scholar-like visage, with eyes dim and bleared by lamplight, that had been served them to pore over many ponderous books. Yet those bleared optics had strange penetrating power when it was their owner's purpose to read the human soul. This fight of the study in the cloister, as Hester Prynne's womanly fancy failed not to recall, was slightly deformed, with the left shoulder a trifle higher than the right. Next rose before her in memory a picture gallery, the intricate and narrow thoroughfares, the tall gray houses, the huge cathedrals, and the public edifices, ancient in date and quaint in architecture, of a continental city.
As you all know, today
Where
is
new
not
life had
only my
awaited her,
daughter's
still in
birthday,
connection
but it
with
is also
the
the
shape and
anniversary
scholar,
of
new
Celine
light,
Donnan,
but feeding
Zen
itself on
Theatre,
time-worn
the
materials like a tuft of
Zelda
green
is the
moss
last
on a
of a
crumbling
long
wall.
line of descendants
Lastly, in
of
lieu of those
who,
shifting
along with
scenes, came
6
back to
other
Reed
sages,
Marketplace of the
joined their
Puritan
power to
settlement,
seal Donnan
with all
away
the townspeople
forever.
assembled and
The
leveling
crowd
their stern
definitely
regards
cheered
at
for
Hester
that
Prynne. Yes, and
Well,
herself,
many of you have never known war.
who stood on the scaffold of the
must
pillory,
always be
an
ready,
infant on her
which is
arm,
why it is
and the letter
important to teach
A
our
in
children
scarlet
swordplay
fantastically
and to
embroidered with
encourage
gold
them
thread
to
upon her
serve the
bosom.
crown.
Could it be
Let
true?
the tournament
She
begin.
clutched the child so fiercely to her
The king
breast.
turned to
The
hearken.
center that
Would
it sent
you
forth
do
a
me the
cry.
honor
She
of
turned her eyes
representing the
downward to
royal
the
guard
scarlet
in the
letter and even
competition?
touched it with her
I have
finger
heard
to
only the
assure
best
herself
things about
that
your
the infant
talents
and the
with
shame
sword.
were real.
Harkonnen
Yes,
smiled
these were
and
her
agreed.
realities.
All in good
All else
fun,
had vanished.
Harkonnen added.
And
He
now,
removed his jacket, spun over the railing,
we need to
and,
unpack that.
dropping himself to hang
we
from
need
the
to
floor of the
know
balcony,
what just
he
happened,
let go
because
and fell
that was a
gracefully to the
lot of
cobbled
big
street
words
below.
that were unnecessarily thrown at us.
Zelda
So,
thought to herself.
let's
As much as
break
Princess
it
Zelda
down.
disliked Harkonnen,
We're
this
introduced
was her favorite
to
part
a couple
of her birthday
characters.
parties. While
Mainly
secretly
Hester
she knew
Prynne,
she could
the lady
probably
with the
be
scarlet
quite
letter,
respectable in such a
the
competition.
magistrate guy
She
with a
just
little
enjoyed
stick
watching.
that says, "Hey, I'm a
People from all
magistrate,"
over Hool
and then it's like
showed off
5
their
women
strange yet
who
effective
are like really
swordplay
judgy,
techniques.
and we're not supposed
It
to
was
like them, I don't think. But we also
Harkonnen
just
was
don't
not
know
all
if we're
bad
supposed to like them or
either,
not.
Zelda admitted to herself. Zelda
These
observed
women,
completely
these 5
invested
women,
in the song
are
to the
standing
poets
there and
in the
they're
opening
like,
moments of the match.
"Oh, we're all
With minimal
judgy and
display,
stuff, and we don't like
As it became
women
clear
who are
that
too,
Harkonnen
who are floozies and
calling
go
for
out and
volunteers.
have free sex
Can
and
no
stuff
one
like
stand
that.
up
We
to the
don't
royal
like
guard?
anyone that
A
shows
soldier
even the
yelled
slightest
mockingly.
indication that they
Zelda
might be
smiled to herself impishly.
more liberal in
Not that it
their
mattered, but she would like
in
to
their
see the look on
appearance or in
Harkonnen's
their
face after
actions,
having a match
and
with
so
Link.
they're really
Come
just
to
like
think of it, she thought, I would like to see
strictly
my father's
evil
face as
people.
well.
I guess that's not a good way to put
Zelda
it.
turned to Link.
They're just really judgy.
I know
you know
you
those
don't
like
usually
really like
care for
judgy
this sort of
women that
thing,
you see in
but
movies, and
would
they're
you
just
do
like
it? For me?
looking down their noses
She
at everybody, and they're like,
Link had
"That's
long
not
given
how a
up on
lady
seeking
acts."
fame and
Yeah,
glory
but
for
like
himself.
trashier than
If
that.
he
That's
wanted
how these women are.
popularity,
And
he
so
would
we'll
not
walk through
live the
like
life of a
how these
hermit,
women are like
of course,
judging and
of course.
judging, and all of a sudden,
Zelda
out of
need
the
not
darkness
ask
comes the
him
magistrate, and he's like, "Hey, look, I have a
He
woman
would do
with me," and
anything
it's
for
Hester
her,
Prynne.
and
Hester Prynne
besides,
comes out, and
he
she's
had
like,
been
"Look at
intrigued
me,
by watching Harkonnen's talents.
I'm
She had
coming
not
out with a
faced
baby,"
such
and
a
they're like,
worthy
"Wow, look, a baby,"
adversary in quite
and
a
then she
while.
like is like, "Oh wait."
So,
This
though
baby
no pride showed
is
on
a
his
badge of
face,
something that I've done
he nodded
wrong. We
and
don't know
removed his
what
jacket.
yet. Probably she
Laying
had
on a nearby
sex out
chair,
of
he
wedlock
took one
and had a
step
kid.
and, quite
And so
suddenly
anyways,
and
she's like,
unexpectedly,
this baby
sprung
is
into
a
the air
token
and
of
forward
me
flipped
doing
over the
something I
railing,
shouldn't have done.
flipping
She moves
one
it
more
aside
time through the
because
air
now
to
she has a
land
letter
on the
A on
cobbled street below.
her embroidered
The crowd
on her.
gasped, then
That she
cheered
embroidered
wildly.
herself on
The
top
king
of her
frowned,
dress,
not sure what to make
and
of
the
it.
letter A
Hilda
represents.
smiled. She was looking forward
adultery,
to seeing the match
maybe?
between Link and Harkonnen.
I don't know. We
Not
haven't
sure
gotten to
what
that. We just
expect.
know that there's a letter
She had heard
that's
of
being
Link's skills
that's stitched
many
onto her
times from Zelda,
dress,
but was never
and so
sure
she's
whether
like,
Zelda was a
"Here's one
bad
badge.
person
Here's
or not.
another badge of things
We
that
have a new challenger," the announcer
shouldn't
yelled,
be."
egging
Yep.
the crowd on
And so anyways,
even greater levels of volume.
she gets out on the stage and she's got that look of like, "I'm wearing this with pride. I'm not going to let you haters get me down." And so she's standing on that stage and she has to take this long walk through the crowd. And the magistrate's like, "Everybody get out of the way. We got to get this woman to the stands." So they walk over to the stands, these stockade type things. And
and gave Link his choice
I
of wooden
think
swords. Link picked
it wasn't
a
super
medium-weight
well
blade and
explained,
gave it a couple of
but they
practice
said
swings.
it holds your
He was
head.
ready. He
And
looked
so I
across the
assume it's
arena
either
for
a
Harkonnen.
noose or it's one of
Harkonnen
those
did not
clampy
seem
things. I
concerned.
think it's a clampy thing.
Just as well.
And so she
he will
walked
not
over
see
there.
this coming, Link told himself.
And this whole time it's like talking about how difficult it is for somebody on like death row, or how somebody is just like walking through a crowd and they've done something wrong, how difficult it is, and how not necessarily the going through the crowd's the most difficult part, but it definitely feels like it takes forever. But just reflecting on that later, the embarrassment of that is what is the hardest part of this process. And so she walks up to that stage and she's standing up there, and I think she might, I don't know if she actually has to get in the clamps or she just has to stand on the stage for a while. It's,
hoping to catch him off guard.
I guess we'll find out. And so anyways, stage. The clampy thing is on the stage, and she's standing on the stage with her baby, and she's like, it's about to get really embarrassing if I'm about to be clamped down. And that's the end of that. That's the whole chapter.
Why should we be afraid of this stranger?
It took a lot of pages to get through to that. If you have more information, if you got more from this chapter than I did, please put it down below. Help each other out. Have discussions, all that stuff. I will be doing more analysis and helping you get through the conversation if you feel like having one down there. If not, that's okay too. Doesn't really matter to me. So, cool. Thanks for joining me, guys. Still going to be the same amount of sick in the next video because I think I'm just going to keep recording these. Yeah. Today, until I guess the light dies, but I do have a light there, so yeah. Anyways, thank you for joining me, and I'll see you in the next chapter. Bye.
With lightning speed, aimed straight for Link's collarbone. Link, by anticipating, returned Harkonnen's same favor an instant after Harkonnen offered it, and ducked completely beneath the incoming blow, despite its incredible speed. Then, in one fluid motion, Link parlayed his downward momentum into a sideways roll.
Scarlet Letter, we're on chapter 3.
Yeah,
let's jump in. The recognition from this intense consciousness of being the object of severe and universal observation, the wearer of the Scarlet Letter was at length relieved by discerning on the outskirts of the crowd a figure which irresistibly took possession of her thoughts. An Indian in his native garb was standing there. But the red men were not so infrequent visitors of the English settlements that one of them would have attracted any notice from Hester Prynne at such a time, much less would have excluded all other objects and ideas from her mind. By the Indian's side, and evidently sustaining a companionship with him, stood a white man, clad in strange disarray of civilized and savage costume. He was small in stature, with a furrowed visage, which as yet could hardly be termed aged. There was a remarkable intelligence in his features, as if the person who had cultivated his mental part, that it could not fail to mold the physical to itself and become manifest as unmistakable tokens. Although seemingly careless arrangement of his heterogeneous garb, he had endeavored to conceal or abate the peculiarity. It was sufficiently evident to Hester Prynne that one of his man's shoulders rose higher than the other. Again, on the first instance of perceiving that thin visage and the slight disformity of the figure, she pressed her infant to her bosom with so convulsive a force that the poor babe uttered another cry of pain. But the mother did not seem to hear it. Man, you gotta be nicer to your kids, you know? At his arrival in the marketplace, and some time before she saw him, a stranger had bent his eyes on Hester Prynne. It was carelessly at first, like a man chiefly accustomed to look inward, and to whom external matters are of little value and import, unless the bare relation to something within his mind. Very soon, however, his look became keen and penetrative. A writhing horror twisted itself across his features, like a snake gliding swiftly over them, and making one little pause with all its breathed intervolutions.
A moment was all he would get as Harkonnen immediately
his face darkened with some powerful emotion, which nevertheless he so instantaneously controlled by an effort of his will that, save in a single moment, its expression might have passed for calmness. After a brief space, the convulsion grew almost imperceptible and finally subsided into the depths of his nature. When he found the eyes of Hester Prynne fastened on his own and saw that she appeared to recognize him, he slowly and calmly raised his finger and made a gesture with it in the air and laid it upon his lips.
Despite Harkonnen's exceptional skill.
Then, touching the shoulder of a townsman who stood next to him, he addressed him in a formal and courteous manner.
Perhaps an opportunity
"I pray you, good sir," said he. "Who is this woman, and wherefore is she here set up to public shame?" I don't know why I gave him that accent, but he's keeping it. "You must needs be a stranger in this region, friend," answered the townsman, looking curiously at the questioner and his savage companion. "Else you would surely have heard of Mistress Hester Prynne and her evil doings. She hath raised a great scandal, I promise you, in godly Master Dimmedale's church." "You say truly," replied the other. "I am a stranger, and have yet a wanderer sorely against my will. I have met with grievous mishaps by sea and land, and have been held in bonds among the heathen folk to the southward, and am now brought hither to this Indian, to be redeemed out of my captivity. Will it please you, therefore, to tell me of Hester Prynne's, have I said her name right, of this woman's offences, and what she has brought to here yonder scaffold?
With a heavy thud.
Truly, friend, you think it must gladden your heart after your troubles and sojourn in the wilderness," said the townsman, "to find yourself at length in a land where inquiry is searched out and punished in the sight of rulers and people, as here in our godly New England. Yonder woman, sir, you must know, was the wife of a certain learned man, English by birth, that who had long
Getting to
dwelt
his
in
feet,
Amsterdam.
he shook Link's hand,
When some
as
good
if
time
he were the
agone,
referee,
he was minded to
and
cross
raised
over
it
and
up,
cast in
signaling
his
Link's
lot
victory.
with us
He smiled
of,
and patted
of
Link on the back.
Massachusetts. To
It
this
was
purpose
then
he
that
sent his
the
wife
king thought
before
the
him,
moment was
remaining
right.
herself to look
Let's
after
hear it
some
for Harkonnen,
some
as
necessary
humble and
affairs.
dignified in defeat
Very good,
as he
sir.
is in victory.
In some 2
Crowd's
years or less
response
that the
was
woman
less than
had been a
enthusiastic.
dweller here in Boston,
Why
no
is the
tidings
king
have come
calling for
of this
recognition
learned
for
gentleman.
Harkonnen? In
Master
Link's moment of
Prim
triumph,
and his young wife,
the king
look you,
continued,
being
I have
left
nothing
to her
but
own
the utmost
misguidance.
respect and admiration for Harkonnen,
I conceive
as he has
you, said the
distinguished
stranger
himself
with a
in my
bitter
service
smile.
as an honorable
So
warrior
learned a man
and
as you to
trusted
speak.
ally.
I should have
Over the
learned
past
this
few
too
years,
in his
Harkonnen
books,
has become
and who,
less
by
like
a
a
favour,
soldier
sir,
to me, and
might
more
be the
like a
father
son.
of yonder babe.
And so
it is
it
some
is
3 or
with
4
great
months
pleasure
old, I
and
should
pride
judge, which
that I
Mistress
announce to
Prim is
you
holding in her
all that
arms.
I have
Of a
asked
true
Harkonnen
friend,
to
that
consider
matter
taking my
remaineth a
beloved
riddle,
daughter,
and the
Princess Zelda,
Daniel
in the
who
holy
shall
bonds of
expand it
matrimony,
is yet
and he
a-wanting.
has agreed.
Answered the townsman.
Trust me, ladies and
Master,
gentlemen, there
Madam
is no
Hester
more
absolutely
fitting choice
refuseth
in
to
all of
speak,
Poole
and the
for the man
magistrates
who will
have
take
laid their
Zelda's hand
heads
in
together
marriage,
in vain.
and in time
Peradventure,
succeed me as the king
The
of
guilty
Poole.
one stands looking on
The
this sad
suddenness of the
spectacle,
announcement caught
unknown
all
of a
present
man,
off
and
guard,
forgetting that
but
God
the
sees
crowd
him.
warmed quickly to the
The
idea
learned
of an
man,
upcoming wedding
observed the
with
stranger
Zelda
with another
and all
smile,
the party
should
that
come
entailed.
himself to look into this
The noise
mystery.
level of the rejoicing rose.
It behooves him well
Harkonnen
if
threw
he
his
still
arm
be
over
still
Link's
in life,
shoulder
responded the
and smiled at
townsman.
him.
Now, good sir,
Let's
our
rejoin them up on that
Massachusetts
balcony and
magistrates
see how Zelda is taking the
bethinking
good news,
themselves
shall
that
we?
this woman is
Link
youthful and
nodded.
fair, doubtless was
Harkonnen
strongly
continued.
tempted to her fall.
Say, where did
And
you
that,
learn to fight like
moreover,
that?
as is
We
more
could use
likely,
a boy
her
like you
husband
in the
may be
Royal
at the
Guard.
bottom of the sea.
Link shrugged.
They have not been
He had not
bold
really
to
learned
put it
his
in
sword fighting all in one
force and
place,
extremity
so he's
of
not
our
sure how to
righteous law
answer.
against her.
The two of
The
them
penalty
passed by the
thereof is
guards into
death.
the building
But in their
and
great
walked up the
mercy and
stairs
tenderness
towards
of
the
heart,
second floor.
they have doomed
On the
Mistress
balcony,
Prim to stand
the
only
king
a
shook
space of
Link's
3
hand
hours
and
on the platform of the
congratulated him,
pillory,
leaving Harkonnen
and then
to
and
approach
therefore,
Princess
for the
Zelda.
remainder of her natural life,
Harkonnen
wear a
took
mark of
Zelda's
shame
hand,
upon her
and she
bosom.
smiled at him.
A
But as he
wise
leaned in to kiss
sentence,
the princess,
remarked the
she turned
stranger,
away,
gravely
and her
bowing his
smile
head.
vanished.
Thus
The
she will
crowd
be
took
given
notice in the
sermon
marketplace
against
below.
sin until
I
the
cannot continue this
ignominious
for the sake of
letter be
appearances,
engraved upon her
Zelda told
tombstone.
herself.
It irks me
There is
nevertheless
no
that
way
the
I will
partner
marry
of her
Harkonnen while
inquiry
my
should
heart
not
belongs
at
to Link,
least stand
she
on the
thought.
scaffold by
She
her
walked to
side.
Link and took his
But
hand.
he
turned
will
to
be
address the
known. He
marketplace
will be
with him at
known.
her
He
side.
will be known.
My
He
dear
bowed courteously
people,
to the
began.
communicative
Thank you
townsman,
so much for
and
attending my
whispering a
birthday
few words to his
celebration.
Indian attendant, they
I am
both made their
grateful
way
to
through the
each and
crowd.
every one of you, and I have been
While
having the
this
most
passed,
wonderful
Hester
time.
Prim had been standing
With
on
her
her
expression
pedestal,
turned more
still with a
serious.
fixed gaze towards the
I may live in
stranger,
the
so
palace
fixed
with my head
gaze
in the clouds,
that at moments
the
of
crowd
intense
laughed lightly.
absorption,
But that is
all
not
other
the same
objects
as
in the
laying
visible
under a
world
rock.
seemed to vanish,
I
leaving
know
only
that
him
there
and
has
her.
been much talk
Such
of
an
my
interview,
getting married,
perhaps,
and now it
would have been
seems
more
to be
terrible than
king
even
is
to meet
believing it.
him, as she now did,
crowd got
with the
dead
hot
silent.
midday sun burning
The
down
truth
upon her
is,
face
I'm not
and
ready
lighting
to
up
be
its shame
married, not to
with a
anyone.
scarlet token of infamy on her
As
breast.
flattered as I am by
With a
Harkonnen's
sin-born
interest
infant in her arms,
is
with
a
a whole
proposal that I
people
cannot accept.
drawn forth as to
He
a
deserves a
festival,
girl who is
sharing the
capable of
features
giving
that
me
should have
her
been
whole
seen
heart.
only at the quiet gleam of the
Someday,
fireside
maybe
and the happy
someday
shadow of the
I
home,
imagine I
or
will be
beneath
ready
the
for marriage. And when
matrimony
I
veil
am,
at church.
I promise that I
Dreadful
will
as it
love that
was, she
person
was conscious of
completely
a
and
shelter in the
forever.
presence of
He
these
looked at
1,000
Link,
witnesses.
half happy
It was
to
better
have
to
gotten
stand
that
thus,
out,
with
but
somebody
half sad
betwixt
that
him and
she
her,
could
than
not
to
see
greet him, face
Zelda
to
was sad
face,
that she could not
they
announce
two
her love
alone.
for Link, as she
She
planned.
fled for refuge,
Something
as
was
it were,
telling
to the
her
public
timing was all
exposed, and
wrong.
dreaded the moment
She
when its
finished, saying,
protection
"That
should
is
be
all."
withdrawn from her. Involved in
happened
these
next
thoughts, she
came
scarcely heard a voice
suddenly and
behind her
without
until it
warning.
repeated her name
Harkonnen,
more than once,
interestingly,
in a loud and
seemed
solemn
strangely
tone,
unemotional
audible
about
to the whole
both what had
multitude.
just happened and what was
"Hearken unto
beginning
me,
to happen.
Hester Prynne,"
He
said the
remained calm,
voice.
serious,
It has been noticed
unreadable.
that
There were
directly
scattered
over the
shouts of
platform
agony
on which
from
Hester
different
Prynne
corners of
stood
the
was a
marketplace,
kind of
and
balcony or open gallery appended to the meeting house. It was a place whence proclamations were to be made amidst an assemblage of the magistrates, all with the ceremonial that attended such public observances in those days. Here to witness a scene which we are describing sat Governor Bellingham himself, with 4 sergeants about his chair, bearing halberds as a guard of honor. He wore a dark feather in his hat, a border of embroidery on his cloak, and a black velvet tunic underneath. A gentleman advanced in years, with a hard experience written in his wrinkles, he was not ill-fitted to be the head representative of a community, which owed its origin and progress, and its present state of development, not to the impulses of youth, but to the stern-tempered energies of manhood, and the somber sagacity of age, accomplishing so much precisely because it imagined and hoped so little. The other eminent characters by whom the chief ruler was surrounded were distinguished by dignity of mien.
had no time
belonging to a period when the forms of authority were felt to process the sacredness of divine institutions.
By the gods, Impa moves fast.
They were doubtless good men, just and sage, but out of the whole human family, it would not have been easy to select the name number of wise and virtuous persons who should be less capable of sitting in judgment on an erring woman's heart and disentangling its mesh of good and evil, and the sages of rigid aspect towards whom Hester Prynne now turned her face. She seemed conscious, indeed, and whatever sympathy she might expect lay in the larger and warmer heart of the multitude. For she lifted her eyes towards the balcony, and the unhappy woman grew pale and trembled.
He jumped again.
The voice which had caught her attention was that of the Reverend and famous John Wilson, the eldest clergyman of Boston, a great scholar like most of his contemporaries in the profession, and a Whiggle, a man of kind and genial spirit.
And he only now realized
this last attribute, however, had been less carefully developed than his intellectual gifts, and was in truth rather a matter of shame than self-congratulation with him. There he stood with a border of grizzled locks beneath his skull cap, while his gray eyes, accustomed to the shaded light of the study, were winking like those of Hester's infant and the unadulterated sunshine. He looked like the darkly engraved portraits which we see prefixed to old volumes of sermons, which had no more right than one of these portraits would have to step forth as he now did, and meddle in the questions of human guilt, passion, and anguish. Hester Prynne, said the clergyman, I have striven with my young brother here, under whose preaching of word you have been privileged to sit. Here Mr. Wilson laid his hand on the shoulder of a pale young man beside him.
Like
that wasn't him talking, it was just a description, sorry. I have sought to say, to persuade this godly youth that he should deal with you here in the face of heaven and before these wise and upright rulers, in hearings of all the people as touching the vileness and blackness of your sin. Knowing your natural temper better than I, he could better judge the arguments to use, whether of tenderness or terror, such as might prevail over your hardness and obstinacy, insomuch that you could no longer hide the name of him who tempted you to this grievous fall. But he opposes to me, with the young man's oversoftness, albeit wise beyond his years, that if you were wrongly in the very nature of woman, force her to lay open her heart's secrets in such broad daylight in the presence of so great a multitude. Truly as I sought to convince him, the shame lay in the commission of the sin, and not in the showing of its forth. What say you to it once more again, Brother Dimmesdale?
Asked Zelda.
Must it be thou or I that shalt deal with this poor sinner's soul? There was a murmur among the dignified and reverend occupants of the balcony, and Governor Bellingham gave an expression to his pure purport, speaking in an authoritative voice, although tempered with respect towards the youthful clergyman whom he had addressed.
You will have her.
Good Master Dimmesdale, he said.
It's your choice. Both Mariah
said he. Wow, that was not worth correcting. The responsibility of this woman's soul lies greatly with you. It behooves you, therefore, to exhort her to repentance and to confession as a proof of consequences thereof. The directness of this appeal drew the eyes of the whole crowd upon the Reverend Mr. Dimmesdale, a young clergyman who had come from one of the great English universities, bringing all the learning of the age into our wild forest land. His eloquence and religious fervor had already given the earnest of higher eminence in his profession. He was a person of very striking aspect, with a white, lofty, and impending brow, large, brown, melancholy eyes, and a mouth which, unless when he forcibly compressed it, was apt to be tremulous, expressing both nervous sensibility and vast power of self-restraint. Man, I bet this is the dude. I bet the priest is the guy who she had a kid with. Anyways, notwithstanding his high native gifts and scholarlike attainments, there was an air about this young minister, an apprehensive, a startled, half-frightened look, as of a being who felt himself quite astray and at a loss in the pathway of human existence, and could only be at ease in some seclusion of his own. Therefore, so far in his duties would permit, he trod the shadowy bypass, and thus kept himself simple and childlike, coming forth when occasion was, with the freshness and fragrance and dewy purity of thought, which, as many people said, affected him like the speech of an angel. Such was the young man whom the Reverend Mr. Wilson and the governor had introduced so openly to the public notice, bidding him speak in the hearing of all men to the mystery of the woman's soul, so sacred even in its pollution. The trying nature of his position drove the blood from his cheek and made his lips tremulous.
His expression changing from hatred to terror.
Speak to the woman,
Take
my
cover,
brother, said
he
Mr.
yelled,
Wilson.
But it was
It
already
is of
too late for
moment
many
to
of
her
his
soul,
men.
and therefore, as the worshipful governor says, momentous to thy known, and whose charge hers is. Exhort her to confess the truth.
And avoided a quick and painful death.
The Reverend Mr. Dimsdale bent his head in silent prayer as it seemed, and then came forward.
Menacing silhouette stood,
Hester
triumphant in
Prem,
the
said
sky.
he, leaning over a
Then,
balcony and looking
leaping from
down
the canyon
steadfastly into
wall,
her eyes.
directly for Harkonnen,
Thou
came the
hearest
king
what this
of
good
Rule,
man says, and
glistening
seest the
longsword
accountability
clutched
under which I
above
labor.
his head, poised
If thou
to strike.
feeblest it to be for
Harkonnen
thy soul's
dove for
peace,
safety,
and that
just
thy
in
earthly
time,
punishment
the
will
king's strike
thereby be
missed, and he
made
landed
for
with a heavy
effectual
crash
salvation,
onto his foot
I
and
charge
knee.
thee to speak
Looked
out the
painful.
name of thy
The
fellow
remaining
sinner
assassins,
and
having
fellow
regained their
sufferer,
senses following
but not
bombing,
silent from
charged
any
the king and readied
mistaken
their arrows.
pity and
The Link
tenderness
and
for
Impa stepped into the
Believe me,
middle.
Hester,
Impa
though we were
throwing
to step
metallic
down from a
blades
high
concealed
place
in
and
her
stand
cloak,
there beside
killed
thee on
the
a
archers
pedestal of
before they
shame,
could let their arrows
yet
fly.
better were
And
it
Link,
too than to
wielding
hide a
the
guilty
two
heart
swords
through
like
life.
the true master he was.
What can thy
Charged
silence
into the
do
middle
for
of
him,
the mob,
except to
dropping
tempt
his
him?
attackers with startling
Yea,
speed.
compel him, as it
With
were,
his hope
to
of backup
hypocrisy to
diminished,
sin.
Harkonnen
Heaven
turned his
hath granted
attention to
thee
the
an
king.
open
I am like a son to you,
ignominy,
old fool,
and thereby
he asked.
thou mayest
Well,
work
as your
out an
son,
open
I look
triumph over
forward to
evil
giving a moving
within
speech
thee
at
and
your
sorrow
funeral.
without.
The king
Take
swung his
heed
long sword for
take
Harkonnen's
heed
head, who
how
ducked.
thou
Fool me
deniest
once,
to him.
you die,
Who
retorted
perchance
the king.
hath not the
The king
courage
fought
to
bravely.
grasp it for
There was no
himself,
match for
the bitter,
Harkonnen.
but
As
wholesome
Link and
cup
Impa
that is
together
now
dispatched the last of the assassins, they turned to
presented to
offer
thy
assistance
lips.
to the king
Man, he talks
as
in a really
quickly as they
complicated
could,
way.
but they were not
The
in
young
time to
pastor's
save his
voice
life.
was tremulously
The king,
sweet, rich,
with a
deep, and
reckless
broken.
rage, ignored
Think I nailed
Harkonnen's
it.
threatening move
The
and
feeling
desperately
that it
drove
so
the tip of
evidently
his
manifested
longsword
rather
through the
than
center
direct
of
purport of the
Harkonnen's
words
chest.
caused it to
Even as
vibrate within
Harkonnen's
all
blade
hearts and
found
brought
its
the
mark as
listeners
well.
into one accord
They
of
had
sympathy.
stabbed each other at the
Even the
exact
poor
same
baby
moment.
at Hester's bosom was
Harkonnen
affected by the
mumbled,
same
"You
influence,
stupid fool,"
for it directed
and
it
crumbled
hitherto
to the ground,
vacant gaze towards
letting out
Mr.
his last
Dimsdale,
breath.
and held up its
The
little
king still
arms with a
standing,
half-pleased,
turned to face
half-plainted
Link and
murmur.
Impa, their swords still sticking
So
in his
powerful
chest.
seemed the minister's appeal
Pulling
that
out
the
the
people could
sword,
not
he
believe
chuckled
that Hester
ironically.
Prym would speak out
Today I
the
was
guilty
feeling
name,
younger than I
or else
have
that the
in
guilty one
years.
himself, in whatever high or
king
lowly
fell to
place
the
he stood,
ground,
would be drawn
and
forth
Impa
by an
and Link
inward
rushed
and
to his side.
inevitable necessity and
Holding him,
compelled to
listen.
ascend the scaffold.
The king said, Link,
Hester shook her
there is
head.
something I want to tell you.
Woman, transgress not beyond the limits of
funny.
heaven's mercy,
I have
cried the Reverend
Bennet
Mr. Wilson, more
years-
harshly than before.
years of
That
experience
little babe hath
dealing
been
with
gifted
people,
with a voice to
and yet
second
what
and
I
confirm the
think
counsel,
talk,
which thou
blood
hast heard.
splattering to his
Speak
lips.
out the name.
What
that
I knew
and thy
about Harkonnen
repentance may
with my
avail to
head
the scarlet
wasn't
letter
as
off thy
true as
breast.
what Zelda knew.
Never,
About
replied
you.
Hester Prym,
All wrong.
looking not at Mr. Wilson but into the
Heart.
deep and troubling eyes of the younger
Took all of
clergyman.
his effort to finish his dying apology to Link.
It is too
He
deeply
trailed off,
branded.
then
We cannot
closed
take
his
it
eyes,
off.
and was
And
at
would
peace
that
at
I
last.
might endure its agony
King
as well as
Cruel no
mine.
longer needed to be
Speak,
strong.
woman, said another voice, coldly and sternly, proceeding
closed
from the
his eyes
crowd
and bowed
about the
his head in
scaffold.
respect.
Speak and give
Today
your child a
was
father.
interesting, Link
I will
thought,
not speak,
but not at all
answered
what he had
Hester,
expected.
turning pale as death,
Not only was Zelda
responding
gone,
to this
but if what Mariah
voice,
said was
which she
true,
too surely
Mariah was
recognized.
inches away
And
from
my child
resurrecting
must
Donnie,
seek a heavenly
king of
father.
evil.
She shall have
Apparently,
no...
Impa was thinking the same thing.
she shall never
Link,
know an
I know
earthly
what
one.
you're thinking, but there
Interesting.
is still hope. Zelda
She will
is
not
but one
speak,
of 7
murmured Mr. Dimsdale,
lines of sages
who, learning,
protected
leaning over the
seal
balcony
of
with his hand upon his heart, had awaited the result of his appeal.
And they must all be alive.
He now
for
drew
magic
back,
to
a
be
long
undone.
respiration.
I do not know this
Wonder,
Mariah,
strength, and
but I know
generosity of
her
woman's
kind.
heart, she will not
Like
speak.
the Chica people,
Discerning
who
the
were sworn to protect the royal family of
impracticable
Rule,
state of the
Mariah
poor
took
culprit's
people
mind, the
sworn
elder
to bring
clergyman,
Donnie
who
back to
carefully
life
prepared himself for the
and rule on
occasion,
his
addressed to the
side.
multitude
And if she
a
is
discourse
anything
on
like
sin
me, she
in
will
all its
stop at nothing
branches,
to bring
but with a
plans
continual
to
reference to the innocuous,
I can guide you. You alone are able
anonymous
to become
letter.
the hero who
So
we need.
forcibly did he
The hero
dwell
who
upon
can
this
stop
symbol
Mariah's
for
plans.
the
I know you
hour
have it
or
within
more
yourself.
during which his
You
periods
must
were
be
rolling
brave.
over the people's heads, that it
Link
soon
lifted
new
his
terrors
head
in their
and looked
imagination,
into the
and
cruel
seemed to
sky,
derive private scarlet sheep from the flames of the infernal pit. Esther Prynne, meanwhile,
Wow,
kept her
that
place
was the
upon the
most
pedestal of
impressive
shame with
fanfiction I've
glazed
read
eyes
since...
and an air of
Well,
weary
that was the
indifference.
first fanfiction I've ever read.
She had mourned that
Maybe
morning
when our
all that
fellow
nature
witches
could
share their
endure,
art, you should
and
check
as
it
her
out.
temperament was not of the order that
Just like a
escapes
good witch
from too
breathes
intense
imagination into
suffering
children,
by a swoon,
our friends
her spirit
leave
could
a
only
little bit of
shelter
their
itself
heart
beneath a stony
into their
custom and
words,
sensibility,
sculptures,
while the
pictures,
faculties of
etc.
animal life remained entire.
Maybe they're trying to
In this
tell us
state,
something.
the voice of the
Maybe their
preacher
words
thundered
have some
remorselessly,
deep meaning.
but unvailingly upon her
Don't ask
ears.
me.
The
My best
infant,
friends
during
are
the latter
frogs
portion of
and
her
no offense
ordeal,
to frogs,
pierced the air with its wailings and screams. She
Until
strove to
next
hush
time,
it
my darling.
mechanically,
Keep
but
those
seemed
cauldrons
scarcely to
piping hot.
sympathize with its
Keep
trouble.
throwing fun flowers and
With the
crystals
same
into them.
hard demeanor,
Visit
she was
nature when
led
you
back to
can,
prison and banished from
befriend
the public
plants and
gaze
animals.
within its ironclad
Keep your
portal.
psychic spirit detector
It was whispered
tuned
by
to
those who
ask
peered
yourself,
after her,
because I
and the
will
scarlet
always be
letter
sending you signals,
threw a
letting
lurid
you know
gleam
that
upon
you
the dark
are a beloved
passageway of the
fellow
interior.
Good night.
And that's the end of the chapter
Hello,
3.
my darling.
So,
I am the glitter fairy.
man, we got a lot to analyze again. A lot of new characters, I think. So there's Reverend Wilson, and there's Reverend Dimsdale of the Dimsdale Dimmadome. And so basically, she's standing on the scaffold thing, and she recognizes a guy hiding out in the crowd, and he's standing next to a Native American man. And the guy in the crowd is a little bit shorter. One of his shoulders is sloped down, where the other one is up. And he's just a short-statured guy. And so she recognizes him from her past, because in the previous chapter, she was going through some flashbacks about how where she stands, she can actually see where her entire history has taken place. Like her house is right there. And she recalls being inside her house with somebody who had a sloped shoulder like that. She doesn't describe who it is, but she says that person, or she just recalls that person. And so we don't know yet anything, but this guy, he walks up to one of the townspeople and he's like, hey, so what's going on here? What's up with the girl up there with the red thing on her? And the guy explains to him, he's like, hey, this woman, she had a husband in England, and he sent her ahead of time to get some stuff done. And so he was supposed to follow her, but it's been 2 years. And if you haven't noticed, that baby is only like 4 months old. And so the guy with the sloped shoulders is like, yeah, so she definitely didn't sleep with her husband since her husband's not here. Yeah, that's weird. And the townsperson was like, the guy might be, her husband might be dead. So it's like, she might not have cheated, but also she might have cheated. The fact that we don't know is what's wrong here. The fact that she doesn't know is what's wrong here. Is that without any sort of like confirmation, she just moved on and she didn't get remarried or anything. She just had a kid with somebody, and so that's wrong. And so we move back to her, and she's just standing up on that stage, and the Reverend Wilson's like, hey, Dimsdale, Reverend Dimsdale, why don't you ask this girl, since she's of your parish, why don't you ask her how, or who the person that she slept with is, so he can stand up on stage with her too. And also when they were, sorry, I missed something, but the guy with the sloped shoulders was asking what her punishment was, and so instead of being killed like you normally would have, because of the circumstances in which we don't know actually what happened to her husband, she wasn't being killed. She just has to put a red letter on her chest and wear that for the rest of her life and stand in the way of everyone like looking at her for 3 hours on the stage in front of the entire town, so everybody can see the letter, everybody can see the baby, everyone can judge her, and she has to stand there for 3 hours and then she's free basically. And so anyways, we get back to her, and Mr. Wilson, or Reverend Wilson's like, yo, Dimsdale Dimmadome, sorry, that's from a thing. I should probably stop making the reference. So yo, Dimsdale, can you, since she's from your parish, she knows who she slept with, just get her to tell us. You're gonna know how she reacts to things, you're gonna know the best way to ask her. And so Dimsdale slowly walks up, and he's got kind of like a timid, like really well-learned kind of appearance to him. He's like, blah, 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 blah. It was so complicated, it was super hard to understand. Basically, he just asked, so who's this dude you've been sleeping with? And she was like, I'm not going to tell you. But she said it more to Mr. Wilson than to Dimsdale. And she said, my kids can only know one daddy, and that daddy's the Lord. And so that's what she says. And they're like, I'm not happy with that answer. And she's like, well, that's just too bad. And so anyways, the Reverend Wilson goes on like a big old speech about how the letter red's going to represent all the fires of hell and stuff, and how she's committing sins, and he goes on this whole speech about that stuff. We don't actually get to read any of that speech, it just tells us he went on a rampage speech about that. And then she's free, basically, and they walk her back to the prison. I don't know if she's free, but I mean, she served out her punishment. I'm not sure what step 2 is, but that was step 1. So anyways, that's that whole chapter. We gotta find out who this slope-shouldered guy is. We gotta find out who she slept with. We gotta find out what happened to her husband. What's up with Dimsdale? Why is he so nervous about stuff? That's a lot to come, but we don't know. Right now, we're just sitting in the unknown stage. So thank you guys for joining me. I really hope to see you in the next chapter. If you have any questions, like always, just drop them down below. We'll all work together and get you an answer, okay? Have a good one, guys. Bye.
But the way I have been keeping you safe is going to have to change. I will always be here for you, but there comes a time when you need to take responsibility for your own safety. I cannot keep you safe by denying you the ability to make your own choices, take your own risks, and live your own life.
Hey guys, and welcome back to another incredibly unusual chapter of Scarlet Letter by Nathaniel Hawthorne. Don't know if I ever mentioned the author before, but here we are. You'll notice some kind of weird lightings because the sun's setting over there. Don't worry about it. I'm almost not sick anymore. Which you'll be happy to know. Anyways, wasting enough time. Chapter 4, the interview. After her return to the prison, Hester Prynne was found to be in a state of nervous excitement that demanded constant watchfulness, lest she should perpetrate violence on herself or do some half-frenzied mischief to the poor babe. As night approached, it proving impossible to quell her insubordination by rebuke of threats or punishment, Master Brackett, the jailer, thought it fit to introduce a physician. He described him as a man of skill in all Christian modes of physical science, and likewise familiar with whatever the savage people could teach, in respect to medicinal herbs and roots that grew in the forest. To say the truth, there was much need of a professional assistance, not merely for Hester herself, but still more urgently for the child, who, drawing in its sustenance from the maternal bosom, seemed to have drank in with it all the turmoil, the anguish and despair which pervaded the mother's system. It now writhed in convulsions of pain. It was a forcible type in its little frame of the moral agony which Hester Prynne had borne throughout the day. Closely following the jailer into the dismal apartment appeared that of an individual of single aspect, whose presence in the crowd had been of such deep interest to the wearer of the Scarlet Letter. He was lodged in the prison, not as suspect of any offense, but as the most convenient and suitable mode of disposing of him, until the magistrates could have conferred with the Indian Sagamores respecting his ransom. His name was announced as Roger Chillingworth. The jailer, after ushering him in the room, remained a moment, marveling at the comparative quiet that followed his entrance, for Hester Prynne had immediately become still as death, although the child continued to moan. "Prithee, friend, leave me alone with my patient," said the practitioner. "Trust me, good jailer, you shall briefly hasten your house, and I promise you, Mistress Prynne shall hereafter be more amenable to just authority than you may have ever found her hitherto before."
Everything was simultaneously.
"Nay, if your worship can accomplish that," answered Master Brackett, "I shall own you for a man of skill indeed. Verily the woman hath been like a possessed one, and there lacks little that I can take in hand to drive Satan out of her with stripes." The stranger had entered the room with a characteristic quietude of the profession to which he announced himself as belonging. Nor did his demeanor change when his withdrawal of the prison keeper left him face to face with a woman. His absorbed notice of him in the crowd had intimidated so close a relation between himself and her. His first care was given to the child, whose cries indeed, as she lay writhing on the trundle bed, made it of peremptory necessity to postpone all other businesses the task of soothing her. He examined the infant carefully and then proceeded to unclasp a leathern case, which he took from beneath his dress. It appeared to contain certain medicinal preparations, one of which he mingled with a cup of water. "My own studies in alchemy," observed he, "and my sojourn for above a year past among a people well versed in the kindly properties of simples, have made a better better physician of me than many that claim the medical degree. Here, woman, the child is yours. She is none of mine. Neither will she recognize my voice or aspect as her father's. Administer the straw, therefore, with thine own hand. Hester repelled the offer of medicine at the same time, gazing with strongly marked apprehension into his face. Wouldst thou avenge thyself on the innocent babe? Whispered she. Foolish woman, responded the physician, half coldly, half soothingly. I keep switching up their voices. What should ail me to harm this begotten and miserable babe? The medicine is potent for good, and were it my child, yea, mine own as well as thine, I could do no better for it. That's the accent I wanted him to have. As she hesitated, being in fact of no reasonable state of mind, she took the infant in his arms and himself administered the drop. It soon proved its efficacy and redeemed the leech's pledge. The moans of the little patient subsided, its convulsive tossings gradually ceased, and in a few moments, as the custom of young children after relief from pain, it sank into a profound and dewy slumber. The physician, as he had a fair right to be termed, next bestowed his attention on the mother. With calm and intense scrutiny, he felt her pulse, looked into her eyes, a gaze that made her heart shrink and shudder, because so familiar and yet so strange and cold. And finally, satisfied with the investigation, proceeded to mingle another draught.
Colorful butterflies shone.
I know not Leith nor Nepenthe, remarked he, but I have heard many new secrets in the wilderness, and here is one of them. A recipe taught that an Indian taught me, in requital of some lessons of my own, that were as old as Paracelsus. Drink it. It may be less soothing than a sinless conscience. That I cannot give thee, but it will calm the swell and heaving of thy passion, like oil thrown on the waves of a tempestuous sea. He presented the cup to Hester, who received it with a slow, earnest look into his face, not precisely a look of fear, yet full of doubt and questioning as to what his purpose might be. She looked also at her slumbering child. I have thought of death, said she. I have wished for it, would even have prayed for it if it were fit, such that I could pray for anything. Yet if death be in this cup, I bid thee think again. Ere thou beholdest me quaff it, see, it is even now in my lips. Drink then, replied he, still with the same cold composure. Dost thou know me so little, Hester Prynne, are my purposes wont to be so shallow? Even if I imagined a scheme of vengeance that I could do better for my object than to let thee live, than to give thee medicines against harm and peril of life, so that this burdening shame may still blaze upon thy bosom? That wasn't a question. As he spoke, he laid his long forefinger on the scarlet letter, which forthwith seemed to scorch into Hester's breast, as if it had been red hot. He noticed her involuntary gesture and smiled. Live therefore and bear about thy doom with thee in the eyes of men and women, in the eyes of him whom thou didst call thy husband, in the eyes of yonder child, and that thou mayest live, take of this draught. Without further expostulation or delay, Hester Prynne drained the cup, and at the motion of the man of skill, seated herself on the bed where the child was sleeping, while he drew the only chair which the room afforded, and took his own seat beside her. She could not but tremble at these preparations, for she felt, having now done all that humanity or principle, or if so it were, or fine cruelty impelled him to do, for the relief of physical suffering, he was next to treat with her as a man whom she had most deeply and irreparably injured.
I was wrong about Link sneaking up on me,
said he,
or I am right.
I ask not wherefore now how thou hast fallen into the pit, or say rather thou hast ascended to the pedestal of infamy on which I found thee. The reason is not far to seek. It was my folly and thy weakness. I, a man of thought, the bookworm of great libraries, a man already in decay, having given my best years to feed the hungry dream of knowledge, what had I to do with youth and beauty like thine own? Misshapen from my birth hour, how could I delude myself for the idea that intellectual gifts might veil physical deformity in a young girl's fantasy? Men call me wise. If sages were ever wise in their own behoof, I might have foreseen all this. I might have known that. that as I came out of the vast and dismal forest and entered the settlement of Christian men, the very first object to meet my eyes would be thyself, Hester Prynne, standing up, a statue of enormity before the people. Nay, from the moment when we came down the old church steps together, a married pair, I might have beheld the bale fire of that scarlet letter blazing at the end of our path. So is he her husband? Thou knowest, said Hester, for depressed as she was, she could not endure this last quiet stab at the token of her shame. Thou knowest, I was frank with thee. I felt no love, nor feigned any. True, replied he. It was my folly, I have said it. But up to that epoch of my life, I had lived in vain. The world had been so cheerless. My heart was a habitation large enough for many guests, but lonely and chill, and without a household fire. I longed to kindle one. It seemed not so wild a dream, old as I was, and sombre as I was, and misshapen as I was, that the simple bliss which is scattered far and wide, for all mankind to gather up, might yet be mine. And so, Hester, I drew thee into my heart, into the innermost chamber, and sought to warm thee by the warmth which thy presence made there. I have greatly wronged thee, murmured Hester. We have wronged each other, answered he. Mine was the first wrong, then I betrayed thy budding youth to a false and unnatural relation with my decay. Therefore, as a man who has not thought and philosophized in vain, I seek no vengeance, plot no evil against thee. Between thee and me, the scale hangs fairly balanced. But Hester, the man lives who has wronged us both. Who is he? Ask me not, replied Hester Prynne, looking firmly into his face, that thou shalt never know. Never sayest thou, rejoined he with a smile of dark and self-relying intelligence. Never know him, believe me, Hester. There are few things, whether in the outward world or to a certain depth in the invisible sphere of thought, few things hidden from the man who devotes himself earnestly and unreservedly to the selection of a mystery. Thou mayest cover up the secret from the prying multitude. Thou mayest conceal it too from ministers and magistrates, even though as thou didst today. And when they sought to wrench out the name out of thy heart and keep thee a partner on thy pedestal. But as for me, I come to the inquest with other senses than they possess. I shall seek this man as I have sought truth in books, as I have sought gold in alchemy. There is a sympathy that will make me conscious of him. I shall see him tremble. I shall feel myself shudder suddenly and unawares. Sooner or later, he must needs be mine. You can hear it. You can hear how bad I am at this accent. The eyes of the wrinkled scholar glowed so intensely upon her that Hester Prynne clasped her hands over her heart, dreading lest he should read the secrets there at once. Thou wilt not reveal his name. Not the less he is mine, resumed he with a look of confidence, as if destiny were at one with him. It bears no letter of infamy wrought to his garment, and thou dost. But I shall read it on his heart. Yet fear not for him. Think not that I shall interfere with heaven's own method of retribution, or to my own loss, betray him to the gripe of human law. Neither do thou imagine that I shall contrive aught against his life. No, nor against his fame. If, as I judge, he be a man of fair repute, let him live, let him hide himself in outward honor, if he may. Not the less he shall be mine. Thy acts are like mercy, said Hester, bewildered and appalled. But thy words are... Yeah, we're still the same person talking. But thy words interpret thee as terror. One thing thou that wast my wife, I would enjoin upon thee, continued the scholar. Thou hast kept the secret of thy paramour, keep likewise mine. There are none in this land that know me, breathe not to any human soul that thou didst ever call me husband. Here on this wild outskirt of the earth, I shall pitch my tent, for elsewhere, a wanderer and isolated from the human interest, I find here a woman, a man, a child, amongst whom and myself there exists the closest ligaments. No matter whether of love or hate, no matter whether of right or wrong. Thou and thine, Hester Prynne, belong to me. My home is where thou art, and where it is. Betray me not. Wherefore dost thou desire it? Inquired Hester, shrinking. He hardly knew why. From this secret bond. Why not announce thyself openly and cast me off at once? It may be, he replied, because I will not encounter the dishonor that besmirches the husband of a faithless woman. It may be for other reasons. Enough it is my purpose to live and die unknown. fled before thy husband, be to the world as one is already dead, and of whom no tidings shall ever come. Recognize me not by word, by sign, by look. Breathe not the sacred above all to the man thou wantest of. Shouldst thou fail me in this, beware. His fame, his position, his life will be in my hands. Beware. I will keep thy secret as I have his, said Hester. Swear it, rejoined he, and she took the oath. And now, Mistress Prynne, said old Roger Chillingsworth, as he was hereafter to be named, I leave thee alone with thy infant in the scarlet letter. How is it, Hester? Doth thy sentence bind thee to the wear the token in thy sleep? Art thou not afraid of nightmares and hideous dreams? Why dost thou smile so at me? Inquired Hester, troubled at the expression of his eyes. Art thou like a black man that haunts the forest around about us? Hast thou enticed me to a bond that will prove the ruin of my soul? Not thy soul, he answered with another smile. No, not thine. And that is the end of that chapter. Cool. And so by black man, they actually mean this little thing at the bottom here. It says the devil in Christian folklore, but it's also a reference to Native Americans and their religious beliefs. And the Puritans associated that with witchcraft. So the black man in the forest isn't like a black man in the forest, it's like the devil. So, not as much racism as you would initially get out of this book. Man, do I look shiny. Cool. So, what did we get out of this chapter? What happened with good old Mr. Chillingsworth and Hester Prynne here? So Hester's sitting in her cell. The jailer is like, man, this woman just needs to chill because she's freaking out and the baby's yelling. And she's dealing with the embarrassment of everything that happened that day. And so a doctor's called in, and the doctor happens to be Mr. Chillingsworth, the guy she recognized in the audience with the sloped shoulders. That guy. So Mr. Chillingsworth comes in, he's like, he talks to the jailer, he's like, this woman won't be that much of a problem anymore. After I'm done with her, she's gonna be a lot more settled out. And so the jailer's like, that'd be amazing, cool. And so he leaves, and Chillingsworth sits down, he's like, let's take care of this baby first. He like picks up the baby, and he's like, cool. And he like gets some potions and stuff, and he's like, I may have been a doctor before I was here in America, but when I've been in here in America, I've been learning all of the Native American ways to heal people, so I'm like double doctor. I tried to doctor twice and became a double doctor, and so now he's Doctor 2.0, and he starts mixing up this little potion-y thing. He's like, okay, give this to your baby. I don't want to do it because I'm not the baby's dad, and I don't want the baby associating me with a father figure. Hint, hint. And she's like, okay. And I don't remember if she actually does it or if he does it, because she was kind of super hesitant about this whole affair. And so let's just assume he actually ends up giving the baby the potion. And so the baby calms down, falls asleep, and he's like, you know I'm your husband, right? And she's like, yep, I know that. You're not dead. Like, nope, right here. Seems you abandoned me and then slept with somebody else. Kind of upset about that. And he said it in this terrible British accent that I've given him. And so he says, I kind of want revenge, but I don't want revenge in the way you think. I'm a good person, you know? Like, I understand that I was old when we first got together, and that your youth I shouldn't have tied down your youth, and that you ran from me or you separated from me in some way, and that was okay. So we went our separate ways and all that. But kind of upset with this dude you slept with. Kind of like, I get the you're fine. I understand why you left, but not so happy with the guy you slept with. Don't want to ruin his reputation. I don't want to kill him. Just want to know. Just want him to know that he's mine. And I'm not really sure what any of that means. But that's what he wants. He wants to get this guy, and he wants to say, I exist. That was my wife that you slept with, and you're going to hell. Basically, I think. That's how I'm interpreting this whole thing. And she's like, it's really merciful that you don't want to kill him, that you don't want to ruin his reputation. Still super creepy the way you're phrasing all this.
someone
Yep,
like
you are
Link
old. I did leave you. And he's like, cool.
Link was an unmannered hermit.
Well, be nicer, and if you're not going to tell me who this guy is, and she's like, I'm not going to tell you who this guy is. Like, then I'm, you know, if a guy commits himself to something enough, if he puts like all his effort into it, he can solve pretty much any mystery. So it's gonna come out eventually. So you should probably, I know you're not going to tell me, but like, telling me would simplify things a bit. And she's like, no. He's like, cool. Well, glad we have this chat. Nobody's going to die, but I'm definitely going to figure out who this guy is. And she's like, okay. And I think he leaves.
He started eating his toast.
He says he's gonna. It's inferred that he's gonna ruin his soul because he's like, I'm not gonna ruin your soul. She's like, you're not gonna ruin. Don't worry about it. He's gonna ruin this guy's soul, whoever it is. And so, yay, we did it. That was chapter 4, probably. Yep. And that's the end of that. So thanks for joining me, guys. Again, as always, if you have any questions at all, drop them down below. I can do a lot more analysis after I can like read Spark notes and summaries and stuff like that. And I'm sure everyone around you can also help you. You just have to ask the questions and say your thoughts. And
relatives and friends
bye. See you in the next chapter.
The respects to Zelda on her special day. But what was unexpected was one guest in particular. He was dressed in a white silk shirt with an unbuttoned stand-up collar and a gray jacket and pants made of cashmere. His shoes were shining black leather. He even had gotten a
hello and welcome back to Micah Reads. We are on chapter 5 of Scarlet Letter by that guy Nathaniel Hawthorne, and I'm excited to get you through it. So, chapter 5, Hester at her needle. Hester Prim's term of confinement was now at an end. Her prison door was thrown open, and she came forth into the sunshine, which, falling on all alike, seemed to her sick and morbid hard, as if it meant for no other purpose than to reveal the scarlet letter on her breast. Perhaps there was some more real torture in her first unattended footsteps from the threshold of the prison than ever in the procession and spectacle that had been described, where she was made the common infamy, by which all mankind was summoned to point his finger. Then she was supported by an unnatural tension of the nerves and by all the combative energy of her character, which enabled...
Well, what a pleasant surprise to see you here. The king was perfectly polite with all of Zelda's friends, but secretly Zelda knew that the king was concerned that this may interfere with his marriage plans for Zelda. After a bit of mingling, it was time for the king and Zelda to make their first public appearance. The room they were using had a balcony overlooking the marketplace, which was where the main party was taking place, and it had been in full swing for some time now. The marketplace was packed with people from all over Seoul and beyond, many familiar faces, many new ones, all having a fun time. There were games, contests, puppet shows, and live street performers and musicians, and lots of merchants. Even soldiers were on hand to keep an eye on everyone. As the king, Impa, and Princess Zelda made their way towards the balcony, it was then she saw the king first greet Harkonnen, and she instantly suspected he was the mystery man her father had in mind for her. Wearing his full dress uniform, he certainly looked impressive, with his long black hair tied in a short ponytail behind his head. A neat goatee rested underneath his long, somewhat pointed nose, and his eyes were serious and narrow. She disliked him instantly. She beckoned to Link to follow her. Part of her felt guilty using Link as a sort of marriage shield, but she was not coming up with any other ideas to get her out of her predicament, so she ignored
all
her guilt.
LibriVox recordings are in the public
As they
domain.
stepped out onto the balcony, the
For
people
more
below
information,
cheered.
or
Zelda
to
smiled
volunteer,
and waved as they cheered
visit
louder.
LibriVox.org.
She took Link's arm and held it close, clinging to him with a grip like a vice.
Carmilla,
I am not going to stand
by
next
J.
to Harkonnen,
Sheridan
she told
LaFanu.
herself. As was
Read by
customary,
Elizabeth
the king
Klett.
stepped forward to make a speech, and the noise subsided. Welcome to the
Prologue.
birthday party of Princess Zelda. Cheering
Upon a
ensued.
paper
As
attached
you
to the
all
narrative
know,
which
he continued
follows,
as the noise
Dr.
subsided,
Hesselius
she is
has
turning
written a
16
rather
today.
elaborate note,
And
which
a bit
he
later,
accompanies
I
with a
have an
reference to
important
his
announcement
essay on
concerning
the strange
her that I'm
subject
sure
which
many
the
of you have
manuscript
been expecting.
illuminates.
They cheered again.
This mysterious
Princess Zelda
subject he
faked a
treats
smile,
in that
since
essay
it seemed the appropriate
with
time
his
to smile.
usual learning
But it was a
and
little
acumen,
difficult to manage.
and with remarkable
But in the meantime,
directness and
it's time for the
condensation.
traditional fencing tournament.
It will
As
form
you all
but
know,
one volume
today
of
is
the
not
series
only
of
my
that
daughter's
extraordinary
birthday,
man's
but it is
collected
also the
papers.
anniversary of sealing Ganon,
As
King
I
Evil,
publish the
in the
case
Temple
in
of
this
Time.
volume, simply
Zelda
to
is the
interest
last
the
in a long
lady.
line of descendants
I
of
shall
the woman
forestall
who,
the intelligent
along with
lady
6
who
other
relates it
sages,
in nothing.
joined their power to
And after
seal
due
Ganon away
consideration,
forever.
I have
The crowd
determined, therefore,
definitely cheered
to
for that
abstain
remark.
from presenting any
Well, many
précis
of
of the
you
learned
have never
doctor's
known war.
reasoning,
You must
or extract
always
from
be
his
ready,
statement on a
which is
subject
why it
which
is
he
important to
describes
teach our
as
children swordplay
involving,
and to encourage
not
them to serve the
improbably,
crown.
some of the
Let the
profoundest
tournament begin.
arcana of our dual
The
existence
king turned to
and
Harkonnen.
its intermediates.
Would you do me the honor of representing the royal guard
I was
in the
anxious on
competition?
discovering
I
this
have heard
paper
only the best things
to reopen
about
the
your talents with
correspondence
the sword.
commenced by Dr.
Harkonnen
Vesalius so
smiled and
many
agreed.
years before,
All in good fun,
with a person so
Harkonnen
clever
added.
and careful as
He
his
removed his
informant
jacket,
seems to have been.
spun over the railing, and,
Much to my
dropping himself
regret,
to
however,
hang from the floor of the
I
balcony,
found that she
he
had
let go
died in
and
the
fell
interval.
gracefully to the cobbled street below.
She
Show
probably
off,
could have
Zelda
added
thought
little to the
herself.
narrative which she
As much
communicates
as
in the
Princess
following
Zelda
pages,
disliked Harkonnen,
with, so
this
far
was
as I
her
can
favorite
pronounce,
part of her
such
birthday parties.
conscientious
While secretly she knew
particularity.
she could probably be quite respectable in such a competition, she just enjoyed watching. People from
Chapter
all
1.
over Hyrule and beyond showed
An
off
early
their strange
fright.
yet effective swordplay techniques, and it was fascinating.
In
to see.
Styria, we,
Harkonnen
though by
was
no
not at all
means
bad
magnificent
either, Zelda
people,
admitted to herself.
inhabit a castle
Zelda observed
or
that he
schloss.
frequently bested and disarmed
A
his
small
opponents
income in that
opening
part of
moments
the
the
world
match,
goes a great
with
way.
minimal display of effort.
800 or 900
As
a
it
year
became
does
clear that
wonders.
Harkonnen was a front runner,
Scantily
he began
enough,
calling for
ours would have
volunteers.
answered among wealthy
Can no
people
one
at
stand up
home.
to the royal guard? A
My
soldier
father
yelled
is
mockingly.
English, and
Zelda
I bear
smiled
an
to
English
herself
name,
impishly.
although I never
Not that
saw
it mattered,
England.
but she would like to see
But
the look
here,
on Harkonnen's
in
face
this
after
lonely
having
and
amassed a
primitive
fling.
place,
Come to think
where
of it, she
everything is
thought,
so
I would
marvelously
like to see
cheap,
my father's face as
I
well.
really don't see how ever so
Zelda
much
turned to
more
me.
money would be at all
I know
materially
you don't
adding to our
usually care for
comforts,
this sort of thing,
or even
but
luxuries.
would you do it for me? She asked.
My father was in the Austrian
Link had long
service
given up on
and
seeking
retired
fame
upon a
solely for
pension in
himself.
his patrimony,
If you want to be
and
popular,
purchased this
he
feudal
would not
residence
live
and the
life
small
of a
estate on
hermit
which
in
it
the forest of
stands.
Hyrule.
A
But
bargain.
Zelda need not ask him
Nothing
twice.
can be more
He would do
picturesque
anything for
or
her, and
solitary.
besides, he had been intrigued
It stands
by
on
watching
a slight
Harkonnen's talents.
eminence in a
He had not
forest.
faced such a worthy
The
adversary in
road, very
quite a while.
old and narrow,
So,
passes in
though
front
no
of its
pride showed on
drawbridge,
his face,
never
he
raised in
nodded
my
and
time,
removed his jacket.
and its moat, stocked with
Laying upon a
perch,
nearby chair,
and sailed
he took
over by
one
many
step
swans,
and, quite suddenly
and floating on its
unexpectedly,
surface, white
sprung into
fleets
the air
of water
and forward
lilies.
flipped over the railing, flipping
Over
one more
all
time
this,
through
the
the air to
schloss
land
shows
on the
its
cobbled street
many-windowed
below.
front,
The crowd
its
gasped,
towers,
then
and its
cheered
Gothic
wildly.
chapel.
The king frowned, not
The
sure what to
forest
make of Link.
opens in an
With a
irregular
smile.
and very
She was
picturesque
looking
glade
forward to
before
seeing
its
the match
gate,
between Link
and at the
Harkonnen,
right,
not
a
sure
steep
what to
Gothic
expect.
bridge carries
She
the
had heard
road
of
over a
Link's
stream
skills
that
many
winds in
times
deep
from Zelda,
shadow through the
but was
wood.
never sure whether Zelda was
I have said that this
exaggerating
is
or
a
not.
very lonely
We
place.
have a new challenge.
Judge whether I say
yelled,
truth.
egging the crowd
Looking
on
from the
to
hall
even
door
greater
towards
levels
the
of
road,
volume.
the forest in which
before,
our
several
castle
matches
stands
had been
extends
taking place
15 miles to the
simultaneously in
right
different corners of the
and
marketplace,
12 to the left.
including matches for different age
The
groups,
nearest
such as
inhabited
sword
village is
swinging
about
youngsters.
7 of your
For
English
this
miles
match,
to the
the crowd
left.
instinctively
The
cleared a
nearest
large
inhabited
space in
schloss
the
of
middle
any
the
historic
marketplace,
associations
and everyone prepared to
is
give
that
this
of
match
old
their
General
full attention.
Spielsdorf,
A man
nearly
came and
20
gave Link his
miles
choice
away
of
to the
wooden
right.
swords. Link picked a medium weight blade.
I
and
have
gave it a
said
couple of
the
practice
nearest
swings.
inhabited
He was
village,
ready.
because
He
there
looked
is
across the
only
arena
3
for
miles
Harkonnen.
westward,
Harkonnen did
that
not
is
seem
to say,
concerned.
in the direction of General
Just as well,
Spielsdorf
he will not see
Schloss,
this coming,
a
Link
ruined
told himself.
village with its
Noticing that he
quaint
was starting
little
to take this
church,
match
now
and
roofless,
himself a bit too
in the
seriously,
aisle of which are
Link
the
smiled a
mouldering
goofy
tombs
smile
of the
and
proud
turned in a
family of
circle, greeting the crowd with
Karnstein,
waves.
now extinct,
They cheered,
who
as
once
always.
owned the equally
That's better.
desolate
I should
chateau,
not take this too
which,
seriously.
in the thick of the
It is
forest,
just a game,
overlooks
he
the
told
silent
himself.
ruins of the
But he
town.
only half believed it. Harkonnen stepped towards the middle of the ring. And Link
Respecting the
followed suit.
cause of the
They
desertion
bowed out
of this
courtesy,
striking
Harkonnen
and
began
melancholy
circling
spot,
Link.
there is a
In most
legend
of
which
his
I
other
shall
matches,
relate to
Link had
you
noticed,
another time.
Harkonnen's opponents had rushed, hoping to catch him off guard.
I must
They were
tell you
playing
now
right into
how
his
very
hands
small
and
is the
often
party
lost
who
footing.
constitute the inhabitants of our
Link was
castle.
in no hurry.
I don't
As a few
include
moments
servants,
passed, the impatient
or those
crowd
dependents
turned
who
their anger at
occupy
Harkonnen.
rooms in the buildings
Why should
attached
he
to
be
the
afraid of this
schloss.
stranger when he beat
Listen
everyone
and
else, they
wonder.
wondered.
My
However,
father,
the
who is the
proudest taunting
kindest
had no
man on
effect
earth,
Harkonnen's
but
resolve
growing
and
old.
patience. Fine,
And
if you will not attack
at the
first,
date of my
I will.
story, only
But
19.
carefully, Link told himself.
8
Link
years
sprung
have
forward,
passed
bringing
since
his sword
then.
from overhead down at an angle towards Harkonnen, who
I
pouted.
and my father
Then, continuing
constituted the
fierce
family at
combination
the
of swings,
Schloss.
extending
My
each
mother,
strike
a
with a
Styrian
feral
lady,
cry, each
died in
louder
my
than the one
infancy,
before.
But I had a good-natured governess who had been with me from, I might almost say, my infancy. I could not remember the time when her fat, benignant face was not a familiar picture in my memory. This was Madame Perrodon, a native of Berne, whose care and good nature now in part supplied to me the loss of my mother, whom I do not even remember, so early I lost her. She made a third at our little dinner party. There was a fourth, Mademoiselle de la Fontaine, a lady such as you term, I believe, a finishing governess. She spoke French and German, Madame Perrodon French and broken English, to which my father and I added English, which, partly to prevent its becoming a lost language among us, and partly from patriotic motives, we spoke every day. The consequence was a babble, at which strangers used to laugh, and which I shall make no attempt to reproduce in this narrative. And there were 2 or 3 young lady friends besides, pretty nearly of mine own age, who were occasional visitors for longer or shorter terms, and these visits I sometimes returned. These were our regular social resources. But of course there were chance visits from neighbors of only 5 or 6 leagues distance. My life was, notwithstanding, rather a solitary one, I can assure you. My gouvernante had just so much control over me as you might conjecture such sage persons would have in the case of a rather spoiled girl, whose only parent allowed her pretty nearly her own way in everything.
I'll smash in your puny
the
skull,
first
boy.
Occurrence in my existence,
He growled and
which
came
produced
at
a
Link with
terrible
everything.
impression
Link,
upon my
well
mind,
athletic and strong for
which,
his age,
in fact,
was
never
nowhere
has
near
been
as strong as
effaced,
Harkonnen.
was
Link,
one of the
being
very
only a boy of
earliest
roughly
incidents of
15
my
years,
life which I
was
can
probably
recollect.
outweighed by Harkonnen by at
Some
least
people think
75
it so
pounds.
trifling that
He
it should not be
towered over him.
recorded here.
At first, Link tried
You
to
will
block
see,
Harkonnen's
however,
blows
by
directly,
and by,
but soon gave
why
that up as
I
a
mention
tactic,
it.
as each blow was delivered
The
with
nursery,
such
as it was
staggering
called,
force,
though I
the
had it all
resulting
to myself,
vibrations through his wood
was a
sword
large
stung
room in the
Link's
upper
fingers
story of the
intensely,
castle with a steep
despite his
oak
firm
roof.
grip. Instead,
I can't
Link
have been more than
deflected
6
the
years
blows,
old,
indirectly,
when
by
one night I
and
awoke,
when he got a split
and looking round the
opportunity,
room from my
did a
bed,
backflip,
failed to
putting
see the
some much
nursery
needed
maid.
space between him and his
Neither
enraged
was my
aggressor,
nurse there,
giving himself a moment
and I
to
thought
think.
myself alone.
A moment was
I was
all
not
he could get,
frightened,
as Harkonnen
for I was one of
immediately
those
continued his
happy
savage
children
assault.
who are studiously
Link's
kept
mind
in
raced.
ignorance of
When
ghost
was the last
stories,
time he
of
used a
fairy
jam like
tales,
this?
and of
Against
all
an
such
opponent
lore
who
as makes us
has me
cover up our
outmatched
heads
in
when the
almost
door
every way,
cracks
he
suddenly,
asked himself.
or the flicker of an
Link was
expiring
beginning to
candle
feel
makes the
fatigued.
shadow of a
And then it
bedpost
occurred to
dance
him,
upon the wall
Harkonnen
near
probably
to our
was
faces.
too, even if he did not show
I was
it.
vexed and
So Link
insulted
just
at
held
finding
on,
myself, as I
dodging and
conceived,
blocking as long as he
neglected,
could.
and
If
I
he could
began
not
to
beat
whimper,
Harkonnen, he could at
preparatory
least
to a
outlast
hearty
him.
bout of roaring,
And, sure enough,
when to my
despite Harkonnen's
surprise,
exceptional
I
skill,
saw a solemn
Link
but very
started to
pretty
notice cracks
face
in the
looking at me
armor
from
of
the
his
side of the
technique.
bed.
Perhaps an
It was that of a
opportunity
young
here,
lady
a misstep there,
who was kneeling with her
Link
hands
observed
under
as
the
he
coverlet.
deflected blow after blow.
I looked
Still,
at her with a
I will
kind
wait
of
for the perfect
pleased
moment.
wonder,
I will only
and
get one
ceased
shot at this,
whimpering.
Link concluded.
She caressed
Then,
me with her
leaning forward,
hands,
he rolled
and lay
the
down
proverbial
beside
dice.
me on the bed, and
He
drew
spun
me
his sword
towards
around
her,
Harkonnen's with
smiling.
unusual speed and
I felt
force,
immediately
almost signaling in
delightfully
advance that Link
soothed
was
and
about
fell
to make
asleep
his move.
again.
It was as if Link
I was
almost
wakened by a
daring Harkonnen to
sensation,
stop him,
as if two
knowing full
needles
well that
ran into my
Harkonnen was more
breast very
exhausted
deep
than
at
he
the
was
same
letting show.
moment, and I
As
cried
Harkonnen's blade
loudly.
was spun in a
The
clockwise
lady
circle,
started back,
Link
with
released
her
his
eyes
sword lock
fixed on
and
me,
brought the flat of his
and then
blade
slipped
in
down
a
upon the
downward
floor,
motion into
and,
the
as
back
I
of
thought,
Harkonnen's cap,
hid herself
just
under
below
the
the
bed.
knee, sweeping Harkonnen's feet out
I was
from
now,
under
for
him.
the first
But
time,
Link
frightened,
did not stop.
and I
In
yelled
fact,
with all my
without the
might and
slightest bit
main.
of hesitation,
Nurse,
even
nursery
before
maid,
Harkonnen had
housekeeper,
landed on the
all
cobbled
came running
street,
in,
Link
and hearing my
leaped high,
story, they made
straight
light
into
of
the
it,
air,
soothing
gathered
me
all
all
of
they
his
could
weight,
meanwhile.
and focused into a downward
But,
finishing blow.
child as I
Harkonnen landed
was,
with a heavy
I could
thud,
perceive
and
that their
before he could
faces
lift
were
his blade in
pale with an
defense,
unwonted look of
Link's knee came
anxiety,
down on his chest,
and I saw them
his
look
sword
under the
came to a
bed and
sudden
about the
halt,
room,
just before
and peep under
Harkonnen's neck.
tables and pluck
It was
open
over,
cupboards,
and Harkonnen
and
was
the
beaten.
housekeeper whispered to the
Realizing
nurse,
his defeat,
"Lay
Harkonnen
your
regained
hand
his
along that
composure.
hollow in the bed.
Perhaps I can save face
Someone did
and
lie there,
lose with a little
so
cluck,"
sure as you
he
did
told
not.
himself.
The
Getting to
place
his
is
feet,
still
he shook Link's hand, as if he were the
I remember
referee,
the nursery maid
and raised
petting
it up,
me,
signaling
and all
Link
three examining my
He smiled
chest,
and patted
where I
Link on the
told
back.
them I felt the
It
puncture,
was then that the
and pronouncing
king
that there
thought
was
the
no
moment
sign
right.
visible that any such
Let's
thing
hear
had
it for
happened to me.
Harkonnen, as humble and dignified in defeat
The housekeeper
as
and
he
the
is
two
in
other
victory.
servants who were in charge of the
Crow's
nursery
response was less than
remained sitting up
enthusiastic.
all night,
Why is the king
and from
calling
that
for
time a
recognition
servant
for
always
Harkonnen
sat up in the
Link's
nursery
moment
until
of
I was
triumph?
about 14.
The king continued, I have nothing
I was
but the
very
utmost
nervous for a
respect
long
and
time
admiration
after
for
this.
Harkonnen, as he has
A doctor
distinguished
was
himself
called
in
in.
my service
He
as
was
an honorable
pallid
warrior
and
and a
elderly.
trusted ally.
How
Over the
well
past
I
few
remember
years,
his long,
Harkonnen has
saturnine
become
face,
less like a soldier
slightly
to me
pitted with
and more like a
smallpox,
son.
and his chestnut wig.
And so it is with great
For a good
pleasure
while,
and pride
every
that I
second
announce
day,
to you
he
all
came
that
and
I
gave
have
me medicine,
asked Harkonnen
which of
to
course
consider
I
taking
hated.
my beloved daughter, Princess
The morning
Zelda,
after I
in the
saw
holy
this
bonds of
apparition, I was in a state
and
of
he
terror,
has agreed.
and could not bear to be
Trust
left
me, ladies and
alone,
gentlemen,
daylight
there
though
is
it
no
was for a moment.
more fitting choice in all
I
of
remember
Yule
my
for
father
the man
coming
who
up
will
and
take
standing at the
Zelda's hand in
bedside,
marriage,
and talking
in
cheerfully,
time
and
succeed
asking the
me
nurse
as
a number
king
of questions,
Yule.
and laughing
The
very
suddenness of the
heartily at one of the
announcement caught all
answers,
present off
and
guard.
patting me on the
But the
shoulder
crowd
and kissing
warmed
me,
quickly to the
and telling me
idea
not
of
to
an
be
upcoming wedding
frightened,
for
that it was
Princess
nothing but a
Zelda,
dream
and all the
and
party
could not
that
hurt me.
entails. The noise
But I
level of
was not
rejoicing rose.
comforted,
Harkonnen
for I
threw his
knew the
arm
visit
over
of the
Link's
strange
shoulder
woman was
and
not
smiled
a
at him.
dream, and
Let's
I was
rejoin them up on that
awfully
balcony
frightened.
and see how Zelda is taking the good
I was a
news,
little
shall we?
consoled by the
Link
nursery
nodded.
maids assuring me that it
Harkonnen
was she
continued.
who had come and looked
Say,
at me,
where did you learn
and
to
lain
fight
down
like
beside
that?
me in the
We
bed,
could use a boy
and that I
like
must
you
have
in
been
the Royal
half
Guard.
dreaming not to have
Link
known her
shrugged.
face.
He had not really learned
But
his sword
this,
fighting
though
all in one
supported
place,
by the
so he's
nurse,
not
did
sure how
not
to answer.
quite
The
satisfy
two
me.
of them passed by the guards and into the building.
I remembered in
and
the
walked
course
up
of
the
that
stairs
day
towards the second
a
floor.
venerable old
On
man
the
in a black
balcony,
cassock,
the king shook
coming
Link's
into the
hand
room
and
with the nurse and
congratulated him,
housekeeper,
leaving
and
Harkonnen
talking
to
a little
approach
to
Princess
them,
Zelda.
and very kindly to
Harkonnen
me.
took Zelda's hand.
His
and
face
she
was
smiled
very
at him.
sweet and
But as he
gentle,
leaned in to kiss
and he
the
told me
princess,
they were
she
going
turned
to
away,
pray,
and her smile
and joined
vanished.
my hands
The
together,
crowd took notice
and
from the
desired me to
marketplace
say
below.
softly while
I
they were
cannot continue
praying,
this for the sake of appearances.
Lord, hear all
Zelda
good
told herself.
prayers for us,
There is
for
no way I will
Jesus'
marry
sake.
Harkonnen while my heart belongs
I
to
think
Link,
those were
she
the
thought.
very words,
She
for I
walked to
often
Link and
repeated
took
them
his
to
hand.
myself,
She turned to
and my
address the
nurse used for
marketplace
years
with
to
him
make
at
me
her
say
side.
them in my prayers.
My dear people, she began.
I remembered
Thank you so much
well
for attending my
the
birthday
thoughtful,
celebration.
sweet face
I
of
am
that
grateful to
white-haired
each
old
and every
man
one of you,
in his
and I have
black
been having the
cassock,
most wonderful time.
as he stood in that
But her
rude,
expression turned
lofty,
more serious.
brown room with the
I
clumsy
may live in the
furniture of a
palace
fashion
with my head in the
300 years
clouds,
old about
the crowd
him,
laughed lightly.
and the
But that
scanty
is
light
not the same
entering
as
its
living under
shadowy
a rock.
atmosphere through the
I
small
know
lattice.
that there has been much talk
He
of my
kneeled,
getting married,
and the three
now it
women with
seems
him,
even the king is
and he
believing
prayed
it.
aloud with an earnest,
The crowd got
quavering
dead
voice
silent.
for what
The truth
appeared
is,
to me a
I'm
long
not ready to be
time.
married, not to anyone.
I forget all my life
As
preceding
flattered
that
as I am
event,
by Harkonnen's interest
and for
in
some
me,
time
is
after
a
it is
proposal
all
that I cannot
obscure
accept.
also.
He deserves a girl
But the
who is
scenes I
capable
have
of
just
giving him her
described
full
stand
heart.
out,
Someday,
vivid
maybe
as the
someday soon,
isolated pictures
I imagine I will be
of the
ready for marriage.
phantasmagoria
And when I am,
surrounded
I
by
promise that I will
darkness.
love that person completely and forever. She looked at Link, half happy to have gotten that out, but half sad that she did not say more. Zelda was sad that she could not announce her love for Link, as she had planned. Something was telling her the timing was all wrong. She finished, saying, "That is all." What happened next came suddenly and without warning. Harkonnen,
This is a
interestingly,
LibriVox
seemed
recording.
strangely unemotional about
All
both what had
LibriVox
just
recordings
happened
are in the public
and what was
domain.
beginning to happen. He
For
remained
more
calm,
information
serious,
or to volunteer,
unreadable. There were
visit
scattered shouts of agony from different corners of the marketplace, and soldiers began to fall. Zelda screamed in terror, followed quickly by the crowd, and panic
Carmilla,
ensued. It was an
by
ambush.
J. Sheridan
From the
LaFanne.
ranks of the previously joyful spectators
Read by
came
Elizabeth
assassins,
Klett.
brandishing small, hidden blades and dispatching soldiers systematically
Chapter 2.
with ruthless skill and
A
without
guest.
mercy. Of everyone else present, only Impa seemed to keep a cool
I am
head.
now going
She
to tell you
protectively grabbed
something
Princess
so
Zelda
strange
and, jumping off
that
the
it will
railing,
require
carried
all
Zelda
your
to the
faith
roof of
in
the
my
building in an
veracity to
instant.
believe my story.
Then they were gone.
It is not
As the
only
man
true,
began climbing to the
nevertheless,
outside railing
but
of the
truth
balcony,
of which I have
holding
been
a
an
knife made of
eyewitness.
bone, Link swiftly kicked him in the face,
It was a
sending him
sweet summer
crashing to the street
evening,
below.
and my father
Link knew
asked
of
me,
Impa's
as he
loyalty
sometimes sometimes did,
to
take a little ramble with him along that beautiful forest vista which I have mentioned as lying in front of the Schloss.
Announcement that she would not marry Harkonnen.
General Spielsdorf cannot come to us so soon as I had hoped. said
doing
my
nothing
father,
and
as
showing
we
no
pursued
remorse
our
that the
walk.
royal guard was being slaughtered all
He
around
was to have
him.
paid us a visit
Link
of
had no
some
time
weeks,
to worry about hearkening.
and we had expected his arrival next day.
Springing to the roof in close
He was to have
pursuit.
brought with him a young lady,
By the gods,
his
Impa
niece
moves
and
fast,
ward,
Link told
Mademoiselle
himself, barely
Reinfeldt,
catching a
whom I had
glimpse of
never
Impa,
seen,
with Zelda
but
in
whom
her
I had
arms,
heard described as a
disappearing
very
over the far
charming
side of the
girl,
rooftop.
and in
Swinging
whose
down from
society
a
I had
rope she
promised
apparently
myself many
had
happy
grapple
days.
hooked into a nearby open window.
I was more
She
disappointed
was
than a
making
young
a
lady
dash for
living
the
in a
safety of the
town
palace,
or a
Link told
bustling
himself.
neighborhood can possibly
Sprinting to the edge of the
imagine.
rooftop, Impa
This
had
visit,
just left.
and the
Link
new
looked all
acquaintance
around,
it promised,
determined to make a
had
decision
furnished my
quickly rather
daydream
than
for many
carefully.
weeks.
Hardly pausing for more than a second, Link
And how
jumped
soon
from the
does he
roof to
come?
the ledge
I
underneath
asked.
the row of windows on the second
Not till
floor.
autumn.
Only
Not for 2
staying
months,
on
I
the
dare
ledge
say, he
half a
answered.
second to partially
And I
break
am
his
very
fall.
glad now,
He jumped
dear, that you
again,
never knew
landing on the
Mademoiselle
street
Reinfeldt.
below with a forward shoulder
And
roll.
why? I asked.
It was only then that
mortified
Link
and
realized he
curious.
had unconsciously been holding
Because
the
the
wooden
poor young
sword
lady
this
is
whole
dead,
time.
he replied.
Carrying the sword was
I
second
quite
nature
forgot
to
I had
him,
not told you.
and he only
But you were
now
not in the room when
realized
I
that it
received the
may come in
general's
handy.
letter this evening.
Looking ahead, Link saw the problem.
I was very much
Princess
shocked.
Zelda and Impa
General
had reached their dead
Spielsdorf had
end.
mentioned in his
Someone
first
had
letter,
closed the palace's
6 or
outer
7
gates
weeks
when
before,
they were not
that she
opening
was
yet.
not so well
On
as he
top
would
of
wish
that,
her. But
since
there
it
was nothing to suggest the
situated in a
remotest
canyon with
suspicion
tall
of
rock
danger.
walls, Zelda and Impa were trapped. Their
Here
only
is the
escape
general's
back the way
letter,
they
he
had
said,
come,
handing it to
into the
me.
cruel marketplace
I am
and through an
afraid
army
he is
of
in great
assassins.
affliction. The letter
It was here
appears
they
to
would
me
have
to
to
have
make
been
their
written
stand.
very nearly in
Good of you to
distraction.
join us, Link. I think those skills of yours are about to come in
We
handy,
sat down
Impa
on a
said.
rude bench,
Princess
under a
Zelda
group of
wrapped her arms
magnificent
around him
lime
and kissed
trees.
him, tears
The
streaming down
sun
his
was setting
cheeks.
with all its
She had failed
melancholy
to show her
splendor
love for
behind
Link
the silver
earlier that
horizon,
day, and it was a mistake
and the
she
stream that
apparently was
flows
not
beside
to
our
duplicate.
home and
Link
passes
felt a
under the
tinge of
steep old
melancholy.
bridge I have
He
mentioned,
realized that he had
wound through many a
often
group of
wanted
noble
Zelda to kiss
trees,
him like
almost
that,
at our feet,
but never under
reflecting
such
in its
tragic
current the
circumstances.
fading crimson of the
Their
sky.
chances of survival seemed slim.
General
And a
Spielsdorf's
crowd
letter
of
was
assassins
so
approached,
extraordinary,
being led by a
so
cloaked figure
vehement,
and followed
and in
closely
some
by
places
Harkonnen.
so
Apparently, he was
self-contradictory,
showing his true
that I
colors,
read it
Link thought.
twice over,
The
the
cloaked
second
figure
time
pulled
aloud
back
to my
its hood,
father,
revealing long,
and was still
jet
unable
black
to
hair
account for
and
it,
black markings around
except
her
by
eyes.
supposing
She
that
was
grief
like
had
a
unsettled
Sheikah,
his
the
mind.
sworn protectors of the royal family,
It
only
said,
not. Something was off about
I have
her.
lost my darling
Here,
daughter.
take this, Link,
for
he
as
said,
such I
handing
loved
him
her.
a steel short sword.
During the last days of
He
dear
actually
Bertha's
preferred the
illness,
wooden
I was
sword,
not able to
so he
write
decided
to
to
you.
wield the short sword in his left
Before
hand
then, I had
and the
no
wooden sword in
idea
his
of her
right.
danger.
Zelda wielded
I have
her favorite
lost her,
dagger, as
and
lethal
now
as it was
learn
beautiful.
all too late.
Impa held nothing, but somehow
She
Link
died in the
knew she
peace
could
of
have
innocence,
any number of weapons
and in the
ready
glorious
an instant.
hope of a blessed
Zelda,
futurity.
Impa, and Link glanced
The
at each
fiend
other,
who
and then
betrayed
at the
our
woman.
infatuated
Who are you?
hospitality has
asked
done it
Zelda.
all.
My
I
name
thought
is
I was
Mirai,
receiving into
she
my
said,
house
her voice
innocence,
steely and
gaiety,
cold.
a charming
Hand over
companion for my
Princess
lost
Zelda,
Bertha.
and we will let you live.
Heavens, what a
What do you
fool have
want
I
with her?
been!
Impa asked. We are loyal to the true
I
king of
thank
Hyrule,
God my
Ganon.
child
We
died
know
without
that
a
Zelda
suspicion
is
of
the
the
key
cause
to
of her
restoring Ganon
sufferings.
to power.
She
We
is
will
gone
have
without
her
so
as
much
your
as
secret, or we
conjecturing
will
the
kill
nature
you
of
all.
her
It's
illness
your choice.
and the accursed passion of
Both
the
Mirai
agent
and
of all this
Harkonnen
misery.
shared the same
I
expression,
devote my remaining
a cold,
days to tracking
lethal
and
gaze
extinguishing
with
a
the bloodlust
monster.
lying just beneath the surface.
I am told I may
Zelda
hope to
stepped forward.
accomplish my
No,
righteous
stay
and
back,
merciful
ordered
purpose.
Impa. Zelda turned
At present
around.
there is
They have
scarcely a
archers,
gleam of light to
argued
guide
Zelda.
me.
They have an
I
army,
curse my
and we are
conceited
cornered.
incredulity,
You live because they
my
allow it.
despicable affectation
directly
of
at Impa.
superiority, my
This is my
blindness,
decision.
my
We
obstinacy,
are beaten
all
for now.
too late.
You will serve Hyrule best by surviving.
I
She
cannot
looked at
write
Link.
or talk collectively
Goodbye, my love.
now. I am
Mirai disarmed
distracted.
Princess Zelda.
So soon
bound
as I
her
shall
wrists
have
and
a little
ankles,
recovered,
and took her onto a black horse.
I
and
mean
rode
to
off,
devote
back
myself for a
towards the
time to
marketplace,
enquiry,
and presumably
which may
away from
possibly
Hyrule.
lead me as far as
A number
Vienna.
of their ranks followed on
Sometime in the
horseback
autumn,
to provide
2
a
months
protected
hence,
escort,
or earlier
leaving
if I
Harkonnen
live.
and a still
I will
formidable
see
number
you.
of assassins
That is,
behind
if
with
you
Link
permit
and
me.
Impa.
I will then
I'm never
tell
going to
you
forgive
all that I
myself for
scarce
letting her
dare
go,
put upon
Impa
paper
said under her
now.
breath. She and Link,
Farewell.
standing in front of the closed inner
Pray
gate
for
of
me,
Cruel
dear
Palace,
friend.
were trapped between two walls of high rock canyon.
In these
The traitorous
terms ended
Harkonnen,
this
leading a
strange
group of
letter.
merciless assassins, blocked
Though
their
I had
only
never
path to
seen
escape,
Bertha
a lethal
Reinfeld, my
look in their
eyes
evil
filled with
eyes.
tears at the sudden
Harkonnen smiled.
intelligence,
Now about that
I was
offer to let
startled,
you both live,
as
he
well as
began.
profoundly
It was utter crap.
disappointed.
I am going to enjoy
The sun
teaching
had
you a
now
lesson,
set,
boy.
and it was
Slowly,
twilight by the time I had
painfully,
returned
until
the
you
general's
learn,
letter to my
until
father.
you die, he said, looking at Link.
It was a soft, clear evening, and we loitered, speculating upon the possible meanings of the violent and incoherent sentences which I had just been reading.
From above,
we had nearly a mile to walk before reaching the road that passes the Schloss in front, and by that time the moon was shining brilliantly. At the drawbridge we met Madame Perrodon and Mademoiselle de la Fontaine, who had come out without their bonnets to enjoy the exquisite moonlight. We heard their voices gabbling in animated dialogue as we approached. We joined them at the drawbridge and turned about to admire with them the beautiful scene. The glade through which we had just walked lay before us. At our left, the narrow road wound away under clumps of lordly trees and was lost to sight amid the thickening forest. At the right, the same road crosses the steep and picturesque bridge, near which stands a ruined tower which once guarded that pass. And beyond the bridge, an abrupt eminence rises, covered with trees, and showing in the shadows some gray, ivy-clustered rocks. Over the sward and low grounds, a thin film of mist was stealing like smoke, marking the distances with a transparent veil. And here and there we could see the river faintly flashing in the moonlight.
Dropping his attackers with startling speed.
No softer,
with his
sweeter scene could be imagined.
Harkonnen turned his attention to
the news I had just heard made it melancholy,
you, old fool.
But nothing could disturb its character of profound serenity and the enchanted glory and vagueness of the prospect.
The king swung his long sword for Harkonnen's head, who ducked.
My father, who enjoyed the picturesque, and I stood looking in silence over the expanse beneath us. The two good governesses, standing a little way behind us, discoursed upon the scene and were eloquent upon the moon.
But they were not in time to save his life.
Madame Perrodon was fat, middle-aged, and romantic, and talked and sighed poetically. Mademoiselle de la Fontaine, in right of her father, who was a German, assumed to be psychological, metaphysical, and something of a mystic, now declared that when the moon shone with a light so intense, it was well known that it indicated a special spiritual activity.
The king still standing.
The effect of the full moon in such a state of brilliancy was manifold. It acted on dreams. It acted on lunacy. It acted on nervous people. It had marvelous physical influences connected with life. Mademoiselle related that her cousin, who was mate of a merchant ship, having taken a nap on deck on such a night, lying on his back, with his face full in the light of the moon, had wakened after a dream of an old woman clawing him by the cheek, with his features horribly drawn to one side, and his countenance had never quite recovered its equilibrium.
With my head wasn't as true as what Zelda knew,
she said,
about you,
is full of idyllic and magnetic influence. And see, when you look behind you at the front of the Schloss, how all its windows flash and twinkle with that silvery splendor, as if unseen hands had lighted up the rooms to receive fairy guests. There are indolent styles of the spirits in which, indisposed to talk ourselves, the talk of others is pleasant to our listless ears. And I gazed on, pleased with the tinkle of the ladies' conversation.
Inches away from resurrecting Ganon, king of evil.
I have got into one of my moping moods tonight, said my father, after a silence.
I know what you were thinking.
In quoting Shakespeare, whom, by way of keeping up our English, he used to read aloud, he said, in truth, I know not why I am so sad. It wearies me. You say it wearies you, but how I got it, came by it,
like the Sheikah people,
I forget the rest.
The royal family of fools.
But I feel as if some great misfortune were hanging over us. I suppose the poor general's afflicted letter has had something to do with it.
To bring her plans to fruition.
At this moment, the unwanted sound of carriage wheels and many hoofs upon the road arrested our attention. They seemed to be approaching from the high ground overlooking the bridge, and very soon the equipage emerged from that point. Two horsemen first crossed the bridge, then came a carriage drawn by 4 horses, and 2 men rode behind.
Wow,
it
that was
seemed
the
to
most
be the
impressive
traveling
fanfiction
carriage of
I've
a
read
person
since
of rank, and we were all immediately
I've ever read.
absorbed in watching that very
Maybe when our fellow
unusual
witches share
spectacle.
their art, we should
It
check it
became,
out.
in a few
Because
moments,
just
greatly
like a
more
good witch
interesting.
breathes imagination
For just as the
into
carriage had
her
passed
bedroom,
the summit
our
of the steep
friends
bridge,
breathe a little bit
one of
their
the leaders,
heart
taking
into
fright,
their words,
communicated his
sculptures,
panic to the
pictures,
rest,
etc.
and after a plunge or two, the
Maybe
whole
they're trying to
team
tell us
broke into a wild
Maybe
gallop
their words
together,
have some
and
deep
dashing
meaning.
between the
Don't
horsemen
ask
who
me.
rode in
My
front,
best friends are
came
frogs,
thundering
and
along
no
the road
offense to
towards
frogs,
us with
but
the speed of a
they're stupid.
hurricane.
Until next time, my darlings.
The
Keep those
excitement of the
cauldrons
scene
piping
was
hot.
made more
Keep throwing
painful by
fine
the
flowers
clear,
and crystals into them.
long-drawn
Visit
screams
nature
of
when
a
you
female
can,
voice from the
befriend
carriage
the plants
window.
and animals. And keep your
We
psychic
all
spirit
advanced
detector
in
tuned to
curiosity
the
and
astral
horror.
plane, because I
Me
will
rather in
always be sending you
silence,
signals,
the rest with
letting you
various
know that you
ejaculations of
are a
terror.
beloved fellow witch. Good
Our
night.
suspense did not last long.
Hello,
Just
my
before you
darlings.
reached the castle
I am the
drawbridge,
Bennet fairy
on the
bond.
route they were
Your friendly
coming,
neighborhood
there stands by the
friend.
roadside a magnificent
Here to
lime
remind you
tree.
that it's time to
On the
get
other stands an ancient stone cross,
under a tree or something.
at sight of
And
which the
listen to the
horses,
latest
now
witch
going at a
arrived.
pace that was
Today's
perfectly
episode
frightful,
is a nerdy video
swerved
game
so as to bring the
fanfiction
wheel
written by a
over
friend
the
of mine,
projecting roots of the
entitled
tree.
Princess Zelda's Birthday
I knew what
Party
was coming.
of
I
Danger.
covered my eyes, unable to see it out, and turned my head away. At the
Cruel
same
Castle
moment,
Town
I
has
heard a
been
cry
excited
from
and
my
busy
lady
for the
friends
past
who had
few
gone
weeks,
on a
and
little.
with good reason. Princess Zelda's birthday celebration was fast
Curiosity
approaching,
opened
and the king
my
had spared
eyes,
no expense in
and I
making
saw a scene
preparations.
of utter confusion.
After all, this was no ordinary
Two of the
birthday
horses were
party.
on the
Not
ground.
only was
The
Zelda a
carriage lay
princess,
upon its
which
side
was
with
obvious,
two wheels in
but it
the
was
air.
customary and
The
cool
men were
for a
busy
young girl
removing
to
the
be regarded as a
traces,
woman,
and a
getting
lady
on
with
her
a commanding
16th
air and figure had gotten
On top of
out,
that, it
and
was
stood with
widely rumored
clasped
that the King
hands,
of Cruel
raising
had
the
a husband in
handkerchief
mind
that
for
was
his
in
daughter,
them every now and
some
then to
even
her eyes.
suspected that he would make the announcement
Through the
at
carriage door was now
celebration.
lifted a young lady,
Princess
who
Zelda
appeared
had
to be
heard all of
lifeless.
these rumors, and
My dear
it
old
suffices to
father was
say
already
she was not
beside
at
the
all
elder
pleased.
lady, with
When
his
she
hat in
first
his
heard of the
hand,
rumors from one of her
evidently
close
tendering
friends
his
a week
aid in the
ago,
resources of
she
his
confronted
schloss.
her father immediately.
The lady did not appear to
Now,
hear him,
her father,
or
the
to have
king,
eyes for
was
anything but the
considered by
slender
many to be
girl
a
who was
clever
being
man
placed against
and
the
a
slope
true
of the bank.
diplomat, but Princess Zelda could read him like an open book. And his lack of a satisfactory
I
answer to
approached.
these accusations
The young
made
lady was
Zelda
apparently
angrier than
stunned,
she had been
but she
in
was
a
certainly
long
not
time.
dead.
She had not
My
spoken
father,
with
who
her
piqued
father
himself
since.
on being something of a
As the early
physician,
morning sun
had just had
shone
his
in
fingers
through
on
the
her
tower
wrist,
window,
and
the
assured
noise
the
from
lady,
castle
who
town,
declared
as well as
herself
the
her
morning
mother,
birdsong,
that her
had
pulse,
just
though faint
commenced.
and irregular,
Princess Zelda
was
already
undoubtedly
up and
still
dressed,
distinguishable.
but not in her normal
The lady
extravagant
clasped her
dresses,
hands and looked
befitting a
upward,
princess of Cruel.
as if in a momentary
She was dressed
transport
as
of
commonly
gratitude.
as any girl
But
that
immediately
might
she
be
broke
found.
out again in
Her
that theatrical
striking
way which is, I
and
believe,
long,
natural
light
to
blonde
some
hair
people.
were hardly complimented
She was what is
flatteringly by
called
the
a
dark brown
fine-looking
garment.
woman for her time of
Her
life,
birthday was only
and
a
must
day
have been
away,
handsome.
so she was planning
She
an
was tall,
unannounced trip.
but not thin,
Impa,
and dressed in
Zelda's
black velvet,
caretaker and guardian
and looked
since
rather
birth,
pale,
who always seemed to
but with
have
a
sixth
proud
sense
and
about
commanding
such things,
countenance,
and this drove
though now
Princess Zelda
agitated
absolutely
strangely.
mad sometimes. Knocked on Zelda's door.
Who was ever being
Impa,
so
I know
born
that
to
it is you.
calamity?
It is
I
always
heard her
you.
say with
Leave me
clasped
alone.
hands as I came up.
Princess Zelda
Here
did
am
not know how
I,
Impa did
on a
it.
journey of
It was
life
as if
and
Impa
death,
knew that
in
Zelda
prosecuting
was
which to
planning
lose an
rebel,
hour is
even
possibly
before
to lose
Zelda
all.
noticed the thought inside
My
her
child
head.
will not have
I
recovered
am not
sufficiently
planning
to
stop
resume her
you,
route, for
Impa
who can
assured
say
her
how
through the
long?
locked door. I just
I must
want to
leave
talk.
her.
This
I
both
cannot,
confused
dare
Princess
not
Zelda
delay.
and made her very happy at
How
the same
far
time.
on, sir, can you
Her
tell
mind
us
had
the
been
nearest
speedily
village?
pondering ways
I
to
must
escape
leave her
from
there,
room
and
without
shall
Impa
not see
stopping
my
her.
darling, or even
Perhaps out
hear
the
of her
window
till
with
my
bed sheets
return
tied
3
together.
months hence.
But she was not coming up with anything
I plucked my
satisfactory.
father by the coat,
Her window was
and
very
whispered
high up.
earnestly in his
So
ear,
Impa's offer not to stop
Papa,
her was an
pray ask her
unexpected
to let her
yet
stay with
welcome
us.
pleasure to her pointed
It would be
adult
so
ears.
delightful.
Yet it left
Do
her very
pray.
suspicious.
If
Princess
Madame
Zelda
will
opened
entrust
the
her
door,
child to
and
the
Impa
care of my
calmly
daughter,
stood
and of
closing
her
the door
good
behind
gouvernante, Madame Perrodon,
Impa, of the
and
sheep
permit her to remain as our
dressed in her
guest
usual
under my
attire,
charge
a
until her
cloak fancy
return,
enough to befit the
it will
guardian
confer confer a distinction and an obligation upon us, and we shall treat her with all the care and devotion which so sacred a trust deserves. I cannot do that, sir. It would be to task your kindness and chivalry too cruelly, said the lady distractedly. It would, on the contrary, be to confer on us a very great kindness at the moment when we most need it. My daughter has just been disappointed by a cruel misfortune, in a visit from which she had long anticipated a great deal of happiness. If you confide this young lady to our care, it will be her best consolation. The nearest village on your route is distant, and affords no such inn as you could think of placing your daughter at. You cannot allow her to continue her journey for any considerable distance without danger. If, as you say, you cannot suspend your journey, you must part with her tonight, and nowhere could you do so with more honest assurances of care and tenderness than here. There was something in this lady's air and appearance so distinguished and even imposing, and in her manner so engaging as to impress one, quite apart from the dignity of her equipage, with a conviction that she was a person of consequence. By this time the carriage was replaced in its upright position, and the horses, quite tractable, in the traces again. The lady threw on her daughter a glance which I fancied was not quite so affectionate as one might have anticipated from the beginning of the scene. And then she beckoned slightly to my father, and withdrew 2 or 3 steps with him out of hearing, and talked to him with a fixed and stern countenance, not at all like that with which she had hitherto spoken. I was filled with wonder that my father did not seem to perceive the change, and also unspeakably curious to learn what it could be that she was speaking almost in his ear with so much earnestness and rapidity. 2 or 3 minutes at most, I think, she remained thus employed. Then she turned, and a few steps brought her to where her daughter lay, supported by Madame Perrodon. She kneeled beside her for a moment, and whispered, as Madame supposed, a little benediction in her ear. Then, hastily kissing her, she stepped into her carriage. The door was closed, the footmen in stately liveries jumped up behind, the outriders spurred on, the postilions cracked their whips, the horses plunged and broke suddenly into a furious canter that threatened soon again to become a gallop, and the carriage whirled away, followed at the same rapid pace by the 2 horsemen in the rear.
Been a good friend, and marriage can change things. Not that I am planning to go through with any of my father's evil schemes.
End of chapter 2.
The rumor in itself is the problem. I could deliver any message if you like, Impa offered. No thank you, Impa, Zelda replied. I think not bothering to visit personally sends the wrong message in and of itself.
This is a LibriVox recording.
I want to do, and I want to
All
do it
LibriVox
alone.
recordings are in
So
the
I would
public
appreciate
domain.
if you let me go, and
For
if you
more
give me a little
information
privacy,
or to
meaning
volunteer,
no stealth spying.
visit
If anything goes wrong, I will just have to rely on the years of training you have given me, turning me into a killing machine.
Carmilla,
As I said, you are all grown
by
up
J.
now.
Sheridan
I cannot stop
LeFanu.
you. Even your father
Read
made
for
this day
LibriVox
come.
by
I
Elizabeth
suspect that
Klett.
is why he is so eager to marry you off.
Chapter
The
3.
thought of a completely independent
We
Princess
compare
Zelda
notes.
running around Hyrule Field and casting magic spells.
We
on
followed the
unsuspecting
cortege with our eyes
travelers
until it was swiftly
terrified
lost to
him.
sight in the misty wood,
Zelda smiled.
and the very sound of the
freedom
hoofs
she
and the
always
wheels
told
died
herself
away
she
in the
wanted,
silent night
and yet
air.
some part of her missed Impa
Nothing
bossing her
remained
around.
to assure us that the
No matter,
adventure had
she
not
told
been an
herself.
illusion of
Every
a
stage
moment,
of life has
but the
its
young lady,
advantages and its
who
disadvantages.
just at that moment
The
opened
most
her
important
eyes.
thing right now is
I
that
could
do
not
not
see,
have to worry about
for
how
her
Wayne
face
is
was
feeling.
turned from
I
me.
can go and see for myself.
But she raised her head, evidently
Princess
looking
Zelda
about
walked
her,
to her trunk
and I heard a very
opened
sweet
it,
voice ask
removed a small
complainingly,
dagger from her belongings.
"Where
She
is
tucked it
Maman?"
hidden away in a slit in her common
Our
dress.
good Madame
Leaving Impa
Perrodon
in the
answered
room, she
tenderly,
walked to the stairs,
and added some
starting to
comfortable
make her way to
assurances.
Hyrule Forest. The
I then
early
heard her
afternoon
ask,
sun shone through in small patches
"Where am
through
I?
the dense forest overgrowth.
What is this place?"
Everything was simultaneously bursting
And after
with
that
life,
she said,
and yet completely silent.
"I don't see
Even
the
nearby
carriage.
brook seemed to babble
And
peacefully
Matska,
and quietly,
where is she?"
its sound muffled by every patch of dirt.
Madame
by
answered
every
all her
plant,
questions in
and
so
blocked
far
by
as she
every
understood
tree.
them.
Link,
And
after
gradually the
bathing
young
in
lady
light and
remembered how
smell
the
that
misadventure
might
came
tip his
about,
story off
and
to
was
a
glad
hunter
to hear that no one
had
in
covered himself
or in
with
attendance
sack
on the
to
carriage was
complete
hurt.
illusion.
And on
When the
learning that her
animal was
mamma
lucky
had
enough
left
in
her
its
here
final moments
till
to
her
smell
return
her,
in about 3
Link could
months,
smell as much like
she
a forest
wept.
plant or animal as he could
I was
recognize.
going to add my
Link,
consolations
no
to
more
those
than
of Madame
15 years
Perrodon,
old,
when
but there was
Mademoiselle de
no
La
way that he
Fontaine
could be
placed
sure
her
of
hand
that.
upon my arm,
Had
saying,
seen his fair
"Don't
share of
approach.
danger in life.
One at a
Given
time
the
is as
sword,
much as she
he
can
had
at
never
present
met his match
converse
in a
with.
fight.
A very
Being
little
thin and
excitement
not
would possibly
incredibly strong,
overpower her now.
his strength came from his agility and courage.
As soon as she is
Many
comfortably
who
in
beat
bed,
at sword
I
play
thought,
later
I will
commented
run up
that
to her
Link
room
had
and
no
see
fear.
her.
His dirty blonde,
My father,
long
in the
hair
meantime,
stopped
had
just
sent a
short of his
servant on
shoulders,
horseback for the
and it
physician,
usually
who lived
stayed
about
out
2
of his
leagues
intense
away,
green eyes.
and a bedroom was being
Link
prepared for the young
quietly
lady's
and
reception.
Being invisible was a matter of
The stranger now rose, and leaning on Madame's arm, walked slowly over the drawbridge and into the castle gate. In the hall, servants waited to receive her, and she was conducted forthwith to her room. The room we usually sat in, as our drawing room is long, having 4 windows that looked over the moat and the drawbridge, upon the forest scene I have just described. It is furnished in old carved oak, with large carved cabinets, and the chairs are cushioned with crimson Utrecht velvet. The walls are covered with tapestry, and surrounded with great gold frames, the figures being as large as life, in ancient and very curious costume, and the subjects represented are hunting, hawking, and generally festive. It is not too stately to be extremely comfortable, and here we had our tea, for with his usual patriotic leanings he insisted that the national beverage should make its appearance regularly with our coffee and chocolate. We sat here this night, and with candles lighted, were talking over the adventure of the evening. Madame Perrodon and Mademoiselle de la Fontaine were both part of our party. The young stranger had hardly lain down in her bed when she sank into a deep sleep, and those ladies had left her in the care of a servant. "How do you like our guest?" I asked, as soon as Madame entered. "Tell me all about her." "I like her extremely," answered Madame. "She is, I almost think, the prettiest creature I ever saw, about your age, and so gentle and nice. She is absolutely beautiful," threw in Mademoiselle, who had peeped for a moment into the stranger's room. "And such a sweet voice," added Madame Perrodon. "Did you remark a woman in the carriage after it was set up again who did not get out?" inquired Mademoiselle, "but only looked from the window." "No, we had not seen her." Then she described a hideous black woman with a sort of colored turban on her head, and who was gazing all the time from the carriage window, nodding and grinning derisively toward the ladies, with gleaming eyes and large white eyeballs, and her teeth set as if in fury. "Did you remark what an ill-looking pack of men the servants were?" asked Madame. "Yes," said my father, who had just come in. "Ugly, hang-dog-looking fellows as ever I beheld in my life. I hope they mayn't rob the poor lady in the forest. They are clever rogues, however. They got everything to rights in a minute." "I dare say they are worn out with too long traveling," said Madame. "Besides looking wicked, their faces were so strangely lean and dark and sullen. I am very curious, I own, but I dare say the young lady will tell you all about it tomorrow if she is sufficiently recovered." "I don't think she will," said my father, with a mysterious smile, and a little nod of his head as if he knew more about it than he cared to tell us. This made us all the more inquisitive as to what had passed between him and the lady in black velvet, in the brief but earnest interview that had immediately preceded her departure. We were scarcely alone when I entreated him to tell me. He did not need much pressing. "There is no particular reason why I should not tell you. She expressed a reluctance to trouble us with the care of her daughter, saying she was in delicate health and nervous, but not subject to any kind of seizure. She volunteered that, nor to any illusion, being, in fact, perfectly sane." "How very odd to say all that," I interpolated. "It was so unnecessary." "At all events, it was said," he laughed. "And as you wish to know all that passed, which was very little indeed, I tell you." She then said, "I am making a long journey of vital importance." She emphasized the word. "Rapid and secret. I shall return for my child in 3 months. In the meantime, she will be silent as to who we are, whence we come, and whither we are traveling." That is all she said. She spoke very pure French. When she said the word secret, she paused for a few seconds, looking sternly, her eyes fixed on mine. I fancy she makes a great point of that. You saw how quickly she was gone. I hope I have not done a very foolish thing in taking charge of the young lady. For my part, I was delighted. I was longing to see and talk to her, and only waiting till the doctor should give me leave. You who live in towns can have no idea how great an event the introduction of a new friend is in such a solitude as surrounded us.
What if her father and this
The doctor did not
mysterious
arrive
suitor
till nearly
were
1
not
o'clock,
planning on taking no for
but
an
I could no
answer?
more have gone to my
Am I
bed and
prepared to be
slept
disowned
than I could have
and locked in
overtaken
a
on
dungeon
foot
on
the
account of
carriage
my
in which the
nerve
princess in
particles?
black velvet had driven
Or
away.
would I compromise and become all the
When the
things that I
physician
hate
came down to
when
the
push comes
drawing
to shove?
room, it was to
On
report
top
very
of that,
favorably
the
upon his
idea that
patient.
Zelda might be losing
She was
weight
now sitting up,
made her see
her
him in a
pulse
different
quite
light
regular,
than she had
apparently
throughout her
perfectly
childhood.
well.
To her,
She had sustained
being
no
with
injury,
Link had always made Zelda
and the little
more
shock
free
to her
be
nerves had
her
passed
true
away
self.
quite harmlessly.
Out here in the forest,
There could be no
one
harm,
ever
certainly, in my
expected her
seeing
to
her
keep a
if we
straight
both
face,
wished it.
be rigidly
And with this
dignified,
permission I
and
sent
regal all the
forthwith
time.
to know
She
whether
could
she
even
would
crack
allow me to
jokes
visit
if
her
she felt
for a
so
few minutes in
inclined.
her room.
Not that frequently she
The servant
did such
returned
nonsense.
immediately to say that she desired nothing
But
more.
as Zelda was beginning to realize,
You may be
it was
sure
more
I was
than
not
that.
long in availing
Being with
myself
Link
of
is
this
not merely
permission.
a passport from superficial displays
Our
of
visitor
maturity
lay in
and
one of the
loyalty.
handsomest
It
rooms
was
in the
more than
schloss.
just permission to be
It
free
was
from
perhaps a
responsibility.
little stately.
Link saw
There was a
her as
somber
the
piece
person
of
she wanted to
tapestry
be.
opposite the
A
bed,
person who
representing
not only
Cleopatra
was
with the
more than just
asps
a
to her
town
bosom.
sporting political
And
figurehead.
other solemn
Link
classic
expected
scenes
her
were
to be
displayed,
as
a little
outgoing,
faded,
as
upon the other
adventurous,
walls.
and as good a person
But there
as
was
she
gold
always saw
carving,
herself as being.
and rich and varied color
Sometimes
enough
people
in
like
the
her
other
father,
decorations of the
even
room
Impa, got
to
so
more than
wrapped up
redeem the
in
gloom of the
practical
old
necessities
tapestry.
and political compromises
There were
that
candles
they
at the
forgot to put
bedside.
the most important
She
things
was sitting
first,
up,
like
her
a
slender,
deal
pretty
with
figure
precaution,
enveloped in the
no matter
soft
what the
silk
cost.
dressing gown, embroidered
Princess
with
Zelda
flowers
and
and
two
lined with
people
thick
who
quilted
did not
silk,
know the meaning
which her
of
mother had thrown
compromise.
over her feet
And
as
up
she
until
lay on the
recently,
ground.
neither of them felt they would ever
What
hurt
was it that, as I
But
reached the
after a few
bedside and
moments,
had just begun
Link
my little
suspected
greeting,
something was troubling
struck
Zelda.
me dumb
As if
in a
sensing
moment,
that he knew,
and made me
Zelda decided
recoil
to
a
speak
step or
first.
two from before her.
Link, how would you feel
I
about
will
me
tell
getting
you.
married? To someone else, I mean.
I saw
Link's
the very
smile faded,
face
and he looked
which
down,
had visited me
gathering
in my
his thoughts.
childhood at night,
He did not know
and
what
which
to say.
remained so
As
fixed in
said
my
as he
memory,
seemed moments ago
and on which I
that
had
he
for
would
so
bow out
many
of Zelda's
years so
life if
often
necessary,
ruminated with horror,
he somehow
when
could
no one
not or
suspected
would
of what I
not
was
bring
thinking.
himself to say that to her now.
It was pretty,
Instead,
even
looking up,
beautiful,
his expression
and when I
unusually
first beheld it,
indecipherable. He took
wore
her
the
hand
same
and led her into the
melancholy
forest.
expression.
Where are we going, sir? Am
But
I
this
being
almost
kidnapped?
instantly
Zelda
lighted
half
into a
joked.
strange,
But the
fixed
solemnity
smile
that
of
accompanied
recognition.
the topic that she herself had
There was
brought
a
up moments
silence of
before
fully a minute,
could not be dispelled.
and
with
then at
joking
length she
banter,
spoke.
and she knew it.
I could not.
Link led her, winding down
How
a steep
wonderful,
hill to part of the
she
forest she had
exclaimed.
never been before.
12 years
Somehow,
ago I
near
saw
the
your
forest
face in a
itself
dream,
As if
and it has
despite the
haunted
silence
me ever
remaining,
since.
the peacefulness was gone.
Wonderful
But it was
indeed,
not the
I
conversation
repeated,
topic that was to blame.
overcoming with an effort the
area
horror
itself
that had
was
for a
something
time
different.
suspended my
But
utterances.
Princess Zelda could not tell
12
why.
years ago,
Then suddenly,
in vision
she
or
got her first
reality,
clue.
I certainly saw you.
As Link
I
pressed
could not
aside a
forget
wall
your
of tall
face.
ferns,
It has
Zelda
remained
saw
before my
past the
eyes ever
opening
since.
what appeared to be a massive
Her smile had
doorway
softened.
in the side of a hill.
Whatever I had
Made
fancied
of
strange
stone
in it was
the shape of a
gone,
giant,
and
gothic
it and her
lion's
dimpling
head,
cheeks
its
were now
mouth
delightfully
grotesquely
pretty
gaping
and
open at the
intelligent.
entrance. Made
I
of
felt
a dark green
reassured,
stone that Zelda
and
did
continued
not
more in the
recognize,
vein which
but
hospitality
knew was not
indicated to bid her
naturally found in
welcome,
this part of
and to
Hope.
tell her how
The
much
doorway
pleasure her
was almost
accidental arrival had given
otherworldly
us
in
all,
appearance.
and especially what a
Finally,
happiness it
Zelda
was to
remembered from
me.
her studies what it was.
I took her hand as I
This is
spoke.
the doorway to the underworld.
I was a little
isn't
shy,
it?
as
Zelda
lonely
asked.
people are,
Long
but the
ago,
situation
when
made me
our ancestors
eloquent
were engaged
and
in
even
a war
bold.
with Ganon.
She
In
pressed my
ancient
hand,
underground labyrinths,
she
they
laid
used
hers
to hide
upon it,
fragments of the
and her
life
eyes
force of
glowed.
wisdom from him.
As looking hastily
How
into
or why
mine, she
they were built
smiled again
originally,
and
no one really
blushed.
knows for sure.
She
Zelda
answered my
remembered the
welcome very
legends.
prettily.
She continued.
I sat down
If
beside
Ganon had
her,
managed
still
to get a
wondering,
hold of
and
both
she
the
said,
Triforce of power and wisdom,
I must
he
tell
would have
you
been
my vision
unstoppable.
about you.
Later, when
It is
Ganon
so
was
very
defeated
strange
by a
that you and I
hero
should have
wielding a
had,
magical sword
each
and
of the
silver
others, so
arrows,
vivid a
and
dream,
Ganon's spirit was sealed
that
forever
each should
in the
have
Temple of
seen,
Time,
I
peace
you,
returned to
and
Hope,
you me,
and the monsters
looking
that
as we
used
do
to fill
now,
these dungeons disappeared.
when of course we
Or
were
so
both
they
mere
say.
children.
You probably probably never
I was a
took me there
child,
before because you
about
were
6 years
protecting me.
old,
As Link
and I
Zelda
awoke
grew
from a
up,
confused
their
and
fear of
troubled dream,
monsters gradually faded.
and found myself in a
Now,
room
they merely
unlike my
have healthy
nursery,
respect for the
wainscoted
danger that the
clumsily
forest
in some
presented.
dark wood,
Despite the
and
possibilities
with
that
cupboards and
monsters
bedsteads
may
and
still
chairs and
lurk in
benches
such a
placed
place,
about it.
Link and Zelda knew
The
it
beds
was
were, I
unlikely
thought,
that they
all
would
empty,
meet anything that
and the
two of
room
them
itself
could not
without
handle.
anyone but myself in
But
it.
why did you bring me
And
here?
I,
Zelda
after
asked.
looking about me for
Link
some
was not sure
time,
of that himself.
and admiring
His mind
especially an iron
introspectively
candlestick with 2 branches,
on ways to
which I
answer
should
that
certainly
question.
know again,
Perhaps he just
crept under one of the
did it
beds to
avoid
reach the
talking
window.
about his feelings for Zelda.
But as I
Of all
got
the
from
places
under
that
the
were a short
bed,
walk from the
I
public
heard someone
forest they were
crying,
in, this was the most
and looking up,
awe-inspiring.
while I was still upon my knees, I saw you, most assuredly you,
Zelda gazed
as I see you now, a beautiful young lady, with golden hair and large blue eyes,
She smiled,
and lips,
a kind of ironic
your
smile
lips.
herself.
You as you are
The
here.
demonic doorway reminded her
Your
of a
looks
married
won me.
life without Link.
I climbed on the bed and put my arms about
You
you,
mean just before
and I think
her,
we both fell asleep.
inviting her into an unholy,
I was aroused by a
unresolved
scream.
maze of
You were sitting
despair,
up, screaming.
darkness, confusion,
I was
and
frightened,
ultimately death.
and slipped down upon the ground,
gritted her teeth
and it
and
seemed
made a
to me
decision.
lost consciousness for a
Link,
moment.
I am having a
And when
birthday
I came to
celebration
myself,
tomorrow.
I was again
It is
in my nursery
kind
at
of a big
home.
deal. Part of it is open to
Your
the public,
face,
but part of it
I
is
have
a
never
private
forgotten
part.
since.
You know, for royalty.
I
and
could
certain
not be
guests.
misled by the mere resemblance.
Zelda frowned as she
You
imagined her
are the
father and
lady
this
whom I saw
mystery
then.
suitor, ganging up on her like a pair of dodongos.
It was now
preparing
my
to charge.
turn to relate my
I
corresponding
know you
vision,
and my father have never
which I
really gotten
did to the
along so
undisguised
great when
wonder
you
of
see
my
each
new
other at all,
acquaintance.
but I want you to come.
I don't know
Here,
which should be
take
most
this.
afraid of the other.
Reaching
She said
into
again,
the slit of her
smiling.
dress, she pulled
If
out
you were
an
less
embroidered
pretty,
card and
I
handed
think
it
I
to
should
Link.
be very much afraid
He
of
held it
you.
momentarily above
But
his head
being
with
as
both
you
hands
are,
looking at it.
and you and I
This
both
is a
so
royal
young,
invitation.
I
If you
feel
show it to the
only that I
castle
have
guard,
made your
we can
acquaintance
spend my whole
12 years
birthday
ago,
together.
and
Also,
have
take
already
this
a
letter.
right to your
If you show
intimacy.
it to a merchant in Castle
At
Town,
all
they
events,
will
it does
know that I
seem
am
as if
paying
we
for
were
you to wear
destined
something
from
so
our
you fit in
earliest
at the party.
childhood to be friends.
Link suddenly felt
I
extremely
wonder
awkward.
whether you
Not
feel
only
as
had he
strangely
never
drawn
really
towards
spent
me as I
time
do
with
to you.
Zelda's father, he
I
had
have never had a
gone
friend.
anywhere in Hyrule that had
Shall I
dress code.
find one now?
Zelda sensed this and added, Link,
She sighed,
I think my father wants
and her
me to
fine
get married.
dark eyes
I
gazed
think he might announce
passionately
this
on
at the
me.
party. If he does,
Now
I'm
the
going
truth
to make my own
is,
announcement.
I felt rather
I will tell everyone
unaccountably
that I do not
towards the
want to get
beautiful
married,
stranger.
unless it is to you.
I did feel, as she
And at
said,
once, Link had an
drawn
emotion that was
towards
much
her.
more powerful than
But
awkwardness.
there was
He was
also
happy.
something of
Zelda's plan was
repulsion.
just crazy enough to be something he
In
could
this
get on board
ambiguous
with
feeling,
entirely.
however, the
Link
sense
liked
of
to think
attraction
himself as a
immensely
wild,
prevailed.
free-spirited
She
forest
interested
boy,
and
but
won me.
He knew that it took
She
a
was
woman
so
like Princess
beautiful
Zelda to truly
and so
make his life sweet.
indescribably
He
engaging.
smiled. Tomorrow was going to be
I
an
perceived
interesting
now
day.
something of languor and exhaustion
The King
stealing
of
over
Hyrule
her,
woke the next morning
and hastened to bid
about
her
this
good
time
night.
He usually woke up.
The doctor
Tired.
thinks, I
He had
added,
beaten
that
his
you
son
ought to
in
have
the
a
race
maid
to
sit
get
up with you
so many
tonight.
times, his
One of
son stopped
ours is
trying
waiting,
to
and you will find her a
He
very
lit his
useful
red
and
candle
quiet
and washed his
creature.
face, looking deeply into the
How
mirror.
kind of you.
His eyes looked tired.
But I could not
He
sleep.
washed his face
I never
more,
could with an attendant in
tightened
the
his
room.
bearded jaw.
I
and looked
shan't
again.
require any
Ha,
assistance.
he told himself.
And
Just
shall
to
I
know it was
confess my
coming.
weakness?
Not tired at all.
I am haunted with a
He
terror
memorized
of
the face he
robbers.
just made.
Our house
He
was
would be making
robbed
it all
once
day,
and 2
at
servants
least with
murdered.
his eyes when his
So
mouth
I
smiled
always lock
slightly
my
in
door.
honor of his daughter's birthday.
It has become a habit.
As a king, he could
And you
not
look
afford the
so
luxury of
kind, I know you
weakness.
will forgive me.
His people could not afford
I see
for
there
him
is
to
a
be
key
weak.
in the lock.
He did not get any breaks.
She held me close in her
He
pretty
even tried to be
arms for a
strong with
moment,
matters relating to
and
his
whispered in
beloved
my
daughter.
ear,
He knew the way
Good
men
night,
were,
darling.
and he knew the types of men
It is
who would
very
want to
hard to
marry
part with
Princess
you.
Zelda. For
But
wealth,
good
for
night.
power. If he
Tomorrow,
did not choose a husband for his daughter,
but not early,
the other men of the world
I
would
shall see you
essentially
again.
choose for her, and that would be disastrous.
She sank back on the
For Zelda
pillow
to
with a
have
sigh,
chance of happiness,
and her fine
and for
eyes
his people
followed
to
me
have
with a
stable
fond and
future,
melancholy
he had
gaze.
to choose
And
for
she
her,
murmured again,
someone that could be trusted.
Good night,
The
dear
sun,
friend.
finally catching up to him, prepared to rise.
Young
The
people
dim
like,
light of dawn
and
crept
even
through the
love,
window,
on
rendering
impulse.
his red candle less
I was
necessary.
flattered by the
He blew it
evident,
out.
though as yet undeserved,
again at
fondness she showed me.
His beard had seemed
I
to
liked
gray
the
overnight.
confidence with which she had
He may not
once
be
received
old
me.
yet, but he could
She was
not look
determined that
out
we
for
should be
Zelda
very near
forever.
friends.
Besides, no
Next
matter
day
who Zelda
came,
found
and
on
we
her
met
own,
again.
he could not
I
be
was
better
delighted
than
with my
Parthenon.
companion.
No
That is to
soldier
say,
had ever
in
risen
many
the ranks
respects.
of Hyrule Guard
Her
faster
looks
than
lost
Arthur.
nothing in
The king had
daylight.
met with him on many
She was
occasions
most
and felt he was a
certainly
man
the
of
most
good
beautiful
character,
creature I had
and
ever
he was of
seen.
good birth.
And the
Of all the
unpleasant
men the
remembrance
king
of the
had
face
considered
presented
worthy
in
of
my
Princess
early
Zelda,
dream
none
had
came
lost the
close to
effect of the
comparing to
first
Parthenon.
unexpected
He
recognition.
was the most impressive man the
She
king
confessed that
ever
she had
met.
experienced a similar shock
king
on
knew of
seeing
Zelda's
me,
friendship
and
with the
precisely the
forest boy
same
Link,
faint faint antipathy that had mingled with my admiration of her.
If only to be kept
We now
aware of his
laughed.
daughter's activities. The king had nothing against Link, but the idea of Princess marrying someone like Link seemed impossible to him. Link was an unmannered hermit. The king had nothing against Link, but the idea of the princess marrying someone like Link
This
seemed
is a
impossible
LibriVox
to him.
recording.
Link was an
All
unmannered
LibriVox
hermit.
recordings are in the
Come to
public
think
domain.
of it, the king had never even heard him
For
speak.
more information
No, the king
or to
told himself,
volunteer,
I am doing the
visit
right thing. After dressing in one of his finer robes and donning his stately crown, the king proceeded to the dining room.
By J.
Breakfast
Sheridan
was ready,
LaFanny.
but Princess Zelda was late.
Read
as she
for
often
LibriVox
was,
by
especially
Elizabeth
on special
Glenn.
occasions. The king sat down and unfolded his napkin, placing it in his
Chapter
lap.
4.
He started eating his toast.
Her habits.
After his toast was gone and he was starting on his eggs, Zelda
I
arrived.
told you that I was
in a much
charmed
better
with her
mood
in
than he was
most
expecting.
particulars.
She was wearing
There
one
were
of her
some that
finest
did
white
not
dresses,
please me so
and her
well.
hair was extravagantly arranged.
She was above the middle height
partially
of
pinned
women.
up in a bun in the back.
I shall begin by describing her.
Seeing Zelda happy confirmed in his mind
She was slender
he was doing the
and
right
wonderfully
thing.
graceful,
Her week of not
except
speaking
that
with
her
him
movements
was
were
just a
languid,
phase, he told himself.
very languid.
Zelda
Indeed, there was
smiled.
nothing in her
They
appearance
talked
to
about
indicate an
nothing and
invalid.
everything, and
Her
ate their
complexion was
breakfast
rich
peace
and
together.
brilliant. Her features were small
This
and beautifully
cordial,
formed.
friendly mood
Her
continued
eyes
until
large,
guests started
dark,
arriving
and
for their private
lustrous.
reception.
Her hair was quite
Relatives
wonderful.
and friends from
I
near
never
and
saw
far
hair
came
so
to pay their
magnificently
respects to
thick and
Princess
long
Zelda
when it was
on her
down
special
about her
day.
shoulders.
But what was
I have often
unexpected
placed
was
my
one
hands
guest
under
in
it
particular.
and laughed with
He was
wonder at
dressed
its
in a
weight.
white silk
It was
shirt
exquisitely
with
fine
an
and
unbuttoned
soft,
stand-up collar
and in
a
color
gray
a
jacket
rich,
and
very
pants
dark
made of
brown,
cashmere.
with something of
His
gold.
shoes were shining black
I
leather.
loved to let it
He even
down,
had
tumbling
gotten a
with its own
haircut.
weight,
While his
as
dirty
in her
blonde hair
room
was
she lay
long,
back in her
it was
chair
no longer
talking in her
falling near
sweet
his
low
shoulders.
voice. I
At
used to
first,
fold and
she
braid
did
it,
not know who
and
he
spread
was.
it out and play with
Then
it.
Princess Zelda could not
Heavens,
contain her smile when
if
she
I had but
recognized
known
him.
all.
To her, he looked utterly
I said there were
ridiculous,
particulars
but in
which
a
did
good
not
way.
please me.
Standing there
I have
awkwardly
told you that
sporting
her
fine
confidence
clothes
won
for
me the first
time in
night I
his
saw
life.
her.
However,
But I found that she
could tell that
exercised
to
with respect
everyone
to
else,
herself,
he looked perfectly
her
fine
mother,
for the
her
occasion.
history, everything
She
in
rushed to
fact
him
connected
and
with
gave
her
him a
life,
hug,
plans, and
sparking the
people,
curiosity of
an
everyone
ever-wakeful
present,
reserve.
including the king. Who is
I
that?
dare say I
the
was
king asked the
unreasonable.
bystander.
Perhaps I was
Walking
wrong.
over to greet the new guest,
I dare say
the
I
king
ought
shook
to have
his hand and
respected the
asked who he
solemn
was.
injunction laid upon my
Dad,
father
do not
by
be
the stately
silly.
lady in
You
black
know Link,
velvet.
Zelda interjected.
But curiosity
did a
is a
small
restless and
Link? I
unscrupulous
could not
passion.
recognize you looking like
And
that.
no one girl
Well,
can
what a
endure
pleasant
with
surprise to
patience
see
that
you
hers
here.
should be baffled
The
by
king was
another.
perfectly polite.
What
with
harm
all of
could it
Zelda's
do
friends,
anyone to
but
tell me
secretly
what I so
Zelda knew
ardently
that the
desired
king
to
was
know?
concerned that this
Had she
may
no trust
interfere
in my
with
good
his marriage
sense
plans
or
for
honor?
Zelda.
Why would she
After a
not
bit of
believe me
mingling,
when I
it
assured
was
her
time
so
for the king
solemnly
and Zelda
that I
to
would
make
not
their first
divulge
public
one
appearance.
syllable
The
of
room
what
they
she
were
told me
using
to
had a
any
balcony
mortal
overlooking
breathing?
the marketplace, which was where the main party
There was a
taking place.
coldness, it seemed
And
to
it had been
me,
in full swing
beyond
for some
her
time now.
years, in her
The marketplace was
smiling,
packed with
melancholy,
people from all
persistent
over
refusal
Hole and
to
beyond,
afford me the
many
least ray
familiar
of light.
faces and many new ones.
I
all
cannot
having a
say we
fun
quarreled
time.
upon this point,
There were games,
for she would not
contests,
quarrel upon
puppet
any.
shows, and live
It
street
was, of
performers and
course,
musicians.
very
and lots
unfair of me
merchants.
to press her.
Even soldiers
Very
were on hand to keep
ill-bred,
an eye on
but
everyone.
really I could not
As
help
the
it.
king, Impa,
And I might
Princess
just as well
Zelda
have let it
made their way
alone.
towards the balcony.
What
It
she
was
did tell me
then
amounted,
she
in my
saw a King's
unconscionable
First Street
estimation,
parking,
to
and
nothing.
she instantly suspected
It was
he
all
the
summed
mystery
up
man
in
her
3
father
very
had in mind
vague
for her.
disclosures.
Wearing his full dress uniform, he
First,
certainly looked impressive.
Her name was Carmilla.
With his long black hair tied
Second,
in a short ponytail
her family
behind
was
his
very
head.
ancient and
A
noble.
neat goatee rested under
Third,
his long,
her
somewhat
home
pointed
lay in the
nose,
direction of
and
the
his
west.
eyes were serious and narrow.
She would not
She
tell me the
disliked
name of her
him
family,
instantly.
nor their
She
armorial
beckoned to him to
barons,
follow her.
nor the name of their
Jennifer felt
estate, nor
guilty
even that of the
using
country
Link
they
as a
lived
sort
in.
of marriage shield. But she was not coming up with
You are
any
not to
other
suppose
idea
that I
to get
worried
out
her
of
incessantly
predicament,
on these
so she
subjects.
ignored her guilt.
I watched
As
opportunity,
they stepped out onto
and
the
rather
balcony, the
insinuated
people
than
below
urged
cheered.
my inquiries.
Zelda smiled
Once or
and
twice,
waved as
indeed,
they
I did
cheered
attack her
louder.
more
She
directly.
took Link's arm and
But
held it
no
close,
matter what my
clinging to
tactics,
him with a grip
utter
like a
failure
vice.
was
I
invariably the
am not
result.
going to stand next to
Reproaches
Parkman,
and
he told
caresses
himself.
were all lost upon her.
As was customary,
But I
the
must
king
add
stepped forward
this,
to make a speech,
that her
and the noise
evasion was
subsided.
conducted with so pretty a
Welcome to the
melancholy
birthday
and
party of
deprecation,
Princess Zelda.
with so many and
Cheering
even
ensued.
passionate
As
declarations
you all
of her
know,
liking for
he
me,
continued,
and
as the
trust in
noise
my
subsided,
honor,
she is
and with
turning
so many
16
promises
today.
that I should at
And
last know
a bit
all,
later, I have
that I
an
could not
important
find it in my
announcement
heart long to
concerning
be
her
offended by
that
her.
I'm sure many of you have been
She used to
expecting.
place place her pretty arms
They
around
cheered
my
again.
neck,
Princess
draw me
Zelda
to
faked a
her,
smile, since
and
it
laying
seemed
her
the
cheek to
appropriate time
mine,
smile.
murmur with her lips
But it
near
was a
my
little
ear.
difficult to manage.
Dearest,
But in the meantime, it's
your
time
little
for the
heart
traditional
is wounded.
fencing tournament. As you
Think
all
me
know,
not cruel,
today is
because I
not
obey
only
the
my daughter's
irresistible
birthday,
law of
but it is
my
also
strength
the
and
anniversary of
weakness.
sealing Ganon, King
If
of
your
Evil,
dear
in the
heart
Temple
is
of
wounded,
Time. Zelda
my
is the
wild
last in
heart
a long
bleeds
line
with
of descendants
yours.
from the woman who,
In the
along with
rapture
6
of
other
my
sages,
enormous
joined
humiliation,
their power to seal
I
Ganon
live in
away
your warm
forever.
life.
The crowd
and you
definitely
shall
cheered
die.
for that remark.
Die,
Well, many of
sweetly
you
die
have never
into
known
mine.
war. You must always be
I
ready,
cannot help
which is why it is important to teach
As
our
I draw
children
near to
sword
you,
fighting and to encourage
You,
them
in
to
your
serve the
turn, will
crown.
draw near to
Let the
others
tournament begin.
and learn the rapture of that
The king turned to
cruelty
Harkonnen.
which
Would
yet
you
is
do me
love.
the honor of representing the royal
So
guard
for a
in the
while,
competition?
seek to know
I have
no
heard
more
only
of
the
me
best
and
things
mine,
about your talents
but
with the
trust
sword.
me with all
Harkonnen
your
smiled and
loving
agreed.
spirit.
All in good fun, Harkonnen added. He removed his jacket, spun over the railing,
And when she had spoken such a
dropping himself
rhapsody,
to hang from the floor of
she
the
would
balcony,
press me more
he let
closely
go
in her
and
trembling
fell
embrace,
gracefully to the cobbled
and
street
her
below.
lips in soft
Show off,
kisses gently glowed
Zelda thought
on
to
my
herself.
cheek.
As much as
Her
Princess Zelda
agitations
disliked
and her language were
Harkonnen, this was her
unintelligible.
favorite part of her birthday parties.
From
While
these
secretly
foolish
she knew
embraces, which
she
were
could
not of
probably
very
be
frequent
quite
occurrence,
respectable in such a
I must
competition,
allow I
she
used
just
to wish to
enjoyed watching.
extricate myself.
People from all over
But
Fool and beyond
my
showed off
energies
their
seemed to
strange
fail
yet
me.
effective swordplay techniques.
Her
And
murmured
it was
words
fascinating
sounded
to
like a
see.
lullaby in my
Harkonnen
ear
was not at all bad
and
either,
soothed
Zelda
my
admitted to
resistance
herself.
into a trance,
Zelda observed
from
that
which
he
I
frequently
only seemed to
bested and
recover
disarmed his
myself
opponents in the
when she
opening moments
withdrew
of the
her
match,
arms.
with minimal display of effort.
In these
As it became
mysterious
clear
moods, I
that
did not
Harkonnen
like
was a
her.
front-runner,
I
they began
experienced a
calling for
strange,
volunteers.
tumultuous
Can no
excitement
one
that was
stand up to the royal
pleasurable,
guard? A soldier
ever
yelled
and anon,
mockingly.
mingled
Zelda
with a
smiled
vague
to herself
sense of fear and
Not
distrust.
that it mattered, but she
I
would
had
like
no
to see the
distinct
look on
thoughts about
Harkonnen's
her while
face
such
after
scenes
having a match
lasted.
with Link. Come
But
to think
I
of
was
it, she thought,
conscious of a love
I would like
growing
to see
into
my father's
adoration,
face as well.
and also
Zelda
of
turned to Link.
abhorrence.
I know you do not
This I
usually
know is
care for this
paradox,
sort of
but
thing.
I can make
would you
no
do
other
it?
attempt to
For me,
explain the
she
feeling.
asked. Link had long
I now
given up
write,
on
after an
seeking
interval of more
glory
than
for
10
himself.
years,
If he
with a
wants to
trembling
populate,
hand,
he would not
with a
live the life
confused
of
and
a hermit
horrible
or a
recollection of
fool.
certain occurrences
But
and
Zelda need
situations,
not ask him
in the
twice.
ordeal through which I was
He would do
unconsciously
anything
passing,
for her, and besides,
though with a very
he had been
vivid
intrigued by
and
watching
sharp
Harkonnen's
remembrance of the main
talent. He had
current
not
of my
faced such
story.
a worthy adversary in quite a while.
But I suspect
So,
in all lives
though
there are
no
certain
pride showed on
emotional
his
scenes,
face,
those
he
in which
nodded
our
and removed
passions
his
have been
jacket.
most wildly and terribly
Laying on
roused,
a nearby
that
chair,
are of all
he took
others
one
the
step
most
and,
vaguely
quite suddenly
and dimly
unexpectedly,
remembered.
sprung into the
Sometimes,
air and
after an
forward
hour
flipped
of
over the railing,
apathy,
flipping
my
one more
strange
time
and
through the
beautiful
air to
companion
land
would
on the
take my
cobbled
hand
street
and
below.
hold it with a fond
The crowd
pressure,
gasped,
renewed
then
again
cheered
and
wildly.
again.
The king
Blushing
frowned,
softly,
not sure what to make
gazing
of
in my face
Impa
with languid
smiled.
and burning
She was
eyes,
looking forward to
and
seeing the
breathing
match
so
between
fast
Link
that her
and
dress
Harkonnen,
rose and
not sure
fell
what to
with the
expect.
tumultuous
She
respiration.
had heard of Link's skills many
It was like
times
the
from
ardor
Zelda,
of a lover.
but was never sure
It
whether
embarrassed
Zelda was
me.
exaggerating or
It was
not.
hateful and yet
Have a new
overpowering.
challenger, the announcer yelled.
And with gloating
egging the
eyes she
crowd
drew me
on
to her,
even greater
and her
levels of
hot
volume.
lips traveled along
Well,
my cheek
before,
in
several
kisses,
matches
and
had
she would
been
whisper,
taking place
almost in sobs,
simultaneously in different forms
"You are
of
mine.
marketing.
You shall be
matches for
mine.
different age
You
groups,
and
such
I
as
are one
sword-swinging
forever."
youngsters. For this match, the crowd instinctively
Then she
cleared
had
a
thrown
large
herself
space
back in her
in the
chair,
middle of the market.
with her small hands over
Everyone
her
prepared
eyes,
to give this match their
leaving
full
her.
attention. A man came and gave Link
"Are we
his choice
related?"
of wooden swords.
I used to
Link
ask.
picked the medium weight
"What
blade
can you mean by
and
all
gave it a
this?
couple of practice swings.
I remind you
He was
perhaps of someone
He
whom you
looked
love,
across the arena for Harkonnen.
but you must not.
Harkonnen
I
did
hate
not
it.
seem concerned.
I don't know
Just as
you.
well,
I
he
don't
will
know
not see this
myself when you
coming,
look
Link
so
told
and
himself.
talk so."
Noticing that he was starting to take this match and
She used to
himself a
sigh
bit too
at my
seriously,
vehemence,
Link smiled
and turn
a goofy
away,
smile
and drop my
turned in a
hand.
circle, greeting the crowd with a wave.
Respecting
cheered
these
as
very
always.
extraordinary manifestations,
That's
I strove
I
in
should not
vain to
take
form
this too
any
seriously.
satisfactory
It
theory.
is just a game,
I could not
he
refer
told
them to
himself.
affectation
But he
or
only
trick.
half believed it.
It was unmistakably the momentary
Harkonnen
breaking
stepped
out of
toward the middle
suppressed
of the ring,
instinct and
Link
emotion.
followed suit. They
Was
bowed out
she,
of courtesy, and
notwithstanding
Harkonnen
her
began
mother's
circling Link.
volunteered denial,
In most of his
subject
other
to
matches,
brief
Link had
visitations of
noticed,
insanity,
Harkonnen's opponents had
or was
rushed
there here a
hoping to catch him off
disguise
guard.
and a romance?
They were playing right into
I
his
had read in
hands
old
and often
storybooks
lost
of such
quickly.
things. What if a
Link was
boyish
in no
lover had
hurry.
found his way into
As a
the
few
house
moments passed,
and sought
the
to
impatient
prosecute
crowd
his suit
turned
in
their anger on
masquerade
Harkonnen.
with the assistance
Why
of a
should he
clever
be
old
afraid of this
adventuress?
stranger when he beat everyone else?
But there were
they
many
wondered.
things against this
However, the
hypothesis,
crowd's taunting
highly
had no
interesting as it
effect
was to
on
my
Harkonnen's
vanity.
resolve or patience.
I could boast of
Fine,
no little
if you will not attack
attentions,
first,
such as
I
masculine
will.
gallantry
But
delights to
careful,
offer.
Link told himself.
Between Between these passionate moments, there were long intervals of commonplace, of gaiety, of brooding melancholy, during which, except that I detected her eyes so full of melancholy fire, following me, at times I might have been as nothing to her. Except in these brief periods of mysterious excitement, her ways were girlish, and there was always a languor about her, quite incompatible with the masculine system in a state of health. In some respects, her habits were odd, perhaps not so singular in the opinion of a town lady like you, as they appeared to us rustic people. She used to come down very late, generally not till 1 o'clock. She would then take a cup of chocolate, but eat nothing. We then went out for a walk, which was a mere saunter, and she seemed almost immediately exhausted, and either returned to the Schloss, or sat on one of the benches that were placed here and there among the trees. This was a bodily languor in which her mind did not sympathize. She was always an animated talker, and very intelligent. She sometimes alluded for a moment to her own home, or mentioned an adventure or situation, or an early recollection which indicated a people of strange manners, and described customs of which we knew nothing. I gathered from these chance hints that her native country was much more remote than I had at first fancied. As we sat thus one afternoon under the trees, a funeral passed us by. It was that of a pretty young girl, whom I had often seen, the daughter of one of the rangers of the forest. The poor man was walking behind the coffin of his darling. She was his only child, and he looked quite heartbroken. Peasants walking two and two came behind. They were singing a funeral. I rose to mark my respect as they passed, and joined in the hymn they were very sweetly singing. My companion shook me a little roughly, and I turned surprised. She said brusquely, "Don't you perceive how discordant that is?" "I think it very sweet, on the contrary," I answered, vexed at the interruption, and very uncomfortable lest the people who composed the little procession should observe and resent what was passing. I resumed, therefore, instantly, and was again interrupted. "You pierce my ears," said Carmilla, almost angrily, and stopping her ears with her tiny fingers. "Besides, how can you tell that your religion and mine are the same? Your forms wound me, and I hate funerals. What a fuss! Why, you must die, everyone must die, and all are happy when they do. Come home. My father has gone on with the clergyman to the churchyard. I thought you knew she was to be buried today." "She? I don't trouble my head about peasants. I don't know who she is," answered Carmilla, with a flash from her fine eyes. "She is the poor girl who fancied she saw a ghost a fortnight ago, and has been dying ever since, till yesterday when she expired. Tell me nothing about ghosts. I shan't sleep tonight if you do. I hope there is no plague or fever coming. All this looks very like it," I continued. "The swineherd's young wife died only a week ago, and she thought something seized her by the throat as she lay in her bed and nearly strangled her. Papa says some horrible fancies do accompany some forms of fever. She was quite well the day before. She sank afterwards, and died before a week. Well, her funeral is over, I hope, and her hymn sung, and our ears shan't be tortured with that discord and jargon. No, it has made me nervous. Sit down here, beside me. Sit close. Press it hard. Harder. We had moved a little back, and had come to another seat. She sat down. Her face underwent a change that alarmed and even terrified me for a moment. It darkened, and became horribly livid. Her teeth and hands were clenched, and she frowned and compressed her lips, while she stared down upon the ground at her feet, and trembled all over with a continued shudder as irrepressible as ague. All her energy seemed strained to suppress a fit, with which she was then breathlessly tugging. And at length a low, convulsive cry of suffering broke from her, and gradually the hysteria subsided. That comes of strangling people with hymns," she said at last. Hold me still. It is passing away." And so gradually it did, and perhaps to dissipate the somber impression which the spectacle had left upon me, she became unusually animated and chatty, and so we got home. This was the first time I had seen her exhibit any definable symptoms of that delicacy of health which her mother had spoken of. It was the first time also I had seen her exhibit anything like temper. Both passed away like a summer cloud, and never but once afterwards did I witness on her part a momentary sign of anger. I will tell you how it happened.
and more like a son.
She and I were looking out of one of the long drawing room windows when there entered the courtyard over the drawbridge the figure of a wanderer whom I knew very well. He used to visit the Schloss generally twice a year. It was the figure of a hunchback, with the sharp, lean features that generally accompanied deformity. He wore a pointed black beard, and he was smiling from ear to ear, showing his white fangs. He was dressed in buff, black, and scarlet, and crossed with more straps and belts than I could count, from which hung all manner of things. Behind he carried a magic lantern, and 2 boxes which I well knew, in one of which was a salamander, and the other a mandrake. These monsters used to make my father laugh. They were compounded of parts of monkeys, parrots, squirrels, fish, and hedgehogs, dried and stitched together with great neatness and startling effect. He had a fiddle, a box of conjuring apparatus, a pair of foils and masks attached to his belt, several other mysterious cases dangling about him, and a black staff with copper for rules in his hand. His companion was a rough, spare dog that followed at his heels, but stopped short, suspiciously, at the drawbridge, and in a little while began to howl at his feet. In the meantime, the mountebank, standing in the midst of the courtyard, raised his grotesque hat and made us a very ceremonious bow, paying his compliments very volubly in execrable French, and German not much better. Then, disengaging his fiddle, he began to scrape a lively air to which he sang with a merry discord, dancing with ludicrous airs and activity that made me laugh in spite of the dog's howling. Then he advanced to the window with many smiles and salutations, and his hat in his left hand, his fiddle under his arm, and with a fluency that never took breath, he gabbled a long advertisement of all his accomplishments, and the resources of the various arts which he placed at our service, and the curiosities and entertainments which it was in his power, at our bidding, to display.
The truth is,
will your ladyships be pleased to buy an amulet against the umpire, which is going like the wolf I hear through these woods? He said, dropping his hat on the pavement. They are dying of it right and left, and here is a charm that never fails, only pinned to the pillow, and you may laugh in his face. These charms consisted of oblong slips of vellum, with cabalistic ciphers and diagrams upon them. Carmilla instantly purchased one, and so did I. He was looking up, and we were smiling down upon him, amused. At least I can answer for myself. His piercing black eyes, he looked up in our faces, seemed to detect something that fixed for a moment his curiosity. In an instant he unrolled a leather case, full of all manner of odd little steel instruments. See here, my lady, he said, displaying it and addressing me. I profess, among other things less useful, the art of dentistry. Plague take the dog! Silence, beast! He howled so that your ladyships can scarcely hear a word. Your noble friend, the young lady at your right, has the sharpest tooth, long, thin, pointed, like an awl, like a needle. With my sharp and long sight, as I look up, I have seen it distinctly. Now, if it happens to hurt the young lady, and I think it must, here am I. Here are my file, my punch, my nippers. I will make it round and blunt if her ladyship pleases. No longer the tooth of a fish, but of a beautiful young lady as she is. Hey, is the young lady displeased? Have I been too bold? Have I offended her? The young lady indeed looked very angry as she drew back from the window. How dare that mountebank insult us so? Where is your father? I shall demand redress from him. My father would have had the wretch tied up to the pump and flogged with a cart whip and burnt to the bones with the cattle brand. She retired from the window a step or two and sat down, and had hardly lost sight of the offender when her wrath subsided as suddenly as it had risen, and she gradually recovered her usual tone, and seemed to forget the little hunchback and his
for
follies.
more than a second, Link jumped
My
from the
father
roof
was out of
and led
spirits that
underneath the row of windows on the second floor.
On coming in, he told
Only
us that there had been
staying on the
another
ledge
case,
for half a
very
second
similar to the
partially
two
break
fatal
his
ones
fall.
which had lately
He jumped
occurred.
again, landing on the street below
The sister
with
of a young
forward
peasant
shoulder
on
roll.
his estate,
It was
only a
only
mile
then
away,
that
was
Link
very ill,
realized he had
had been,
unconsciously
as she
holding the
described
wooden
it,
sword
attacked
full
very
time.
nearly in the same way,
Carrying the sword was
and was
second
now
nature to
slowly
him,
but steadily
and he
sinking.
only now realized that
All
it might come
this,
in handy.
said my father,
Looking ahead,
is
Link
strictly
saw the
referable
problem.
to natural
Princess
causes.
Zelda and Impa
These poor
had
people
reached their dead
infect
end.
one another with their
Someone had
superstitions,
closed the palace's outer
and so
gates,
repeat in
and they were not
imagination
opening
the
them.
images of
On
terror
top of
that have infested their neighbors.
Since it was situated in a canyon with tall
that
rock
very
walls,
circumstance frightens
Zelda and
one
Impa were
horribly,
trapped. Their
said
only
Carmilla.
escape back the way they had come,
How so?
into the Fool
inquired my
marketplace and through an army of assassins.
I am so afraid of
It was
fancying I
here
say
they would
such
have to make
things.
their stand.
I think it would be as
Good of
bad
you
as
to join
reality.
us, Link. I think those skills of
We
yours
are
are
in
about to come in
God's
handy,
hands.
Impa said.
Nothing can happen
Princess
without his
Zelda wrapped her
permission,
arms around
and
him
all
in
will
emotion,
end well for those
tears
who love
streaming
him.
down her cheeks.
He is our
She
faithful
had failed
creator.
to show her love for
He
Link
has made us
earlier
all,
that day, and it
and
was
will
a
take
mistake
care of
she
us.
apparently was not keen to duplicate.
Creator,
Link felt a tinge of
Nature,
melancholy. He
said the young
realized that he
in
had
answer to my
often
gentle
wanted Zelda to kiss him
And
like
this
that,
disease
but
that
never
invades the
under
country
such
is
tragic
natural.
circumstances. Their
Nature.
chances of survival
All
seemed
things
slim.
proceed from
And a
nature,
crowd of assassins
Don't
approached, being led by a cloaked
All
figure
things
and
in the
followed
heaven,
closely by
in
Harkonnen.
the earth,
Apparently,
and
he is
under
showing his
the
true
earth.
colors, Link thought.
act and
The
live as
cloaked
nature
figure pulled
ordains.
back his hood, revealing
I think
long,
so.
jet black hair and black markings around
The doctor
her eyes.
said he would come
She
here
was
today,
like a Sheikah,
said my father,
the sworn
after a
protector of the
silence.
royal family.
I want to
only
know
not.
what he thinks about it,
Something was off
and what
about
he
her.
thinks we had better do,
Here, take this, Link, Impa said,
Doctors never
handing
did
him
me
a
any
steel
good.
short sword.
said Carmilla.
He actually
Then you
preferred
have
the
been
wooden
ill?
sword,
I
so he
asked.
decided to wield the short
More
sword
ill
in
than
his
ever
left
you
hand,
were,
and the wooden sword in
she
his right. Zelda wielded
Long
her
ago.
favorite dagger, as lethal as it was
Yes,
beautiful.
a long time.
Impa held nothing, but somehow
I suffered
Link
from
knew
this
she
very
could
illness,
have any number of weapons
but
ready
I
in an
forget
instant.
all but my pain
Zelda,
and
Impa,
weakness.
and Link glanced at
And they
each
were
other,
not so
and
bad
then
as
the
are
woman,
suffered in other
"Who are you?"
diseases.
asked Zelda.
You were very young
"My
then.
name is Mirai," she said.
I
her
dare
voice
say, let us
truly
talk no
improved.
more of it.
Hand over
You would not
Princess
wound a
Zelda,
friend.
and we will let you live.
She looked
What do you
languidly
want
in
with
my
her?
eyes,
Impa asked.
and passed her arm round
We
my
are
waist
loyal to the
lovingly,
true
and
king
led me out of the
rule,
room.
Ganon. We
My
know
father
that
was
Zelda
busy
is
over
the
some
key
papers
to
near the
restoring
window.
Ganon to power. We will have
Why
her
does your
and her
papa
secrets,
like to
or we
frighten
will
us?
kill you all. It's
said
your
the pretty
choice.
girl with a sigh and a little
Both
shudder.
Mirai and Harkonnen
He doesn't.
share the same
Dear
expression,
Carmilla, it is the
a
very
cold,
furthest thing from his
lethal
mind.
gaze with a bloodless
Are
line
you
just
afraid,
beneath the
dearest?
surface. Zelda
I should
stepped
be
forward.
very much if I
No, stay
fancied there was
back,
any real
ordered Impa.
danger of my being
Zelda
attacked
turned
as those
around.
poor people.
They have archers, argued Zelda.
You are afraid
they
to
have
die.
an army, and we are cornered.
Yes,
You live because
everyone
they
is.
allow it. She looked directly at
But
Impa.
to die
This
as
is my
lovers
decision.
may,
We are beaten
to
for
die
now.
together.
You will serve Cruel
so that
best
they
by
may live
surviving. She
together.
looked at Link. Goodbye, my love.
Girls are
Mirai disarmed
caterpillars
Princess
while they
Zelda,
live in the world,
bound her wrists
to
and
be
ankles,
finally
and took her
butterflies
onto
when
a
the
black
summer
horse
comes.
and rode off.
But in
back
the
towards
meantime, there are
marketplace, and
grubs
presumably away
and
from
larvae.
Rule. A number
Don't
of their
you
ranks
see,
followed on
each with their
horseback
peculiar
to provide a
propensities,
protective escort,
necessities,
leaving
and
Harkonnen and a
structure.
still formidable number of assassins
So says Monsieur
behind
Buffon
with Link and Impa.
in his big book.
I'm
in
never
the
going
next
to forgive myself for letting her go.
Later in the
Impa
day, the
said under
doctor
her
came
breath.
and was closeted
She and
with
Link,
Papa for some
standing in
time.
front of the closed inner gate
He was a
to
skillful
palace,
man,
were
of
trapped
60
between
and
two
upwards.
walls of
He wore
High Rock
powder
Canyon.
and shaved
The
his pale
traitorous
face as
Harkonnen,
smooth as a
leading a
pumpkin.
group of merciless assassins,
He and Papa
blocked their
emerged from the
only
room
path to
together,
escape,
and I heard
a
Papa
lethal
laugh
look
and
in
say
their
as they
evil
came out,
eyes. Harkonnen
"Well, I do
smiled.
wonder at a wise
Now
man
about
like
that
you.
offer to let you
What do
both
you
live,"
say to
he began.
hippogriffs and
Here's other
dragons?"
crap. I am
The
going
doctor
to
was
enjoy
smiling and made
teaching you a
answer,
lesson,
shaking his
boy.
head.
Slowly,
Nevertheless,
painfully,
life and death
until
are
you
mysterious
learn,
states,
until you die,
and we know little
he
of
said,
the
looking at
resources of
Link.
either.
His face twisted into an even
And they
crueler
walked
expression
on,
than before.
and I heard no more.
The mob of assassins
I did
led
not
by
then know
Harkonnen
what the
crept
doctor
forward.
had been broaching.
Just when all hope
But I-
seemed to be lost, from above, Round, blue metallic bombs with lit fuses fell from atop the canyon wall. Harkonnen looked up, his expression changing from hatred to terror. "Take cover!" he yelled, but it was already too late for many of his men. The explosions were
This
deafening.
is a LibriVox
The men's
recording.
tattered bodies were flung
All
through the air.
LibriVox recordings are in the
Harkonnen,
public
with
domain.
his speed, followed
For
many
more
of his
information
men and avoided
or to
a quick
volunteer,
and painful death.
visit
They looked up, and backlit by the high afternoon
www.librivox.org.
sun, a large, menacing silhouette stood,
Carmilla,
triumphant in
by
the
J.
sky.
Sheridan Le Fanu.
Then, leaping from the canyon
Read
wall
for LibriVox
directly for
by
Harkonnen,
Elizabeth Klett.
came the King of Hrul, a glistening longsword clutched above
Chapter
his head,
5.
poised to strike.
A wonderful
Harkonnen
likeness.
dove for safety, and just in time. The
This
King's
evening
strike
there
missed
arrived
and
from
he landed
Graz
with
the
a heavy
grave,
crash
dark-faced
onto
son
his
of the
foot and
picture
knee.
cleaner,
It looked
with a
painful.
horse and cart
The
laden with
remaining
2 large
assassins,
packing
having
cases,
regained their
having many
senses
pictures in
following the
each.
charged
It was
the
a
king
journey
and
of
readied
10
their
leagues,
arrows.
and
The
whenever a
Link and
messenger
Impa
arrived at
stepped
the
into the middle.
Schloss from our little
Impa,
capital of
throwing
Graz,
metallic blades
we used to
concealed
crowd
in his
about him in the
cloak,
hall to hear
killed
the
the
news.
archers before they could let
This
their
arrival
arrows fly.
created in our
And
secluded
Link,
quarters quite a
wielding the
sensation.
two swords like
The
true
cases
master
remained
he
in the
was,
hall,
charged
and the
into
messenger was
the
taken
mob,
charge of by the
dropping his
servants till he had
attackers
eaten
with
his supper.
startling speed.
Then, with
With his hope
assistance,
of backup
and
diminished,
armed with hammer,
Harkonnen
ripping
turned his
chisel, and
attention
turn
to the
screw,
king.
he met
I
us
am
in
like
the
a
hall,
son to you,
where we had
old
assembled
fool,
to witness
he
the
asked.
unpacking of
Well,
the
as your
cases.
son, I look forward to giving
Carmilla
a
sat
moving
looking
speech at your
listlessly on,
funeral.
while one
The king
after the other
swung
the
his
old
long sword
pictures,
for Harkonnen's
nearly
head,
all
who ducked.
portraits, which had
Fool me
undergone the
once,
process
you
of
die,
renovation,
retorted the
were brought
king.
to light.
The king fought
My
bravely,
mother was of an
but was no
old
match for
Hungarian
Harkonnen.
family,
As
and
Link
most
and
of these
Impa
pictures,
together
which were
dispatched
about to
the
be
last of the
restored to their
assassins,
places,
they turned
had
to
come
offer
to us through
assistance to
her.
the king as quickly as
My
they
father
could,
had a list in
but they
his
were not
hand
in
from
time
which he
to save
read,
his life.
as the artist
king,
rummaged out the
with a
corresponding
reckless rage,
numbers.
ignored Harkonnen's
I don't know that the
threatening
pictures
move
were
and
very
desperately
good,
drove the
but
tip
they
of
were
his
undoubtedly
longsword
very
through the
old,
center of Harkonnen's
and some of them
chest.
very curious
Even as
also.
Harkonnen's blade found
They had,
its
for the
mark as
most
well.
part, the merit of
They had
being now
stabbed
seen
each
by me,
other at
I
the
may
exact
say,
same
for the
moment.
first time,
Harkonnen
where the
mumbled,
smoke and
"You
dust of
stupid
time had
fool,"
all but
and
obliterated
crumbled to
them.
the ground, letting out his last
There is a
breath.
picture I have not yet
The king,
seen,
still
said
standing,
my father.
turned to face Link
In
and
one
Impa,
corner at the top
a
of it
sword
is the
still
name,
sticking in
as
his
well as I
chest.
could read,
Pulling out the
Marcia
sword, he chuckled
Karnstein,
ironically.
and the date
Today I was feeling
1698.
younger than I have in
And I am
years.
curious to see how it has turned
The
out.
king fell to the ground, and
I
Impa
remember
and Link
it.
rushed to his side.
It was a small picture,
Holding
about a
him, they
foot and a half
listened,
high,
and the king
and
said,
nearly square, without a
"Link,
frame.
there is
But it was so
something
blackened by
I want
age
to
I
tell
could
you.
not make it
I
out.
was wrong. It is
The artist
funny.
now produced
I have
it with
the
evident
benefit
pride.
of years,
It was quite
years of
beautiful.
experience.
It was
dealing with
startling.
people.
It
And yet
seemed
what
to
I,
live.
the king coughed,
It was the
blood
effigy
splattering
of
to his
Carmilla.
lips. What I knew about
Carmilla,
Harkonnen
dear,
with my
here's
head
an absolute
wasn't as
miracle.
true as what Zelda knew.
Here you are,
about
living,
you,
smiling,
along
ready to speak
with
in this picture.
heart.
Isn't it
It
beautiful,
took all
Papa?
of his effort to finish
And see,
his
even the
dying
little
apology
mole
to
on her
Link.
throat.
He trailed off, then
My father
closed his
laughed and
eyes,
said,
and was at
"Certainly
peace
it is a
at
wonderful
last.
likeness."
The king of Hrul
But he
no
looked
longer
away,
needed to be
and to my
strong
surprise
for
seemed but
anyone.
little struck by it,
Link
and went on
closed his
talking to
eyes
the
and
picture
bowed his
cleaner,
head in respect.
who is also something of an
Today
artist,
was
and discoursed with
interesting, Link
intelligence
thought,
about the portraits
but
or
not at
other
all what he had
works,
expected.
which his art had just
Not
brought
only
into
was
light
Zelda
and
gone,
color.
but if
Well,
what
I was
Mirai
more
said
and
was
more
true,
lost and
Mirai
wondered
was
the
inches
more I
away
looked
from
at the
resurrecting
picture.
Ganon, the king of evil.
Will you let me hang this
Apparently,
picture
Impa
in my
was thinking
room,
the
Papa?
same thing.
I asked.
Link, I know what you were
Certainly,
thinking,
dear, he
but there's
said,
still hope.
smiling. I am
Zelda
very
is the
glad you
one
think
of
it's so
7
like.
lines
It
of
must be
sages
prettier
who
even than I
protected the
thought, if
seal
it
of the
is.
Temple of Time for hundreds of years.
The young lady did
and they
not
must all be
acknowledge this
alive
pretty
for the magic
speech.
to be undone.
Did not seem to
I do
hear
not
it.
know this
She was
Mirai,
leaning back in her seat,
but I know of
her fine
kind.
eyes under their
Like
long
the
lashes
Sheikah
gazing
people
on me
who
in
are sworn to
contemplation.
protect the royal family
And
of
she
Hrul.
smiled in a kind of
Mirai and her
rapture.
people have sworn to bring Ganon back to life.
And now you can
rule
read
at his
quite
side.
plainly the name
And
that
if
is
she
written in the
anything
corner.
like me,
It
she
is
will
not
suffer
Marcia.
nothing to bring her
It
plans
looks as
to
if it was done in
fruition.
gold. The name is
I
Mircalla,
can guide you.
Countess
You
Karnstein.
alone are
And this is a
able to
little
become the
coronet
hero
over and
who
underneath
needs.
AD,
A hero who can stop
1698.
Mirai's plans.
I am descended
I know
from the
you have it within
Karnsteins.
yourself. You
That
must
is,
be brave.
Mama was.
Link lifted his head
Ah,
and looked into the
said the
full
lady
sky.
languidly.
It appeared a great
So am
adventure
I,
was before
I
him.
think. A very long long descent, very ancient.
Wow, that was the most
there any
impressive
Karnsteins
fanfiction
living
I've
now?
read since...
None
Well,
who bear the
that was
name,
the
I
first
believe.
fanfiction I've ever read.
The family were ruined, I
Maybe
believe,
when
in
our
some
fellow
civil
witches
wars
share
long
their
ago.
art, we should check
But
it
the
out.
ruins of the castle
Because
are only about
just
3
like
miles
a good
away.
witch breathes imagination into
Oh,
her
interesting,
cauldron brew, our
she said
friends
languidly.
breathe a little bit of their heart
But see,
into
what
their
beautiful
words,
moonlight.
sculptures, pictures,
She glanced through the
etc.
hall door, which stood a little open.
Maybe they're trying to tell us something.
Suppose you take a little
Maybe their
ramble
words
around the
have some
court
deep meaning.
and look down at the road
Don't
and
ask
river.
me. My best friends are frogs.
It is so
and
like the
no
night you
offense
came to
frogs,
us,
but
I
they
said.
are stupid.
She sighed.
Until next time, my
smiling.
darling. Keep those
She
cauldrons
rose, and
piping
with
hot.
each her arm
Keep
about the
growing
other's
fun
waist,
flowers and
we walked
crystals
out
in
upon
them.
the pavement.
Visit nature when you can.
In
and
silence,
befriend the
slowly
plants
we
and
walked down
animals.
to the drawbridge where
Keep
the
your
beautiful
psychic
landscape
spirit
opened
detector
before
tuned
us.
to the astral plane, because I will
And
always
so
be
you were
sending
thinking
signals,
of the night I
letting
came
you know
here.
that you are a
She almost
beloved
whispered.
fellow witch. Good night.
Are you glad I came?
Hello, my
Delighted,
darling.
dear
I
Carmilla,
am the glitter fairy
I
bomb,
answered.
your friendly neighborhood flame.
And you asked for the picture you
Here to
think
remind
like
you
me
that it's
to hang
time
in your
get
room.
comfy.
She murmured with a sigh as she drew her arm
I listened
closer
to the
about my
latest
waist
hits read aloud.
and let her pretty
Today's
head
episode
sink upon my
is
shoulder.
moody video game fanfiction written
How
by a friend of
romantic
mine,
you are,
entitled
Carmilla.
Princess Zelda's Birthday.
Whenever you tell me your story, it will be made up chiefly of some one great romance. She kissed me silently.
Excited and busy for the past few
I am
weeks,
sure,
and with
Carmilla,
good
you have
reason.
been in love,
Princess Zelda's
that there is
birthday
at this moment
celebration was
an
fast
affair of the
approaching,
heart going
and the king
on.
had spared no expense in making preparations.
I have been in love with no one.
After all, this was no
And never
ordinary
shall.
birthday party.
She whispered.
Not only was Zelda a
Unless
princess,
she-
which was obvious, but it was customary in schools for a young
How
girl to
beautiful
regard
she
as a
looked
woman
in the moonlight.
beginning on her 16th birthday.
Shy
On
and
top of
strained
that,
was the
it
look
was
with which she
widely
quickly
rumored
hid
that
her
the
face
king
in
of
my
schools
neck and
had a
hair,
husband in mind for
with
himself.
tumultuous sighs
Some
that seemed
even
almost to
suspected that
sob,
he would make
and
an
pressed in mine a
announcement
hand
at
that
the
trembled.
celebration.
Her soft cheek
Princess
was
Zelda
glowing
had
against
heard all
mine.
of these rumors, and
Darling,
it suffices to say she
darling,
was not at all pleased.
I live in
When she
you,
first
and
heard
you
of the
would
rumors
die
from
for
one of
me.
her
I
close friends
love
a
you
week
so.
ago, she confronted her father
started.
immediately. Now, her
She was
father,
gazing
the
on me
king,
with
was
eyes from which
considered
all
by many
fire,
to be a
all
clever
meaning
man
had flown,
and a shrewd
and a
diplomat.
face
But
colorless
Princess
and
Zelda could
apathetic.
read him like an open book.
Is there a chill in
And
the
his
air,
lack of a
dear?
satisfactory
She said
answer to
drowsily.
these accusations
I almost
made
shivered.
Zelda angrier than
I've
she
been
had
dreaming.
been in a long time. She
Let
had
us
not
come in.
spoken with her
Come.
father since.
Come in.
As the early morning sun shone
You
into
look
the
ill,
tower
Carmilla.
window, and the
A little
noise from the
faint.
castle town,
You
as well as the
certainly must
morning
take some
bird sounds,
wine, I
were
said.
just commencing. Princess
Yes,
Zelda was already
I
up and
will.
dressed, but not in her
I'm better
normal,
now. I shall be
extravagant
quite
dress
well in a few
befitting a
minutes.
princess of cruel. She was
Yes,
dressed
do give me a
as
little
common
wine,
as any girl
answered
that might be
Carmilla
found.
as we approached the
Her
door.
striking pale features and long, light blonde hair
Let us look
were hardly
again for a
complemented
moment.
flatteringly by the
It is the
dark
last
brown
time,
garment.
perhaps,
Her
I shall
birthday
see
was
them
only a day
moonlight.
away, so she was planning an unannounced trip.
How do you feel now,
Impa,
dear Carmilla?
Zelda's caretaker and
Are you
guardian
really
since
better?
birth, who always seemed to have a sixth sense about such things.
I was beginning
and
to
this
take
drove
alarm,
Princess Zelda
lest she
absolutely
should have been
mad.
stricken with the strange epidemic that they said had invaded the country about
Impa,
us.
I know that it is you.
Papa would
It
be
is
grieved
always
beyond
you.
measure, I
Leave me
added,
alone.
if he thought you were ever so
Princess
little
Zelda did
ill,
not
without
know how
immediately
Impa
letting
did
us
it.
know.
It was as if
We have a
Impa
very
knew
skillful
that
doctor
Zelda
near
was
us.
planning to rebel,
The physician who was
even
with Papa
before
today.
Zelda noticed the thought inside
I'm
her
sure he
head.
is.
I
I
am
know
not
how
planning to
kind you
stop
all are,
Impa
but,
assured her,
dear
with a
child,
laugh.
I am quite
I
well
just want
again.
to talk.
There is
This
nothing
both
ever wrong with
confused
me
Princess
but a little
Zelda, and made
weakness.
her very happy at the same
People
time.
say I am
Her mind
languid.
had been speedily
I am
conjuring
incapable
ways
of
to escape
exertion.
from her room
I
without
can
Impa
scarcely
stopping
walk
her.
as far as a child
Perhaps
of
out the
3 years
window with
old,
bed sheets tied together?
and every now and
But
then
she
the
was
little
not
strength
coming
I
up with
have
anything
falters.
satisfactory. Her
I
window
become
was
as you
very
have
high
just
up,
seen me.
so Impa's offer not
But
to
after
stop
all,
her
I am very
was
easily
an
set up
unexpected
again.
yet welcome pleasure
In a
to her
moment,
pointy
I am
felt
perfectly
ears.
myself.
Yet it left her
See how
very
I've recovered.
suspicious. Princess Zelda
So indeed
opened
she
the door,
had.
and Impa
And she and I
calmly
talked a great deal,
closing the door behind
and very
her.
animated she was,
Impa, of
and the
the
remainder of that evening passed
dressed
without
in
any
her usual
recurrence
type.
of what I call
A cloak fancy
infatuations.
enough to befit the guardian
I mean, her
royalty,
crazy
yet
talk and
modest
looks,
enough to be
which
inconspicuous
embarrassed
and
and
blend in
frightened me.
whenever Impa felt so inclined.
There
Which is
occurred
excellent.
that night an
While
event which gave
impossible
my
to tell
thoughts
from
quite a
looking,
new turn.
Zelda knew Impa's robes concealed light armor and more weapons than Zelda would like to guess. While Zelda sworn protector by occupation, her relationship with Zelda had become complex ever since Zelda had stopped seeing her father as being perfect, which was at about 9 years old.
This
While
is a
Impa
LibriVox
made no
recording.
secret that she respected
All
the King of
LibriVox
Schools
recordings are
and
in
was
the
always
public
on his
domain.
side when it came to
For
what
more
he
information
thought was best for
or to
his daughter.
volunteer,
Somehow
visit
Impa managed to balance this authority figure role
www.librivox.org.
and remained Zelda's closest girlfriend as well,
Carmilla
despite her relatively
by J.
advanced
Sheridan Le Fanu.
Sometimes Zelda
Read for
secretly
LibriVox
suspected
by
that
Elizabeth
Impa
Platt.
was able to stay in her good graces by using
Chapter
some sort
6.
of Chica mind control.
A very strange
However,
agony.
this was a suspicion that Zelda
When we
was
got into
never
the drawing
able to
room,
confirm with
and and had sat down to our coffee and chocolate, although Carmilla did not take it. She seemed quite herself again, and Madame and Mademoiselle de la Fontaine joined us, and made a little card party, in the course of which Papa came in for what he called his dish
there
of
is something
tea.
you need to know.
When the game was over, he sat down beside Carmilla on the sofa and asked her a little anxiously whether she had heard from her mother since her
Looked back into
arrival.
Zelda's eyes and
She
continued.
answered no.
Zelda, ever since
He then
you were a
asked
young
whether
girl,
she knew where a
the
letter would
Zen
reach her
Theatre
at
has been my whole
present.
life. Even though Hul has been
I cannot
peaceful
tell,
for the past 16
she
years,
answered
as it ever has
uneasily.
been, if
But I
not
have
more
been
so.
thinking of leaving
The
you.
price of keeping
You
it
have
that
been
way
already too
is that we
hospitable
never
and
get
too
lazy
kind to me.
or careless.
I have given you an
But the
infinity
way
of
I have
trouble,
been keeping
and I should wish to take a
is going
carriage
have to
tomorrow and
change.
post in pursuit of
I will
her.
always be here for you.
I know where I
But
shall
there comes a
ultimately
time
find her,
when you need to take
although I dare not
responsibility
yet
for
tell
your
you.
own safety. I
But you
cannot
must
keep
not
you safe
dream of
by
any such
denying
thing,
you the ability to
exclaimed
make
my
your own
father,
choices.
to my great
Take
relief.
your own risks
We can't
and
afford to
live your own
lose you
life.
so,
It is
and
not
I won't
for you,
consent to your
it cannot
leaving
work.
us except under the
I
care of
cannot
your mother,
help you
who was
if you
so
need to
good
pack
as to
me away
consent to
to
your
live
remaining
life.
with us till
It
she
is
herself
better
should
if you
return.
face whatever may come
I should be
as a
quite
team,
happy if I knew that you
even
heard
if
from
it
her.
means doing it on
But
your
this
terms.
evening, the accounts of the progress of the mysterious disease that has invaded our neighborhood grow even more
There is
alarming.
no way Impa
And
is
my
going
beautiful
to
guest,
reverse
I do
psychology
feel the
trickery on
responsibility,
me, Zelda told
unaided
herself.
by advice from your mother,
Finally, however,
very much.
Zelda caved.
But I shall
There
do
is
my
no way to
best.
stay suspicious
And one
of
thing
Impa.
is certain,
She is always
that you
right.
must not think of leaving us without her
Thanks, Impa.
distinct
It really
direction to
is
that
nothing.
effect.
I'm just going
We
to
should
full
suffer too
force to
much
say
in
leave.
parting from you to
As
consent to
out
it
of the loop
easily.
as Link can be when it comes to
Thank
gossip,
you, sir.
I worry that he may have heard
thousand
rumors that
times
my
for your
dad is planning to
hospitality,
introduce me to
she
my future
answered,
husband.
smiling bashfully.
I do not know how he
You
would
have all
respond
been
to
too
this
kind to me.
news.
I have
mean, he
seldom
has
been
always
so
a good
happy in
friend,
all
and
my
marriage
life
can change
before,
things.
as in
Not
your
that I am
beautiful
planning to go
chateau,
through with any of my
under your
father's
care,
evil schemes.
and in the
The rumor
society
in
of your
itself
dear
is the
daughter.
problem.
So he
I could
gallantly, in
deliver
his
any
old-fashioned
message if you
way,
like,
kissed her
Impa
hand,
offered.
smiling
No,
and
thank
pleased
you,
at her
Impa,
speech.
Zelda replied. I think
I
not
accompanied
bothering to
Carmilla
visit
as usual to her
personally
room,
sends the wrong
and
message
sat
in
and
of
chatted with her
itself.
while she was preparing for
This
bed.
is something I want to do, and I
Do you
want to
think,
do it alone.
I said at length,
So I would appreciate
that
if
you
you
will
let me
ever
go,
confide
and if you
fully
give
in
me a little
me?
privacy, meaning no stealth spying.
She turned round,
If anything
smiling.
goes wrong, I will just
Made
have
no
to rely
answer,
on the years of training
only
you have given
continued
me,
to smile
turning
on
me
me.
into a killing machine.
You won't answer
As
that?
I said, you
said.
are all grown up now.
You can't
I
answer
cannot stop
pleasantly.
you. Even your
I ought
father
not to
knew
have
this day
asked
would
you.
come. I suspect that is why he's
You
so
were quite
eager to
right to
marry you
ask me
off.
that.
The
Or
thought of a
anything.
completely independent Princess
You do not
Zelda
know how
running
dear
around
you are
full
to me,
field and casting magic
or you could
spells
not
on
think any
Octoroks or
confidence too
unsuspecting
great to hope
travelers
for.
terrifies him.
But I am under
Zelda
vows.
smiled.
No,
This was
none
freedom
half
she
so
always told
awfully.
herself she wanted,
And I dare not
and
tell
yet
my
some
story
part of her
yet,
missed
even to
Impa
you.
bossing her around.
The
No
time is
matter,
very
she told
near when you
herself.
shall know
Every stage
everything.
of life has its advantages
You
and
will
its
think me cruel,
disadvantages. The most
very
important thing
selfish.
right now
But
is that I
love
do
is
not
always
have to worry about
selfish.
how Link is feeling.
The more
I
ardent,
can go and see for
the more
myself.
selfish.
Princess Zelda walked to her trunk
How
and,
jealous I
opening
am,
it,
you cannot
removed
know.
a small dagger from her belongings.
You must come
She
with
tucked
me,
it hidden away
loving
in a
me
slit in
to
her
death,
common dress.
or else hate
Leaving
me,
Impa in the room,
and
she
still
walked
come
to the
with me,
stairs,
and
starting to make
hating
her way
me
to
through
Hyrule
death
Forest.
and
The
after.
early afternoon sun shone through
There is
in small
no
patches
such
through the
room
dense
as
forest
indifference
overgrowth.
in my
Everything was
apathetic
simultaneously
nature.
bursting with life and yet
Now,
completely
Carmilla,
silent.
you are going to
Even
talk
the
your
nearby
wild
brook seemed to
nonsense
babble
again,
peacefully and
I said
quietly,
hastily.
its sound muffled by every patch
Not
of dirt,
I.
by every
Silly
plant,
little fool as
and
I
blocked
am,
by
and full of
every
whims
tree.
and fancies.
Link, after believing to
For your
minimize
sake,
any
I'll
smell
talk like a
that might tip
sage.
his quarry off to a hunter,
For you have read a book.
had covered himself in dirt and sap.
No, how you do run on.
If an animal
What
was
is it
lucky
like?
enough in its final
How
moments to
charming it
smell
must
him,
be.
Link would smell as much
I
like
almost
a forest
forget it is
plant
years
animal
ago.
as he could muster.
I laughed.
Link,
You are not
no
so
more than
old.
15 years old.
Your first
but there
ball
was
can
no
hardly
way
be
that he could
forgotten
assure
yet.
that. Had seen his fair share of things in life. Good with a sword, he had never met his match in a
I
fight.
see it all.
Being thin and not
As
incredibly
divers see
strong,
what is going on
his
above
strength
them,
came from his
through a
agility
medium
and
of
courage.
dense,
Many who
rippling,
beat
or
at swordplay
transparent.
later commented that Link had no
There
fear.
occurred that night what has
His dirty
confused
blonde,
the picture
long
and made
hair
its
stopped
colors
just
fade.
short of his shoulders.
I was
And
all but
beautifully stayed
assassinated
out
in
of
my
his
bed.
intense green eyes.
Wounded here,
Link breathed quietly
she
and
touched her
easily.
breast.
Being invisible to bolt was a matter of preparation, patience, relaxation, and intelligence, and he knew instinctively from years of practice. He silently walked in an upward
Strange
direction,
love that would have
his
taken
bow
my
strong
life.
and arrow ready.
Love
Before
will
he
have
caught
its
sight of any deer,
sacrifices.
he heard a
No
noise, and he
sacrifice.
got as low to the ground as possible, still making no noise.
Let us go to sleep
His
now.
every motion
I feel
was
so
even more
lazy.
peaceful, relaxed,
How can I get up just now
silent
and
and
lock
abrupt,
my door?
babbling softly more than
She was
50
lying with her
paces off.
tiny hands buried in
His
her
dark
rich wavy
green
hair,
tunic
under her
made him
cheek.
instantly
Her little head
indistinguishable
upon the pillow
from a
and her
distance
glittering eyes
from the
followed me
nearby
whenever I
ferns growing
moved,
at the base of a
with
large
a kind of
tree.
shy smile that I could not
After a
decipher.
moment had passed,
I bid her good night and crept from the room with an uncomfortable sensation.
One of the reasons Link loved hunting was that
I often wondered whether our pretty guest ever said her prayers. I certainly had never seen her upon her knees. In the morning, she never came down until long after our family prayers were over. And at night, she never left the drawing room to attend our brief evening prayers alone. If it had not been that it had casually come out in one of our careless talks that she had been baptized, I should have doubted her being a Christian. Religion was a subject on which I had never heard her speak a word. If I had known the world better, this particular neglect or antipathy would not have so much surprised me. The precautions of nervous people are infectious, and persons of a like temperament are pretty sure, after a time, to imitate them. I had adopted Carmilla's habit of locking her bedroom door. Having taken into my head all her whimsical alarms about midnight invaders and prowling assassins, I had also adopted her precaution of making a brief search through her room to satisfy herself that no lurking assassin or robber was ensconced. These wise measures taken, I got into my bed and fell asleep. A light was burning in my room. This was an old habit of very early date, and which nothing could have tempted me to dispense with. Thus fortified, I might take my rest in peace. But dreams come through stone walls, light up dark rooms, or darken light ones, and their persons make their exits and their entrances as they please, and laugh at locksmiths. I had a dream that night that was the beginning of a very strange agony. I cannot call it a nightmare, for I was quite conscious of being asleep. But I was equally conscious of being in my room, and lying in bed precisely as I actually was. I saw, or fancied I saw, the room and its furniture just as I had seen it last, except that it was very dark, and I saw something moving round the foot of the bed, which at first I could not accurately distinguish. But I soon saw that it was a sooty black animal that resembled a monstrous cat. It appeared to me about 4 or 5 feet long, for it measured fully the length of the hearthrug as it passed over it, and it continued toing and froing with the lithe, sinister restlessness of a beast in a cage. I could not cry out, although as you may suppose I was terrified. Its pace was growing faster, and the room rapidly darker and darker, and at length so dark that I could no longer see anything of it but its eyes. I felt it spring lightly on the bed. The 2 broad eyes approached my face, and suddenly I felt a stinging pain as if 2 large needles darted an inch or 2 apart deep into my breast. I waked with a scream. The room was lighted by the candle that burnt there all through the night, and I saw a female figure standing at the foot of the bed a little at the right side. It was in a dark loose dress, and its hair was down and covered its shoulders. The block of stone could not have been more still. There was not the slightest stir of respiration. As I stared at it, the figure appeared to have changed its place, and was now nearer the door. Then close to it, the door opened, and it passed out. I was now relieved, and able to breathe and move. My first thought was that Carmilla had been playing me a trick, and that I had forgotten to secure my door. I hastened to it, and found it locked as usual on the inside. I was afraid to open it. I was horrified. I sprang into my bed and covered my head up in the bedclothes, and lay there, more dead than open.
Even she was amazed by Link's seemingly reckless falls. Judging by his speed, he must have been falling from at least as high as my towering bedroom window, Zelda observed to herself. As the shock from Zelda's fright should have been wearing off, Princess Zelda was not regaining her breath as quickly
This is a LibriVox recording.
Looking at Link, she suddenly
All
realized
LibriVox
that
recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, visit www.librivox.org.
We're not planning on taking no for an answer. Am I prepared to be disowned
Carmilla
and locked in the dungeons
by
on
J.
account of
Sheridan
marriage
Fannin.
preferences?
Read
Or
for
would I
LibriVox
compromise
by
and become
Elizabeth
all the
Platt.
things that I hate when push comes to shove? On top
Chapter
of that,
7.
the idea that Zelda might be
Descending.
losing Link made her see him in a different light than she had throughout
It would
her
be
childhood.
vain my attempting to tell you the horror with which even now I recall the occurrence of that night. It would was no such transitory terror as a dream leaves behind it. It seemed to deepen by time, and communicated itself to the room and the very furniture that had encompassed the apparition. I could not bear next day to be alone for a moment. I should have told Papa, but for two opposite reasons. At one time I thought he would laugh at my story, and I could not bear its being treated as a jest. And at another, I thought he might fancy that I had been attacked by the mysterious complaint which had invaded our neighborhood. I had myself no misgiving of the kind, and as he had been rather an invalid for some time, I was afraid of alarming him. I was comfortable enough with my good-natured companions, Madame Perrodon and the vivacious Mademoiselle Lafontaine. They both perceived that I was out of spirits and nervous, and at length I told them what lay so heavy at my heart. Mademoiselle laughed, but I fancied that Madame Perrodon looked anxious. By the by, said Mademoiselle, laughing, the long lime tree walk behind Carmilla's bedroom window is haunted. Nonsense, exclaimed Madame, who probably thought the theme rather inopportune. And who tells that story, my dear? Martin says he came up twice when the old yard gate was being repaired before sunrise, and twice saw the same female figure walking down the lime tree avenue. So well he might, as long as there are cows to milk in the river fields, said Madame.
Instead, looking up,
I dare say, but Martin chooses to be frightened, and never did I see fool more frightened.
Where are we going, sir?
You must not say a word about it to Carmilla, because she can see down that walk from her room window, I interposed, and she is, if possible, a greater coward than I.
And she knew it.
Carmilla came down rather later than usual that day. I was so frightened last night, she said, so soon as we were together. And I am sure I should have seen something dreadful if it had not been for that charm I bought from the poor little hunchback who I called such hard names. I had a dream of something black coming round my bed, and I awoke in perfect horror. And I really thought for some seconds I saw a dark figure near the chimney-piece, but I felt under my pillow for my charm, and the moment my fingers touched it, the figure disappeared, and I felt quite certain, only that I had it by me, that something frightful would have made its appearance, and perhaps throttled me as it did those poor people we heard of.
The doorway was almost otherworldly.
Now listen to me, I began,
Finally,
and recounted my adventure, at the recital of which she appeared
This is the doorway
horrified.
to the underworld, isn't it?
And had you the charm near you?
Long
She
ago,
asked
when our
earnestly.
ancestors were engaged in a war
No,
with
I had
Bennet,
dropped it into a
these
china
ancient
vase in the
underground
drawing room.
labyrinths were used to
But I
hide
shall certainly
fragments
take it
of
with me
the
tonight,
Triforce of wisdom from
as
you.
you have so much faith
How
in it.
or why they
At this distance of time, I cannot tell you, or even understand how I overcame my horror so effectually as to lie alone in my room that night. I remember distinctly that I pinned the charm to my pillow. I fell asleep almost immediately, and slept even more soundly than usual all night. Next night I passed as well. My sleep was delightfully deep and dreamless. But I wakened with a sense of lassitude and melancholy, which, however, did not exceed a degree that was almost luxurious. Well, I told you so, said Carmilla, when I described my night's sleep. I had such delightful sleep myself last night. I pinned the charm to the breast of my nightdress. It was too far away the night before. I am quite sure it was all fancy, except the dreams. I used to think that evil spirits made dreams, but our doctor told me it is no such thing. Only a fever passing by, or some other malady, as they often do, he said, knocks at the door, and not being able to get in, passes on without alarm. And what do you think the charm is? Said I. It has been fumigated or immersed in some drug, and is an antidote against the malaria, she answered. Then it acts only on the body. Certainly. You don't suppose that evil spirits are frightened by bits of ribbon, or the perfumes of a druggist's shop? No, these complaints, wandering in the air, begin by trying the nerves, and so infect the brain. But before they can seize upon you, the antidote repels
She
them.
gritted her teeth and
That, I am sure, is what the charm has done for
I am
us.
having a birthday celebration.
It is nothing
tomorrow.
magical.
It is kind
It
of
is
a big
simply
deal. Part of
natural.
it is open to the public, but part of it is a private party.
I should have been happier if I could quite have agreed with Carmilla.
Zelda
But I
frowned
did
as
my
she imagined
best,
her father in this
and the impression was a
mystery
little
suit,
losing its
ganging up
force.
on her like a pair of dodongos.
For
preparing
some
to
nights
charge.
I slept profoundly.
I know you and my father have
Still,
never really
every
gotten along
morning
so
I felt
great,
the same
and you see each other
lassitude,
at all,
and
but
a
I want you
languor
to come.
weighed upon me all
Here,
day.
take this.
I felt myself
Reaching into the
a
slit of her
changed
dress,
girl.
she pulled out an embroidered
A strange
card and
melancholy
handed it
was
to Link.
stealing over me.
He held it
A
momentarily above his
melancholy
head
that
with
I would
both
not
hands
have
looking at it.
interrupted.
This is a royal
Dim
invitation.
thoughts of
If
death
you show it to
began
the
to
castle
open,
guards, you can spend my
and an
full birthday
idea that I was slowly
Also,
sinking
take this
took
letter.
gentle
If you show it to
and
a
somehow
merchant in
not
Castle Town,
unwelcome
they will
possession
know
of
that I am
me.
paying for you to wear something
If it was
that will
sad,
fit in at the
The
party.
tone of mind which this
Link
induced was
suddenly felt
also
extremely
sweet.
awkward. Not only
Whatever
had
it
he
might
never
be,
really spent
my
time
soul
with Zelda's
acquiesced
father,
in it.
he had never gone anywhere
I would not
in
admit that I
full
was
had
ill.
dress code.
I would not consent to tell my
Zelda sensed this and
papa,
added,
or to have the
"Link,
doctor
I
say.
think my father wants me to get married.
Carmilla
I
became
think
more
he might
devoted to
announce
me
this
than
at the
ever,
party. If
and
he
her
does,
strange
I am going to make
paroxysms
my
of
own
languid
announcement.
adoration
I will
more
tell everyone
frequent.
that I do not want to get
She
married.
used to gloat
unless
on
it
me
is
with
to you."
increasing ardor.
And at
The
once,
more my
Link had
strength
an
and
emotion
spirits
that was much
waned.
more powerful than awkwardness.
This always
He
shocked
was
me,
happy.
like a
Zelda's
momentary
plan was
glare
just
of
crazy enough to
insanity.
be something he could get on board with entirely.
Without knowing it,
Link
I was
liked to
now
think of
in a
himself
pretty
as
advanced
wild,
stage of the
free-spirited
strangest
forest boy.
illness under which
But
mortal
he
ever
knew that it
suffered.
took a woman like Princess
There was an
Zelda
unaccountable
to truly make his
fascination
life
with its
crazy.
earlier symptoms
smiled.
that more than
Tomorrow was going to be
reconciled
an
me to the
interesting day.
incapacitating effect of that stage
The
of the
King of Cruel
malady.
woke the next morning.
This
about the
fascination
time he
increased
usually
for a
woke up.
time,
Very early.
until it reached a
He
certain
had beaten his
point
son in the
when
race to get
gradually
up
a
so
sense
many
of the
times,
horrible
the
mingled
sun
itself
sat
with
down in
it,
the heat. He
deepening
lit his red
as you
candle
shall
and
hear,
washed his face,
until it
looking deeply into
discolored
the mirror.
and perverted
His eyes looked
the whole
tired.
state of my
He washed
life.
his face more, tightened his beard and
The
jaw,
first change I
and looked again.
experienced was rather
Ha-ha, he
agreeable.
told himself.
It was
This
very
time I
near the
was
turning
not
point from which
tired at all.
began the descent of
He
Avernus.
memorized the face he just made. He
Certain
ruminated
vague
all
and
day,
strange
at least with
sensations
his eyes
visited me
and
in
his
my
mouth,
sleep.
smiled slightly
The
in
prevailing
honor of his
one
daughter's
was of that
birthday.
pleasant, peculiar,
As a
cold
king, he
thrill
could not
which we
afford
feel
the
in
luxury of
bathing
weakness.
when we move against the
His people
current
could
of a
not
river.
afford for him to be weak.
This was soon
He could not
accompanied
get
by
any breaks.
dreams that seemed
He
interminable,
even had to be strong
and were so
in matters
vague
relating to his
that I could
beloved
never
daughter.
recollect their
He
scenery
knew
and
the way men were,
persons,
and he knew
or
the
anyone
types of men who
connected
would want to marry
portion of their
Princess Zelda.
action.
For wealth, for power,
They left
if he did
an
not choose a
awful
husband for his
impression,
daughter, the other men
and
of
a
the world would
sense of
essentially choose for
exhaustion,
her, and that
as
would
if I
be
had passed
disastrous.
through a long
For
period of
Zelda to
great
have a
mental
chance of
exertion and
happiness,
danger.
and for his people to have a stable future,
After all
he
these
had to
dreams,
choose
there remained
for her
on waking
someone that
a
could be
remembrance of having been in a
trusted.
place
The sun,
very nearly
finally
dark,
catching up to him,
and of having
prepared
spoken to
rise.
people whom I could
The
not
dim
see,
light of dawn crept through
and
the window,
especially
rendering his
of
red
one
candle less
clear
necessary.
voice,
He blew
of
it
a
out.
female's,
He looked again
very
at the
deep,
mirror.
that
His beard
spoke
had
as
turned
if
to
at a
gray
distance,
overnight. He may not
slowly,
be old yet,
and
but he
producing
could not
always
look
the
out for
same
Zelda
sensation
forever.
of indescribable
Besides, no matter who
solemnity
Zelda found
and
on her
fear.
own, he could not be better
Sometimes
than
there
Harkonnen.
came a sensation
No
as if a
soldier had
hand
ever
was
risen
drawn
in the
softly
ranks
along
and
my
pulled
cheek and
guard
neck.
faster than Harkonnen. The king had met
Sometimes
with him on many
it was as if
occasions and
warm
felt he was
lips
a man of
kissed
good
me,
character,
and
he was
longer,
of good birth.
and longer, and
Of
more
all the
lovingly
men
as
the
they
king
reached
had
my
considered
throat.
worthy of Princess Zelda,
there the caress
none had come
fixed
close
itself.
comparing to Harkonnen.
My heart
He
beat
was the most
faster.
impressive man
My
the
breathing
king had
rose
ever
and fell
met.
rapidly and
The
full
king knew of
drawn.
Zelda's friendship
A
with the
sobbing that
forest
rose
boy
into a
Link,
sense of strangulation
met Link on several
supervened and
occasions,
turned into a
if
dreadful
only to be kept
convulsion
aware of his
in which
daughter's
my
activities.
senses left me,
The king
and
had
I
nothing
became
against Link, but
unconscious.
the idea of Princess marrying
It was now
someone
3 weeks
like
since
Link
the
seemed
commencement of
impossible
this
to him.
unaccountable state.
Link was an unmannered hermit.
My sufferings had, during the
The
last
king had
week,
nothing
told
against
upon
Link,
my
but
appearance.
the idea of the princess marrying
had grown
someone
pale.
like Link seemed
My eyes were
impossible.
dilated and darkened
Link
underneath,
was an unmannered
and the
hermit.
languor which I had
Come to
long
think of
felt
it,
began
the
to
king had
display
never
itself
even
in my
heard him speak.
countenance.
No, the king told told himself.
My father asked me
I am
often
doing the
whether
right
I was
thing
ill.
here.
But
After
with an
dressing in one of
obstinacy
his
which
finer
now
ones,
seems to me
and donning his
unaccountable,
stately crown,
I
the
persisted
king
in
proceeded to
assuring
the
him
dining
that I
room.
was quite well.
Breakfast was ready, but Princess Zelda
In a
was late,
sense, this was
as she
true.
often was,
I had no
especially
pain.
on special occasions.
I could complain of
The king
no
sat
bodily
down and folded his
derangement.
napkin, placing it in
My
his lap.
complaint seemed to be
He
one of the
started eating his
imagination,
toast.
or the
After his toast was
nerves.
gone and he was
And
starting on
horrible
his
as my
eggs,
sufferings
Zelda
were,
arrived,
I kept
in a much
them
better mood than
with
he
a
was
morbid
expecting.
reserve,
She was
very
wearing one
nearly
of
to
her finest
myself.
white dresses, and and her hair was extravagant.
It could not
and
be
arranged.
that terrible complaint which
Partially
the peasants
pinned up
called
in a bun
the
in the
oop
back.
iron. For I had now been suffering for 3 weeks, and they were seldom ill for much more than 3 days,
Her week of not
when
speaking
death
with him
put an
was
end to
just a
their
phase, he
miseries.
told himself.
Carmilla
Zelda
complained
smiled.
of dreams
They talked about
and
nothing
feverish
and everything
sensations,
and ate their
but by no
breakfast
means of
together.
so alarming a kind as mine.
This cordial,
I say that
friendly
mine were
mood continued
extremely
until guests started
alarming.
arriving for their private
Had I been
reception.
capable of comprehending my
Relative and
condition,
friends from
I
near
would
and
have
far
invoked
came
aid
to
and
pay their
advice on my
respects to Princess
knees.
Zelda on her special
The
day.
narcotic of
But
an
what was
unsuspected
unexpected was one
influence
guest in
was
particular.
acting upon me,
He was dressed in a
and my
white
perceptions
silk shirt
were benumbed.
with an unbuttoned stand-up
I am going to
collar
tell
and
you
a gray
now of
jacket
a
and
dream
pants made of
that led
cashmere.
immediately to an
His
odd
shoes
discovery.
were shining black leather. He even had
One
gotten a
night,
haircut.
instead of the voice I was accustomed to hear in the dark, I heard one, sweet and tender,
she did not know
and
who
at
he
the
was.
same time
Then
terrible,
Princess Zelda
which said,
could not contain her smile.
"Your
when she
mother
recognized
warns you
him.
to be
To
aware
her,
of the
he was
assassin."
utterly ridiculous. But in a
At the
good
same
way.
time, a light
Standing
unexpectedly
there
sprang
awkwardly
up,
sporting fine
and I saw
clothes for the first
Carmilla,
time in his life.
standing near the foot of my
However,
bed in
she
her
could
white
tell that to
nightdress,
everyone else, he
bathed
looked perfectly
from her
fine for
chin
the
to her
occasion.
feet in
She
one
rushed to
great
him and gave
stain
him a
of
hug,
blood.
sparking the curiosity of everyone
I
present,
wakened with a
including
shriek,
the king.
possessed with
Who
the
is that?
idea
The
that
king asked
Carmilla
the
was being
bystander.
murdered.
Walking over to
I
greet
remember
the new
springing
guest,
from my
the
bed,
king shook his
and my
hand
next
asked who he
recollection is
was.
that of standing on the lobby
Dad, do not
crying
be
for help.
silly. You know Link. Zelda
Madame and
interrupted.
Mademoiselle came scurrying out
The
of their
king did a
rooms in
small
alarm.
double-take.
A lamp
Link?
burned always
I
on
could
the
not
lobby,
recognize you
and
looking
seeing
like
me,
that.
they soon
Well, what a
learned the
pleasant
cause of my
surprise to see
terror.
you here. The king was perfectly
I
polite,
insisted on our knocking
all
at
of
Carmilla's
Zelda's
door.
friends, but
Our
secretly
knocking was
Zelda knew
unanswered.
that the king was concerned.
It
that this
soon
may
became a
interfere with
pounding
his marriage
and an
plans for
uproar.
Zelda.
We shrieked her
After a
name,
bit of
but all
mingling,
was vain.
It was time for the king
We
and
all grew
Zelda
frightened, for
to
the
make their
door was
first public
locked.
appearance.
We
The room
hurried
they were
back in
using
panic
had a
to my
balcony
room.
overlooking the market,
There we rang the
which is
bell
where the
long
main
and
party was
furiously.
taking place.
If my father's
And
room
it
had
had
been
been
at
in
that
full
side of the
swing for some
house,
time now.
we would have called him up
The
at once
marketplace
to our
was
aid.
packed with people from all
But
over
alas,
Seoul and beyond.
he was quite
Many
out of
familiar
hearing,
faces
and to
many
reach him
new
involved an
ones,
excursion
all
for
having
which
fun
we none of
time.
us had courage.
There were games, contests,
Servants, however,
puppet
soon came
shows,
running up the
and live
stairs.
street performers
I
and
had got on my
musicians,
dressing
and
gown and
lots of
slippers
merchants.
meanwhile,
Even
and my
soldiers
companions
were
were
on hand
already
to keep an eye on
similarly
everyone.
furnished. Recognizing the
King,
voices of the
Impa,
servants on the
and
lobby,
Princess Zelda
we sallied
made their
out
way towards the
together,
balcony.
and having
It was
renewed as
then
fruitlessly our
she saw
summons
a
at
King
Carmilla's
First
door,
Street Parkinson,
I ordered the men to
and
force
she
the lock.
instantly suspected
They
he
did
was the
so,
mystery man her
and
father
we
had in
stood
mind
holding
for
our
her.
lights aloft in the
Wearing his
doorway,
full dress
and so
uniform,
stared
he
into the
certainly
room.
looked impressive.
We called her
With
by
his long
name,
black hair
but there
tied
was
in a
still
short
no
ponytail
reply.
behind his head.
We looked round the
A
room.
neat goatee rested
Everything
underneath
was
his long,
undisturbed.
somewhat pointed nose.
It was exactly
and
in the
his eyes
state
were
in which I had
serious
left
and
it on
narrow.
bidding her
She
goodnight.
disliked him instantly.
But Carmilla was
She beckoned to
gone.
Link to follow her. Part of her felt guilty, using Link as a sort of marriage shield, but she was not coming up with any other ideas to get her out of her predicament, so she ignored her guilt. As they stepped out onto the balcony, the people below cheered. Zelda smiled and waved as they cheered louder.
This is a
She
LibriVox
took Link's
recording.
arm and held it close.
All
clinging to
LibriVox
him with a
recordings are in the
grip like a
public
vice.
domain.
I am not going to
For
stand
more
next to
information,
Parkman, she told
or to
herself.
volunteer,
As was
visit
customary, the king stepped forward to make a speech, and the
www.librivox.org.
noise subsided. Welcome to the birthday party
Carmilla,
of Princess Zelda.
by J. Sheridan
Tyrion
LeFanu.
said. As you all know, he
Read by
continued
Elizabeth
as the
Platt.
noise subsided, she is turning 16 today.
Chapter 8.
And, a bit later, I have an
Search.
important announcement concerning her that I'm
At
sure
sight of
many
the
of you
room,
have been expecting.
perfectly undisturbed
They
except
cheered
for our
again.
violent
Princess
entrance,
Zelda faked
we
a
began to
smile,
cool a
since
little,
it seemed the appropriate
and
time
soon
to smile.
recovered our
But
senses
it was a little
sufficiently to
difficult
dismiss
to
the men. It
But
had
in the
struck
meantime,
Mademoiselle that
it's
possibly
time for the
Carmilla had been
traditional
wakened by
fencing
the
tournament.
uproar at her
As you
door,
all know,
and in her
today
first
is
panic
not
had
only
jumped
my
from her
daughter's
bed
birthday,
and
but
hid
it is
herself
also
in a
the
press
anniversary of
or
seeing
behind a
Ganon,
curtain,
King of Evil,
from which she
in
could
the
not, of
Temple
course,
Time.
emerge until the
Zelda
major
is the
domo and
last
his
in a long
myrmidons had
line of
withdrawn.
descendants from the woman who,
We now
along
recommenced our
with 6
search
other sages,
and began to call her
joined
name
their
again.
power to seal Ganon away
It was all to
forever.
no purpose.
The crowd
Our
definitely
perplexity
cheered
and
for that
agitation
remark.
increased.
Well,
We
many of
examined the
you
windows,
have
but
never
they were
known war.
secured.
You must
I implored
always
of
be ready,
Carmilla if she had
which is
concealed
why it is
herself
important
to
teach
play
our
this
children
cruel trick
swordplay
no longer,
and to encourage encourage
to come
them
out and to
serve the
end our
town.
anxieties.
Let the tournament
It was
begin.
all useless.
The king turned to Hartman.
I was by this time
Would you
convinced
do me
that she
the
was
honor
not in the
of
room,
representing the
nor
royal
in the
guard
dressing
in the
room,
competition?
the door of which
I
was
have
still
heard
locked
only
on
the
the
best
side.
things about your talents
She could not
with the
have
sword.
passed it.
Harkonnen
I was
smiled and
utterly
agreed.
puzzled.
All in good fun.
Had Carmilla
Harkonnen
discovered
added.
one of those secret
He moved his
passages which the
jacket,
old
spun
housekeeper
over the
said were
railing,
known to
and,
exist in the
dropping himself
Schloss,
to hang
although
from
the
floor
tradition
of
of their
balcony,
exact
he
situation
let
had been
go
lost?
and fell gracefully to
A
the
little
cobbled
time
street
would,
below.
no doubt,
Show
explain
off,
all.
Zelda thought to herself.
Utterly perplexed as for the present
Princess
we were.
Zelda disliked Harkonnen,
It was
this
past
was
4
her
o'clock,
favorite part of
and
her
I
birthday
preferred
party.
passing the remaining
While
hours of
secretly
darkness
she
in
knew
Madame's
she
room.
could probably be
Daylight
quite
brought no
respectable in such a
solution to
competition.
difficulty.
She just enjoyed watching.
The whole
People
household,
from
with my
all
father
over
at
Hyrule
its
and
head,
beyond showed
was in a
off their
state of
strange yet
agitation
effective
next morning.
swordplay techniques.
Every
And it was
part of the
fascinating to
chateau
see.
was searched.
Harkonnen was
The
not all
grounds were
bad either,
explored.
Zelda admitted to
No
herself.
trace of the missing lady
Zelda
could be
observed that he
discovered.
frequently bested and
The stream was about to be dragged. My father was in
with
distraction.
minimal display
What
of
a
effort.
tale to have to
As it
tell the
became
poor
clear
girl's
that
mother on
Harkonnen
her
was a
return.
front-runner, they began
I,
calling
too,
for
was
volunteers.
almost beside myself.
Can no one stand up
Though
to
my
the
grief
royal
was of
guard?
quite a
A
different
soldier
kind.
yelled mockingly.
The morning
Zelda
was past in
smiled to
alarm and
herself
excitement.
indifferently.
It
Not
was
that
now 1
mattered,
o'clock,
but she would like to
and
see the
still
look
no
on Harkonnen's
tidings.
face after having a match with
I
Link.
ran up to Carmilla's
Come to
room
think of it, she
and
thought,
found her standing
I would
at
like
her
to see
dressing
my father's
table.
face as well.
I was astounded.
Zelda turned to Link.
I could not believe my eyes.
I know you do not usually care
She
for this
beckoned
sort of
to me
thing,
with her pretty
but
finger
would
in
you do it?
silence.
For me.
Her face
Yeah.
expressed extreme
Link had
fear.
long given up on seeking fame and
I
glory
ran to
for
her in an
himself.
ecstasy of
If he
joy.
wanted to be popular,
I kissed and
he
embraced her
would not
again
live
and
the
again.
life of a hermit in
I
the
ran to
forest
the
of
bell
fools.
and rang it vehemently
But
to bring
Zelda
others
need
to
not
the
ask
spot
him
who might at
twice.
once relieve my father's
He would do
anxiety.
anything for her, and besides,
Dear
he had
Carmilla,
been intrigued by
what has
watching
become of you all this
Harkonnen's
time?
talent. He had
We've
not
been in
faced such a
agonies of
worthy
anxiety
adversary
about
in quite a
you,
while.
I exclaimed.
So,
Where have you been?
though no pride
How did you
showed on
come
his
back?
face, he nodded and removed his
Last
jacket.
night has been a night of wonders,
Laying on a nearby
she
chair,
said.
he took one step
For
and,
mercy's sake,
quite
explain
suddenly
all
and
you can.
unexpectedly, sprung into the air
was
and
past 2
forward
last
flipped over
night,
the railing,
she said,
flipping one more time
when I went to
through the
sleep
air
as
to
usual in
land
my
on the
bed
cobbled
with my
street
doors
below.
locked,
The crowd
that of the
gasped
dressing room and that
and
opening
cheered
upon the
wildly.
gallery.
The king frowned,
My sleep was
not sure what to
uninterrupted,
make of her.
and so
Eva
far as I
smiled.
know,
She was
dreamless.
looking forward to
But
seeing
I
the
woke
match
just
between
now
Link
on the
and
sofa in the
Harkonnen,
dressing
not
room
sure what
there,
to expect.
and I found the
He
door
had
between
heard
the
Link's
rooms open,
skills many
and the
times
other
from
door
Zelda,
forced.
but was never sure whether
How could all
Zelda
this have
was
happened without my being
exaggerating or not.
wakened? It must
"You
have been
have a new
accompanied with a
challenger,"
great deal of
the announcer
noise,
yelled,
and I am
egging the
particularly
crowd
easily
on to
wakened.
even greater levels of
And how could I have been carried out
Well
of my bed
before,
without my
several
sleep having
matches
been
had
interrupted?
taking place
I, whom the
simultaneously in
slightest
different
stir
corners of the
startles.
marketplace,
By this
including
time,
matches with
Madame,
different age groups,
Mademoiselle,
such as
my father,
swords swinging
and a number of the
youngsters.
servants were
For
in
this
the room.
match, the crowd instinctively
Carmilla was, of
cleared a
course,
large space
overwhelmed with
in the middle of
inquiries,
the marketplace.
congratulations, and
Everyone
welcomes.
prepared to give this
She
match
had but
their
one
full
story to
attention.
tell,
A
and
man
seemed the
came and
least
gave
able
Link
of
his
all the
choice of
party
wooden
to
sword.
suggest any way of
Link
accounting
took
for
the
what had
medium-weight
happened.
blade and gave it a couple of practice
My
swings.
father took a turn
He
up
was
and
ready.
down the room,
He looked
thinking.
across the arena for Harkonnen.
I saw Carmilla's
Harkonnen
eye
did
follow
not
him
seem
for a
concerned.
moment, with a sly,
Just as well,
dark
he will not
glance.
see this coming. Link
When
told
my father
himself.
had sent the servants
Noticing
away,
that he was starting to take
Mademoiselle
this
having
match
gone in search
and
of a little
himself
bottle
a
of
bit too
valerian
seriously,
and sal
Link smiled a
volatile,
goofy smile,
and there being
turned
no
in a
one now
circle,
in the room
greeting
with
the crowd
Carmilla,
with waves.
except my father,
They cheered, as
Madame,
always.
and myself,
That's better. I should
came
not
to her
take this too
thoughtfully,
seriously.
took her
It
hand
is
very
just a
kindly,
game, he told himself.
and led her to the sofa
But he
and sat
only
down
half
beside
believed
her.
her.
Will you forgive me, my dear,
Harkonnen
if I
stepped
risk a
towards the middle of the
conjecture
ring,
and ask a
Link
question?
followed suit.
Who can have better
They bowed out
right?
of courtesy,
She said.
and Harkonnen began
Ask what
circling
you
Link.
please, and I
In
will
most
tell
of
you
his other
everything.
matches, Link had noticed,
But my story is
Harkonnen's
simply one
opponents
of
had rushed
bewilderment and
hoping to catch
darkness.
him off guard.
I know
They were
absolutely
playing
nothing.
right into his hands.
Put
and
any
offering
question
off
you please, but you know, of course, the
Link was
limitations
in
Mama
no
has
hurry.
placed me under.
As a few moments passed, the impatient
Perfectly,
crowd
my
turned
dear
their
child.
anger to Harkonnen.
I need not
Why
approach
should
the
he be
topics
afraid
on
of a
which she
stranger
desires our
when he beat
silence.
everyone else, they wondered.
Now, the marvel of last
However,
night
the crowd's
consists in
taunting
your
had no
having been
effect
removed from
on
your bed and
Harkonnen's
your
resolve
room,
or patience.
without being wakened,
Fine, if he will not
and this
attack
removal
first,
having occurred
I will.
apparently while the
But
windows were
careful,
still
Link
secured,
told himself.
and the two doors
Link
locked
sprung
upon the
forward,
inside.
bringing the sword from overhead down
I
an
will
angle
tell you
towards
my
Harkonnen.
theory.
He parried.
And ask you
Link
a
continued
question.
with a fierce combination of swings,
Carmilla was leaning on
sending
her
each
hand
strike with a
dejectedly.
feral cry,
Madame
each
and I were
louder than the one
listening
before.
breathlessly.
Harkonnen did not stand the defensive
Now my
long
question
before
is
returning
this.
favor.
Have you
As
ever
Link
been
expected,
suspected of walking in
Harkonnen
your sleep?
skillfully dodged one strike completely,
Never.
hoping to throw Link
Since
off
I was very
balance by
young, profound, deep.
But
you did walk in your sleep when you were young. Yes, I know I did. I have been told so often by my old nurse. My father smiled and nodded. Well, what has happened is this. You got up in your sleep, unlocked the door, not leaving the key, as usual, in the lock, but taking it out and locking it on the outside. You again took the key out, and carried it away with you to some one of the 25 rooms on this floor, or perhaps upstairs or downstairs. There are
but
so
that
many
was all
rooms and
Link needed.
closets, so
Transitioning
much heavy
seamlessly
furniture,
from
and
his
such
role to
accumulations of
spinning
lumber that it would
upward
require a
strike,
week
catching
to search
Harkonnen
this old
squarely
house
on the back of
thoroughly.
his dominant shoulder,
Do you see now what I
launching him into
mean?
the air and sending him spinning
I do.
wildly into the cobblestone.
But not all.
The crowd, needless to
She
say,
answered.
had been completely worked into an
And how,
absolute
Papa,
frenzy.
do you account for her
They
finding
had not
herself
seen a
on the
match
sofa
like this
in the dressing
years,
room,
if ever.
which we had searched so
Even the
carefully?
king, who was trying his best to
She
be in
came
Harkonnen's
there
side,
after you had
could not
searched it,
help but be impressed
still
by
in her
Link's
sleep,
apparent mastery
and at
of the
last
sword.
awoke
He
spontaneously,
hardly stifled
and was
a
as
smile
much
that,
surprised to find
though
herself where she
small,
was as anyone
accomplished
else.
not just his mouth,
I
but his
wish all
eyes as
mysteries
well.
were as easily and
"I
innocently
probably
explained
look
as
old,
yours,
smiling like
Carmilla,"
this,"
he said,
thought to
laughing.
himself.
And
Harkonnen
so
did
we
not
may
stay down
congratulate
long.
ourselves
He
on the
got to his
certainty
feet, and his
that the
face
most
showed
natural
sincere
explanation of the
emotion for the
occurrence
first
is
time.
one
For
that
as
involves
long
no
as
drugging,
anyone there had
no
ever known
tampering with locks,
he was
no
mad.
burglars or
Not even
poisoners or
Harkonnen's fellow
witches.
soldiers had
Nothing
ever
that
seen
need
this
alarm
side of a
Carmilla
man.
or anyone else
A
for our
man
safety.
who was usually so
Carmilla was
composed
looking
and seemingly
charmingly.
good-natured.
Nothing could
Apparently,
be
he
more
was not a
beautiful
good
than her
loser.
tints.
Harkonnen
Her
shouted,
beauty was, I
"I'll
think,
smash in your puny
enhanced
skull,
by that
boy."
graceful languor that was
He
peculiar to
growled and
her.
came at Link with everything.
I think
Link,
my father
well
was silently
athletic and strong
contrasting
for
her
his
looks
age,
with mine,
was nowhere near
for he
as strong
said,
as Harkonnen.
"I
Link,
wish
being
my
only
poor
a boy
lord
of
was
roughly
looking more like
15 years,
herself."
was probably
And
outweighed
he
by
sighed.
Harkonnen by at least 75 pounds.
So
He
our
towered
alarms
over
were
him.
happily ended,
At first, Link tried
and
to block
Carmilla
Harkonnen's
restored
blows
to her
directly,
friends.
but soon gave that up as a tactic, as each blow was delivered with such staggering force that the resulting vibrations through his wood sword stung Link's fingers intensely, despite his firm grip. Instead, Link deflected the blows, indirectly, one by one, and when he got
This
a
is a
split-second
LibriVox
opportunity,
recording.
did a backflip,
All
putting some
LibriVox
Maximian's
recordings
face
are in the
between
public
him and his
domain.
enraged aggressor, giving
For
himself
more
a moment to
information,
think.
or to volunteer,
A moment was all
visit
he would get as Harkonnen immediately continued his savage
www.librivox.org.
assault. Link's mind raced. When was the last time he was in
Carmilla,
a jam like this?
by
Against
J.
an
Sheridan
opponent who
LeFanu.
has me outmatched in
Read
almost
by
every
Elizabeth
way,
Klett.
he asked himself. Link was beginning to feel fatigue, and then it occurred to him,
Chapter
Harkonnen
9.
probably was too, even if he
The
did not
Doctor.
show it. So Link just held on, dodging
As
and
Carmilla
blocking
would not
as long
hear
as
of
he
an
could.
attendant sleeping
If
in
he
her
could not
room,
beat Harkonnen,
my
he
father
could at
arranged
least
that a
outlast
servant
him.
should sleep outside her door,
And, sure enough,
so that she would not
despite
attempt to make
Harkonnen's
another such
exceptional
excursion
skill,
without being arrested at her
Link
own
started to
door.
notice cracks in the
That
armor
night
of his
passed
technique.
quietly, and
Perhaps
next
an
morning
opportunity
early, the
here,
doctor,
a misstep
whom my
there,
father had sent for
Link
without
observed
telling
as
me
he
a word
deflected
about
blow
it,
after blow.
arrived to see
Still,
me.
I will wait for the perfect moment.
Madame accompanied
I will
me to the
only get one
library,
shot at this.
and there the
Link
grave little doctor,
Then,
with
leaning
white hair
forward,
and spectacles,
he rolled the
whom I
proverbial
mentioned
dice.
before, was waiting to
He spun
receive
his
me.
sword around Harkonnen's with unusual
I told him my
speed
story,
and force,
and as
almost
I
signaling
proceeded,
in
he grew
advance that Link was
graver
about to
and
make a move.
graver.
It was as if Link was
We were
almost
standing, he
daring
and I, in the
Harkonnen to stop
recess
him,
of one of the
knowing
windows,
full
facing
well
one
that
another.
Harkonnen was more exhausted
When
than
my
he would let
statement
him
was
show.
over,
As
he leaned
Harkonnen's
with his
blade
shoulders
was spun
against
in
the
a
wall,
clockwise circle,
and with his eyes
Link
fixed on me
released his sword
earnestly,
lock and brought
with an
the flat
interest
of
in
his
which was a
blade
dash
in
of
a
horror.
downward motion into the back of Harkonnen's
After a
calf,
minute's
just
reflection,
below the knee,
he asked
sweeping
Madame if he could see my
Harkonnen's
father.
feet out from under him.
He was
But
sent
Link
for
did not
accordingly,
stop with that.
and as he
Without
entered
the
smiling,
slightest bit
he
of
said,
hesitation, even
"I dare
before
say,
Harkonnen
Doctor,
had landed on
you are
the
going to
cobbled
tell me that
street,
I am an old
Link
fool for
leaped
having
high,
brought you here.
straight into the air,
I hope I am."
gathered all of his weight,
But
and focused
his
into a
smile
downward
faded into shadow
finishing
as the
blow.
doctor,
Harkonnen
with a
landed
very
with a
grave
heavy
face,
thud, and
beckoned
before
to
he could
him.
lift his blade in defense, Link's
He and the
knee came
doctor
down on
talked
his
for some
chest,
time in
and
the
his
same
sword came
recess
to a
where I had
sudden
just
halt,
conferred with the
just
physician.
before Harkonnen's neck.
It seemed an
It was
earnest
over,
and argumentative
Harkonnen was
conversation. The
Realizing
room is
his
very
defeat,
large,
Harkonnen
and I and
regained his
Madame stood
composure.
together,
Perhaps I
burning
can
with
save
curiosity at the
and
farther end.
lose with a little class.
Not
he
a
told
word
himself.
could we hear, however,
Getting to his feet,
for they spoke
he
in a
shook
very
Link's
low
hand,
tone,
as if
and the
he
deep
were the
recess of
referee,
the window quite
and raised
concealed
it
the
up,
doctor from
signaling
view,
Link's victory.
and very nearly
He
my
smiled
father,
and patted Link on
whose
the back.
foot, arm, and
It was
shoulder
then
only
that
we
the
could see,
king thought the moment
and the voices
was right.
were, I suppose,
Let's hear
all
it
the
for
less
Harkonnen,
audible for the
as
sort of
humble
closet
and dignified
which a
in
thick
defeat
wall and
as he
window
is in
formed.
victory. The crowd's response
After a
was less
time,
than
my father's
enthusiastic.
face looked into the room.
Why is the king calling
It was
for
pale,
recognition for Harkonnen?
thoughtful,
In Link's lengths
and
of
I fancied
time.
agitated.
The king continued.
Laura, dear, come here for a moment.
Madame,
we shan't trouble you, the doctor says, at present.
Distinguished himself in my service as an honorable
Accordingly,
warrior
I approached,
and a trusted ally.
for the first time
Over
a little
the past
alarmed.
few years,
For although I
Harkonnen
felt
had
very
become
weak,
less like
I
a
did not feel
soldier to
ill.
me, and more like
And
a son.
strength one always fancies,
And so it
is a
with
thing
great
that may be
pleasure
picked
and
up when
pride
we please.
that I announce to you
My
all
father held
that
out
I
his
have
hand to me,
asked Harkonnen
as I
to
drew near.
consider taking my
But he was
beloved
looking at the
daughter,
doctor,
Princess
and he
Zelda,
said,
in the holy bonds of matrimony,
"It certainly is very
and
odd.
he has agreed.
I don't understand it quite.
Trust me, ladies and gentlemen,
Alora, come
there
here,
is
dear.
no
Now
more
attend to
fitting
Dr.
choice in
Spielsberg
all of
and recollect
Brule
yourself.
for the man who will take Zelda's hand in marriage, and in
You
time
mentioned a sensation
succeed
like
me
that of
as the
2
king
needles
of Brule.
piercing the skin.
The suddenness
Somewhere
of the
about your
announcement
neck
caught all
on the
present
night when
off
you
guard.
first experienced
But the
your horrible
crowd
dream.
warmed quickly to the idea
Is there still
of
any
an upcoming
soreness?
wedding for Princess Zelda,
None at
and
all,
the partying
I
that
answered.
entails.
Can
noise
you
level of
indicate with your
rejoicing
finger about
rose.
the point at which you think this
Harkonnen threw
occurred?
his arm over Link's shoulder
Very
and
little below my
smiled at
throat.
him. Let's
Here,
rejoin them up
I
on that
answered.
balcony and see how
I wore a
Zelda
morning
is
dress
taking
which
the good
covered the
news,
place I
shall we?
pointed to.
Link nodded.
Now
Harkonnen
you can
continued.
satisfy yourself.
Say, where
said
did
the
you learn to
doctor.
fight like that?
You
We
won't
could
mind your
use a boy
papa's
like you
lowering
in
your
the
dress
Royal
very
Guard.
little.
Link shrugged.
It is
He
necessary
had not really learned
to
his
detect
sword
a
fighting
symptom
all
of
in
the
one
complaint
place,
under which you
but
have
he
been
was not sure how to
suffering.
answer. The two of them
I
passed by the
acquiesced.
guards and into
It was
the
only an
building
inch or two
and
below
walked
the
up
edge
the
of my
stairs
collar.
towards the second floor. On the balcony,
Bless me.
the king shook Link's
So it
hand
is,
and congratulated
exclaimed
him,
my father,
leaving Harkonnen
growing
to
pale.
approach Princess Zelda.
You see it now with your own
Harkonnen
eyes,
took
said
Zelda's
the doctor
hand and
with
she
a gloomy
smiled at him.
triumph.
But as
What
he
is
leaned in
it?
to kiss
I
the
exclaimed,
princess, she turned away,
beginning to be
and her
frightened.
smile vanished.
Nothing,
crowd
my
took
dear young
notice in the
lady, but a
marketplace
small
below.
blue spot,
I
about
cannot
the size
continue
of the
this
tip
for
of your
sake
little
of
finger.
appearances,
And
Zelda
now,
told
he
herself,
continued, turning to
there is
Papa,
no way I will
the
marry
question
Harkonnen
is,
while my heart
what is
belongs
best
to
to be
Link,
done?
she thought. She walked to
Is there
Link
any
and took his
danger?
hand.
I
She
urged,
turned
in
to
great
address the
trepidation.
marketplace with him
I
at her
trust
side.
not, my dear, answered
My
the
dear
doctor.
people, she began.
I don't see
Thank
why you
so
should
much
not
for
recover.
attending my birthday celebration.
I don't see why
I
you
am
should not
grateful to
immediately
each and
begin to
every
get
one of
better.
you, and I have been having the most
That is
wonderful
the point
time.
at which the sense of
But her expression
strangulation
turned more
begins.
serious. I
Yes,
may live in a
I
palace
answered.
with my head in the clouds,
And
the crowd laughed
recollect as
lightly.
well as you can,
But that is not the same as
the
living
same
under a rock.
point was a kind
I
of
know
center of that
there has
thrill
been
which you
much
described
talk
just
of my getting
now,
married,
like
and
the
now it
current of a
seems even
cold
the king
stream
is
running
believing it.
against you.
The crowd got dead
It
silent.
may have been.
The truth is,
I
I'm
think
not
it
ready to be
was.
married. Not to anyone.
Aye, you see.
As
he added,
flattered as I
turning to my
am by
father.
Harkonnen's interest in
Shall
me,
I say a word
it
to
is a
Madame?
proposal that I cannot accept.
Certainly.
He deserves a
said my
girl who is capable of giving him
He
her
called
whole
Madame
heart.
to him and said,
Someday, maybe someday soon,
I find my young
I
friend
imagine I
here
will be
far
ready for
from
marriage.
well.
And when I
It won't
am,
be of any
I
great
promise
consequence,
that
I
I will
hope.
love that person
But it will be
completely
necessary that
and
some
forever.
steps be taken,
She looked at Link,
which I will explain
half
by
happy
and by.
to have gotten that
But in the
out,
meantime,
but
Madame,
half
you
sad
will
that
be
she could
so
not
good
say
as to
more.
not let Miss Laura be
Zelda
alone
was
for
sad
one
that she
moment.
could not announce her love
That
for
is the
Link
only
as she had
direction I
planned.
need give for the present.
Something was telling her
It
that
is
timing was all
indispensable.
wrong. She finished, saying,
We may rely upon
That
your
is all.
kindness, Madame, I know. added
What
my
happened
father.
next came suddenly
Madame
and without
satisfied
warning.
him eagerly.
Harkonnen, interestingly,
And you,
seemed
dear Laura.
strangely unemotional
I know
about
you will observe
both
the
what had
doctor's
just
direction.
happened and what was beginning to happen.
I shall have
She
to ask your
remained
opinion
calm,
upon another
serious,
patient, whose
unreadable.
symptoms slightly
There were
resemble
scattered
those of my
shots of
daughter,
agony
that
in
have just been
different corners of the
detailed to you,
marketplace, and soldiers
very
began
much
to fall.
milder in degree,
Zelda screamed
but I
in
believe
terror,
quite
followed
of the
quickly
same
by the
sort.
crowd, and panic ensued.
She is a young lady,
It was an ambush.
our guest.
From the rank
But
of
as you say,
previously
you will be
joyful
passing this way
spectators
again
came
this evening.
assassins,
You can't do better than
brandishing
take your
small,
supper
hidden
here.
blades,
And you can then
bashing
see her.
soldiers
She does not come
systematically,
down
with
till the
ruthless
afternoon.
skill and without mercy.
I thank you,
Of
said the
everyone
doctor.
else present,
I
only
shall be
Impa
with you
seemed to
then,
keep a
at
cool
about
head.
7 this evening.
She protectively grabbed Princess
And then they
Zelda
repeated their directions
jumping
to
off the
me and
railing,
Madame.
carried Zelda to
And with
the
this
roof of the
parting
building
charge,
in
my
an
father
instant.
left us, and walked
they were
out with the
gone.
doctor.
As a man began
And I saw them
climbing to the
pacing
outside
together up and
railing
down
of the
between the
balcony,
road and the moat,
holding a knife
on the
made of
grassy
bone,
platform in front
Link
of the
swiftly
castle,
kicked him in the face,
evidently
sending him
absorbed in
crashing
earnest
to the street
conversation.
below. Link knew of Impa's
The doctor
loyalty
did
and
not
skill,
return.
but he had a hunch she would
I
need
saw
help.
him mount his horse
It
there,
hardly seemed
take his
coincidental
leave,
that this uproar
and ride
occurred
away
after
eastward
Zelda's
to the
announcement
forest.
that she would not marry Harkonnen.
Nearly at the
On
same
top of
time, I
that,
saw the man
Harkonnen
arrive from
behaving most
Dranfield with the
strangely,
letters,
doing
and
nothing
dismount and
showing
hand
no
the bag to
remorse
my
as the royal
father.
guard was being slaughtered all
In the
around him.
meantime,
Link had
Madame
no
and I were
time to
both
worry
busy,
about Harkonnen.
lost in
He followed
conjecture
Impa's
as to the
footsteps,
reasons of the
springing to
singular and
roof
earnest
in close
direction which the
pursuit
doctor and my father had
By the
conferred on
gods,
opposing
Impa
me.
moves fast. Link told
Madame,
himself,
as she afterwards
barely
told
catching
me,
a glimpse of
was
Impa,
afraid the doctor
Zelda in her
apprehended a
arms,
sudden seizure,
disappearing over the far side
and that
of the
without
rooftop.
prompt assistance
Swinging
I might
down
either
from a
lose
rope
my
she
life in a
apparently
fit,
had
or at least be
grapples hooked
seriously
into a
hurt.
nearby open window. She
The
was making a
interpretation
dash
did not
for the
strike
safety
me,
of the palace,
and I
Link told
fancied,
himself.
perhaps luckily for my
Sprinting to the edge
nerves,
of the rooftop,
that the arrangement
Impa
was
had just
prescribed
left.
simply to
Link
secure a
looked all
companion
around, determined
who would
to make
prevent my
decisions
taking too
quickly
much
rather than
exercise,
carefully.
or eating unripe
Hardly
fruit,
pausing for more than a
or
second,
doing any of the
Link
50
jumped from
foolish
the
things
roof
to
and
which
led
young people are
underneath the
supposed
row
to be
of windows
prone.
on the second floor. Only
About half an
staying
hour
on the
after my
ledge
father
for
came
half a
in,
second
he had a
to
letter in
partially
his
break his
hand,
fall. He
and
jumped
said,
again, landing on
This
the
letter
street
had been
below with a
delayed.
forward
It is
shoulder
from General
roll.
Spielsdorf.
It was only
He
then
might have
that
been
Link
here yesterday.
realized he had
He may not come until
unconsciously been
tomorrow,
holding the
or
wooden
he may be
sword
here
this
today.
whole time. Carrying the
He
sword
put the
was
letter
second nature
into my
to him,
hand,
and
but he did not
he
look
only now
pleased,
realized
as
that
he
it made
used
him
when a
unhappy.
guest, especially one so much
Looking
loved as
ahead,
the
Link
General,
saw
was
the
coming.
problem. Princess Zelda
On the contrary, he
and
looked as if
Impa
he
had
wished to
reached
hit
a
the
dead
bottom
end.
of the Red Sea.
Someone had closed the palace's
There was plainly
outer
something
gates,
on his
and they
mind
were
which he did not
opening it.
choose to divulge.
On top of that, since
Papa,
it was
darling,
situated in a
will you tell
canyon
me
with tall
this?
rock walls,
Said
Zelda
I,
and Impa
suddenly
were
laying
trapped.
my hand on his
Their
arm,
only escape back
and
the way
looking,
they
I
had
am
come,
sure, imploringly
into the
in his
cruel
face.
marketplace and through an army of
Perhaps,
assassins.
he answered,
It was here
smoothing
they
my
would
hair
have to make their
caressingly over
stand.
my eyes.
Good of you to join us,
Does the
Link.
doctor think me
I
very
think those
ill?
skills of yours are about to come in handy,
No, dear.
Impa said. Princess
thinks
Zelda
if
wrapped
right
her
steps
arms
are
around
taken,
him and kissed him,
you will be quite
tears
well
streaming
again,
down her cheeks.
at least on the high
She had
road to a
failed to show
complete
her love
recovery
for
in a
Link
day or
earlier
two.
that day,
He
and it was a
answered a little
mistake she
dryly.
apparently was not
I
going
wish
to
our good
take.
friend, the General, had
Link
chosen
felt a
any other
tinge of
time.
melancholy.
That
He
is, I
realized
wish
that
you
he
had been perfectly well to
often
receive
wanted
him.
Zelda to kiss him like that,
Do tell me,
but
Papa,
never
I
under such
insisted.
tragic circumstances.
What does he think is the matter
Their
with
chances
me?
of survival seemed
Nothing.
slim.
You
And a
must not
crowd of
plague me with
assassins
questions,
approached,
he
being led
answered,
by a cloaked
with
figure
more
and followed
irritation than I
closely by
ever remember
Harkonnen.
him to have displayed
Apparently,
before.
he is showing his true
And
colors,
seeing that I
Link
looked
thought.
wounded, I
The
suppose, he
cloaked
kissed
figure
me and
pulled back
added,
its hood.
You shall know all about it in a day or
Jet
two.
black hair.
That is
and black
all that I
markings
know.
around her eyes.
In the
She was
meantime, you are
like a
not to
Sheikah,
trouble your head
the
about
sworn
it.
protectors of the royal family.
He turned and left
only
the room.
not. Something
But came
was off
back
about
before
it.
I had done wondering and
Here,
puzzling over
take
the
this,
oddity
Link,
of all
Impa
this.
said, handing him a
It was
steel
merely
short
to say
sword.
that he was going to Karnstein,
He actually preferred
and
the
had
wooden
ordered the
sword,
carriage to be
so he
ready at
decided to
12,
wield the short
and that
sword
I
in
and
his left
Madame should
hand,
accompany
and the
him.
wooden sword in his
He was
right.
going to see the priest who
Zelda
lived near
wielded
those
her favorite
picturesque
dagger,
grounds upon
as
business.
lethal as it was beautiful.
And as Carmilla had never seen
Impa held
them,
nothing,
she could
but
follow
somehow
when
Link
she came
knew
down
she could
with my
have
mother.
any number of weapons ready in an instant. Zelda, Impa, and Link glanced at each other, and then at the woman. Who are you? Asked Zelda. My name is Mirai, she said, her voice steely and cold. Hand over Princess Zelda, and we will let you live. What do you want with her? Impa asked. We are loyal to the true king of Hyrule, Ganon. We know that Zelda is the key to restoring Ganon to power. We will have her and her secrets, or we will kill you all. It's your choice. Both Mirai and Harkonnen shared the same expression, a cold, lethal gaze with the bloodlust line just beneath the surface. Zelda stepped forward. No, stay back, ordered Impa. Zelda turned around. They have archers, argued Zelda. They have an army, and we are cornered. You live because they allow it. She looked directly at Impa. This is my decision. We are beaten for now. You will serve Hyrule best by surviving, she looked at Link. Goodbye, my love. Mirai disarmed Princess Zelda, bound her wrists and ankles, and took her onto a black horse and rode off, back towards the marketplace and presumably away from Hyrule. A number of their ranks followed on horseback to provide a protective escort, leaving Harkonnen and a still formidable number of assassins behind with Link and Impa. I'm never going to forgive myself for letting her go, Impa said under her breath. She and Link, standing in front of the closed inner gate of Hyrule Palace, were trapped between two walls of High Rock Canyon. The traitorous Harkonnen, leading a group of merciless assassins, blocked their only path of escape, a lethal look in their evil eyes. Harkonnen smiled. Now about that offer to let you both live, he began. It was utter crap. I am going to enjoy teaching you a lesson, boy. Slowly, painfully, until you learn, until you die, he said, looking at Link. His face twisted into an even cooler expression than before. The mob of assassins, led by Harkonnen, crept forward. Just when all hope seemed to be lost, from above, round, blue metallic bombs with lit fuses fell from atop the canyon wall. Harkonnen looked up,
eating because
his
I was
expression
stressed
changing
out,
from
candy
hatred
bars
to terror.
and chips and
Take
donuts,
cover,
gaining
he
weight.
yelled,
But since
but
I
it was
started,
already too late for many of his men. The explosions were deafening. The men's tattered bodies were flung through the air. Harkonnen, with his speed, followed many of his men and avoided a quick and painful death. They looked up, and backlit by the high afternoon sun, a large, menacing silhouette stood, triumphant in the sky. Then, leaping from the canyon wall, directly for Harkonnen, came the King of Hyrule, a glistening longsword clutched above his head, poised to strike. Harkonnen dove for safety, And just in time, the king struck the mist and he landed with a heavy crash onto his foot and knee. It looked painful. The remaining assassins, having regained their senses following the bombing, charged the king and readied their arrows. But Link and Impa stepped into the middle. Impa, throwing metallic blades concealed in her cloak, killed the archers before they could let their arrows fly. And Link, wielding the two swords like the true master he was, charged into the middle of the mob, dropping his attackers with startling speed. With his hope of backup diminished, Harkonnen turned his attention to the king. "I am like a son to you, old fool," he asked. "Well, as your son, I look forward to giving a moving speech at your funeral." The king swung his long sword for Harkonnen's head, who ducked. "Fool me once, you die," retorted the king. The king fought bravely, but was no match for Harkonnen. As Link and Impa together dispatched the last of the assassins, they turned to offer assistance to the king as quickly as they could, but they were not in time to save his life. The king, with a reckless rage, ignored Harkonnen's threatening move and desperately drove the tip of his longsword through the center of Harkonnen's chest, even as Harkonnen's blade found its mark as well. They had stabbed each other at the exact same moment. Harkonnen mumbled, "You stupid fool," and crumbled to the ground, letting out his last breath. The king, still standing, turned to face Link and Impa, a sword still sticking in his chest. Pulling out the sword, he chuckled ironically. "Today I was feeling younger than I have in years." The king fell to the ground, and Impa and Link rushed to his side. Holding him, they listened. The king said, "Link, there is something I want to tell you. I was wrong. It is funny. I have the benefit of years of experience dealing with people, and yet what the king coughed, blood splattering into his lips. What I knew about Harkonnen with my head wasn't as true as what Zelda knew about you, along with her heart." It took all of his effort to finish his dying apology to Link. He trailed off, then closed his eyes, and was at peace at last. The King of Hul no longer needed to be strong for anyone. Link closed his eyes and bowed his head in respect. Today was interesting, Link thought, but not at all what he had expected. Not only was Zelda gone, but if what Mirai said was true, Mirai was inches away from resurrecting Ganon, the King of Evil. Apparently, Impa was thinking the same thing. Link, I know what you were thinking, but there is still hope. Zelda is but one of 7 lines of sages who have protected the seal of the Temple of Time for hundreds of years, and they must all be alive for the magic to be undone. I do not know this Mirai, but I know of her kind. Like the Sheikah people, who are sworn to protect the royal family of Hul, Mirai and her people have sworn to bring Ganon back to life and rule at his side. And if she is anything like me, she will stop at nothing to bring her plans to fruition. Link, I can guide you. But you alone are able to become the hero Hul needs, a hero who can stop Mirai's plans. I know you have it within yourself. You must be brave. Link lifted his head and looked into the Hul sky. It appeared a great adventure was before him. Wow, that was the most impressive fanfiction I've read since... Well, that was the first fanfiction I've ever read. Maybe when our fellow witches share their art, we should check it out. Because just like a good witch breathes imagination into her cauldron brew, our friends breathe a little bit of their heart into their words, sculptures, pictures, etc. Maybe they're trying to tell us something. Maybe their words have some deep meaning. Don't ask me. My best friends are frogs, and no offense to frogs, but they are stupid. Until next time, my darlings, keep those cauldrons piping hot. Keep throwing fun flowers and crystals into them. Visit nature when you can, and befriend the plants and animals. And keep your psychic spirit detector tuned to the astral plane, because I will always be sending you signals, letting you know that you are a beloved fellow witch. Good night. Hello, my darlings. I am the Glitter Fairy Bomb, your friendly neighborhood plainclothes with witch, here to remind you that it's time to get comfy, preferably out in nature, under a tree or something, and listen to the latest witching go out. Today's episode is a nerdy video game fanfiction written by a friend of mine, entitled Princess Zelda's Birthday Party of Danger.
After you,
Cruel Castletown had been excited and busy for the past few weeks, and with good reason. Princess Zelda's birthday celebration was fast approaching, and the king had spared no expense in making preparations. After all, this was no ordinary birthday party. Not only was Zelda a princess, which was obvious, but it was customary in Hyrule for a young girl to be regarded as a woman, beginning on her 16th birthday. On top of that, it was widely rumored that the king of Hyrule had a husband in mind for his daughter, and some even suspected that he would make the announcement at the celebration. Princess Zelda had heard all of these rumors, and it suffices to say she was not at all pleased. When she first heard of the rumors from one of her close friends a week ago, she confronted her father immediately. Now, her father, the king, was considered by many to be a clever man and a shrewd diplomat. Princess Zelda believed him like an open book. And his lack of a satisfactory answer to these accusations made Zelda angrier than she had been in a long time. She had not spoken with her father since. As the early morning sun shone in the tower window, and the noise from Castletown, as well as the morning bird songs, were just commencing, Princess Zelda was already up and dressed, and not her normal extravagant dresses, befitting a princess of Hyrule. She was dressed as confident as any girl that might be found. Her striking pale features and long, light blonde hair were hardly complemented flatteringly by the dark brown garment. Her birthday was only a day away, so she was planning an unannounced trip. Impa, Zelda's caretaker and guardian since Wave, who always seemed to have a sixth sense about such things, and this drove Princess Zelda absolutely mad sometimes, knocked on Zelda's door. Impa, I know that it is you. It is always you. Leave me alone. Princess Zelda did not know how Impa did it. It was as if Impa knew that Zelda was planning to rebel, even before Zelda noticed the thought inside her head. I am not planning to stop you, Impa assured her through the locked door. I just want to talk. This both confused Princess Zelda and made her very happy at the same time. Her mind had been speedily pondering ways to escape from her room without Impa stopping her. Perhaps out the window with bedsheets tied together? But she was not coming up with anything satisfactory.
Answer this question. What matters more to you than money?
Was an unexpected yet
Now ask yourself,
pointy elf ears. Yet it left her very suspicious. Princess Zelda opened her door and Impa calmly strode in, closing the door behind her. Impa, of the Sheikah people, was dressed in her usual attire, a cloak fancy enough to befit the guardian of royalty, yet modest enough to be inconspicuous and blend in whenever Impa felt so inclined, which was often. While impossible to tell from looking, Zelda knew Impa's robe concealed light armor and more weapons than Zelda would like to trust. While Zelda's sworn protector by occupation, her relationship with Zelda had become complex ever since Zelda had stopped seeing her father as being perfect, which was at about 9 years old. While Impa made no secret that she respected the King of Hyrule, and was always on his side when it came to what she thought was best for his daughter. Somehow Impa managed to balance this authority figure role and remain Zelda's closest girlfriend as well, despite her relatively advanced age. Sometimes Zelda secretly suspected that Impa was able to stay in her good graces by using some sort of Sheikah mind control voodoo. However, this was a suspicion that Zelda was never able to confirm with proof. Impa was squeaky clean, even after much Zelda investigation and spying. Impa looked at Zelda with one of those looks that let her know she was about to say something important. I do not know what you are planning to do, but there is something you need to know. Impa sat Zelda down in the corner of her bed, sat beside her in a chair pulled from a nearby table, looked back into Zelda's eyes and continued. Zelda, ever since you were a young girl, protecting you has been my whole life. Even though rule has been peaceful these past 16 years, as it ever has been, if not more so, the price of keeping it that way is that we never get lazy or careless. But the way I have been keeping you safe is going to have to change. I will always be here for you, but there comes a time when you need to take responsibility for your own safety. I cannot keep you safe by denying you the ability to make your own choices, take your own risks, and live your own life. It is not fair to you, and it does not work. I cannot help you if you need to push me away to live your life, and it is better if we face whatever may come as a team, even if it means doing it on your terms. Princess Zelda squinted and studied Impa's expression. There is no way Impa is going to use reverse psychology trickery on me, Zelda told herself. Finally, however, Zelda kicked. There is no way to stay suspicious of Impa. She is always right. Thanks, Impa. It really is nothing. I'm just going to hurl Forest to say Link. As out of the loop as Link can be when it comes to gossip, I worry that he may have heard the rumors that my dad is planning to introduce me to my future husband. I do not know how he would respond to this kind of news. I mean, he has always been a good friend, and marriage can change things. Not that I am planning to go through with any of my father's evil schemes. The rumor in itself is the problem. I could deliver any message if you like, Impa offered. No thank you, Impa, Zelda replied. I think not bothering to visit personally sends the wrong message in and of itself. This is something I want to do, and I want to do it alone. So I would appreciate if you let me go, and if you give me a little privacy, meaning no stealth spying. If anything goes wrong, I will just have to rely on the years of training you have given me, turning me into a killing machine. As I said, you are all grown up now. I cannot stop you. Even your father knew this day would come. I suspect that is why he is so eager to marry you off. The thought of a completely independent Princess Zelda running around Hyrule Field and casting magic spells on Octoroks or unsuspecting travelers terrifies him. Zelda smiled. This was freedom she always told herself she wanted, and yet some part of her missed Impa bossing her around. No matter, she told herself. Every stage of life has its advantages and its disadvantages. The most important thing right now is that I do not have to worry about how Link is feeling. I can go and see for myself. Princess Zelda walked to her trunk and, opening it, removed a small dagger from its belongings. She tucked it hidden away in a slit in her common dress. Leaving Impa in the room, she walked to the stairs, starting to make her way to Hyrule Forest. The early afternoon sun shone through in small patches, through the dense forest overgrowth. Everything was simultaneously bursting with life and yet completely silent. Even the nearby brook seemed to babble peacefully and quietly, its sound muffled by every patch of dirt, by every plant, and blocked by every tree. Link, after bathing to minimize any smell that might tip his quarry off to a hunter approaching, had covered himself in dirt and sap to complete the illusion. If an animal was lucky enough in its final moments to smell him, Link would smell as much like a forest plant or animal as he could muster. Link, no more than 15 years old, but there was no way that he could be sure of that. He had seen his fair share of danger in life. Good with a sword, he had never met his match in a fight. Being thin and not incredibly strong, his strength came from his agility and courage. Many he beat at swordplay later commented that Link had no fear. His dirty blonde, long hair stopped just short of his shoulders, and it usually stayed out of his intense green eyes. Link breathed quietly and easily. Being invisible was a matter of preparation, patience, relaxation, and intelligence, and he knew instinctively from years of practice. He silently walked in an upwind direction, his bow strung and arrow ready. Before Link caught sight of any deer, he heard a noise, and he got as low to the ground as possible, still making no noise. His every motion was even more peaceful, relaxed, and silent than the brook, babbling softly more than 50 paces off. His dark green tunic made him instantly indistinguishable from a distance from the nearby ferns growing at the base of a large tree. After a moment had passed, he knew that what he was hearing was not a deer. Link smiled. One of the reasons Link loved hunting was that it was ideal preparation to sneak up on Princess Zelda and startle the life out of her. However, the downside was that his dirt
eating
and
because
fat
I was
regimen
stressed out,
left him
candy
feeling
bars and
somewhat
chips
lacking
and
in
donuts,
confidence
gaining weight.
that he was
But since
looking
I started
presentable,
Noom, I've
even by his standards. He removed a cloth from his tunic and wiped his face and neck as best he could. He unstrung his bow and secured it to his back, and then he covered his quiver of arrows. Feeling as prepared to meet the princess as he could possibly make himself, he decided to climb a nearby tree. As the tree was knotted and extremely leaning, he could almost walk up its sloping trunk until he could look down on Princess Zelda from above. As if in honor of her presence, the forest seemed to lighten up all around her. Colorful butterflies shone in the rays of sunlight beaming from above, and even the nearby dragonflies seemed to take on a jollier attitude at her coming. Perhaps part of it was that Princess Zelda seemed to choose the more open and spacious paths across the forest floor, which were, of course, somewhat brighter, compared to Link skulking through the shadows and dense undergrowth, where he could be most hidden. While Link was fully aware of the happiness that seeing Princess Zelda gave him, he regarded such strong emotions as more of a hindrance than a help to him. Of all the people Link had met in Hyrule or during his travels, only Princess Zelda seemed to ever be more than a stranger to him, as if only she could understand why he lived such a solitary life in the forest. He was not like other people in Hyrule, just like Zelda was not either. In a way, they had both always been alone, and they would go on continuing to be alone, forever. Because of this, Link knew, staying friends with Princess Zelda was what mattered to him most, even if it meant bowing out gracefully should Zelda ever choose a husband that did not happen to be him. Despite being a bit of a hermit, Link knew enough about people to know that things could happen when feelings of love were expressed hastily and went unrequited. Link was no coward, but neither was he eager to risk everything he had with Princess Zelda to keep her entirely for himself. Zelda paused. Just like Impa seemed to have a sixth sense for knowing what Zelda was going to do before she did it, Zelda was starting to develop a sixth sense about when Link was going to surprise her with one of his sneak attacks, resisting the urge to call out his name and possibly attract forest bandits and moblins in the process. Zelda instead chose to act as inconspicuous as possible, as if she did not sense Link's presence. If Link was planning a surprise attack, she would just have to let him, she supposed. Part of her felt a surge of pride. I will just have to act surprised if he attacks me, because I know what is coming. Poor Link, he managed to surprise me so many other times, but not this time, she assured herself smugly. She casually glanced in every direction and then peeked above her. No sign of Link. Maybe I was wrong, she started to tell herself. She walked deeper into the forest and began to feel annoyed. Okay, either I was wrong about Link sneaking up on me, or I am right, and he is keeping me waiting long enough for me to get nervous. I hate him so much sometimes. Finally, just as she had given up and convinced herself that she was imagining things, Link dropped as fast as lightning from above and somehow landed softly. Princess Zelda jumped with shock, and Link grinned ear to ear. I got her, he thought to himself. Despite the
Take your weight loss to a whole new level and double your protein for free with Nutrisystem's Premier Up.
Seemingly reckless falls. Judging by his speed, he must have been falling from at least as high as my towering bedroom window, Zelda observed to herself. As the shock from Zelda's fright should have been wearing off, Princess Zelda was not regaining her breath as quickly as she had expected. Looking at Link, she suddenly realized that part of her was more scared that she'd be getting married than she previously admitted to herself. What if her father and this mysterious suitor were not planning on taking no for an answer? Am I prepared to be disowned and locked in the dungeons on account of my marriage preferences? Or would I compromise and become all the things that I hate when push comes to shove? On top of that, the idea that Zelda might be losing Link made her see him in a different light than she had throughout their childhood. To her, being with Link had always made Zelda more free, to be her true self. Out here in the forest, no one ever expected her to keep a straight face, be rigidly dignified, and regal all the time. She could even crack jokes if she felt so inclined. Not that frequently she stooped to such nonsense, but as Zelda was beginning to realize, it was more than that. Being with Link was not merely a passport for superficial displays of maturity and loyalty. It was more than just permission to be free from responsibility. Link saw her as the person she wanted to be, a person who not only was more than just a crown-sporting political figurehead. Link expected her to be as outgoing, as adventurous, and as good a person as she always saw herself as being. Sometimes people like her father and even Impa got so wrapped up in the practical necessities and political compromises that they forgot to put the most important things first, like ideals and compassion, no matter what the cost. Princess Zelda and Link were two people who did not know the meaning of compromise, and up until recently, neither of them felt they would ever have to. But after a few moments, Link suspected something was troubling Zelda. As if sensing that he knew, Zelda decided to speak first. Link, how would you feel about me getting married? To someone else, I mean. Link's smile faded, and he looked down, gathering his thoughts. He did not know what to say. As said as he seemed moments ago, that he would bow out of Zelda's life if necessary, he somehow could not or would not bring himself to say that to her now. Instead, looking up, his expression unusually indecisive, he took her hand and led her into the forest. Where are we going, sir? Am I being kidnapped? Zelda half-joked. But the solemnity that accompanied the topic that she herself had brought up moments before could not be dispelled with joking banter, and she knew it. Link led her, winding down a steep hill, to part of the forest she had never been before. Somehow, the mood of the forest itself changed, as if despite the silence remaining, the peacefulness was gone. But it was not the conversation topic that was to blame. The area itself was somehow different, but Princess Zelda could not tell why. Then suddenly, she got her first clue. As Link pressed aside a wall of tall ferns, Zelda saw past the opening what appeared to be a massive doorway in the side of a hill. Made of stone in the shape of a giant Gothic lion's head, its mouth grotesquely gaping open as it rests. Made of a dark green stone that Zelda did not recognize, but knew was not naturally found in this part of Hyrule. The doorway was almost otherworldly in appearance. Finally, Zelda remembered from her studies what it was. "This is the doorway to the underworld, isn't it?" Zelda asked. Long ago, when our ancestors were engaged in a war with Ganon, these ancient underground labyrinths were used to hide fragments of the Triforce of wisdom from him. How or why they were built originally, no one really knows for sure. Zelda remembered the legends. She continued, "If Ganon had managed to get a hold of both the Triforce of Power and Wisdom, he would have been unstoppable. Later, when Ganon was defeated by a hero wielding a magical sword and silver arrows, and Ganon's spirit was sealed forever in the Temple of Time, peace returned to Hyrule, and the monsters that used to fill these dungeons disappeared. Or so they say. You probably never took me here before because you were protecting me." As Link and Zelda grew up, their fear of monsters gradually faded. Now, they merely had a healthy respect for the danger that the forest presented. Despite the possibilities that monsters may still lurk in such a place, Link and Zelda knew it was unlikely that they would meet anything that the two of them could not handle. "But why did you bring me here?" Zelda asked. Link was not sure of that himself. His mind introspectively brainstormed on ways to answer that question. Perhaps he just did it to avoid talking about his feelings for Zelda. Of all the places that were a short walk from the part of forest they were in, this was the most awe-inspiring. And on top of that, it was the only one he had not shown Princess Zelda before. Zelda gazed into the distorted, gaping mouth of the stone-lined archway, down the sloping hallway into darkness. She smiled, a kind of ironic smile to herself. In a weird way, the demonic doorway reminded her of a married life without Link.
What do you mean, sliced?
A prospect looming just before her, inviting her to an unholy, unresolvable maze of despair, darkness, confusion, and ultimately death. She gritted her teeth and made a decision. Link, I am having a birthday celebration tomorrow. It is kind of a big deal. Part of it is open to the public, but part of it is a private party. You know, for royalty and certain guests. Zelda frowned as she imagined her father and this mystery suitor, ganging up on her like a pair of dodongos, preparing to charge. I know you and my father have never really gotten along so great when you see each other at all, but I want you to come. Here, take this. Reaching into the slit of her dress, she pulled out an embroidered card and handed it to Link. He held it momentarily above his head with both hands looking at it. This is a royal invitation. If you show it to the castle guards, we can spend my whole birthday together. Also, take this letter. If you show it to a merchant in Hyrule Castle Town, they will know that I am paying for you to wear something so you fit in at the party.
Alas,
Link suddenly felt extremely awkward. Not only had he never really spent time with Zelda's father, he had never gone anywhere in Hyrule that had a dress code. Zelda sensed this and added, Link, I think my father wants me to get married. I think he might announce this at the party. If he does, I am going to make my own announcement. I will tell everyone that I do not want to get married, unless it is to you. And at once, Link had an emotion that was much more powerful than awkwardness. He was happy. Zelda's plan was just crazy enough to be something he could get on board with entirely. Link liked to think of himself as a wild, free-spirited forest boy, but he knew that it took a woman like Princess Zelda to truly make his life crazy. He smiled. Tomorrow was going to be an interesting day. The King of Hyrule woke the next morning, about this time he usually woke up, very early. He had beaten the sun in the race to get up so many times, the sun stopped trying to compete. He lit his red candle and washed his face, looking deeply into the mirror. His eyes looked tired. He washed his face more, tightened his bearded jaw, and looked again. Haha, he told himself. This time I look determined, not tired at all. He memorized the face he just made. He would be making it all day, at least with his eyes when his mouth smiled slightly in honor of his daughter's birthday. As a king, he could not afford the luxury of weakness. His people could not afford for him to be weak. He did not get any breaks. He even had to be strong with matters relating to his beloved daughter. He knew the way men were, and he knew the types of men who would want to marry Princess Zelda. For wealth, for power, if he did not choose a husband for his daughter, the other men of the world would essentially choose for her, and that would be disastrous. For Zelda to have a chance at happiness, and for his people to have a stable future, he had to choose for her, someone that could be trusted. The sun, finally catching up with him, prepared to rise. The dim light of dawn crept through the window, rendering his red candle less necessary. He blew it out. He looked again at the mirror. His beard had seemed to gray overnight. He may not be old yet, but he could not look out for Zelda forever. Besides, no matter who Zelda found on her own, he could not be better than Harkonnen. No soldier had ever risen in the ranks of Hyrule Guard faster than Harkonnen. The king had met with him on many occasions and felt he was a man of good character, and he was of good birth. Of all the men the king had considered worthy of Princess Zelda, none had come close to comparing to Harkonnen. He was the most impressive man the king had ever met. The king knew of Zelda's friendship with the forest boy Link, and he had met Link on several occasions, if only to be kept aware of his daughter's activities. The king had nothing against Link, but the idea of a princess marrying someone like her seemed impossible to him. Link was an unmannered hermit. The king had nothing against Link, but the idea of the princess marrying someone like Link seemed impossible to him. Link was an unmannered hermit. Come to think of it, the king had never even heard him speak. No, the king told himself, I am doing the right thing here. After dressing in one of his fire robes and donning his stately crown, the king proceeded to the dining room. Breakfast was ready, but Princess Zelda was late, as she often was, especially on special occasions. The king sat down and unfolded his napkin, placing it in his lap. He started eating his toast, his toast was gone and he was starting on his eggs, Zelda arrived, in a much better mood than he was expecting. She was wearing one of her finest white dresses,
and I must
her hair was
strive to know my
arranged,
shames
partially
and
pinned up in a
praises
bond in the back.
from your tongue.
Seeing Zelda happy
None
confirmed in
else
his
to
mind
me,
that he
nor
was
I
doing
to
the
none
right
alive,
thing.
that my
Her week of not
steel
speaking with him
sense
was just a
or
phase for
changes
himself.
right or wrong.
Zelda smiled. They talked about nothing
Is
and
so
everything and
profound
ate their breakfast
abysm
in
I
peace
throw
together.
all care.
I believe we will be able
This
to access
cordial,
the
Of others'
friendly mood
voices
continued
that
until
my
guests
added
started arriving
sense
for their private
to
reception.
critic and
Relatives and friends from the near and far
flatterer
came to pay their respects to Princess Zelda on her special
Mark
day.
how with my
But what was
neglect
unexpected was
I
one
do
guest in particular.
dispense.
He was dressed
You
in a white
are so
silk
strongly
shirt
in my
with an
purpose
unbuttoned
bred
stand-up collar
that
and a
all
gray
the
jacket
world
and pants made of cashmere.
besides
His shoes were
methinks,
shining black leather.
are dead.
He even had gotten a haircut. While his dirty blonde hair was long, it was no longer falling near his shoulders. At first, she did not know who he was. Then Princess Zelda could not contain her smile when she recognized him. To her, he looked utterly ridiculous, but in a good way. Standing there awkwardly sporting fine clothes for the first time in his life. However, she could tell that to everyone else, he looked perfectly fine for the occasion. She rushed to him and gave him a hug, sparking the curiosity of everyone present, including the king. Who is that? The king asked a bystander. Walking over to greet the new guest, the king shook his hand and asked who he was. Dad, do not be silly. You know Link, Zelda interjected. The king did a small double take. Link? I could not recognize you looking like that. Well, what a pleasant surprise to see you here. The king was perfectly polite with all of Zelda's friends, but secretly Zelda knew that the king was concerned that this may interfere with his marriage plans for Zelda. After a bit of mingling, it was time for the king and Zelda to make their first public appearance. The room they were using had a balcony overlooking the marketplace, which was where the main party was taking place. And it had been in full swing for some time now. The marketplace was packed with people from all over Hyrule and beyond, many familiar faces and many new ones, all having a fun time. There were games, contests, puppet shows, and live street performers and musicians, and lots of merchants. Even soldiers were on hand to keep an eye on everyone. As the king, Impa, and Princess Zelda made their way towards the balcony, it was then she saw the king first greet Harkonnen. And she instantly suspected he was the mystery man her father had in mind for her. Wearing his full dress uniform, he certainly looked impressive, with his long black hair tied in a short ponytail behind his head. A neat goatee rested underneath his long, somewhat pointed nose, and his eyes were serious and narrow. She disliked him instantly. She beckoned to Link to follow her. Part of her felt guilty using Link as a sort of marriage shield, but she was not coming up with any other ideas to get her out of her predicament, and she ignored her guilt. As they stepped out onto the balcony, the people below cheered. Zelda smiled and waved as they cheered louder. She took Link's arm and held it close, clinging to him with a grip like a vice. I am not going to stand next to Harkonnen, she told herself. As was customary, the king stepped forward to make a speech, and the noise subsided. Welcome to the birthday party of Princess Zelda. Cheering ensued. As you all know, he continued as the noise subsided, she is turning 16 today, and a bit later, I have an important announcement concerning her that I'm sure many of you have been expecting. They cheered again. Princess Zelda faked a smile since it seemed the appropriate time to smile, but it was a little difficult to manage. But in the meantime, it's time for the traditional fencing tournament. As you all know, today is not only my daughter's birthday, but it is also the anniversary of sealing Ganon, King of Evil, in the Temple of Time. Zelda is the last in a long line of descendants from the woman who, along with 6 other sages, joined their power to seal Ganon away forever. The crowd definitely cheered for that remark. Well, many of you have never known war. You must always be ready, which is why it is important to teach our children swordplay and to encourage them to serve the crown. Let the tournament begin. The king turned to Harkonnen. Would you do me the honor of representing the royal guard in the competition? I have heard only the best things about your talents with the sword. Harkonnen smiled and agreed. All in good fun, Harkonnen added. He removed his jacket, spun over the railing, and, dropping himself to hang from the floor of the balcony, he let go and fell gracefully to the cobbled street below. Show off, Zelda thought to herself. As much as Princess Zelda disliked Harkonnen, this was her favorite part of her birthday parties. While secretly she knew she could probably be quite respectable in such a competition, she just enjoyed watching. People from all over Hyrule and beyond showed off their strange yet effective swordplay techniques, and it was fascinating to see. Harkonnen was not at all bad either, Zelda admitted to herself. Zelda observed that he frequently bested and disarmed his opponents in the opening moments of the match, with minimal display of effort. As it became clear that Harkonnen was a front-runner, they began calling for volunteers. Can no one stand up to the royal guard? A soldier yelled mockingly. Zelda smiled to herself impishly. Not that it mattered, but she would like to see the look on Harkonnen's face after having a match with Link. Come to think of it, she thought, I would like to see my father's face as well. Zelda turned to Link. I know you do not usually care for this sort of thing, but would you do it? For me? She asked. Link had long given up on seeking fame and glory for himself. If he wanted to be popular, he would not live the life of a hermit in the forest of Hyrule. But Zelda need not ask him twice. He would do anything for her, and besides, he had been intrigued by watching Harkonnen's talents. He had not faced such a worthy adversary in quite a while. So, though no pride showed on his face, he nodded and removed his jacket. Laying on a nearby chair, he took one step and, quite suddenly and unexpectedly, sprung into the air and forward flipped over the railing, flipping one more time through the air to land on the cobbled street below. The crowd gasped, then cheered wildly. The king frowned, not sure what to make of Link. Impa smiled. She was looking forward to seeing the match between Link and Harkonnen, not sure what to expect. She had heard of Link's skills many times from Zelda, but was never sure whether Zelda was exaggerating or not. We have a new challenger, the announcer yelled, egging the crowd on to even greater levels of volume. Well before, several matches had been taking place simultaneously in different corners of the marketplace, including matches for different age groups such as sword-swinging youngsters. For this match, the crowd instinctively cleared a large space in the middle of the marketplace, and everyone prepared to give this match their full attention. A man came and gave Link his choice of wooden swords. Link picked a medium-weight blade and gave it a couple of practice swings. He was ready. He looked across the arena for Harkonnen. Harkonnen did not seem concerned. Just as well, he will not see this coming, Link told himself. Noticing that he was starting to take this match, and himself, a bit too seriously, Link smiled a goofy smile and turned in a circle, greeting the crowd with a wave. They cheered, as always. That's better. I should not take this too seriously. It is just a game, he told himself. But he only stopped believed it. Harkonnen stepped towards the middle of the ring, and Link followed suit. They bowed out of courtesy, and Harkonnen began circling Link. In most of his other matches, Link had noticed, Harkonnen's opponents had rushed, hoping to catch him off guard. They were playing right into his hands and often lost hit. Link was in no hurry. As a few moments passed, the impatient crowd turned their anger to Harkonnen. Why should he be afraid of this stranger when he beat everyone else, they wondered. However, the crowd's taunting had no effect on Harkonnen's resolve or patience. Fine, if you will not attack me first, I will. But carefully, Link told himself. Link sprung forward, bringing his sword from overhead down at an angle towards Harkonnen to parry. Link continued with a fierce combination of swings, accenting each strike with a feral cry, each louder than the one before. Harkonnen did not stand the defensive long before returning the favor. As Link expected, Harkonnen skillfully dodged one strike rotation, hoping to throw Link off balance by breaking his pattern and not deflecting the blow, and returned a horizontal counter blow with lightning speed, aimed straight for Link's collarbone. Link, by anticipating, returned Harkonnen's same favor an instant after Harkonnen offered it, and ducked completely beneath the incoming blow, despite its incredible speed. Then, in one fluid motion, Link parlayed his downward momentum into a sideways roll across the cobblestone, half circling around Harkonnen in a fraction of a second. Harkonnen was only caught off guard by Link's agility for a split second, but that was all Link needed. transitioning seamlessly from his roll to a spinning upward strike, catching Harkonnen squarely on the back of his dominant shoulder, launching him into the air and sending him spinning wildly into the cobblestone.
All right.
The crowd, needless to say, had been completely worked into an absolute frenzy. They had not seen a match like this in years, if ever. Even the king, who was trying his best to be on Harkonnen's side, could not help but be impressed by Link's apparent mastery of the sword. He hardly stifled a smile that, though small, encompassed not just his mouth, but his eyes as well. I probably look old smiling like this, he thought to himself. Harkonnen did not stay down long. He got to his feet, and his face showed sincere emotion for the first time for as long as anyone there had ever known him. He was mad. Not even Harkonnen's fellow soldiers had ever seen this side of the man. A man who was usually so composed and seemingly good-natured.
What potions have I
Apparently he was not a good loser. Harkonnen shouted, "I'll smash in your puny skull, boy." He growled and came at Link with everything. Link, well athletic and strong for his age, was nowhere near as strong as Harkonnen. Link, being only a boy of roughly 15 years, was probably outweighed by Harkonnen by at least 75 pounds. He towered over him. At first, Link tried to block Harkonnen's blows directly, but soon gave that up as a tactic, as each blow was delivered with such staggering force that the resulting vibrations through his wood sword stung Link's fingers intensely, despite his firm grip. Instead, Link deflected the blows indirectly, one by one. And when he got a split-second opportunity, did a backflip, putting some much needed space between him and his enraged aggressor, giving himself a moment to think. A moment was all he would get, as Harkonnen immediately continued his savage assault. Link's mind raced. When was the last time he was in a jam like this, against an opponent who has me outmatched in almost every way, he asked himself. Link was beginning to feel fatigue, and then it occurred to him, Harkonnen probably was too, even if he did not show it. So Link just held on, dodging and blocking as long as he could. If he could not beat Harkonnen, he could at least outlast him. And, sure enough, despite Harkonnen's exceptional skill, Link started to notice cracks in the armor of his technique. Perhaps an opportunity here, a misstep there, Link observed as he deflected blow after blow. Still, I will wait for the perfect moment.
What is it?
I will only get one shot at this, Link concluded. Then, leaning forward, he rolled the proverbial dice. He spun his sword around Harkonnen's with unusual speed and force, almost signaling in advance that Link was about to make his move. It was as if Link was almost daring Harkonnen to stop him, knowing full well that Harkonnen was more exhausted than he was letting show. As Harkonnen's blade was spun in a clockwise circle, Link released his sword lock and brought the flat of his blade in a downward motion into the back of Harkonnen's cap, just below the knee, sweeping Harkonnen's feet out from under him. But Link did not stop with that. Without the slightest bit of hesitation, even before Harkonnen had landed on the cobbled street, Link leaped high, straight into the air, gathered all of his weight, and focused into a downward finishing blow. Harkonnen landed with a heavy thud, and before he could lift his blade in defense, Link's knee came down on his chest, and his sword came to a sudden halt, just before Harkonnen's neck. It was over, and Harkonnen was beaten. Realizing his defeat, Harkonnen regained his composure. Perhaps I can save face and lose with a little class, he told himself. Getting to his feet, he shook Link's hand, as if he were the referee, and raised it up, signaling Link's victory. He smiled and patted Link on the back. It was then that the king thought the moment was right. Let's hear it for Harkonnen, as humble and dignified in defeat as he is in victory. The crowd's response was less than enthusiastic. Why is the king calling for recognition for Harkonnen in Link's moment of triumph? The king continued, I have nothing but the utmost respect and admiration for Harkonnen, as he has distinguished himself in my service as an honorable warrior and a trusted ally. Over the past few years, Harkonnen has become less like a soldier to me and more like a son. And so it is with great pleasure and pride that I announce to you all that I have asked Harkonnen to consider taking my beloved daughter, Princess Zelda, in the holy bonds of matrimony, and he has agreed. Trust me, ladies and gentlemen, there is no more fitting choice in all of Hyrule for the man who will take Zelda's hand in marriage and, in time, succeed me as the king of Hyrule. The suddenness of the announcement caught all present off guard, but the crowd warmed quickly to the idea of an upcoming wedding for Princess Zelda and all the partying that entails. The noise level of the rejoicing rose. Harkonnen threw his arm over Link's shoulder and smiled at him. Let's rejoin them up on that balcony and see how Zelda is taking the good news, shall we? Link nodded. Harkonnen continued, Say, where did you learn to fight like that? We could use a boy like you in the Royal Guard. Link shrugged. He had not really learned his sword fighting all in one place, so he was not sure how to answer. The two of them passed by the guards and into the building and walked up the stairs towards the second floor. On the balcony, the king shook Link's hand and congratulated him, leaving Harkonnen to approach Princess Zelda. Harkonnen took Zelda's hand and she smiled at him. But as he leaned in to kiss the princess, she turned away, and her smile vanished. The crowd took notice from the marketplace below. I cannot continue this for the sake of appearances, Zelda told herself. There is no way I will marry Harkonnen while my heart belongs to Link, she thought. She walked to Link and took his hand. She turned to address the marketplace with him at her side. My dear people, she began. Thank you so much for attending my birthday celebration. I am grateful to each and every one of you, and I have been having the most wonderful time. But her expression turned more serious. I may live in the palace with my head in the clouds, the crowd laughed lightly, but that is not the same as living under a rock. I know that there has been much talk of my getting married, and now it seems even the king is believing it. The crowd got dead silent. The truth is, I am not ready to be married, not to anyone. As flattered as I am by Harkonnen's interest in me, it is a proposal that I cannot accept. He deserves a girl who is capable of giving him her whole heart. Someday, maybe someday soon, I imagine I will be ready for marriage. And when I am, I promise that I will love that person completely and forever. She looked at Link, half happy to have gotten that out, but half sad that she did not say more. Zelda was sad that she could not announce her love for Link, as she had planned. Something was telling her the timing was all wrong. She finished, saying, "That is all." What happened next came suddenly and without warning. Harkonnen, interestingly, seemed strangely unemotional about both what had just happened and what was beginning to happen. He remained calm, serious, unreadable. There were scattered shouts of agony from different corners of the marketplace, and soldiers began to fall. Zelda screamed in terror, followed quickly by the crowd, and panic ensued. It was an ambush. From the ranks of the previously joyful spectators came assassins, brandishing small, hidden blades and dispatching soldiers systematically, with ruthless skill and without mercy. Of everyone else present, only Impa seemed to keep a cool head. She protectively grabbed Princess Zelda and, jumping off the railing, carried Zelda to the roof of the building in an instant. Then they were gone. As a man began climbing to the outside railing of the balcony, holding a knife made of bone, Link swiftly kicked him in the face, sending him crashing to the street below. Link knew of Impa's loyalty and skill, but he had a hunch she would need help. It hardly seemed coincidental that this uproar occurred after Zelda's announcement that she would not marry Harkonnen. On top of that, Harkonnen was behaving most strangely, doing nothing and showing no remorse that the royal guard was being slaughtered all around him. Link had no time to worry about Harkonnen. He followed Impa's footsteps, springing to the roof in close pursuit. By the gods, Impa moves fast, Link told himself, barely catching a glimpse of Impa, with Zelda in her arms, disappearing over the far side of the rooftop, swinging down from a rope she apparently had grapple-hooked into a nearby open window. She was making a dash for the safety of the palace, Link told himself. Sprinting to the edge of the rooftop, Impa had just left. Link looked all around, determined to make a decision quickly rather than carefully. Hardly pausing for more than a second, Link jumped from the roof to the ledge underneath the row of windows on the second floor. Only staying on the ledge for half a second to partially break his fall, he jumped again, landing on the street below with a forward shoulder roll. It was only then that Link realized he had unconsciously been holding the wooden sword this whole time. Carrying the sword was second nature to him, and he only now realized that it may come in handy. Looking ahead, Link saw the problem. Princess Zelda and Impa had reached a dead end. Someone had closed the palace's outer gates, and they were not opening it. On top of that, since it was situated in a canyon with tall rock walls, Zelda and Impa were trapped. Their only escape back the way they had come, into the Hyrule marketplace and through an army of assassins. It was here they would have to make their stand. Good of you to join us, Link. I think those skills of yours are about to come in handy, Impa said. Princess Zelda wrapped her arms around him and kissed him, tears streaming down her cheeks. She had failed to show her love for Link earlier that day, and it was a mistake she apparently was not to duplicate. Link felt a tinge of melancholy. He realized that he had often wanted Zelda to kiss him like that, but never under such tragic circumstances. Their chances of survival seemed slim. And a crowd of assassins approached, being led by a cloaked figure and followed closely by Harkonnen. Apparently, he is showing his true colors, Link thought. The cloaked figure pulled back his hood, revealing long, jet-black hair and black markings around her eyes. She was like a Sheikah, the sworn protectors of the royal family, only not. Something was off about her. Here, take this, Link, Impa said, handing him a steel short sword. He actually preferred the wooden sword, so he decided to wield the short sword in his left hand and the wooden sword in his right. Zelda wielded her favorite dagger, as lethal as it was beautiful. Impa held nothing, but somehow Link knew she could have any number of weapons ready in an instant. Zelda, Impa, and Link glanced at each other, and then at the woman. "Who are you?" asked Zelda. "My name is Mirai," she said, her voice steely and cold. "Hand over Princess Zelda, and we will let you live." "What do you want with her?" Impa asked. "We are loyal to the true king of Hyrule, Ganon. We know that Zelda is the key to restoring Ganon to power. We will have her and her secrets, or we will kill you all. It's your choice." Both Mirai and Harkonnen shared the same expression, a cold, lethal gaze with the bloodlust line just beneath the surface. Zelda stepped forward. "No, stay back," ordered Impa. Zelda turned around. "They have archers," argued Zelda. "They have an army, and we are cornered. You live because they allow it." She looked directly at Impa. "This is my decision. We are beaten for now. You will serve Hyrule best by surviving." She looked at Link. "Goodbye, my love." Mirai disarmed Princess Zelda, bound her wrists and ankles, and took her onto a black horse and rode off, back towards the marketplace and presumably away from Hyrule. A number of their ranks followed on horseback to provide a protective escort, leaving Harkonnen and a still formidable number of assassins behind with Link and Impa. "I'm never going to forgive myself for letting her go," Impa said under her breath. She and Link, standing in front of the closed inner gate of Hyrule Palace, were trapped between two walls of high rock canyon. The traitorous Harkonnen, leading a group of merciless assassins, blocked their only path of escape, a lethal look in their evil eyes. Harkonnen smiled. "Now about that offer to let you both live," he began. It was utter crap. "I am going to enjoy teaching you a lesson, boys. Slowly, painfully, until you learn, and until you die," he said, looking at Link. His face twisted into even crueler expression than before. The mob of assassins, led by Harkonnen, crept forward. Just when all hope seemed to be lost, from above, round, blue metallic bombs with lit fuses fell from the top of the canyon wall. Harkonnen looked up, his expression changing from hatred to terror. "Take cover!" he yelled, but it was already too late for many of his men. The explosions were deafening. The men's tattered bodies were flung through the air. Harkonnen, with his speed, followed many of his men and avoided a quick and painful death. They looked up, backlit by the high afternoon sun. A large, menacing silhouette stood, triumphant in the sky. Then, leaping from the canyon wall directly for Harkonnen, came the king of Hyrule, a glistening longsword clutched above his head, poised to strike. Harkonnen dove for safety, and just in time, the king's strike missed and he landed with a heavy crash onto his foot and knee. It looked painful. The remaining assassins, having regained their senses following the bombing, charged the king and readied their arrows. But Link and Impa stepped into the middle. Impa throwing metallic blades concealed in her cloak killed the archers before they could let their arrows fly. And Link,
thus shall I your
wielding the two
quietus
swords
make.
like the true master
Death.
he was, charged into the middle of the mob, dropping his
Total quiet,
attackers
no
with
more
startling
sound.
speed. With his hope of backup diminished, Harkonnen turned his attention to the king. I am like a son to you, old fool.
Since I started
he asked.
Noom, I've lost
Well, as
70
your son,
pounds. I've
I look
lost
forward to
97
giving a
pounds with
moving
Noom.
speech
I've lost
at your
92
funeral.
pounds on you.
The king swung his long sword for Harkonnen's head, who ducked. Fool me once, you die, retorted the king. The king fought bravely, but was no match for Harkonnen. As Link and Impa together dispatched the last of the assassins, they turned to offer assistance to the king as quickly as they could, but they were not in time to save his life. The king, with a reckless rage, ignored Harkonnen's threatening move and desperately drove the tip of his longsword through the center of Harkonnen's chest. Even as Harkonnen's blade found its mark as well, they had stabbed each other at the exact same moment. Harkonnen mumbled, "You stupid fool," and crumbled to the ground, letting out his last breath. The king, still standing, turned to face Link and Impa, a sword still sticking in his chest. Pulling out the sword, he chuckled ironically. Today I was feeling younger than I have in years. The king fell to the ground, and Impa and Link rushed to his side. Holding him, they listened, and the king said, "Link, there's something I want to tell you. I was wrong. It is funny. I have the benefit of years of experience dealing with people, and yet what the king coughed, blood splattering to his lips. What I knew about Harkonnen with my head wasn't as true as what Zelda knew about you, along with her heart."
On purpose
it took
laid
all of
to
his
make
effort
the
to
taker
finish
mad.
his dying apology to Link.
Mad in
He
pursuit
trailed off and closed his eyes
so
and was at peace
had,
at last.
having, and
The
in
King of
quest
Fool
to
no
have
longer needed to be
extreme,
strong
a
for
bliss
anyone.
in proof and proof.
Link closed his eyes and bowed his head in respect.
Before
Today was
a joy
interesting, Link thought, but not at all what he had expected. Not only was Zelda gone, but if what Mirai
All
said was
this the
true,
world well
Mirai was
knows,
inches away
yet
from
none
resurrecting
knows
Ganon,
well
the king of evil.
to shun
Apparently,
that
Impa was
heaven
thinking the same thing.
that leads
Link,
men
I know
to
what you were
this
thinking,
hell.
but there is still hope. Zelda is but one of 7 lines of sages who have protected the seal of the Temple of Time for hundreds of years.
Come here,
and they must
darling.
all be alive for the magic to be undone.
Come on.
I do not know this Mirai, but I know of her kind. Like the Sheikah people, who are sworn to protect the royal family of Hrull, Mirai and her people have sworn to bring Ganon back to life and rule at his side. And if she is anything like me, she will stop at nothing to bring her plans to fruition. Link, I can guide you, but you alone are able to become the hero Hrull needs, a hero who can stop Mirai's plans. I know you have it within yourself. You must be brave. Link lifted his head and looked into the Hrull sky. It appeared a great adventure was before him.
Every single morning, I drink
that was the most impressive fan
blend
fiction
here.
I've read since.
This is by
that was the first fan fiction I've ever read.
Chocolate.
But maybe when our
And
fellow
it
witches
has
share
been
their
the
art, we
secret
should
to my
check it out.
health.
Because just like a good witch breathes imagination into her cauldron brew, our friends breathe a little bit of their heart into their words, sculptures, pictures, etc. Maybe they're trying to tell us something. Maybe their words have some deep meaning. Don't ask me. My best friends are frogs, and no offense to frogs. Until next time, my darlings, keep those cauldrons piping hot. Keep throwing fun flowers and crystals into them. Visit nature when you can, and befriend the plants and animals. Keep your psychic spirit detector tuned to the astral plane, because I will always be sending you signals, letting you know that you are a beloved fellow witch.
And in
Good
some
night.
perfumes is there more
Hello, my
delight
darlings.
than in the
I am the
breath
Glitter Fairy Bomb,
my
your
mistress
friendly neighborhood
weeps.
plainclothes-looking witch, here to remind you
I
that it's
love
time
to
to get
hear her
comfy,
speak.
preferably out in nature,
Yet well
under
I
a tree or
know
something, and listen to the
music
latest Witch
hath
Read
a
Aloud.
far more
Today's episode
pleasing
is a nerdy video game fan fiction written by a friend of mine,
I
entitled
never
Princess
saw a
Zelda's
goddess
Birthday
go.
Party of
My
Danger.
mistress, when she walks, treads
Hrull
on the
Castletown had been excited and busy for the past few weeks, and with good reason. Princess Zelda's birthday celebration was fast approaching, and the king had spared no expense in making preparations. After all, this was no ordinary birthday party. Not only was Zelda a princess, which was obvious, but it was customary in Hyrule for a young girl to be regarded as a woman beginning on her 16th birthday. On top of that, it was widely rumored that the king of Hyrule had a husband in mind for his daughter, and some even suspected that he would make the announcement at the celebration. Princess Zelda had heard all of these rumors, and it suffices to say she was not at all pleased. When she first heard of the rumors from one of her close friends a week ago, she confronted her father immediately. Now, her father, the king, was considered by many to be a clever man and a shrewd diplomat, but Princess Zelda could read him like an open book. And his lack of a satisfactory answer to these accusations made Zelda angrier than she had been in a long time. She had not spoken with her father since. As the early morning sun shone in through the tower window, and the noise from the castle town, as well as the morning bird songs, were just commencing, Princess Zelda was already up and dressed, but not in her normal extravagant dresses, befitting a princess of Hyrule. She was dressed as common as any girl that might be found. Her striking pale features and long, light blonde hair were hardly complemented flatteringly by the dark brown garment. Her birthday was only a day away, so she was planning an unannounced trip. Impa, Zelda's caretaker and guardian since birth, who always seemed to have a sixth sense about such things, and this drove Princess Zelda absolutely mad sometimes, knocked on Zelda's door. Impa, I know that it is you. It is always you. Leave me alone. Princess Zelda did not know how Impa did it. It was as if Impa knew that Zelda was planning to rebel even before Zelda noticed the thought inside her head. I am not planning to stop you, Impa assured her through the locked door. I just want to talk. This both confused Princess Zelda and made her very happy at the same time. Her mind had been speedily pondering ways to escape from her room without Impa stopping her, perhaps out the window with bedsheets tied together. But she was not coming up with anything satisfactory. Her window was very high up, so Impa's offer not to stop her was an unexpected yet welcome pleasure to her pointy elf ears. Yet it left her very suspicious. Princess Zelda opened her door and Impa calmly strode in, closing the door behind her. Impa, of the Sheikah people, was dressed in her usual attire, a cloak fancy enough to befit the guardian of royalty, yet modest enough to be inconspicuous and blend in whenever Impa felt so inclined, which was often. While impossible to tell from looking, Zelda knew Impa's robe concealed light armor and more weapons than Zelda would like to guess. While Zelda's sworn protector by occupation, her relationship with Zelda had become complex ever since Zelda had stopped seeing her father as being perfect, which was at about 9 years old. While Impa made it no secret that she respected the King of Hyrule, and was always on his side when it came to what he thought was best for his daughter, somehow Impa managed to balance this authority figure role and remain Zelda's closest girlfriend as well, despite her relatively advanced age. Sometimes Zelda secretly suspected that Impa was able to stay in her good graces by using some sort of Sheikah mind control voodoo. However, this was a suspicion that Zelda was never able to confirm with proof. Impa was squeaky clean, even after much Zelda investigation and spying. Impa looked at Zelda with one of those looks that let her know she was about to say something important. I do not know what you are planning to do, but there is something you need to know. Impa sat Zelda down on a corner of her bed, sat beside her in a chair pulled to a nearby table, looked back into Zelda's eyes and continued. Zelda, ever since you were a young girl, protecting you has been my whole life. Even though Hyrule has been peaceful these past 16 years, as it ever has been, if not more so, the price of keeping it that way is that we never get lazy or careless. But the way I have been keeping you safe is going to have to change. I will always be here for you, but there comes a time when you need to take responsibility for your own safety. I cannot keep you safe by denying you the ability to make your own choices. take your own risks, and live your own life. It is not fair to you, and it does not work. I cannot help you if you need to push me away to live your life. And it is better if we face whatever may come as a team, even if it means doing it on your terms. Princess Zelda squinted and studied Impa's expression. There is no way Impa is going to use reverse psychology trickery on me, Zelda told herself. Finally, however, Zelda caved. There is no way to stay suspicious of Impa. She is always right. Thanks, Impa. It really is nothing. I'm just going to hurl force to say Link. As out of the loop as Link can be when it comes to gossip, I worry that he may have heard the rumors that my dad is planning to introduce me to my future husband. I do not know how he would respond to this kind of news. I mean, he has always been a good friend, and marriage can change things. Not that I am planning to go through with any of my father's evil schemes. The rumor in itself is the problem. I could deliver any message if you like, Impa offered. No thank you, Impa, Zelda replied. I think not bothering to visit personally sends the wrong message in and of itself. This is something I want to do, and I want to do it alone. So I would appreciate if you let me go, and if you give me a little privacy, meaning no stealth spying. If anything goes wrong, I will just have to rely on the years of training you have given me, turning me into a killing machine. As I said, you are all grown up now. I cannot stop you. Even your father knew this day would come. I suspect that is why he is so eager to marry you off. The thought of a completely independent Princess Zelda running around Hyrule Field and casting magic spells on Octoroks or unsuspecting travelers terrifies him. Zelda smiled. This was freedom she always told herself she wanted, and yet some part of her missed Impa bossing her around. No matter, she told herself, every stage of life has its advantages and its disadvantages. The most important thing right now is that I do not have to worry about how Link is feeling. I can go and see for myself. Princess Zelda walked to her trunk and, opening it, removed a small dagger from her belongings. She tucked it hidden away in a slit in her common dress. Leaving Impa in the room, she walked to the stairs, starting to make her way to Hyrule Forest. The early afternoon sun shone through in small patches, through the dense forest overgrowth. Everything was simultaneously bursting with life, and yet completely silent.
The Nordic Track Freestride Trainer is more than an elliptical. It's also a personal trainer in your home.
Every patch of dirt, by every plant, and blocked by every tree. Link, after bathing to minimize any smell that might tip his quarry off to a hunter approaching, had covered himself in dirt and sap to complete the illusion. If an animal was lucky enough in its final moments to smell him, Link would smell as much like a forest plant or animal as he could muster. Link, no more than 15 years old, but there was no way that he could be sure of that, had seen his fair share of danger in life. Good with a sword, he had never met his match in a fight. Being thin and not incredibly strong, his strength came from his agility and courage. Many he beat at swordplay later commented that Link had no fear. His dirty blonde, long hair stopped just short of his shoulders, and it usually stayed out of his intense green eyes. Link breathed quietly and easily. Being invisible was a matter of preparation, patience, relaxation, and intelligence, and he knew instinctively from years of practice. He silently walked in an upwind direction, his bow strong and arrow ready. Before Link caught sight of any deer, he heard a noise, and he got as low to the ground as possible, still making no noise. His every motion was even more peaceful, relaxed, and silent than the brook, babbling softly more than 50 paces off. His dark green tunic made him instantly indistinguishable from a distance from the nearby ferns growing at the base of a large tree. After a moment had passed, he knew that what he was hearing was not a deer. Link smiled. One of the reasons Link loved hunting was that it was ideal preparation to sneak up on Princess Zelda and startle the life out of her. However, the downside was that his dirt and sap regimen left him feeling somewhat lacking in confidence, but he was looking presentable, even by his standards.
I'm sorry, Captain,
he removed the cloth from his tunic and wiped his face and neck as best he could. He unstrung his bow and secured it to his back, and then he covered his quiver of arrows. Feeling as prepared to meet the princess as he could possibly make himself, he decided to climb up a nearby tree. As the tree was knotted and extremely leaning, He could almost walk up his sloping trunk until he could look down on Princess Zelda from above. As if in honor of her presence, the forest seemed to lighten up all around her. Colorful butterflies shone in the rays of sunlight beaming from above, and even the nearby dragonflies seemed to take on a jollier attitude at her coming. Perhaps part of it was that Princess Zelda seemed to choose a more open and spacious path across the forest floor, which were, of course, somewhat brighter, compared to Link skulking through the shadows of dense undergrowth, where he could be most hidden. While Link was fully aware of the happiness that seeing Princess Zelda gave him, he regarded such strong emotions as more of a hindrance than a help to him. Of all the people Link had met in Hyrule or during his travels, only Princess Zelda seemed to ever be more than a stranger to him, as if only she could understand why he lived such a solitary life in the forest. He was not like other people in Hyrule, just like Zelda was not either. In a way, they had both always been alone, and they would go on continuing to be alone forever. Because of this, Link knew, staying friends with Princess Zelda was what mattered to him most, even if it meant bowing out gracefully should Zelda ever choose a husband that did not happen to be him. Despite being a bit of a hermit, Link knew enough about people to know that things could happen when feelings of love were expressed hastily and went unrequited. Link was no coward, but neither was he eager to risk everything he had with Princess Zelda to keep her entirely for himself. Zelda paused. Just like Impa seemed to have a sixth sense for knowing what Zelda was going to do before she did it, Zelda was starting to develop a sixth sense about when Link was going to surprise her with one of his sneak attacks. Resisting the urge to call out his name, and possibly attract forest bandits or moblins in the process, Zelda instead chose to act as inconspicuous as possible, as if she did not sense Link's presence. If Link was planning a surprise attack, she would just have to let him, she supposed. Part of her felt a surge of pride. I will just have to act surprised if he attacks me, because I know what is coming. Poor Link, he managed to surprise me so many other times, but not this time, she assured herself smugly. She casually glanced in every direction and then peeked above her. No sign of Link. Maybe I was wrong, she started to tell herself. She walked deeper into the forest and began to feel annoyed. Okay, either I was wrong about Link sneaking up on me, or I am right, and he is keeping me waiting long enough for me to get nervous. I hate him so much sometimes. Finally, just as she had given up and convinced herself that she was imagining things, Link dropped as fast as lightning from above, and somehow landed softly. Princess Zelda jumped with shock, and Link grinned ear to ear. I got her, he thought to himself. Despite the intense physical training with Impa that Zelda endured frequently, even she was amazed by Link's seemingly reckless falls. Judging by his speed, he must have been falling from at least as high as my towering bedroom window, Zelda observed to herself. As the shock from Zelda's fright should have been wearing off, Princess Zelda was not regaining her breath as quickly as she had expected. Looking at Link, she suddenly realized that part of her was more scared that she'd be getting married than she previously admitted to herself. What if her father and this mysterious suitor were not planning on taking no for an answer? Am I prepared to be disowned and locked in the dungeons on account of my marriage preferences? Or would I compromise and become all the things that I hate when push comes to shove? On top of that, the idea that Zelda might be losing Link made her see him in a different light than she had throughout her childhood. To her, being with Link had always made Zelda more free to be her true self. Out here in the forest, no one ever expected her to keep a straight face, be rigidly dignified, and regal all the time. She could even crack jokes if she felt so inclined. Not that frequently she stooped to such nonsense. But as Zelda was beginning to realize, it was more than that. Being with Link was not merely a passport for superficial displays of maturity and loyalty. It was more than just permission to be free from responsibility. Link saw her as the person she wanted to be, a person who not only was more than just a crown-sporting political figurehead. Link expected her to be as outgoing, as adventurous, and as good a person as she always saw herself as being. Sometimes people like her father and even Impa got so wrapped up in the practical necessities and political compromises that they forgot to put the most important things first, like ideals and compassion, no matter what the cost. Princess Zelda and Link were two people who did not know the meaning of compromise, and up until recently, neither of them felt they were ever happy to. But after a few moments, Link suspected something was troubling Zelda. As if sensing that he knew, Zelda decided to speak first. Link, how would you feel about me getting married? To someone else, I mean. Link's smile faded, and he looked down, gathering his thoughts. He did not know what to say. As said as he seemed moments ago that he would bow out of Zelda's life if necessary, he somehow could not or would not bring himself to say that to her now. Instead, looking up, his expression unusually indecipherable, he took her hand and led her into the forest. Where are we going, sir? Am I being kidnapped? Zelda half joked. But the solemnity that accompanied the topic that she herself had brought up moments before could not be dispelled with joking banter, and she knew it.
How may I assist you?
Link led her, winding down a steep hill, to part of the forest she had never been before. Somehow, the mood of the forest itself changed,
Well, and she put
as
you
if
up to
despite
this,
the
to be
silence
fair.
remaining, the peacefulness was gone. But it was not the conversation topic that was to blame. The area itself was somehow different. But Princess Zelda could not tell why. Then suddenly, she got her first clue. As Link pressed aside a wall of tall ferns, Zelda saw past the opening what appeared to be a massive doorway in the side of a hill, made of stone in the shape of a giant Gothic lion's head, its mouth grotesquely gaping open as the entrance. Made of a dark green stone that Zelda did not recognize, but knew was not naturally found in this part of Hyrule. The doorway was almost otherworldly in appearance. Finally, Zelda remembered from her studies what it was. This is the doorway to the underworld, isn't it? Zelda asked. Long ago, when our ancestors were engaged in a war with Ganon, these ancient underground labyrinths were used to hide fragments of the Triforce of wisdom from him. How or why they were built originally, no one really knows for sure. Zelda remembered the legend. She continued. If Ganon had managed to get a hold of both the Triforce of Power and Wisdom, he would have been unstoppable. Later, when Ganon was defeated by a hero wielding a magical sword and silver arrows, and Ganon's spirit was sealed forever in the Temple of Time, peace returned to Hyrule, and the monsters that used to fill these dungeons disappeared. Or so they say. You probably never took me here before because you were protecting me. As Link and Zelda grew up, their fear of monsters gradually faded. Now, they merely had a healthy respect for the danger that the forest presented. Despite the possibilities that monsters may still lurk in such a place, Link and Zelda knew it was unlikely that they would meet anything that the two of them could not handle. But why did you bring me here? Zelda asked. Link was not sure of that himself. His mind introspectively
Answer this question. What matters more to you than money?
Perhaps he just did it to avoid talking about his feelings for Zelda. Of all the places that were a short walk from the part of forest they were in, this was the most awe-inspiring. And on top of that, it was the only one he had not shown Princess Zelda before. Zelda gazed into the distorted, gaping mouth of the stone-lined archway, down the sloping hallway into darkness. She smiled, kind of ironic smile to herself. In a weird way, the demonic doorway reminded her of a married life without Link. A prospect looming just before her, inviting her into an unholy, unresolvable maze of despair, darkness, confusion, and ultimately death. She gritted her teeth and made a decision. Link, I am having a birthday celebration tomorrow. It is kind of a big deal. Part of it is open to the public, but part of it is a private party. You know, for royalty and certain guests. Zelda frowned as she imagined her father and this mystery suitor, ganging up on her like a pair of dodongos, preparing to charge. I know you and my father have never really gotten along so great when you see each other at all, but I want you to come. Here, take this. Reaching into the slit of her dress, she pulled out an embroidered card and handed it to Link. He held it momentarily above his head with both hands, looking at it. This is a royal invitation. If you show it to the castle guards, we can spend my whole birthday together. Also, take this letter. If you show it to a merchant in Castle Town, they will know that I am paying you to wear something so you fit in at the party. Link suddenly felt extremely awkward. Not only had he never really spent time with Zelda's father, he had never gone anywhere in Hyrule that had dress code. Zelda sensed this and added, "Link, I think my father wants me to get married. I think he might announce this at the party. If he does, I am going to make my own announcement. I will tell everyone that I do not want to get married, unless it is to you." And at once, Link had an emotion that was much more powerful than awkwardness. He was happy. Zelda's plan was just crazy enough to be something he could get on board with entirely. Link liked to think of himself as a wild, free-spirited forest boy, but he knew that it took a woman like Princess Zelda to truly make his life crazy. He smiled. Tomorrow was going to be an interesting day. The King of Hyrule woke the next morning, about the time he usually woke up. Very early. He had beaten the sun in the race to get up so many times, the sun stopped trying to heat. He lit his red candle and washed his face, looking deeply into the mirror. His eyes looked tired. He washed his face more, tightened his beard jaw, and looked again. Haha, he told himself. This time I looked determined, not tired at all. He memorized the face he just made. He would be making it all day, at least with his eyes when his mouth smiled slightly in honor of his daughter's birthday. As a king, he could not afford the luxury of weakness. His people could not afford for him to be weak. He did not get any breaks. He even had to be strong with matters relating to his beloved daughter. He knew the way men were, and he knew the types of men who would want to marry Princess Zelda. For wealth, for power, if he did not choose a husband for his daughter, the other men of the world would essentially choose for her, and that would be disastrous.
Want to know where to invest $1,000 right now? Hi, Rex Moore with the Motley Fool, and if you know us, you know how famous we are for finding...
The sun, finally catching up to him, prepared to rise. The dim light of dawn crept through the window, rendering his red candle less necessary. He blew it out. He looked again at the mirror. His beard had seemed to gray overnight. He may not be old yet, but he could not look out for Zelda forever. Besides, no matter who Zelda found on her own, he could not be better than Harkonnen. No soldier had ever risen in the ranks of Hyrule Guard faster than Harkonnen. The king had met with him on many occasions and felt he was a man of good character, and he was of good birth. Of all the men the king had considered worthy of Princess Zelda, none had come close to comparing to Harkonnen. He was the most impressive man the king had ever met. The king knew of Zelda's friendship with the forest boy Link, and he had met Link on several occasions, if only to be kept aware of his daughter's activity. The king had nothing against Link, but the idea of Princess marrying someone like Link seemed impossible to him. Link was an unmannered hermit. The king had nothing against Link, but the idea of the princess marrying someone like Link seemed impossible to him. Link was an unmannered hermit. Come to think of it, the king had never even heard him speak. No, the king told himself, I am doing the right thing here. After dressing in one of his finer robes and donning his stately crown, the king proceeded to the dining room. Breakfast was ready, but Princess Zelda was late, as she often was, especially on special occasions. The king sat down and unfolded his napkin, placing it in his lap. He started eating his toast. After his toast was gone and he was starting on his eggs, Zelda arrived, in a much better mood than he was expecting. She was wearing one of her finest white dresses, and her hair was extravagantly arranged, partially pinned up in a bond in the back. Seeing Zelda happy confirmed in his mind that he was doing the right thing. For week of not speaking with him was just a phase, he told himself. Zelda smiled. They talked about nothing and everything and ate their breakfast in peace together.
I do betray my nobler parts
friendly mood
to my
continued
gross
until guests started arriving for their private reception.
My soul
Relatives and friends
doth
from near
tell
and
my
far
body
came to pay
that
their
he may
respects to Princess
triumph in
Zelda on her
love.
special day.
Flesh
But what was
stays
unexpected
no
was one
further
guest in
reason,
particular.
but
He was dressed in a
rising
white
at thy
silk
name
shirt with an
doth point
unbuttoned
out
stand-up collar
thee
and a gray jacket and pants made of
as
cashmere.
his triumph.
His shoes were shining black leather. He even
Proud
had
of
gotten a
this
haircut.
pride,
While his
he is
dirty blonde hair was
contented,
long,
thy
it was no
poor
longer
drudge
falling
to
near his
be,
shoulders.
to stand
At
in
first,
thy
she
affairs,
did not know who he was.
fall by
Then
thy
Princess
side.
Zelda could not contain her smile
No want
when
of
she
conscience
recognized
hold
him.
it,
To
that I
her, he
call
looked
her love,
utterly ridiculous, but in a
for
good way.
whose dear
Standing there
love
awkwardly sporting fine clothes for the
rise
first time in his life. However, she could tell that to everyone else, he looked perfectly fine for the occasion.
3 more
She rushed to
sonnets
him
go.
and gave him a hug, sparking the curiosity of everyone present, including the king. "Who is that?" the king asked a bystander. Walking over to greet the new guest, the king shook his hand and asked who he was. "Dad, do not be silly. You know Link," Zelda interjected.
A Dropbox family plan gives you and 5 loved ones your very own Dropbox account to store memories from the past. While the shared family room means all of today's photos, videos, schedules, and documents are secured and filed online, available for each of you to access at any time. For all things worth saving, Dropbox.
After a bit of
Bye.
mingling, it was time for the king and Zelda to make their first public appearance. The room they were using had a balcony overlooking the marketplace, which was where the main party was taking place.
Captain's log.
And it had been in full swing for
The
some time.
Enterprise has arrived at Morass.
The marketplace was packed with people from all over Hyrule and beyond, many familiar faces and many new ones, all having a fun time. There were games, contests, puppet shows, and live street performers and musicians, and lots of merchants. Even soldiers were on hand to keep an eye on everyone. As the king, Impa, and Princess Zelda made their way towards the balcony, it was then she saw the king first greet Harkonnen, and she instantly suspected he was the mystery man her father had in mind for her. Wearing his full dress uniform, he certainly looked impressive, with his long black hair tied in a short ponytail behind his head. A neat goatee rested underneath his long, somewhat pointed nose, and his eyes were serious and narrow. She disliked him instantly. She beckoned to Link to follow her. Part of her felt guilty using Link as a sort of marriage shield, but she was not coming up with any other ideas to get her out of her predicament, so she ignored her guilt. As they stepped out onto the balcony, the people below cheered. Zelda smiled and waved as they cheered louder. She took Link's arm and held it close, clinging to him with a grip like a vice. "I am not going to stand next to Harkonnen," she told herself. As was customary, the king stepped forward to make a speech, and the noise subsided. "Welcome to the birthday party of Princess Zelda." Cheering ensued. "As you all know," he continued as the noise subsided, "she is turning 16 today. And, a bit later, I have an important announcement concerning her that I'm sure many of you have been expecting." They cheered again. Princess Zelda faked a smile, since it seemed the appropriate time to smile, but it was a little difficult to manage. But in the meantime, it's time for the traditional fencing tournament. As you all know, today is not only my daughter's birthday, but it is also the anniversary of sealing Ganon, King of Evil, in the Temple of Time. Zelda is the last in a long line of descendants from the woman who, along with 6 other sages, joined their power to seal Ganon away forever. The crowd definitely cheered for that remark. Well, many of you have never known war. You must always be ready, which is why it is important to teach our children swordplay and to encourage them to serve the crown. Let the tournament begin.
A maid of Diane.
The king turned to Harkonnen. "Would you do me the honor of representing the royal guard in the competition? I have heard only the best things about your talents with the sword." Harkonnen smiled and agreed. "All in good fun," Harkonnen added. He removed his jacket, spun over the railing, and, dropping himself to hang from the floor of the balcony, he let go and fell gracefully to the cobbled street below. "Show off," Zelda thought to herself. As much as Princess Zelda disliked Harkonnen, this was her favorite part of her birthday parties. While secretly she knew she could probably be quite respectable in such a competition, she just enjoyed watching. People from all over Hyrule and beyond showed off their strange yet effective swordplay techniques. It was fascinating to see. Harkonnen was not at all bad either, Zelda admitted to herself. Zelda observed that he frequently bested and disarmed his opponents in the opening moments of the match, with minimal display of effort. As it became clear that Harkonnen was a front-runner, they began calling for volunteers. "Can no one stand up to the royal guard?" a soldier yelled mockingly. Zelda smiled to herself impishly. Not that it mattered, but she would like to see the look on Harkonnen's face after having a match with Link. Come to think of it, she thought, I would like to see my father's face as well. Zelda
Take your weight loss to a whole new level and double your protein for free with Nutrisystem's Premier.
Would you do it? For me? She asked. Link had long given up on seeking fame and glory for himself. If he wanted to be popular, he would not live the life of a hermit in the forest of Hyrule. But Zelda need not ask him twice. He would do anything for her, and besides, he had been intrigued by watching Harkonnen's talents. He had not faced such a worthy adversary in quite a while. So, though no pride showed on his face, he nodded and removed his jacket. Laying it on a nearby chair, he took one step and, quite suddenly and unexpectedly, sprung into the air and forward flipped over the railing, flipping one more time through the air to land on the cobbled street below. The crowd gasped, then cheered wildly. The king frowned, not sure what to make of Link. Impa smiled. She was looking forward to seeing the match between Link and Harkonnen, not sure what to expect. She had heard of Link's skills many times from Zelda, but was never sure whether Zelda was exaggerating or not. "We have a new challenger," the announcer yelled, egging the crowd on to even greater levels of volume. Well before, several matches had been taking place simultaneously in different corners of the marketplace, including matches for different age groups such as sword-swinging youngsters. For this match, the crowd instinctively cleared a large space in the middle of the marketplace, and everyone prepared to give this match their full attention. A man came and gave Link his choice of wooden swords. Link picked a medium-weight blade and gave it a couple of practice swings. He was ready. He looked across the arena for Harkonnen. Harkonnen did not seem concerned. Just as well, he will not see this coming, Link told himself. Noticing that he was starting to take this match and himself a bit too seriously, Link smiled a goofy smile and turned in a circle, greeting the crowd with a wave. They cheered, as always. That's better. I should not take this too seriously. It is just a game, he told himself. But he only half believed it. Harkonnen stepped towards the middle of the ring, and Link followed suit. They bowed out of courtesy, and Harkonnen began circling Link. In most of his other matches, Link had noticed, Harkonnen's opponents had rushed him, hoping to catch him off guard. They were playing right into his hands and often lost quickly. Link was in no hurry. As a few moments passed, the impatient crowd turned their anger to Harkonnen. Why should he be afraid of this stranger when he beat everyone else, they wondered. However, the crowd's taunting had no effect on Harkonnen's resolve or patience. Fine, if he will not attack first, I will. But carefully, Link told himself. Link sprung forward, bringing his sword from overhead down at an angle towards Harkonnen, who parried. Link continued with a fierce combination of swings, accenting each strike with a feral cry, each louder than the one before. Harkonnen did not stand the defensive long before returning favor. As Link expected, Harkonnen skillfully dodged one strike completely, hoping to throw Link off balance by breaking his pattern and not deflecting the blow, and returned a horizontal counter blow with lightning speed, aimed straight for Link's collarbone. Link, by anticipating, returned Harkonnen's same favor an instant after Harkonnen offered it, and ducked completely beneath the incoming blow.
Deodorant has been dumb for centuries. There's been almost no innovation in deodorants in 100 years.
Downward momentum into a sideways roll across the cobblestone, half circling around Harkonnen in a fraction of a second. Harkonnen was only caught off guard by Link's agility for a split second, but that was all Link needed, transitioning seamlessly from his roll to a spinning upward strike, catching Harkonnen squarely on the back of his dominant shoulder, launching him into the air and sending him spinning wildly into the cobblestone. The crowd, needless to say, had been completely worked into an absolute frenzy. They had not seen a match like this in years, if ever. Even the king, who was trying his best to be on Harkonnen's side, could not help but be impressed by Link's apparent mastery of the sword. He hardly stifled a smile that, though small, encompassed not just his mouth but his eyes as well. I probably look old smiling like this, he thought to himself. Harkonnen did not stay down long. He got to his feet, and his face showed sincere emotion for the first time, for as long as anyone there had ever known him. He was mad. Not even Harkonnen's fellow soldiers had ever seen this side of the man. A man who was usually so composed and seemingly good-natured. Apparently, he was not a good loser. Harkonnen shouted, "I'll smash in your puny skull, boy." He growled and came at Link with everything. Link, well athletic and strong for his age, was nowhere near as strong as Harkonnen. Link, being only a boy of roughly 15 years, was probably outweighed by Harkonnen by at least 75 pounds. He towered over him. At first, Link tried to block Harkonnen's blows directly, but soon gave that up as a tactic, as each blow was delivered with such staggering force that the resulting vibrations through his wood sword stung Link's fingers intensely, despite his firm grip. Instead, Link deflected the blows, indirectly, one by one, and when he got a split-second opportunity, did a backflip, putting some much needed space between him and his enraged aggressor, giving himself a moment to think. A moment was all he would get as Harkonnen immediately continued his savage assault. Link's mind raced. When was the last time he was in a jam like this? Against an opponent who has me outmatched in almost every way, he asked himself. Link was beginning to feel fatigue, and then it occurred to him, Harkonnen probably was too, even if he did not show it. So Link just held on, dodging and blocking as long as he could. If he could not beat Harkonnen, he could at least outlast him. And, sure enough, despite Harkonnen's exceptional skill, Link started to notice cracks in the armor of his technique. Perhaps an opportunity here, a misstep there, Link observed as he deflected blow after blow. Still, I will wait for the perfect moment. I will only get one shot at this, Link concluded. Then, leaning forward, he rolled the proverbial dice. He spun his sword around Harkonnen's with unusual speed and force, almost signaling in advance that Link was about to make his move. It was as if Link was almost daring Harkonnen to stop him, knowing full well that Harkonnen was more exhausted than he was letting show. As Harkonnen's blade was spun in a clockwise circle, Link released his sword lock and brought the flat of his blade in a downward motion into the back of Harkonnen's calf, just below the knee, sweeping Harkonnen's feet out from under him. But Link did not stop with that. Without the slightest bit of hesitation, even before Harkonnen had landed on the cobbled street, Link leaped high, straight into the air, gathered all of his weight, and focused into a downward finishing blow. Harkonnen landed with a heavy thud, and before he could lift his blade in defense, Link's knee came down on his chest, and his sword came to a sudden halt, just before Harkonnen's neck. It was over, and Harkonnen was beaten. Realizing his defeat, Harkonnen regained his composure. Perhaps I can save face and lose with a little class, he told himself. Getting to his feet, he shook Link's hand, as if he were the referee, and raised it up, signaling Link's victory. He smiled and patted Link on the back. It was then that the king thought the moment was right. Let's hear it for Harkonnen, as humble and dignified in defeat as he is in victory. The crowd's response was less than enthusiastic. Why is the king calling for recognition for Harkonnen in Link's moment of triumph? The king continued, I have nothing but the utmost respect and
Welcome aboard the Disney Bundle. We're Disney Plus, Hulu, and ESPN.
A warrior and a trusted ally. Over the past few years, Harkonnen has become less like a soldier to me and more like a son. And so it is with great pleasure and pride that I announce to you all that I have asked Harkonnen to consider taking my beloved daughter, Princess Zelda, in the holy bonds of matrimony, and he has agreed. Trust me, ladies and gentlemen, there is no more fitting choice in all of Hyrule for the man who will take Zelda's hand in marriage and, in time, succeed me as the king of Hyrule. The suddenness of the announcement caught all present off guard, but the crowd warmed quickly to the idea of an upcoming wedding for Princess Zelda and all the parties that entails. The noise level of the rejoicing rose. Harkonnen threw his arm over Link's shoulders and smiled at him. Let's rejoin them up on that balcony and see how Zelda is taking the good news, shall we? Link nodded. Harkonnen continued, Say, where did you learn to fight like that? We could use a boy like you in the Royal Guard. Link shrugged. He had not really learned his sword fighting all in one place, so he was not
So
sure
let's
how to
say you
answer.
have to read an
The
incredibly
two of them
long
passed
email
by the
from your
guards
boss
in
that you
the
have to
building
finish before the big
and walked
meeting.
up the stairs towards the second floor. On the balcony, the king shook Link's hand and congratulated him, leaving Harkonnen to approach Princess Zelda. Harkonnen took Zelda's hand and she smiled at him. But as he leaned in to kiss the princess, she turned away, and her smile vanished. The crowd took notice and marked him. I cannot continue this for the sake of appearances, Zelda told herself. There is no way I can depart with you when my heart belongs to him. She walked away. She turned to address the market. My dear Princess Zelda, thank you so much for joining me, my birthday celebration. I am hopeful that every one of you that I have been having the most wonderful time. I know that the power is my head of the cloud, the crowd said. But that is not the only way that I go wrong. I know that there has been much talk of my getting married, and now I believe in the king of the wingman. The crowd said. The truth is, I'm not ready to marry, not to anyone. As flattered as I am by Harkonnen, it is a proposal that I cannot accept. He deserves a girl who is capable of giving him her whole heart. Someday, maybe someday soon, I imagine I will be ready for marriage. And when I am, I promise that I will love that person completely and forever. She looked at Link, half happy to have gotten that out, but half sad that she did not say more. Zelda was sad that she could not announce her love for Link as she had planned.
The Time Machine
Something was telling her the
H.G.
timing was all
Wells.
wrong. She finished
This
saying,
is a LibriVox
that is all.
recording. All LibriVox
What
recordings
happened
are in the
next came
public
suddenly
domain.
and without
Reading
warning.
by Mark
Harkonnen,
Nelson.
interestingly, seemed strangely
The Time
worried
Machine.
about both what had
Chapter
just happened and what was beginning to
Time
happen.
traveler,
He
or
remained
so
calm,
convenient
serious,
speaking, was
unreasonable.
expounding a
There were
recondite
static sounds of
pattern.
agony from
His
different
gray
corners of
eyes
the
shone.
marketplace and soldiers began to fall. Zelda screamed in terror, followed quickly by the crowd and panic ensued. There was an ambush from the ranks of the foolish and joyful spectators who had baffled the brandishing the small and the blade of everyone else present in the show. Protection grabbed from Zelda, jumping off the railing, carried Zelda to the roof of the building. Then there was on, as a man began climbing the outside railing of the balcony, holding a knife in his bow, Link swiftly put to his face, saying, "Catch me." Link knew that the royals were skilled. He had a hunch that the crowd because the party was going to say, of her Zelda's announcement, she would not be wrong. Not bad. Harkonnen was doing nothing and showing no remorse. The royal guard was water all around him. He had no time to think about Harkonnen. He followed in his footsteps, screaming to him, composing to him. By the gods and the rose fast, himself, there was such a glimpse of the blood, Zelda was arms on the other far side of the top, sweeping down the road to the rapid she was making a dash to safety and smiling. Sprinting to the edge of the top, but the dust left. Link looked all around, listening to words as they would be grabbing at their feet. The car was passing for more than a second. Jumped from the roof to the ledge. Only staying on the ledge for half a second, the car came to his fall. He jumped again, landing on his feet to roll, rolling to the roll. It was only then that Link realized he was and he only now realized that it may come in handy.
Clearly, the time
Looking
traveler
ahead,
proceeded.
saw a problem.
Any real bucket
Princess
must have
Zelda
extension
and
in
her
4
mother
directions.
dead end.
It must have
Someone who
length,
closed the passes out of
thickness,
reach when they
and
were not at it.
foundation.
On top of that,
A natural
since it was
permanent
situated at hand and the walls,
He inclined to overlap the second.
their only escape
There
back
are
the way they
really
had
4
come.
dimensions.
Into the
3,
cruel
which we call the
marketplace,
3 planes of space, and of the
It was
Time
here
Machine
they would have to make
by
their
H.G. Wells.
Good of you to join us, Link.
This
I
is a
think those skills of
LibriVox.
yours are about to come in handy.
All LibriVox recordings are in
Princess
public
Zelda
domain.
wrapped her arms around him
Reading
and kissed
by
him,
Mark
tears
Nelson.
streaming down her cheeks. She had failed to show her love for Link earlier that day, and it was a mistake she had
Time
made.
travel, or so it will be convenient to speak of, was expounding a recondite matter to us. His gray eyes shone and twinkled, and his usually clear face was flushed and animated. The fire burned brightly, and the soft radiance of the incandescent lights in movies and ceiling caught the bubbles that flashed and passed in our glasses. Our chairs, being his patents, embraced and caressed us rather than submitted to be sat upon. And it was that luxurious after-dinner atmosphere when thought roams gracefully free over the travels of precision. And he clicked us in this way, marking the points of the lean forehead, as we sat and lazily admired his earnestness over these new paradoxes, and we thought, and his fecundity.
Zelda wielded the paper dagger.
Carefully, I shall have to controvert one or two ideas that are almost universally accepted. The geometry, for instance, they taught you in school, is founded on misconception. It's not that a rather large thing to expect us to begin upon, said Bennet, an argumentative person with red hair. I do not need to ask you to accept anything without reasoning around for it. Assume admit as much as I need from you. You know, of course, that a mathematical line, a line of figures, in it has no real existence. They taught you that? Neither has a mathematical plane. These things are mere abstractions.
Both Mariah and Harkonnen shared the same
psychologist. Nor, having only rank, breadth, and thickness, can a cube have a real existence.
No, stay back.
There I object.
Zelda turned around.
Of course a solid body may exist.
They have an
All
army,
real things.
and we are cornered.
So most
You
people
live because they allow it.
Wait a moment.
She looked directly
Can
at
an
Impa.
instantaneous
This is my
exist?
decision. We are beaten
Don't
for
follow
now.
me.
You will
said
serve Cruel best by surviving.
Can a
She
cube
looked at Link.
that does not last
Goodbye,
for
my
any
love.
time at all have
Mariah
a real
disarmed Princess
existence?
Zelda, bound her wrists and
Clearly
ankles,
they came
and took her
tensely.
onto a black horse and
Clearly,
rode off,
the time
back
traveler
towards the
proceeded.
marketplace and
Any real
presumably
body must
away
have
from Cruel.
extension in four
A number of their
directions.
ranks
It
followed
must
on
have length,
horseback to
breadth,
provide a protective
thickness,
escort,
and
leaving
duration.
Harkonnen and a still
But
formidable
a
number of
natural
assassins
infirmity of the
behind
flesh,
with Link
which I
and
will
Impa.
explain to you in a moment.
I'm
We
never
incline
going to
to
forgive
overlook this
myself for
fact.
letting her go,
There are
Impa
really
said under her
four
breath.
dimensions. Three,
She
which
and
we
Link,
call the
standing
three
in front
planes
of
of
the place
space,
in her gate
and
to
a
the
fourth,
palace, were
time.
trapped between two walls
There
of
is,
high rock
however,
canyon.
a tendency
The traitorous
to draw an
Harkonnen, leading
unreal
a group of
distinction
merciless
between the
assassins,
former three
blocked their only
dimensions
path to
and the
escape,
latter.
a lethal
Because it
look,
happens
evil
that
eyes.
our consciousness
Harkonnen
moves
smiled.
intermittently in
Now
one
about that
direction,
offer to let you
along
both
the
live.
ladder, from the beginning to the
It was
end
utter
of our
fact.
lives.
I am going to enjoy
That,
teaching you a
said a
lesson,
very
boy.
young man, making
Slowly,
spasmodic efforts to relight
until
his
you
cigar
learn,
over the lamp.
until you die,
That's
he said,
very clear
ignorantly.
indeed.
His face twisted into
Now,
a
it
cooler
is very
expression than
remarkable
before.
that this is so
The mob of
extensively
assassins,
overlooked,
led by Harkonnen, crept
continued the
forward.
time traveler
Just when
with a
all
slight
hope seemed to be
accession of
lost,
cheerfulness.
from above, round, blue
This is what is meant by the fourth dimension. Though some people who talk about the
Harkonnen
fourth
looked up,
dimension
his
do not
expression
know they
changing
need
from
it.
hatred to
It is
terror.
only another
Take
way
cover,
of
he
looking
yelled,
at time.
but it was already too late for many
No
of the
difference
men.
between
The
time
explosions were
and
deafening.
any of the three
Men's
dimensions of
tattered bodies
space,
were flung
except
through the air.
that our consciousness
Harkonnen,
moves along.
speed, followed many
But
of his men
some
and
foolish
avoided a
people
quick
have
and
got
painful
hold of
death.
the wrong side
They
of
looked
that
up,
idea.
and backlit by
You
the
have all
high
heard what they
afternoon
have to
sun,
say about this
a
fourth
large,
dimension.
menacing silhouette stood,
have not,
triumphant in the
said the
sky.
provincial mayor.
Then, leaping from the canyon
It is
wall
simply
directly
this,
for Harkonnen,
that
came the
space,
king of
as our
gold,
mathematicians have
glistening
it,
long
is
sword
spoken of
flushed
as having
above his
three
head,
dimensions,
poised to strike.
which one may call
Harkonnen
length,
dove
breadth,
for
and
safety,
thickness,
and just in
and is
time,
always
the king's
defined by
strike
reference
missed
to
and landed with a
planes,
heavy crash
each at
onto
right
his
angles to
knee.
the others.
It looked painful. The
But
remaining
some
assassins,
philosophical
having
people
regained their
have been
senses
asking,
following the bombing,
why three
charged the king
dimensions
and readied their
particularly?
arrows.
Why
But
not
Link and
another
Impa stepped
direction
into the
at
middle.
right angles to the
Impa
other
throwing
three?
metallic
And having
blades
been
and
tried to
shield into
construct a
close,
four-dimension
killed the
geometry.
archers before they could let their
Professor
arrows fly.
Simon Newcomb was
And Link,
expounding this to the
wielding
New York
two
Mathematical
swords like
Society
three
only a
masters
month or so ago.
charged into the middle of the
You know
crowd,
how on a flat
dropping to
surface,
attackers with
which has
startling
only two dimensions, it
With
can
his hope of
represent a
backup
figure
diminished,
of a
Harkonnen
three-dimensional
turned
self.
the attention to the king.
Similarly,
I am like a
think
son
that by
to you,
models of
old
three
king,
dimensions,
he asked.
they could
Well,
represent
as your
one
son,
of four,
I look forward
if
to
they
giving
could
a
master the
moving speech
perspective
at
of
your
it.
funeral.
See,
The king swung his long sword
I
for
think so,
Harkonnen's head, who ducked.
murmured the provincial
Fool me
mayor.
once,
And
you
knitting his
die,
brows,
retorted
he
the king.
lapsed into an
The king fought
introspective state.
bravely, There was no match for Harkonnen. As Link and Impa together dispatched the last of the assassins, they turned to offer assistance to the king as quickly as they could, but they were not in time to save his life. The king, with a reckless rage, ignored Harkonnen's threatening move and desperately drove the tip of his long sword through the center of Harkonnen's chest. Even as Harkonnen's blade found its mark as well, they had stabbed each other at the exact same moment. Harkonnen mumbled, "You stupid fool," and crumbled to the ground, letting out his last breath. The king still standing, turned to face Link and Impa, a sword still sticking in his chest. Pulling out the sword, he chuckled ironically. Today I was feeling younger than I have in years. The king fell to the ground, and Impa and Link rushed to his side. Pulled his listening. The king said, "Link, there is something I want to tell you. I was wrong. It is funny. I have Bennet years of experience in dealing with people, and yet what I think coffee, blood splattering what I knew about Harkonnen in my head, whether it was true as what Zelda knew about you, so long,
it traced such a line. On that line, therefore,
all of his efforts to finish his dying apology to Link. He trailed off and closed his eyes,
staring hard at a holy fire. Time is
no longer
really the fourth dimension of space. Why is it? And why has it always been regarded as something different? And life cannot move in time as we move about in other dimensions of space.
Not only was Zelda gone, but if what Mariah said was true, Mariah was inches away from resurrecting the king of evil. Apparently, Impa was thinking the same thing. Link, I know what you were thinking, but there's still hope. Zelda is the one that 7 lines of space has protected the seal of the Temple line for hundreds of years, and they must all be alive for the magic to be undone. I do not know this nor why, but I know of good times. Like the secret people who are sworn to protect the royal family of Thule, Mariah and her people are sworn to bring Ganon back to life and rule at his side. And if she is anything like me, she will stop at nothing to bring her plans to fruition. Link, I can guide you. You alone are a constant hero who needs. A hero who can stop Mariah's plan. I know you have it within yourself. You must be brave.
The world has gone wrong.
Link lifted his head and looked into the full sky. It appeared a great adventure was before him.
Which are immaterial and have no dimensions.
Wow, that was the most impressive fanfiction I've read
from
since...
the cradle to the grave.
Well, that was the first fanfiction I've ever read.
Down,
Maybe when I
our
follow
existence
this
50 miles above the Earth's surface.
There's like a good deal of
Difficulties interrupting the psychologist and move about in all directions of space. You cannot move about in time. That is a journey.
Maybe there were captions.
But what a wrong to say that.
My best friends are dogs.
That's the song. It's very difficult. Very good. I go back to the history of its own.
Flowers and crystals under them.
I just tried for a moment. It's better off than a savage in this respect. Single thought against gravitation via the moon. I should not put that. Ultimately, he is able to stop or accelerate his drift along the time dimension, or even turn around and travel the other way. Oh, this is all I'm not, said the time traveler. It's against reason, said the king. What reason? Said the time traveler. You can show black is white by heart, said the king. But you'll never convince me.
After all, this is no ordinary birthday party. Not only is Zelda a princess, but she was a school for young girls starting with
Travel through time. Explained your very own. Shall travel in the direction of space and time determines. You'll be contented himself with life. hurry on ahead to discover a society elected on a strictly communistic basis. All those wild, extravagant theories, began the psychologist. Yes, so it seemed to me. So, I never thought that it was experimental verification, right? You're going to verify that? The experiment, cried Bilby, who was getting green here. Let us see your experiment anyhow, said the psychologist. No, it was all humbug. The time traveler smiled roundly. Then, still smiling faintly, and with his hands deep in his trousers pockets, he walked slowly out of the room, and heard his slipper shuffling down the long passage to his laboratory. Some sleight of hand trick or other, said the little man, and Bilby tried to tell us about the time traveler he had seen in person. But before he had finished his preface, the time traveler came back. Bilby's anecdote collapsed.
Princess Zelda
The
opened the door
held in
and
his
Impa
hand
calmly
was a
strode in,
glittering metallic
closing the door behind her.
scarcely larger than a small clock, and very
Was dressed in
delicately
her
made.
usual attire.
There was ivory
Fancy enough to
and
look
some
like the guardian of
transparent
royalty,
crystalline
yet
substance.
modest enough to be
And now I must
inconspicuous
be
and blend in
explicit.
whenever
For
Impa
this that
felt so
follows,
inclined.
unless his explanation is to be
While
accepted,
impossible to tell
is
from
an
looking,
absolutely
Zelda and Impa's
unaccountable
robe
thing.
concealed light armor and more
He took
weapons
one of the
than Zelda
small
would like to
octagonal
possess.
tables that were
While
scattered
Zelda
about the
swore
room,
protected by
and set it in
occupation,
front of the
her
fire,
relationship
with
with
two
Zelda
legs
had
on the
become
hearthrug.
complex. Ever
On
since
this
Zelda
table,
had stopped
he placed
seeing
the
her father as
mechanism.
being perfect,
Then
which
he
was
drew up
about
a chair
9 years
and
old.
sat down.
While
The
Impa
only
made
other
no
object on the
secret that she
table was a
respected
small
him
shaded lamp,
and was always
the
on
bright
his
light
side
of
when
which
it came
fell
to what
upon the
he
model.
thought was best for the
There were
garden.
also perhaps a
Somehow
dozen
Impa
candles
managed to
about,
balance this
2 in
authority
brass
figure role
candlesticks upon
and
the
remain
mantel,
Zelda's
and several
closest girlfriend
ensconces,
as well,
so that the room was
despite her
brilliantly
relatively
illuminated.
advanced age.
I sat in a low
Sometimes
armchair
Zelda
nearest the
secretly
fire,
suspected that
and drew
Impa
this
was
forward so
able
as
to
to be
stay
almost
with good
between the
graces
time traveler
by using
and the
some sort of
fireplace.
Sheikah mind-controlled route.
Bilby sat behind
However,
me,
this
looking
was
over
a
his
suspicion
shoulder.
that Zelda was
The
never
medical
able
man
to
and
confirm.
the provincial mayor watched him
was
in
free.
profile from the right.
Even after
The
much Zelda
psychologist
investigation
from the
and
left.
spying.
The very
Impa
young
looked at
man
Zelda
stood
with one
behind
of
the
those looks
psychologist.
that let her know she was
We
about
were
to say
all
something
on the alert.
important.
It
I do
appears
not know what
incredible
you are
to
planning to
me
do,
that any
but
kind
there
of
is something
trick,
you need to know.
however subtly
Impa sat
conceived
Zelda down
and
in the
however
corner of her
adroitly
bed,
done,
sat
could have
beside
been
her in
played
a chair
upon us under
facing a
these
nearby
conditions.
table. Looked back into
The time
Zelda's eyes
traveler
and
looked at us, and then
Zelda,
at the mechanism.
ever since you were a young girl,
said
protecting
the
me has been my
psychologist.
whole life. Even though
This
school
little
has been
affair,
peaceful these
said
past
the time
16
traveler,
years, as it
resting
ever
his
has
elbows
been,
upon the
if
table,
not more so.
and pressing his
The
hands
price
together
of keeping
above
it
the
that way
apparatus.
is that we never
Is
get
only for
lazy
model.
or careless.
It is my
But
plan
the way
for a
I have been
machine
keeping
to
you
travel
safe
through
is going
time.
to have to change.
You will notice
I will always
that
be
it
here
looks
for you, but
singularly
there comes a
askew,
time
and
when
that
you
there
need
is
to
an
take
odd
responsibility
frequency
for
set
your
out
own
this
safety.
far.
I cannot
as though
keep
it
you
was in
safe
some
by
way
denying you the
unreal.
ability to make your own choices,
Pointed to the
take
part
your
with
own
his
risks,
finger.
and live your own life.
Also,
It is
here
not
is
for
one
you,
moonlight
and it
beaver,
does not work.
and here is
I
another.
cannot help you if you need to
The
push
medical
me
man
away
got
to
up
live
out
your
of his
life.
chair
And it
and
is better
peered
if
into
we
the
face
room.
whatever may come as a
It's
team,
beautifully made,
even if
he
it
said.
means doing it on your
It
terms.
took 2 years to make,
Princess Zelda squinted
retorted the time
and studied
traveler.
Impa's expression.
Then,
There is
when we
no
had all
way
imitated the
Impa is
action
going
of
to
the medical,
reverse
he
psychology
said,
trickery on me,
"Now, I
Zelda
want
told
you
herself.
clearly to understand
Finally,
that
however,
this
Zelda
finger
clicked.
being pressed
There is
over
no way to
sends
stay
the machine
suspicious of
gliding
Impa.
into the
She is
future,
always right.
and this other reverses the motion.
Thanks, Impa. It really
This
is
saddle
lovely.
represents
I'm
the
just
seat
going to
of a
go
time
force to
traveler.
say link.
Presently,
Out of the loop
I am
as
going to press the
when it
lever,
comes to gossip,
and off the
I
machine
worry
will
that
go.
you may have heard the
It will
rumors that my
vanish,
dad has kindly
pass into
introduced
future
me to
time,
my future
and
husband.
disappear.
I do not know how he
Have
would
a good
respond
look
to
at the
this
thing.
kind of news.
Look at the table,
I mean,
too,
he has always
and
been a good
satisfy
friend,
yourselves.
and marriage
There is no
continues.
trickery.
Not that I am planning to
I
go
don't want to
through with
waste
any of
this
my
model
father's
and
evil
then be told
schemes.
I'm a
The
quack.
rumor in itself is the problem.
There was a
I
minute's
could
pause.
deliver any message if you
The
like, Impa
psychologist seemed
offered.
about to speak to me,
No
but
thank you,
changed his
Impa,
mind.
Zelda replied.
Then
I
the
think not
time
bothering
traveler
to
put
visit
forth his
personally
finger
sends
towards
the
the
wrong
lever.
message in and of itself.
No, he said
This is
suddenly,
something I want to do,
lend me your
and I
hand.
want to do it alone.
And turning to the
So I would
psychologist,
appreciate
he
if you
took
let
that
me go,
individual's hand
and
in
if you
his
give me a
own
little
and told
privacy.
him to put out his forefinger, so that it was the psychologist himself who sent forth the model time machine on its interminable voyage.
As I said,
We
we were
all
all
saw
grown
the
up
leave
now.
return.
I cannot stop you.
I am
Even your
absolutely
father knew
certain
this day
there
would
was no
come.
trickery.
I suspect that is why he
was a
was so
breath of
eager to
wind,
marry you off.
and the lamp flame
The thought of
jumped.
a completely
One of the
independent
candles on the
Princess
mantle was
Zelda
blown out,
running around Hool
and the little
Field and
machine
casting
suddenly
magic
swung
spells on
round,
Octoroks or
became
unsuspecting
indistinct,
travelers
was seen
terrified
as a
him.
ghost for a second,
Zelda
perhaps,
smiled.
as an
This
eddy
was
of
freedom she
faintly
always
glittering
told herself
brass
she
and ivory.
wanted, and yet some
It
part
was
of her
gone,
missed him for
vanished.
bossing her around.
Save for the lamp,
No matter,
the
she
table
told
was
herself.
bare.
Every stage of life has its
Everyone was
advantages
silent for a
and its
minute.
disadvantages.
Then
The most
Bilby
important
said
thing right
he was
now
dead.
is that I do not have to
The
worry about how
psychologist
Link is
recovered
here.
from his stupor
I can go and see
and
for myself.
suddenly looked under the table.
Princess Zelda walked to her
At that,
trunk
the time
and,
traveler
opening it,
laughed
removed a
cheerfully.
small dagger from her belongings.
Well, he
She
said,
tucked it hidden
with a
away in a
reminiscence of the
slit in her
psychologist.
common dress. Leaving
Then,
Impa in the
getting
room,
up,
she walked to
he
the
went to
stairs,
the tobacco jar
starting
on the
to make her
mantel,
way to Hool
and with his
Forest.
back to us,
The
began
early
to fill
afternoon
his
sun
pipe.
shone through in small patches
Stared
through
at
the
each
dense
other.
forest overgrowth.
Look
Everything
here,
was
said the
simultaneously
medical
bursting
man.
with life,
Are
and yet
you in
completely
earnest
silent.
about this?
Even the nearby
Do you
brook seemed to
seriously
babble
believe
peacefully
that
and quietly.
that machine
Its
has
sound
traveled
muffled
into
by every
time?
patch of dirt,
Certainly,
by every plant,
said the
and
time
blocked by
traveler,
every tree.
stooping to light a
Link,
spill at the
after
fire.
baiting to minimize any
Then he
smell
turned,
that might tip his
lighting his
quarry off
pipe to
to a
look at the
hunter,
psychologist's
and
face.
covered himself in
The
dirt consent
psychologist,
to complete
to show that he
illusion.
was not unhinged,
If an animal
helped
was lucky
himself to
enough
a
in its
cigar
final
and
moments to
tried to
smell
light
it,
it uncut.
Link would smell as much like a
What is
forest-trapped
more,
animal
I
as
have
he
a
could
big
muster.
machine nearly finished in
Link,
there,
no more than 15 years old,
indicated the laboratory.
but there was no way that
When
he
that
could
is
be
put
sure of that.
together, I
Had
mean to
seen
have a
his fair
journey
share of
on my
days
own
in life.
account.
Good with a sword,
You
he had
mean
never
to
met
say
his match in a fight.
that machine has
Being
traveled
thin and
into
not
the future?
incredibly strong,
Said
his
Bilby.
strength came from his
Into
agility
the
and
future
courage.
or the past?
Many who
I
beat in
don't for
swordplay
certain know
later
which.
commented that Link had no fear.
After an interval,
His dirty
the
blonde,
psychologist
long
had an
hair
inspiration.
stopped just short of his shoulders.
It must have
And
gone into the
usually
past,
stayed out
if it
of
has
the
gone
intense
anywhere,
green eyes.
he said.
Link
Why?
breathed quietly
Said the
and
time
easily.
traveler.
Being invisible was a matter of
Because I
preparation,
presume that it has
patience,
not moved in space.
relaxation, and
If it
intelligence.
traveled into the
And he knew
future, it
instinctively
would still be
from the
here all
years
this
back.
time, since
He
it must have
silently
traveled
walked
through
in
this
an
time.
upwind direction, his bow strong
But,
and arrow
I said,
ready.
If it
Before Link
traveled
caught
into the
sight of any
past,
deer,
it would have
he
been
heard a
visible
noise,
when we came
and he got
first
as
into
low to
this
the
room.
ground as possible,
And last
still making
Thursday,
no noise.
when we were here,
His every
and the Thursday
motion was
before
even
that,
more
and so
peaceful,
forth.
relaxed, and
Serious
silent than a brook,
objections,
babbling
remarked the
softly
provincial
more than
mayor,
50 paces
with an
off.
air of impartiality,
His dark,
turning towards the
green
time
tan
traveler.
made him instantly indistinguishable
Said the
from a
time traveler,
distance
and
from
to
the
the
nearby
psychologist,
ferns growing at the base of
you
the largest
think you
tree.
can explain it.
After a
His
moment,
presentation below the threshold,
He knew that the
diluted presentation.
Link smiled.
Of course,
One of the
said the
reasons Link loved
psychologist,
hunting
and
was
he
that it
assured
was
us.
ideal
That's
preparation
a simple
to
point of
sneak up on
psychology.
Princess Zelda and
I
startle
should
the
have
life
thought
out of her.
It's plain
However,
enough and
the
helps the
downside
paradox
is
to
that
fight
his
with.
attack
We
regimen
cannot
left
see,
him feeling
nor can we
somewhat
appreciate
lacking
this
in
machine
confidence.
any more
He was
than we
looking
can the
presentable,
spoke of a wheel
even by
spinning,
his standards.
or a bullet flying through the air.
He removed the cloth from his tunic
If it is
and wiped
traveling
his
through
face and neck
time
as best
50
he could.
times or
He
100
unstrung
times
his bow
faster than we
and
can,
secured it to his
if it
back.
gets through a
By
minute
then he
while
covered
we
his
get through
quiver
a
of
second,
arrows.
the impression
Feeling
it
as
creates
prepared to meet
will,
the
of course,
princess
be
as he
only
would have to
1/50
make himself,
of 100
he
of what
decided
it would
to
make
climb
if it were not traveling.
as the tree was knotted and
That's plain
spinning.
enough.
He could almost walk
As
up
this
the
moved
sloping
through the
trunk
space in which the
until he
machine
could look
had been.
down on
You
Princess
see,
Zelda
he
from
said,
above.
laughing.
As if in
He
honor of
sat
the
and stared
present,
at the
the
vacant
forest
table
seemed to
for a minute or so.
lighten up all around
Then
him.
the time traveler asked
Colorful
us what we
butterflies
thought of it.
shone in the rays of sunlight beaming from
It
above,
sounds
and even
plausible
nearby
enough tonight,
dragonflies seemed to
said
take on a
Bennet.
jollier attitude
But
toward hunting.
wait until tomorrow.
Perhaps part of
Wait
it
for
is
the
that
common
Princess
sense of
Zelda
the morning.
choose the more open and
Would you
spacious
like to see the
paths
time
across
machine
the
itself?
forest floor,
Asked the
which
time
were, of course,
traveler.
somewhat lighter
And there,
compared to Link's
taking
bulky
Grantham
suit of
aside,
shadows and
he
dense
led the way
undergrowth.
down the long, drafty corridor to his laboratory.
While Link was fully aware of the happiness that seeing Princess Zelda gave him, he regarded his emotions as more of a
the dance of the shadows. How we all
of all the people
puzzled
that
but
during
incredulous,
his travels,
and how,
only
there in the
Princess Zelda
laboratory,
seemed to
we
ever
beheld a
be
larger edition of the little mechanism
as if
which
only
we had
she
seen vanish from
why
before our
lived
eyes.
such a solitary life
Hearts
before.
of men, hearts of
Not like
iron,
other people in the
hearts that
world.
certainly
Just
been
like
fine,
Zelda
a
was not
song
either.
out of rock
In
crystal.
a way, they
The
had
king
both
was
always been
generally
alone, and they
but
would go
the
on
twisted
continuing to
crystalline
be
bars lay
forever.
unfinished upon the bench
Because of
beside
this
some sheets of drawings,
staying
and
friends
I
with
took one
Princess
up for a
Zelda
better look
was
at
what
it.
mattered to him most.
Quartz, it seemed to
Even
me.
if it meant bowing out gracefully should
Look
Zelda
here,
ever
said
choose
the
a
medical
husband
man.
that did
Are
not
you
happen
perfectly
to be him.
serious? Or
Despite
is this
being a
a
bit of a
trick,
hermit,
like
Link knew
that
enough
ghost
about
you
people
showed us
to know
last
that
Christmas?
could happen when
On
feelings
that
of
machine,
love were expressed
said the time
mutually
traveler,
and
holding the lamp aloft,
Link
I
was
intend
no
to
coward,
explore
but
time.
neither was he
Is that
eager to
plain?
risk everything.
I was never
He
more
wanted
serious in my
Zelda
life.
to keep her entirely for himself.
None of us quite knew how
Zelda
to
paused.
take.
Just like
I
Zelda
caught
seemed
Billy's
to have
eye
a
over
sixth
the
sense
shoulder
for
of the
knowing
medical
what
man.
Zelda was going to
He
do
had
before
saw
she
it.
did it. Zelda was starting to develop a sixth
End of
sense about when
chapter
Link was going to surprise her with one of
Chapter
his sneak
2.
attacks. Resisting the urge
I
to call
think
out his
that
name
at the time,
and
none
possibly
of us
attract
quite
Forest
believed in the
bandits
time
and
machine.
moblins in the process.
The fact is,
Zelda
the time
instead
traveler
chose
was
to
one of
act
those men who were
inconspicuous as
too
possible,
clever to be
as
believed.
if she did not
You
sense
never
his
felt
presence.
that you saw all around
If
you.
Link was planning a
You always
surprise
suspected
attack, she
some
would just
subtle
have to
reserve,
let him, she supposed.
some ingenuity
Part of
in
her felt a
ambush
surge of pride.
behind his lucid
I will just have
frankness.
to act surprised.
Had Bilby shown the
Because
model
I
and
know what is
explained the
coming.
matter in the time
Poor Link.
traveler's words,
He managed to surprise
we should
me
have
so
shown
many
him
other
far
times.
less
Not
skepticism.
this time.
Or we should have perceived his motives.
He casually glanced
Or
in every
Butcher could
direction,
understand
no
Bilby.
peek above her.
But
No
the
sign
time
of Link.
traveler had
Maybe
more
I was
than a
wrong,
touch of
he started
him
to tell
among his
himself.
elements,
She
and
walked
he
deeper into the
distrusted him.
forest and began to feel annoyed.
Things that would have made the frame
either
of
I
a
was
less
wrong
clever
about Link
man
sneaking up on
seem
me,
tricks
or I
in
am
his
right,
hands.
and he is keeping me
It
waiting
is a
long
mistake
enough
to
for
do
me to
things
get
too
nervous.
easily.
I hate him so
The
much.
serious people who took him
Finally,
seriously
just as she
never
had
felt
given up,
quite sure
and
of his
convinced herself
deportment.
that she was imagining
They
things,
were somehow
Link
aware
dropped
that
as fast
trusting
as
their
lightning from
reputations
above,
for judgment
somehow
with
landed
him
softly.
was like furnishing a
Princess
nursery
Zelda jumped
with
her
eggshell
shot,
china.
and Link grinned ear to
So,
ear.
I didn't think
I
any of
got
us
her,
said
he
very
thought to
much
himself.
about time traveling
Despite the
in the
intense
interval
physical
between that
training
Thursday
that
and the
that
next.
Zelda endured for
Though
years.
its odd
Even she
potentialities
was amazed by
ran, no
Link's
doubt,
seemingly
in most
reckless
of our
fall.
minds.
Judging
Its
by his
plausibility,
speed,
that
he
is,
must have
its
been
practical
falling decent height
incredibleness,
in a towering
the
bedroom
curious
window.
possibilities of
Zelda
anachronism,
observed
and of utter
As the shock
confusion
from
it
Zelda's
suggested.
fright should have been wearing off,
For my
Princess
own
Zelda
part,
was not
I
regaining her
was
breath as
particularly
quickly as she had
preoccupied
expected.
with the trick of
Looking
the
at Link,
model.
she suddenly realized
That
part
I
of
remember
her was
discussing
more
with the medical
scared
man,
that she'd be getting
whom I
married
met on Friday
than she
at the
previously
Bennet.
admitted to herself.
He said
What
he
if
had
her
seen a
father and
similar
this
thing at
mysterious
Tübingen,
suitor
and
were
laid
not planning
considerable
to
stress
marry
on the
for
blowing out of the
Am
candle.
I prepared to be disowned
How the trick
and
was
locked in a
done, he
dungeon
could
on
not
account
explain.
of my marriage preferences?
The next
Or
Thursday,
would I
I
compromise
went
and
again
become
to
all the
Richmond.
things that I hate
I
when it comes
suppose
to
I
shove?
was one of the time
On top
traveler's
of
most
that,
constant
the idea that
guests,
Zelda might be
and
losing
arriving
Link
late,
made
found
her see
4
him
or
in a
5
different
men
light
already
than she had
assembled in
throughout
his
her
drawing room.
childhood. To her,
The medical man
being
was
with
standing
Link
before the
always made
fire
Zelda
with a
more
sheet of
free
paper in
to
one
be her
hand
true self.
and his watch in the other.
Out here in the forest,
looked around
no
for
one
the
ever
time
expected
traveler,
her to keep a
and
straight face.
It's 7:30 now,
dignified,
said the medical
and
man.
legal all
I
the
suppose
time.
we better have
She could
dinner.
even crack jokes if she felt so
Where's,
inclined.
said I,
Not
aiming
that
our host.
frequently she stooped to such
You've
nonsense,
just come?
mind you.
It's rather
But as
odd.
Zelda was beginning to realize
He's
it was more
unavoidably
than that.
detained.
Being with
He
Link
asks
was not
me in
merely
this
a
note
passport
to
for
lead off with
superficial
dinner at
displays
7
of
if he's not
purity and
back.
loyalty.
Says he'll
It was
explain
more
when
than
he
just
comes.
permission to be free from responsibility.
It seems a pity
Link
to
saw
let the
her
dinner
as the
spoil,
person she wanted
said
to
the
be.
editor of a
A
well-known
person
daily
who
paper.
not only
And
was
thereupon
more than
the
just a
doctor
proud
rang the
sporting
bell.
political figurehead.
The
Link expected
psychologist
her to
was
be
the only
as
person
outgoing,
besides the doctor
as
and myself
adventurous,
who had
and as good a
attended the
person
previous
as she
dinner.
always saw herself as
The other
being.
men were blank, the
Sometimes
editor
people like her father
aforementioned,
and
a
even
certain
Infant got
journalist,
so wrapped
and
up
another,
in the practical
a quiet,
necessities
shy
and
man
political
with a beard,
compromises that
whom I
they
didn't
forgot
know,
to put the most
and who,
important things
as far
first,
as my observation
like
went,
ideals and
never
passion,
opened his mouth
no
all
matter
the
what the
evening.
cost. Princess
There was
Zelda and
some
Link were two
speculation at the
people
dinner
who did
table
not
about
know
the time
meaning of
traveler's
compromise.
absence.
And up until
I
recently,
suggested
neither
time
of them
travel
felt they would ever
in a
have to.
half-jocular spirit.
But after a few
The
moments,
editor wanted that
Link
explained
suspected
to him,
something was troubling
and the
him.
psychologist volunteered
As if
a
sensing
wooden
that he
account
knew,
of the
Zelda
ingenious
decided to speak
paradox and
first.
trick he had
Link,
witnessed that day
how
week.
would you feel about me getting getting married.
He was in the midst
To
of his
someone else.
exposition when the
Link's
door from
smile
the
faded,
corridor
and he
opened
looked down,
slowly and
gathering
without
his thoughts.
noise.
He
I
did
was
not know what
facing
to
the
say.
door and saw it
As
first.
said as he seemed moments
Hello,
ago
I said,
that he would
at
vow out
last.
Zelda's life if
And the door
necessary,
opened wider, and the
he
time
somehow
traveler
could
stood
not
before
or
us.
would not bring
I
himself
gave
to
a
say
cry
that
of
to him
surprise.
now.
Good heavens,
Instead, looking up,
what's the matter?
his expression
Cried the medical
unusually
man, who saw him next,
He took
and the
her
whole
hand
tableful
and led her
turned
into
towards the
forest.
door. He
Where
was
are
in
you
an
going, sir?
amazing
Am I
plight.
being kidnapped?
His coat was
Zelda
dusty
half-joked.
and dirty,
But the
and
solemnity
smeared
that
with green
accompanied
down
the
the
topic
sleeves.
that she
His
herself
hair
had brought up
disordered,
moments before
and as it seemed to
could
me,
not be dispelled
frayed,
with joking
either
banter.
with dust and
She knew
dirt,
it.
or because its
Link
color
led
had
her,
actually
winding
faded.
down a steep hill.
His
to
face
part of
was
the forest
ghastly
she had never
pale.
been before.
His chin had a brown
Somehow,
cut on
near
it,
the forest
a
itself
cut half healed.
As if despite
His
the
expression
silence
was
remaining,
haggard and
the
drawn,
peacefulness was
as
gone.
by intense suffering.
But it was
For
not
a
the
moment,
conversation
he hesitated in the doorway, as if he had been dazzled by the light. Then he came into the room. He walked with just such a limp as I have seen in footsore tramps. He stared at him in silence, expecting him to speak.
What appeared to be a massive
He said
doorway
not a
in the
word,
side of the hill,
but came painfully
made
to
of
the
stone in
table
the shape of a
and made a
giant
motion towards the
Gothic
wine.
lion's head. Its
The
mouth
editor
was
filled a glass of
gaping open
champagne
as the
and
entrance.
pushed it towards him.
Made of a dark
He
green
drained
stone
it,
that
and it
Zelda
seemed
did
to do
not
him good.
recognize, but
He
knew
looked
was
round
not
the table,
naturally found
and the
in this
ghost
part
of his
the
old
world.
smile
The doorway
flickered
was
across his
almost
face.
otherworldly in appearance.
What on
Finally,
earth have you
Zelda
been up
remembered
to,
from her
man?
studies
Said
what
the
it
doctor.
was. This
The
is
time
the doorway
traveler
to
did
the
not seem to
underworld,
hear.
isn't it? Zelda asked.
Don't let me disturb you,
Long ago,
he
when our
said with a
ancestors
certain
engaged
faltering
in war with
articulation.
Ganon, these
I'm all
ancient
right.
underground labyrinths were
He
used to
stopped,
hide
held out his
fragments of
glass for more,
trifles of
and
wisdom
took it
from
off at a draught.
how or why
That's
they were
good,
built
he
originally.
said.
No one really knows
His eyes
for
grew
sure.
brighter, and a faint
Zelda
color
remembered the
came into
legend.
his cheeks.
She continued.
His glance flickered
Ganon
over
had
our
managed to
faces
get a
with a
hold
certain
of
dull
both the
approval,
Triforce of power
and then
and
went round
wisdom,
the warm
he would have
and
been
comfortable
unstoppable.
room.
Later,
Then he
when
spoke
Ganon
again,
was defeated
still
by a
as
hero
it were
wielding a
feeling his way
magical
among his
sword with
words.
silver arrows, and
I'm
Ganon's spirit
going
was
to wash
sealed
and dress,
forever in the Temple
and then
of
I'll come
Time,
down and
peace
explain
returned to
things.
Hyrule,
Save
and the
me some of that
monsters
mutton.
that used to fill these
I'm
dungeons
starving for a
disappeared.
bit of meat.
Or so they say. You probably
He looked
never
across
took
at
me
the
here
editor,
before because
who
you
was a
protected
rare
me.
visitor, and
As
hoped
Link
he
and
was all
Zelda
right.
grew up,
The
their
editor
fear of
began a
monsters
question.
gradually faded.
Tell
Now,
you
they
presently,
merely had a
said the
healthy
time
respect
traveler.
for the danger that the forest
buddy,
presented.
I'll be right in a
Despite
minute.
the possibilities that
He
monsters
put down
may
his
still
glass
lurk in
and
such
walked
a
towards
place,
the staircase
Link and
door.
Zelda knew it was
Again,
unlikely
I remarked
that
his
they would
lameness,
meet anything
the soft
the two of them
padding
could
sound
not
of his
predict.
footfall.
But why did you
Standing
bring
up
me
in my
here?
place,
Zelda asked.
I saw his
Link
feet
was not
as he
sure
went
about
out.
himself.
He
His
had
mind
nothing on him
unexpectedly
but a pair of
brainstormed
tattered,
ways
blood-stained
to answer that
socks.
question.
Then the door
Perhaps he
closed
just
upon him.
did it to avoid talking about his feelings for Zelda.
Till I
Of all the
remembered
places
how
that
he
were a short
detested
walk
any
from the
fuss
part of
about
forest
it.
they were in, this was the most
For a minute,
awe-inspiring.
perhaps,
And
my
on top of
mind
that,
was
it was
rule
the
gathering.
only one he had not shown Princess
Then,
Zelda before.
Remarkable behavior
Zelda
of an
gazed at
eminent
the
scientist,
distorted, gaping
I
mouth
heard the
of the
editor say,
stone-lined archway,
thinking,
down the
after his
sloping
once,
hallway
in
into
headlines.
darkness.
And
She
this brought my
smiled,
attention back to
kind
the
of
bright
ironic
dinner
smile
table.
to herself. In a weird
What's
way,
the game?
the demonic
Said the
doorway
journalist.
reminded her
Has he
of
been
a
doing the
real-life
amateur
battle.
cadger? I don't follow.
Instead, you mean
I
just
met the
before
eye of
her,
the psychologist
inviting
and
her
read
into
my
an
own
unheard,
interpretation in his face.
unresolvable maze of
I
despair,
thought of the time
darkness,
traveler moving
confusion,
painfully
and
upstairs.
ultimately death.
I don't think anyone
She
else had
gritted her
noticed
teeth
his
and made a
lameness.
decision. Link,
The first
I'm
to
having a
recover
birthday
completely
celebration
from this
tomorrow.
surprise
It
was
is
the medical
kind of a
man
big
who
deal.
rang the bell.
Part of it
The
is
time
open to the
traveler
public,
needed to have
but
service
part of it
waiting
is
at
a
dinner,
private party.
or a hot
You know,
plate.
for royalty and certain guests.
At that, the editor
Zelda
turned to
frowned
his
as she
knife and
imagined her
fork with a
father and
grunt.
this mystery
The silent
suitor
man followed
ganging
suit.
up on her like a pair of
The
dogs
dinner was
preparing to
resumed.
charge. I know you and
Conversation
my
was
father have never really
exclamatory
gotten
for a
along
little
so
while,
great when you
with
see
gaps
each
of
other at
wonder.
all, but I
And
want you
then
to come.
the editor got
Here,
fervent in his
take this.
curiosity.
Reaching into the
Does our
slit of her
friend
dress,
eke out
she
his
pulled out
modest
an
income with a
embroidered
crossing?
card and handed
Or
it to
has
her.
he his
He held it
Nebuchadnezzar
momentarily
phases?
above his head with
He
both
inquired.
hands looking at it. This
I
is a
feel
royal
assured
invitation.
it's this
If you show it
business
to
of
the
the
cast of
time
cards,
machine.
we can spend my whole birthday
And
together.
took up the psychologist's
Also,
account
take this
of our
letter.
previous meeting.
If you show it to a
The
merchant
new
who will
guests
pass
were
the town,
frankly
they will
incredulous.
know that I am paying for
The
you to wear
editor
something,
raised
so
objections.
you fit in at the party.
What was this
Link
time
suddenly
travel?
felt extremely
A
awkward.
man couldn't cover
Not
himself
only
with dust
had
by
he
rolling
never
in a
really
paradox,
spent
could
time
he?
with Zelda's father,
And
he
then,
had never
as
gone
the idea came
anywhere
home
and
to
fooled ahead
him, he
dressing.
resorted to caricature.
Zelda sensed this and
Had
added,
he any clothes
"Link,
brushes in the
I think my
future?
father wants me to get
The
married.
journalist, too,
I think
would
he
not
might
believe
announce
at
this
any
at the
price,
party.
and
If he
joined the
does,
editor
I
in
am
the
going
easy
to make my
work
own
of heaping
announcement.
ridicule on
I
the
will tell
whole
everyone
thing.
that I do not want
They
to
were
get married,
both the new kind
unless
of
it
journalist. Very joyous, irreverent young man. Our special correspondent in the Day After Tomorrow reports, the journalist was saying, or rather shouting, when the time traveler came back. He was dressed in ordinary evening clothes, and nothing save his haggard look remained of the change that had startled him. I say, said the editor hilariously, these chaps here say you have been traveling into the middle of next week. Tell us all about little Roseberry, will you? What will you take for the lot? The time traveler came to the place reserved for him without a word. He smiled quietly in his old way. Where's my mutton? He said. What a treat it is to stick a fork into meat again. Story, cried the editor. Story be damned,
not tired
said
at
the
all.
time traveler. I want
Memorize the
something
face
to
you
eat.
just made.
I won't say a word until I get some pep tone into my arteries. Thanks, and the salt. One word,
As a king,
said
he
I.
could not afford the
Have you
luxury.
been time traveling?
His people could
Yes,
not afford for him
said
to
the time
leave.
traveler with his
He would
mouth
not
full,
get any
nodding his head.
He even
I'd give
had
a
to
shilling a
smile
line for a
rather than
verbatim
his
note,
beloved
said the
daughter.
editor.
He knew the way
The time traveler pushed his glass towards the silent man and rang it with his finger, at which the silent man, who had been staring at his face, started convulsing and poured him wine. The rest of the dinner was
For
uncomfortable.
Zelda to have a chance
For my
of
own part,
happiness, and
sudden
for his
questions
people to have
kept
a
rising to
stable
my
future,
lips,
he
and
had
I
to
dare
choose
say
for
it
her
was the same
someone
with the
that could be
others.
trusted. The
The
sun,
journalist
finally
tried
catching
to
up with
relieve the
him,
tension
prepared
by
to
telling
rise.
anecdotes of
Dim
Hetty
light
Potter.
dawn crept through the
The
window,
time traveler
rendering
devoted his
red
attention
candle
to his
less
dinner
necessary.
and displayed
He blew
the
it out.
appetite
He
of a
looked again at
tramp.
the mirror.
The medical man smoked a cigarette and watched the time traveler through his eyelashes.
But he could not look
The
out for
silent
Zelda
man
forever.
seemed even more clumsy than
Besides,
usual,
no matter who
and
Zelda
drank
found on
champagne with regularity and determination out of sheer
no
nervousness.
soldier had ever risen in the
At
ranks.
last, the time traveler pushed his plate away
The
and
king
looked
had met
round
with
us.
him on many occasions, and
I
thus he was a man of
suppose I
good
must
character,
apologize,
and
he
he was of
said.
good birth.
I was
Of
simply
all the men the
starving.
king had considered
I've had a
worthy of
most
Princess
amazing
Zelda,
time.
none had come close to
He reached out
comparing
his
the
hand
heart.
for a cigar and cut
He
the
was the
end.
most impressive man the
But
king
come
had
into
ever
the smoking
met.
room. It's
The
too
king knew
long a
of
story
Zelda's
to tell
friendship
over
with
greasy
Lord
plates.
Link, and he had
And
met
ringing the
Link
bell
on
in
several
passing,
occasions,
he led the way
only
into
to
the
be kept
adjoining
aware
room.
of his daughter's activities.
You have told Blank
The
and
king had
Dash
nothing
and Chose
against
about the machine,
But the
he
idea
said
of
to me,
Princess
leaning
marrying
back in his
someone
easy chair
like
and naming
Link
the 3 new
seemed
guests.
impossible to him.
But
Link
the
was an
thing's a
unmarried
mere
hermit.
paradox, said the editor.
The king had nothing against him,
I can't
but
argue
the idea
tonight.
of the princess
I
marrying
don't mind
someone
telling
like
you the
Link
story,
seemed
but I
impossible.
can't argue.
Link
I
is an
will,
unmannered
he went
hermit.
on,
Come
tell
to think
you
of it,
the
king
story
had never
of what has
even heard him
happened to me,
speak.
if you like.
No, the king told
But
himself,
you must refrain
I
from
am doing the right
interruptions.
thing here.
I want
After
to tell
dressing in one of his
it
finer
badly.
robes and donning
Most
his
of it will
stately
sound like lying.
the king proceeded
So
to
be
the
it.
dining room.
It's true,
Breakfast was
every
ready,
word
and
of it,
Princess
all
Zelda
the
was
same.
late, as she often was,
I was
especially
in
on
my
special
laboratory
occasions.
at 4 o'clock.
The king sat down and
And since
folded his napkin, placing it in
Lived
his lap.
8 days.
He started
Such
eating his
days
toast.
as no
After his
human
toast was
being
gone
ever
and he
lived
started on his
before.
eggs, Zelda arrived.
I'm nearly worn
in a
out,
much better mood
but I
than he
shan't
was
sleep
expecting.
till I've told
She
this
was
thing
wearing
over
one
to
of
you.
her finest white
Then
dresses,
I shall
and
go
her
to
hair was
bed.
extravagantly
But
arranged.
no
Partially
interruptions.
pinned up
Is
in
it
a bun
agreed?
in the back. Seeing
Agreed,
Zelda happy,
said the editor,
turned in his
and the
mind
rest of us
he was
echoed,
doing the
agreed.
right thing.
And
For
with
we could
that,
not speak
the
in
time
them,
traveler
just a
began
face
his
to
story as
Zelda.
I've set it forth.
Zelda smiled.
He
They
sat
talked
back
about
in his
nothing
chair
and
at first
everything
and
ate
spoke
their
like a
breakfast
weary
toast
man.
together.
Afterwards, he got
This
more
cordial,
animated.
friendly mood
In writing it
continued
down,
until guests
I
started
feel with
arriving for
only
their
too
private
much
reception.
keenness the inadequacy of
Relatives and
pen and
friends
ink,
from near and far
and above
came to
all,
pay their
my
respects
own
to Princess
inadequacy
Zelda on
to
her
express
special
its
day.
quality.
But what was
You
unexpected
read,
was
I
one
will
guest in
suppose,
particular.
attentively
He
enough,
was dressed in a
but
white
you cannot see
silk
the speaker's
with an
white,
unbuttoned
sincere
stand-up
face
collar
in
and
the
a gray
bright
jacket
circle of the
with
little lamp,
cashmere.
nor hear the
His shoes were
intonation of his
shining black
voice.
leather. He
You
even
cannot
forgot
know
a
how his
haircut.
expression
While
followed
his
the
dirty blonde
turns
hair
of his
was
story.
long, it was no longer falling
Most
into
of us
shoulders.
hearers were in
At
shadow,
first, she
for
did
the
not know
candles
who
in the
he
smoking
was.
room had not
Then
been lighted,
Princess Zelda could not
and
contain
only
her
the face
smile
of the
when she
journalist
recognized
and the
him.
legs of the
To
silent
her, he
man
looked
from the knees
utterly
downward
ridiculous,
were illuminated.
but in a good way.
At
Standing there
first, we
awkwardly
glanced
sporting
now and
fine
again at
clothes
each
for the
other.
first time in his life.
After a time,
However,
he ceased to
she
do
could
that,
tell that to
and
everyone
looked
else,
only
he
at
looked
the
perfectly
time
fine for the
traveler's
occasion.
face.
She rushed to him and gave him a hug,
End of
sparking the
chapter
curiosity of everyone present,
Chapter
including
3.
the king. Who is that? The king
I
asked the
told somebody
bystander.
last Thursday the
Walking over to
principles
greet
of
the
the
new
time
guest,
machine.
the king
He
shook
showed
his
me
hand
the
and
actual
asked who
thing
he was.
itself, incomplete
Dad,
in the
do not be
workshop.
silly. You know Link,
There it is
Zelda
now, a
interjected.
little travel-worn
The
tree,
king did a small double
one of
take.
the ivory
Sure,
bars is cracked.
I
and
could
the
not
brass ran
recognize you
bent.
looking like that.
But the rest of
Well,
it's
what a
sound.
pleasant surprise to see you here.
I expected to
The
finish
king
it
was
on
perfectly
Friday,
polite,
but on
all of
Friday,
Zelda's friends.
when the putting together
Secretly,
was
Zelda
nearly
knew
done,
that the king
I
was
found
concerned
that one of the
that this
nickel
may
bars
interfere
was
with
exactly
the
1
plans for
inch
Zelda.
too short. And
After a
this
bit
I
of
had to get
mingling,
remade.
it was time for the
So
king
that the
and
thing
Zelda
was not
to make
complete
their first
until
public
this
appearance.
morning.
The room they were using
It
had
was
a
at 10
balcony
o'clock
overlooking
today
the market
that the
place,
first of
which
all
is where the
time
main party
machines
was taking
began
place.
its career.
And it had
I
been in
gave it
full
a
swing
mass
for some
tap,
time now.
tried all the screws
The
again,
marketplace was
put
packed
one
with
more
people
drop of
from all
oil
over
on the
Gold
quartz
Beyond,
rod,
many
and sat
familiar
myself in the
faces
cell.
and many new ones. all having a fun
I suppose a
time.
suicide who holds a pistol to his skull feels much the same wonder at what will come next as I felt then.
Even soldiers were on
I took
hand
the
to
starting
keep an eye
lever in one hand and the stopping one in the other. Pressed the first, and almost immediately the second.
It was then
I seemed
she
to
saw the
read.
King first street
I felt a nightmare sensation of falling. Looking around, I saw the laboratory exactly as before.
Wearing his school dress uniform, he certainly looked
For a
impressive.
moment, I
With his
suspected
long
that
black
my
hair
intellect
tied
had
in a
tricked
short
me.
ponytail behind his
Then
head.
I noted
A
the
neat
clock.
goatee rested underneath his
A
long,
moment
somewhat
before, as
pointed
it seemed,
nose.
it had stood
eyes
at
were
a minute or
serious
so
and narrow.
past 10.
She disliked him
Now, it
instantly.
was nearly half
She
past
beckoned to
3.
Link to follow her. Carter felt
Drew a breath,
guilty using
set my
Link as a
teeth,
sort of
gripped
marriage
the starting
tool,
lever with both
but she
hands,
was not coming
and
up
let
with
off
any
with a
other
thud.
ideas to get her out of her
The
predicament.
laboratory
She
got
ignored her guilt.
hazy and went dark.
As they stepped out
Mrs.
onto the
Washington
balcony,
came in and walked,
people below
apparently
cheered.
without seeing me,
Zelda
towards the
smiled
garden
and
door.
waved as they cheered louder.
I suppose it took her a minute or so to traverse the place,
Clinging to
but to
him
me,
with a grip like
she
a
seemed to
vice.
shoot across the
I am
room
not
like a
going
rocket.
to stand next to Harkonnen, she told herself.
I pressed the lever
As
over
was
to its
customary,
extreme
the
position.
King stepped forward to make a
The night
speech,
came like
and the
the
noise
turning of a
subsided.
lamp, and in
Welcome
another
to the
moment,
birthday party
huge
of
alarm.
Princess Zelda.
The laboratory grew
Cheering
faint
ensued.
and hazy.
As you all know,
and
he
fainter
continued
and
as the
even
noise
fainter.
subsided, she is
Tomorrow
turning
night
16
came black,
today.
then day
And
again,
a bit
night
later,
again,
I
day
have an
again,
important
faster
announcement
and faster
concerning
still.
her that I'm sure
An
many of you
idiot
have been
murmur
expecting.
filled my ears.
They
A
cheered again.
strange,
Princess
dumb
Zelda faked a
confusedness
smile
descended on
since
my
it
mind.
seemed the appropriate time to smile. But it was a
I'm
little
afraid
difficult to
I
manage.
cannot convey the
But in
peculiar
the
sensations of
meantime,
time
it's time
travel.
for the traditional
They
fencing
are
tournament.
excessively
As you all
unpleasant.
know, today is
There is a
not only
feeling
my daughter's
exactly
birthday,
like that one
but it is
has
also
upon a
the
switchback,
anniversary of sealing
of a
Donna,
helpless,
King of Evil,
headlong
in the
motion.
Temple of Time.
I felt the
Zelda is
same
the last
horrible
of a long line
anticipation,
of
too,
descendants
of
of a
an
woman
imminent
who,
smash.
along with 6 other sages,
As I put on
joined their
pace,
power to seal
night
Donna
followed
away
day like the
forever.
flapping of a
The
black
crowd
wind.
definitely cheered for that
The
remark.
dim suggestion of
Well,
a
many
laboratory
of you
seemed
have
presently
never
to
known
fall
war.
away from me.
You must
And I saw the
always be
sun
ready,
hopping
which is why it is
swiftly across
important to
the
teach our
sky,
children
leaping
swordplay
at every
and to
minute,
encourage them to
and every
serve the
minute
crown.
marking a day.
Let the tournament begin.
I suppose the
The
laboratory
king
had
turned to
been
Harkonnen.
destroyed, and
Would
I
you
had come
do me
into
the
the
honor
open
of
air.
representing the royal
I
guard
had
in
a
the
dim
competition?
impression of
I have heard
scaffolding.
only the best things about your
I was
talent
already
with the
going
sword.
too fast to be conscious
Harkonnen
of any
smiled and
living
agreed.
things.
All in good fun,
The
Harkonnen
slowest
added.
snail that ever
He
crawled
removed his jacket,
dashed by too
spun over the
fast for
railing,
me.
and, dropping
The
himself
twinkling
to hang
succession of
from the floor
darkness and
balcony,
light
he
was
let
excessively
go and
painful
fell
to the
gracefully
eye.
to the cobbled street below.
Then, in the
Show off,
intermittent
Zelda
darknesses,
thought to
I
herself.
saw the moon spinning
As much as
swiftly through the
Princess Zelda
quarters from
disliked
noon to
Harkonnen,
full,
this was
and
her
a faint
favorite part
glimpse of the
her
circling
birthday party.
stars.
While secretly she
Presently,
knew
as I
she
went
could
on,
probably
still
be quite
gaining
respectable in
velocity,
such a
the
competition.
palpitation of
She
night
just
and
enjoyed
day
watching.
merged into
People
one
from all over Rule
continuous
and beyond
breeze.
showed off their
The
strange
sky
and
took on a
effective swordplay
wonderful
techniques,
deepness of blue,
and it was fascinating to
a
see.
splendid, luminous
Harkonnen was
color,
not at all bad
like that of
either,
early
Zelda
twilight.
admitted to herself.
The jerking
Zelda
sun
observed that he
became a
frequently
streak of
bested and
fire,
disarmed his
a
opponents in
brilliant
the
arch
opening
in
moments of the match,
space,
with
the
minimal
moon
display of
a
effort.
fainter,
As it
fluctuating
became
band,
clear that Harkonnen was
and I
a
could see
front-runner,
nothing of
they
the
began calling for
stars,
volunteers.
save now and then
Can no
a
one
brighter
stand up to the
circle
royal
flickering
guard?
in the
A
blue.
soldier yelled mockingly.
The
Zelda
landscape
smiled to
was
herself
misty
impishly.
and vague.
Not that it mattered,
I was still
but she
on
would
the
like to see the
hillside
look on
upon which
Harkonnen's
this house
face
now
after having a
stands.
match with Link.
The shoulder rose
Come to
above
think
me,
of it, she
gray
thought,
and dim.
I would like to see my
I saw
father's face
trees
as well.
growing and changing
Zelda
like
turned to
puffs of
Link.
vapor. Now
I know
brown,
you not
now
usually
green.
care for this sort of
They
thing,
grew,
but would you do
spread,
it? For
shivered,
me?
and passed away.
She asked.
I
Link
saw
had long
huge
given up on
buildings
seeking
rise
fame
up,
and glory for
faint
himself.
and bare.
If he wanted to be
Paths
popular,
like dreams.
he would not live the
The
life
whole
of a hermit
surface
in
of
the
the earth
forest of
seemed
fools.
changed,
But Zelda need
melting
not
and
ask him
flowing
twice.
under my eyes.
He would do anything
The
for her,
hands
and
upon the dials
besides,
that
he had
registered
been
my speed
intrigued by
raced
watching
round
Harkonnen's
faster
talents.
and faster.
He had not faced such a worthy
Presently,
adversary
I
in
noted
quite a
that the
while.
sun belt swayed
So,
up and down,
though no
from
pride showed on his
solstice to
face,
solstice,
he nodded
in a
and
minute or
removed his
less,
jacket.
and that consequently
Laying on a
my
nearby
pace
chair,
was over
he took
a
one
meter a
step
minute.
and, quite suddenly
Minute
and
by minute,
unexpectedly,
the white snow
sprung into
flashed
the air
across the
and
road
forward
and
flipped
vanished,
over the railing,
and was
flipping
followed
one
by
more
a
time
bright,
through the air to
gleaming
land on the cobbled
spring.
street below. The crowd
The
gasped,
unpleasant
then
sensations
cheered
of the start
wildly.
were less
The
poignant
king
now.
frowned, not
They
sure what to
merged
make
at
of it.
last into a
Impa
kind of
smiled.
hysterical
She was looking
exhilaration.
forward to seeing the match
I
between Link
remarked
and Harkonnen,
indeed a
not sure what
clumsy
to expect.
swaying of the machine,
She had heard of Link's
for which I was
skills many
unable to
times from
account.
Zelda, but was never sure
But
whether
my
Zelda
mind
was
was
a
too
bad thing or
confused
not.
to attend to. So,
You have a
with
new
a kind of
challenger, the
madness
announcer
on
yelled,
I
egging the
flung
crowd
myself
on
into
to
futurity.
greater levels of volume.
At first,
Well
I
before
scarce
several
thought of
matches had
stopping.
been taking
I
place
scarce thought of anything
simultaneously
but
in
these
different
new
corners of the
sensations.
marketplace, including matches for different age groups,
A fresh series of
swords for
impressions grew up in my
youngsters.
mind.
For this match,
A
the crowd
certain
instinctively
curiosity,
cleared a large space
therewith
in the
a
middle of the
certain
market,
dread,
and
until
everyone
at
prepared to
last
give this
they
match
took
their
complete
full.
possession of me.
A man came and gave Link his choice of
Strange
wooden
developments
sword.
of
Link
humanity.
picked the medium-weight
What
blade.
wonderful
and gave a
advances
couple
upon
of
our
passes.
rudimentary civilization,
He was
I
ready.
thought, might
He
not
looked across
appear
the
when I
arena for
came to look
Harkonnen.
merely into the
Harkonnen did
dim,
not seem
elusive
concerned.
world that raced
Just
and
as well, he
fluctuated
will not
before
see
my
us
eyes.
coming, Link told himself.
I saw
Noticing
great
as he was
and
starting to take
splendid
this match
architecture
and
rising
himself
about
a bit
him.
too seriously,
More massive
Link
than
smiled a
human
goofy
beings of our
smile
own
and
time.
turned in a circle,
Yes,
greeting the
it
crowd with a
seemed
wave.
built of
They
glitter
cheered
and
as
mist.
always. That's
I saw
special.
a richer
I should not
green
take
flow
this
up the
too
hillside
seriously.
and
It is
remain
just a game,
without
he told
any
himself.
mutual tradition.
But he only half
Even through
believed
the
it.
veil of my confusion, the
Harkonnen
earth
stepped
seemed
towards the
very
middle of the
pale.
ring, and Link followed
So
suit.
my mind
They
came
bowed
back
out of
to the
courtesy,
business
and
of
Harkonnen
stopping.
began circling Link. In most of his
Peculiar
other
risk
matches,
lay
Link
in the
noticed,
possibility
Harkonnen's
of my
opponents
finding
rushed
some
in,
substance
hoping to
in the
catch him off
space
guard.
which I,
They were
or the
playing right
machine
in his
occupied.
hands and often lost
As I
sight.
traveled at a high velocity through
Link was in
time,
no hurry.
this scarcely
As a
mattered.
few moments passed,
I was,
the
so to
impatient
speak,
crowd turned their
intimidated.
anger to Harkonnen.
Was slipping
Why
like a
should he be
vapor
afraid of
through
this
the
stranger when
interstices
he
of
beat
intervening
everyone else?
substances.
They wondered.
But to
However,
come
the
to a
crowd's
stop
taunting had no
involved the
effect
jamming of
on Harkonnen's
myself,
resolve or
molecule
patience.
by molecule,
Fine, if he
into
will not
whatever
attack you
lay in
first,
my way.
I will.
Meant
But carefully,
bringing my
he
atoms
told
into
himself.
such intimate
Link sprung
contact with
forward,
those of the
bringing the
obstacle
sword from
that
overhead
a
down an
profound
angle
chemical
towards Harkonnen.
reaction,
He parried.
possibly
Link
a
continued with
far-reaching
a fierce combination
explosion,
of
would
swings
result
that sent an
and
each
blow
strike
myself
with a feral
and
cry,
my
each
apparatus
louder
out of
than the
all
one before.
possible dimensions
Harkonnen did not
into
stand the
the
defense long
unknown.
before returning the favor.
This
As Link
possibility
expected,
had occurred to me
Harkonnen
again
skillfully
and
dodged
again
one strike
while I was
completely,
making the machine.
hoping to throw Link
But
off
then
balance
I
by
had
breaking
cheerfully
his pattern
accepted it
and not
as an
deflecting a
unavoidable
blow,
risk.
and returned a
One of the
horizontal
risks a
counter
man
blow
has
with
got to
lightning
take.
speed, aimed straight for Link's
Now the
collarbone.
risk was inevitable.
Link, by
I no longer saw it in the
returned
same
Harkonnen's
cheerful
same favor
light.
an instant after
The fact is
Harkonnen
that,
offered it,
insensibly,
and ducked
the
completely
absolute
beneath the
strangeness
incoming
of
blow,
everything,
despite its
the
incredible
simple
speed.
jarring and
Then, in
swaying
one
of the
fluid
machine,
motion,
above
Link
all,
parlayed
the
his
feeling
downward
of prolonged
momentum
falling
into a
had
sideways roll
absolutely
across the
upset my
cobblestone,
nerve.
half circling around
I told
Harkonnen in a
myself
fraction of a
that I
second.
could never stop.
Harkonnen was
And
only
with a
caught
gust
off
of
guard by
petulance,
Link's
I resolved
agility
to
for
stop
a split
forthwith.
second, but that was all
Like an
Link needed,
impatient fool,
transitioning
I lugged over the
seamlessly
lever,
from his roll
and
to a spinning
incontinently
upward
the
strike,
thing went
catching
reeling over,
Harkonnen
and I
squarely
was
in the
flung
back of his
headlong
dominant
through the air.
shoulder, launching him
There was
into
a
the
sound
air
of a
and
clap of
sending him
thunder in my
spinning wildly
ears.
into cobblestone.
I may have been stunned
The
for a
crowd,
moment.
needless to say, had been
Hideous
completely
haze
worked
was
into an
around me,
absolute frenzy.
and I was sitting
They
on
had
the
not
soft
seen a
turf
match like this in
in front
years,
of the
if
overset
ever.
machine.
Even the king, who was
Everything
trying his
still
best to
seemed
keep
gray.
Harkonnen's
But
side,
presently,
could not
I
help but be
remarked that
impressed by
the
Link's
confusion in
apparent
my
mastery of
ears
the
was
sword.
gone.
He hardly
I looked
stifled
round.
a smile that, though
It was
small,
all that seemed
encompassed
to
not
be a
just his
lawn in a
mouth, but
garden,
his eyes as well.
surrounded by rhododendron
I
bushes.
probably look old to
And I
know this,
noticed
he
that
thought to
their
himself.
mauve and purple blossoms
Harkonnen did
were
not stay
dropping in
down
a
long.
shower
He got
under the
his
beating
feet,
of the
and his face
hailstones.
showed sincere emotion for the first
Boundary
time,
dancing
for as long as
in a
anyone there
cloud
had
over
ever
the
known
machine.
him. He was
Drove
mad.
along the ground
Not
like
even
smoke.
Harkonnen's fellow soldiers had ever
In a
seen
moment,
this side
I
of a
was
man.
wet to the skin.
A man who was
By
usually so
hospitality,
composed
said
and
I,
seemingly good
to a
natured.
man who has traveled
Apparently, he was
innumerable
not a good
years to
leader.
see me.
Harkonnen shouted,
Presently,
"I'll
I
smash in
thought
your puny
what a
skull,
fool I
boy."
was to get wet.
He growled
I stood up
Link
and looked round me.
Link, though
colossal
athletic and
figure,
strong for his
carved
age, was
apparently
nowhere
from some
near
white
as strong as
stone,
Harkonnen.
loomed
Link, being
indistinctly
only a boy
beyond
of
the
roughly
rhododendrons
15 years,
through the
was
hazy
probably
down.
outweighed by Harkonnen by
But all
at least
possible
75 pounds.
was
He
invisible.
towered over him.
My
At first,
sensations
Link tried
would
to
be
block
hard to
Harkonnen's
describe.
blows directed.
As the
Soon gave that
column
opposite
appealed
tactic, as each
I
blow
saw
was
the bright
delivered with
figure
such
more
staggering
distinct.
force that the resulting
Very bright.
vibrations through
The
his
silver
sword
burst
stung
touched
his
each shoulder.
fingers intensely.
It was of a
His
white
spikes
marble,
burned.
shaped
Instead,
something like
Link
a
had
winged
flexed the
sphinx.
blades, indirectly,
But the wings,
one by one,
instead of being
and when he
carried
got his
vertically to the
split-second
sides,
opportunity,
were
did a
spread
backflip,
so
putting
that it
some
seemed to
much
hover.
space between him and his enraged
The pedestal,
director,
it appeared
giving
to
himself a
me,
moment
was
to
of
think.
bronze and was thick with
A moment was all
verdigris.
he could get as Harkonnen
It
immediately
chanced
continued
that
his
the
savage
face was
assault.
towards me.
Link's mind raced.
Sightless
When was
eyes
the last
seemed to
time
watch
he was in a jam like this?
There was the
Against
faint
an opponent
shadow
who
of a
has
smile
me
on her
outmatched
lips.
in almost every way,
It
he
was
asked himself.
greatly weather-worn,
Link was beginning
that
to feel
imparted
fatigued.
an
Then it
unpleasant
occurred to
suggestion
him.
of
Harkonnen
disease.
probably was too,
I
even
stood
if he did
looking
not show
for a
it.
little space.
So Link just
Half a
held
minute
on,
perhaps,
dodging
or
and
half an
blocking
hour.
as long as he could.
It seemed to
If he could
advance
not
and to
beat
recede
Harkonnen,
as
he
the
could at
hail
least
drove
outlast
before
him.
it, denser or
And,
thinner.
sure enough,
At last, I tore my eyes from it for a moment and saw that the hail curtain had worn threadbare, and that the sky was lightening with the promise of the sun.
Link observed as he
I looked
deflected
up
blow
again
after
at
blow.
the crouching white
Still,
shape.
I will wait for the perfect
Full
moment.
temerity of my
I will only
voyage
get one
came
shot at
suddenly
this,
upon
he
me.
concluded. Then,
Once might
leaning
appear
forward,
when that
he
hazy
rolled the
curtain
proverbial
was
dice.
altogether withdrawn.
He spun his sword
What
around
might not
Harkness
have
with
happened to
unusual
him?
speed and force,
What if
almost
Halsey had
signaling
grown
in
into a
advance
common
that he was about to
passion?
make his move.
What
It was
if,
as if
in this
Link was
interval, the
almost
race had
daring
lost its
Harkness to stop
manliness
him,
and had
knowing full
developed
well
into
that
something
Harkness was more
inhuman,
exhausted than
unsympathetic,
he
and
could show.
overwhelmingly
As
powerful?
Harkness' blade was spun in a
I might
clockwise
seem
circle,
some
Link
old-world,
released the
savage
sword lock
animal,
and brought the
only
flat
the
of his
more
blade
dreadful and
in
disgusting
downward motion
for our common
into the back of
likeness,
Harkonnen's
a
calf,
foul
just below
creature
the knee,
to be
sweeping
incontinently
Harkonnen's
slain.
feet out from under him.
Already,
But Link
I
did
saw
not
other
stop
vast
with that.
shapes,
Without the
huge
slightest bit of
buildings
hesitation,
with intricate
even before
parapets and
Harkonnen
tall
had landed on the
columns,
cobbled
through
street,
the wooded
Link
hillside,
leaped
dimly
high,
creeping in
straight
upon
into
me
the air,
through the lessening
gathered
storm.
all of his weight, and focused
seized
into a
with a
downward
panic.
finishing blow.
I
Harkonnen
turned
landed with a
frantically to
heavy
the
thud,
time machine
and before
and
he could
strove
lift his
hard to
blade in
readjust
defense,
it.
Link's knee came
As I
down on
did
his
so,
chest,
the
and his
shafts of
sword
the
came to a
sun
sudden
smote
halt,
through the
just
thunderstorm.
before Harkonnen's neck.
The gray
It was
downpour
over,
was swept
and
aside
Harkonnen was
and vanished, like the
Realizing his
trailing
defeat,
garments of a ghost.
Harkonnen regained his composure.
Above me,
Perhaps
the
I can
intense
save
blue of the
face
summer sky,
and lose with a
some
little
pink
perplexed,
brown shreds
he
of
told himself.
cloud whirled into
Getting to his
nothingness.
feet, he shook Link's
The
hand,
great buildings about
as if
me stood
he
out
were the
clear and
referee,
distinct,
and raised it up,
shining with the
signaling
web of
Link
the
to
thunderstorm,
He
and picked
smiled
out in
and patted
white
Link
by
on the
the
back.
unmelted
It
hailstones
was then
that
that
plowed along
the
their
king thought
courses.
the moment was right.
I
Let's
felt
hear it for
naked in a
Harkonnen,
strange
as humble
world.
and dignified in
I
defeat
felt
as
as
he is in
perhaps a
victory.
bird
The crowd's
in the
response
clear
was
air,
less than
knowing
enthusiastic.
the hawk
Why
wings
is the
above
king
and
calling
will
for
swoop.
recognition for Harkonnen?
Fear
And Link's
grew to
moment of
frenzy.
triumph.
I took a breathing
king
space,
continued,
set my
I have
teeth,
nothing but
and
the
again,
utmost
grappling
respect
fiercely,
and admiration
wrist
for
and knee
Harkonnen,
with the
as he
machine.
has distinguished himself in my
It
service
gave
as
under
an
my desperate
honorable
onset
warrior
and
a
turned
trusted
over.
ally.
It
Over
struck
the
my
past
chin
few years,
violently.
Harkonnen has become
One hand
less
on the
like a
saddle,
soldier
the other
to
on the
me,
lever.
and more
I
like
stood
a son.
panting heavily in
And
attitude
so
to
it
mount
is with
again.
great pleasure and pride
But
that I
with
announce
this
to
recovery
you
of
all
a
that I
prompt
have
retreat,
asked
my courage
Harkonnen to
recovered.
consider taking my
I looked
beloved
more
daughter,
curiously
Princess
and
Zelda,
less
in the
fearfully
holy
at this
bonds of
world of a
matrimony,
remote
and he
future.
has agreed.
In a circular
Trust me,
opening,
ladies and
high
gentlemen,
up in the
there
wall
is
of the
no
mirror house,
more fitting
I saw a
choice
group
in
of
all of
bakers
Thule
clad in
for the
rich,
man who
soft
will take
robes.
Zelda's hand in
They
marriage
had seen me,
and in
and their
time
faces were directed
succeed
towards
me
me.
as the king of Rule.
Then I
The
heard
suddenness
voices
of the
approaching me.
announcement caught all present
From
off
the
guard,
bushes by the white
but the
sphinx
crowd
were the
warmed
heads and
quickly to
shoulders
the idea
of
of
men
an
running.
upcoming wedding for Princess Zelda
One of these
and all
emerged
the
in a
partying that
pathway
entails.
leading straight to the little lawn
The noise
upon
level of
which I stood
rejoicing
with my
rose.
machine.
Harkonnen threw his arm over
It was a
Link's
slight
shoulder
creature,
and smiled
perhaps
at him.
4 feet high.
Let's rejoin them up on that
clad in a
balcony
purple
and see
tunic,
how
girdle
Zelda
at the
is
waist
taking the
with a
good
leather
news,
belt.
shall we? Link nodded.
Sandals or buskers.
Harkonnen continued.
Not clearly
Say,
distinguished
where did
which
you
were
learn
on
to
his
fight
feet.
like that? You could
His legs
use
were
a boy
bare
like
to
you
the
in the
knees,
Royal
and
Guard.
his head was bare.
Link shrugged. He had not really
Noticing
learned his sword
I
fighting
noticed
all
for
in
the
one
first
place,
time
so he was
how
not sure how
warm
to
the air
answer.
was.
The two of them passed by the
He
guards
struck
and into the
me
building
as being a
and
very
walked up the
beautiful
stairs
and
towards the
graceful
second floor.
creature.
On the balcony, the
Indescribably
king
great.
shook Link's hand and
His flushed
congratulated
face
him,
reminded me
leaving
of a more
Harkonnen to
beautiful
approach
kind of
Princess Zelda.
consumptive. That
Harkonnen
hectic
took
beauty
Zelda's
of
hand
which we
and
used
she
to hear
smiled
so
at him.
much.
But as he leaned to
At the
kiss the
sight of it,
princess,
I
she
suddenly
turned away,
regained
and her
confidence.
smile vanished.
I took my
The crowd
hands
took
from the
notice of the
machine.
marketplace below. I cannot continue
End of
this for the
chapter
sake of
3.
appearances, Zelda told herself.
Chapter 4.
There is no way I will marry Harkonnen while my heart
In another
belongs to
moment,
Link,
he
she
was
thought.
standing face
She
to
walked to
face.
Link and took his
I
hand.
and this fragile
Turned to
being
address
of
the
a future.
marketplace with him at her
He came
side.
straight up to me and
My dear
laughed into
people,
my
he
arms.
began.
The
Thank you so
absence
much
from
for
his
attending
very
my birthday
face sounded
celebration.
tears. struck me at
I am
once.
grateful to each and every
Then
one
he
of you,
turned to the two
and I have
writers
been
who were
having the
following
most
him
wonderful
and
time.
spoke to them in a
But her
strange
expressions
and
were more
very
serious.
sweet and liquid
I
tone.
may live in a palace with
There
my
were
head in the
others coming,
clouds.
and
The
presently
crowd laughed
a little
lightly.
group of
But that
perhaps
is not
8
the
or
same
10
as
of
living
these
under a rock.
exquisite creatures
I
were
know
about me.
that there has been much
One of them
talk
addressed
of
me.
my getting
It
married,
came to my
and
head,
now it
oddly
seems
enough,
even the
that my
king is
voice was
believing
too
it.
harsh and deep for
The
them.
crowd got dead
So
silent.
I shook my head,
The truth is,
and pointing
I'm
to
not
my
ready
ears,
to be married,
shook it again.
not to anyone.
He came a step forward,
As flattered as I
hesitated,
am by
and then
Harkonnen's
touched
interest
my
in
hand.
me, it is a proposal that I
Then
cannot
felt
accept.
other soft
He
little
deserves a
tentacles
girl
upon
who
my
is
back
capable
and
of giving
shoulders.
him her whole heart.
They wanted to make
Someday,
sure I
maybe
was
someday
real.
soon, I
There was
imagine I
nothing
will be
in
ready
this
for
at all
marriage.
alarming.
And when I
Indeed,
am, I
there was
promise
something
that
in
I will
these
love
pretty
that
little
person
people that
completely
inspired
and forever.
confidence. a graceful gentleness, a certain childlike ease.
But half sad that she did not see
And
more.
besides, they looked
Zelda was
so
sad that
frail
she could not announce
that I
her
could
love
fancy
for them
myself
as she had
flinging a
planned.
whole dozen of them
Something was
about like
telling her
nine
that the
pins.
timing was all wrong.
But I made a sudden
finished,
motion to warn
saying,
them when I saw
"That
their
is all."
little pink hands feeling the time
What
machine.
happened next came suddenly
Happily then,
and
when it
without
was not too
warning.
late, I
Harkonnen,
thought of a
interestingly,
danger I had hitherto
seemed
forgotten,
strangely unemotional
and reaching
about
over the
both
bars
what
of the
had
machine,
just happened
I
and
unscrewed
what
the
was
little
beginning to
levers
happen.
that would set it in
He
motion,
remained calm,
and put these in my
serious,
pocket.
unreadable.
Then
There were
I
scattered
turned
shouts
again
of
to see what I
agony
could do
from
in the
different
way
corners
of
of the
communication.
marketplace, and soldiers began to fall.
And then,
Zelda screamed in
moving
terror,
nearly into
followed
their
quickly by the
features,
crowd,
I
and
saw
panic
some
ensued.
further
It was an
peculiarities in
ambush.
their Dresden
From the
China
ranks of
type of
previously
prettiness.
joyful spectators
Their
came
hair,
assassins,
which was
brandishing
uniformly
small,
curly,
hidden
with
blades,
a sharp
and
end at the
dispatching
neck and
soldiers
cheek.
systematically,
There was not
with
the faintest
ruthless skill
suggestion of
and
it on
without
the face,
mercy.
and their ears
Of
were
everyone else
singularly
present,
minute.
only Impa seemed
Their
to keep a
mouths
cool
were
head.
small,
She protectively
bright
grabbed
red,
Princess Zelda
rather thin
and,
lips,
jumping off the railing,
and the little
carried Zelda
chins
to the
ran to
roof
a
of the
point.
building in an instant.
The eyes were large
Then they
and
were
round.
gone. As a
And
man began
this
climbing
may
to
seem
the outside
egotism on my
railing
part,
of the balcony,
I fancied
holding a
even that
knife
there was
near
a
the
certain
bone,
lack of the
Link swiftly
interest I
kicked
might
him
have
in the face,
expected in them.
sending him crashing to the
As they
street
made
below.
no effort to
Link
communicate
knew
with
of
me,
Impa's
but
loyalty and
simply
skill,
stood round me
but he had a
smiling,
hunch she would help.
speaking in soft,
It
cooing
hardly
notes
seemed
to each other.
coincidental that this
I began the
uproar occurred
conversation.
after Zelda's
I
announcement
pointed
that
to
she
the
would not
time
marry
machine and to
Harkonnen.
myself.
On top of that,
Then, hesitating
Harkonnen was
for a moment,
behaving most
how to express
strangely,
time,
doing
I
nothing
pointed
and
to the
showing no
sun.
remorse that the royal
At
guard was being
once,
slaughtered all
a
around
pretty
him.
little figure in
Link had no
checkered
time to
purple
worry
and
about
white
Harkonnen.
followed my
He
gesture,
followed Impa's
and
footsteps,
then
springing to
astonished
the
me
roof
by
in close
imitating the
pursuit.
sound of thunder.
By the gods, Impa moves
For a
fast,
moment, I
Link told
staggered,
himself, barely
though the
catching a
import of
glimpse
his
of Impa,
gesture was
with
plain
Zelda in her
enough.
arms,
The
disappearing
question
over the
had
far
come into my
side of
mind
the
abruptly.
swinging down
Were
from
these
a rope she
creatures
apparently
fools?
had grappled
You may
hooked
hardly
into a
understand
nearby
how it
open
took me.
window.
You see,
She was
I
making
had
a dash
always
for the safety
anticipated
of the palace,
that the people
Link
of
told
the year
himself.
800 and
Sprinting to the edge of the
2000 odd
rooftop,
would be
Impa had just
incredibly in
left.
front of
Link
us in
looked all
knowledge,
around,
art,
determined to make a
everything.
decision quickly rather
Then
than
one of them suddenly asked me a
Hardly
question
pausing
that
for
showed
more
him
than a
to be on
second,
the intellectual
Link
level
jumped from the
of
roof
one
to
of
the
our
ledge
5-year-old
underneath the row
children.
of windows on the
Asked
second
me
floor.
if I
Only
had come
staying
from the
on
sun
the
in
ledge
a
half a
thunderstorm,
second to partially break his
which
fall.
let loose the
He jumped
judgment I
again,
had suspended
landing on
upon
the
their
street
clothes,
below with a
their
forward
frail
shoulder
light
roll.
limbs and
It was
fragile
only then
features.
that Link realized
A
he had
flow of
unconsciously
disappointment
been
rushed
holding
across
the
my
sword
mind.
this whole
For a
time.
moment, I thought
Carrying
that
the
I
sword
had
was
built the
second
time
nature to
machine
him,
in vain.
and he only now
I
realized
nodded,
that it made
pointed to
him
the sun,
handy.
and gave them
Looking
such a
ahead,
vivid
Link saw the
rendering of a
problem.
thunderclap as
Princess
startled
Zelda
me.
and Impa had
They all
reached a dead
withdrew a
end.
pace or so
Someone had
and
closed
bowed.
the palace's outer
Then
gates,
came one
and they were
laughing
not
towards me,
opening it.
carrying
On
a
top
chain
of that,
of beautiful flowers
since it was
altogether new
situated
to
in a
me,
canyon
and
with
put it
tall
about
rock
my neck.
walls, Zelda and
The
Impa were
idea was
trapped.
received with
Their only
melodious
escape back
applause,
the way they had
and
come,
presently they were
into
all
the whole
running to and
marketplace
fro for
with
flowers,
assassins.
and laughingly flinging
It
them
was
upon
here
me,
they would have to
until
make their
it
escape.
was almost smothered
Good
with
of you to
blossom.
join us, Link. I think those
I've never
skills of
seen
yours
the
are about to
like
come in
and
handy.
scarcely imagine what
Princess
delicate
Zelda
and
wrapped her
wonderful
arms around him
flowers
and kissed him.
countless
She
years
was
of
screaming
culture
down
have
her
created.
tears. She had failed to show her
Then
love for
someone
Link earlier
suggested
that
that
day,
their
and it was
plaything
mistaken.
should be exhibited in the nearest building. So I
Link
was
felt a
led past
tinge
the
of
sphinx of
melancholy.
white marble,
He realized
which had
that he
seemed to
had
watch me all the
often
while
wanted
with a
Zelda
smile
to
at my
do that,
astonishment.
but
There was a
never under
vast
such
gray
tragic
edifice of
circumstances.
fretted stone.
Their chances of survival seemed
As I
slim.
went with them,
And a
the
crowd of
memory of my
assassins
confident
approached, being
anticipations
led
of
by
a
a cloaked
profoundly
figure
grave
followed
and
closely by
intellectual
Harkonnen.
posterity
Apparently,
came
he was
with
showing his true
irresistible
colors,
merriment
Link
to
thought.
my mind.
The cloaked figure pulled back his hood,
Gently,
revealing long,
and was altogether
jet
of
black
colossal
hair
dimensions.
and black markings
I
around
was
her eyes.
naturally most
She was
occupied
like a
with the
Sheikah,
growing crowd
the
of
sworn
young people,
protectors of the royal
and with the
family,
big open
only
portal
not.
that yawned before corner, shadowy and mysterious.
Here, take this
My
link.
genuine impression of the world I saw over their heads was a tangled waste of beautiful bushes and flowers,
So he decided to
long
wield the
neglected
short sword in
and
his
yet
left hand
weedless garden.
and the wooden sword in his right.
I saw a number of tall
Zelda wielded
spikes of
the big
strange
dagger,
white
as
flowers,
lethal as it was
measuring a foot perhaps across
Impa
the
held
spread of
nothing,
the waxen
but somehow
petals.
Link knew she
They
could
grew
have
scattered
any number of
as if
weapons ready in an
blind
instant.
among the variegated
Zelda,
shrubs.
Impa, and
But,
Link
as I
glanced at
say,
each other,
I did
and
not
then at the
examine
woman.
them closely at
Who
this
are you?
time.
asked
The
Zelda.
time machine is left
My
deserted on
name
the
is
turf among
Rai,
the
she
rhododendrons.
said, her voice steely.
The arch of the door was richly
Hand over
carved.
Princess Zelda, and we will
I
let
did not
you
observe
live.
the carving very narrowly,
What do you want
though
with her?
I fancied
Zelda
I
asked.
saw suggestions of
We are loyal to
Venetian
the
decorations
true
as
king
I
of
passed
Hyrule,
through.
Ganon.
And it struck
We
me
know that
they were
Zelda
very
is the
badly
key to
broken
restoring
for
Ganon to
weather.
power.
Several more brightly clad people met me in the doorway, and so we entered.
Both Mariah and Harkin
dressed in dingy
shared the same
19th century
expression.
garments,
Cold,
looking grotesque
gaze
enough,
with the
garlanded
bloodlust
with
mind
flowers,
just
and surrounded by an eddying mass
Zelda
of
stepped
bright,
forward.
soft-colored
No, stay
robes
back,
and
ordered
shining
Impa.
white limbs,
Zelda turned
in a
around.
melodious
They
world
have
of laughter
archers,
and
argued
laughing
Zelda.
speech.
They have an army.
The big
We are
doorway
cornered.
opened into a
You live
proportionately
because
great
they
hall
allow it.
hung with brown.
She looked directly at
The roof
Impa.
was in shadow.
This is
and the
my
windows,
decision.
partially
We are
glazed
beaten
with
for
colored
now.
glass
You
and
will
partially
serve Fool
unglazed,
best by surviving.
admitted a
She
tempered
looked at
light.
Link. Goodbye, my love.
Was made up of
Mariah
huge
disarmed
blocks
Princess
of some
Zelda,
very
bound
hard
her
white
wrists and
metal.
ankles, and took
Not
her onto a
plates
black
nor
horse
slabs,
and rode off,
blocks.
back towards the
And it was so
marketplace,
much
and
worn,
presumably
as I judged
away
by the
from
going to and
A
fro of
number of
past
their ranks
generations,
followed on
as to be
horseback,
deeply
to
channeled
provide a
along the more
protective
frequented
escort,
ways.
leaving Harkonnen and a still formidable
Transverse to
number
the
of
link
assassins
were innumerable
behind with
tables
Link
made of
and Impa.
slabs of polished stone,
I'm never going to
raised
forgive
perhaps a
myself
foot
for
from
letting
the
her
floor,
go,
and upon
Impa said
these
under her
were
breath.
heaps of fruits.
She and Link,
Some
standing
I
in front of the
recognized
closed
as a
inner
kind
gate
of
of Will Palace,
hypertrophied
were trapped
raspberry and
between
orange,
two walls
but for the
of
most
high
part
rock
they
cannon.
were strange.
The traitorous Harkonnen,
Between the
leading a group
tables
of
was
merciless
scattered a
assassins,
great number of
locked their
cushions.
only path of escape,
Upon
a
these,
lethal
my
book in their
conductors seated
evil eyes.
themselves, signing
Harkonnen
for me
smiled.
to do likewise.
Now about that offer to let
With
you
a
both
pretty
live,
absence of ceremony, they
It was
began
out
to
of
eat the fruit with
I
their
am
hands,
going to enjoy
digging
teaching you
peel
a
and
lesson
stalks
for
and so forth
slowly,
into the round
painfully,
openings in the sides
until
of
you
the
learn,
tables.
until you die.
I was not loath to
said
follow their
Link.
example,
His
for I
face
felt
twisted
thirsty
into a
and hungry.
cooler expression than before.
As I did so, I
The mob
surveyed
of
the hall at
assassins,
my
led by
leisure.
Harkonnen, crept forward.
And
Just when all
perhaps the
hope
thing
seemed
that
to be
struck me
lost,
most
from
was
above,
its dilapidated
round
figure.
blue metallic
The
bombs
stained
lit
glass
fuses
windows,
fell
which
from
displayed
the top
only a
of the
geometrical
wall.
pattern,
Harkonnen
were
looked up,
broken in many
his expression
places.
changing from hatred
Curtains
to
that hung
terror.
across the door
Take cover, he yelled,
dust.
but it was already too late
And
for
it
many
caught
of the
my
men.
eye that
The
the
explosions
corner
were
of the marble
deafening.
table near
The
me
men's
was
tattered
fractured.
bodies were flung through the air.
Nevertheless, the general
Harkonnen,
effect
like
was
a
extremely
snake,
rich
followed
and
many of the
picturesque.
men and avoided a
There were
group of
perhaps
painful death.
1,200
They
people
looked up,
dining in the hall.
backlit by the
Most of
high
them,
afternoon
seated as
sun.
near to me
A
as they
large,
could come,
menacing
were watching
silhouette
me with
stood,
interest,
triumphant
their
in the
little
sky.
eyes shining
Then, leaping from the cannula, directly from Harkonnen, came the king of fools, glistening longsword clutched above his head
Fruit, by the
poised to
by,
strike.
was all their diet.
Harkonnen
These
dove for
people of the
safety,
remote
and just in
future
time,
were strict
the king's
vegetarians.
strike missed and he
While I
landed
was
with a
with
heavy
them,
crash
in spite of
onto
some
his foot
carnal
knee.
cravings,
It looked
I had to
painful.
be
The
forgiverous
remaining
also.
assassins, having regained their
Indeed,
senses, followed
I don't have
on.
to boast
Charged
that
the king
horses,
and readied their
cattle,
arrows.
sheep,
The
dogs
Link and
had
Impa
followed
stepped
the
into the middle.
ichthyosaurus into
Impa,
extinction.
throwing metallic blades
But the
concealed in
fruits
her
were
cloak,
very delightful.
killed the archers
One
before
in
they could let their
particular
arrows
had
fly.
seemed to be in
And
season
Link,
all the time I was
wielding
there.
two swords like the
flower
true
thing
master he
in a
was,
big-sided
charged
glass
into the middle of
was
the mob,
especially
dropping
good,
his
and I
attackers
made
with
it my
startling
statement.
speed.
First,
With his hope
I was
of backup
puzzled by all
diminished,
these strange
Harkonnen
fruits,
turned his
and
attention
by
to
the
the king.
strange flowers
I am
saw.
like a son to
But
you,
later,
old fool,
I began
he
to
asked.
perceive their
Well, as your son, I look forward to
However,
giving a
I'm
moving
telling you of
speech
my
at your
fruit
funeral.
dinner in the distant
The king
future.
swung his long sword
So
from
soon as
Harkonnen's
my
head,
appetite
ducked.
was a little checked,
Fool me
I
once,
determined
you
to
die,
make a resolute
retorted the king.
attempt to learn the
The
speech
king
of
fought
these
bravely.
men of
There was no match for Harkonnen.
That was
As
the
Link
next
and
thing to
Impa
do.
together dispatched the last of the
The
assassins,
fruits
they
seemed to
turned to
have
offer
nothing
assistance
to
to the
begin
king
upon.
as quickly as they could, but they were not in
A
time to
series of
save his life.
pejorative sounds
The
and
king,
gestures.
with a reckless rage, ignored Harkonnen's threatening move and desperately drove the tip of his
First,
longsword
my efforts
through the
were
center of
scared
Harkonnen's
surprise.
chest. Even as Harkonnen's blade found its mark as well, they had stabbed each other at the exact same moment. Harkonnen mumbled, "You stupid fool," and crumbled to the ground, letting out his last breath.
And my first attempt to
The
make
king,
the
still
exquisite
standing,
little sounds
turned
of
to
their
face Link
language
and
caused an
Impa,
immense
a
amount
sword
of
still
amusement.
sticking in his chest.
However, I felt
Pulling
like
out
a
the sword, he
schoolmaster
chuckled
amidst children,
ironically.
and persisted.
Today I was feeling
Presently,
younger than I
had a
have
score of
in
noun
years.
substantives at least
The
at my
king fell to the
command.
ground, and
And
Impa
then
and
I
Link
got
rushed
to
to his
demonstrate
side.
pronouns pronouns.
Holding him, they
The
listened.
verb to
The
eat.
king said,
But
Link,
it was slow
there's
work,
something
and the little
I want
people
to
soon
tell you.
tired and
I'm
wanted to
wrong.
get away from my
It is funny.
interrogations.
I have
So I
benefited
determined, rather of necessity,
years
to
of
let them give their
experience
lessons in
dealing with
little
people.
doses when they
Yet
felt
what
inclined.
the king coughed.
And
Blood
very little
splattering to his
doses I
lips.
found they were before.
What I knew about
I never
Harkness
met people
with my
more
head
indolent or
wasn't
more
as
easily
true as what
fatigued.
Zelda knew about you.
The thing I soon
along
discovered about my little hosts,
heart.
and that is the lack
Took
of
all of his
interest.
effort to finish
They
his
accompanied
dying
with eager cries of
apology.
astonishment.
He trailed
like
off,
children.
then closed his
Like
eyes.
children,
and
they would soon stop
disappeared into
examining
class.
him and wander away
King of
after
Fool
some
no
other
longer
toy.
needed to be strong.
The dinner and my conversation beginnings ended.
Link closed
I
his
know that
eyes
for
and
the
bowed
first
his
time,
head in respect.
almost all those who had
Today
surrounded me at
was
first
interesting,
were
he
gone.
thought, but not
It is
all what
odd,
he had
too,
expected.
how sweet of
Not
me
only was
to
Zelda
disregard
gone,
these
but if what
little people.
Mariah said was true,
I went out through
Mariah
the
was
portal
inches
into the
away from
sunlit world
resurrecting
again
Ganon,
as soon as my
the king of
hunger
evil.
was satisfied.
Apparently,
I
Impa
was
was thinking the
continuing
same
to ignore
thing.
these men of the
Link,
future.
I know what you were
Following
thinking,
me at a
but
little
there is still hope.
distance, chatter and
Zelda
laugh
is
about
but
me,
one of 7
and, having
lines
smiled
of
and
sages who
gesticulated in a
protected the
friendly
seal
way,
of the Temple of
leave
Time
me
for
to
hundreds
my
of
own
years,
devices.
and they must all be alive for the match to be
All of
undone.
evening was upon
I do
the
not
world
know
as I emerged from the great
Mariah,
hall,
but I
and
know
the
of
scene
her
was
kind.
lit by the warm glow
Like the
of the
Sheikah
setting
people,
sun.
who are sworn to protect the
At
royal
first,
family of
things were
Hyrule,
very confusing.
Mariah and her people have sworn
Everything
to bring
was so
Ganon back to
entirely
life
different from the
and
world
rule
I
at his
had known.
side. And if
Even
she
the
is anything
flowers.
like me,
The
she will
big
stop at
building I
nothing to
left
bring
was
her
situated on
plans
the
to
slope of a
fruition.
broad river valley.
Link,
The Thames
I
had
can guide
shifted
you.
perhaps a
You
mile from its
alone
present
are
position.
able to become the hero
I resolved
who
to
needs.
mount to the
A
summit
hero
of
who
the
can
crest,
stop Mariah's
perhaps a mile and a
plans.
half away,
I know you
from
have it
which
within
I could
yourself.
get a wider
You
view
must
of
be
this,
brave.
our planet, in the year
Link lifted his head and looked into the blue sky.
800
It
AD.
appeared a great adventure lay
For
before
that,
him.
I should explain, was the date the little dials of my
Wow,
machine
that
recorded.
was the most impressive fan fiction I've read
As I
since.
walked, I was watched
Well,
for
that was
every
the first
impression
fan
that
fiction
could
I've ever
possibly
read.
help to
But
explain the
maybe when our
condition
fellow
of human
witches share their
society
art,
in
we
which
should
I
check it
found
out.
the world.
Because just like a
It
good
was.
witch breathes imagination
A
into
little
an
way up the hill, for instance,
our
was
friends
a great
breathe a
heap
little bit
of
of their
grass,
heart
bound
into
together
their
by
words,
masses of aluminium, a
pictures,
vast labyrinth of precipitous walls and troubled heaps, amidst
their
which
words have some deep
groups of
meaning.
very beautiful pagoda-like plants,
My best friends are frogs and no
but wonderful
frogs.
too, with brown about the leaves.
Until next time, my darling. Keep those problems tight and hot.
That there
Growing
are
fun
remains of
flowers and
some
crystals into
vast
them.
structure.
Visit nature
To
when you
what end
can.
builds, I could
Befriend the
not
plants and
determine.
animals. And keep
It
your
was here
psychic
that I was
spirit
destined,
detector
at a
tuned
later
to
date,
astral
to have a
plane.
very
Because I
strange
will always be
experience.
sending you
The
signals,
first
letting you know
intimation
that
of a
you
still
are a
stranger
beloved
discovery.
fellow witch.
But of that,
Good night.
I will speak in its proper place.
Hello, my darling.
Looking
I
on
am a
with a
little
sudden
Zelda.
thought,
Your friendly neighborhood
sufficient
plays
rest
with
for a
it.
while,
Here
I
we remind you
realized
that
that there were no small houses to be seen. Apparently, the
I listened
single
to the
house,
latest witchy law. Today's episode
had
is
vanished.
community video game
Here and there among the green, the palace-like
titled Princess
house
Zelda's
and the
Birthday.
cottage, which form such characteristic features of our own English landscape, had disappeared. Communism, said I to myself,
for the past few weeks, and with
and
good
other
reason.
feels of that.
Princess Zelda's birthday celebration is fast
Took a half
approaching,
dozen
and the
little
king has spared
pictures
no
that
attention to making preparations.
Then, in a flash,
After all,
I
this is no
perceived that
ordinary
all had
birthday
the same
party.
form
Not
of
only
costume,
was Zelda a
the
princess,
same soft,
which was obvious,
careless visit,
but it was customary
and
in
the
school
same
for a young
girlish
girl to be
alternative
regarded as a
men.
woman, beginning on her
It may
16th
seem strange,
birthday.
perhaps,
On
that I
top of
had
that,
not noticed
it
this
was
before.
widely rumored that the king of schools
Everything
had a
was so
husband in mind for his
strange.
daughter, and some even
Now,
suspected
I
that he
saw
would make
the
the
fact
announcement
plainly enough.
at the celebration.
In costume and in all the
Princess Zelda had
differences of
heard all
texture
the
and bearing
rumors,
that now mark
but
off the
suffice to
sexes from
say,
each other.
she was not at all
These
pleased.
people of the future
When she first
were
heard of
alike,
the rumors from one of
and the
her close
children
friends
seemed
a
to
week
my
ago,
eyes to be but the
she confronted
miniatures
her
of their
father
parents.
immediately.
I
Now,
judged them
her
that the
father's
children of that
king
time
was
were
considered by
extremely
many to be a
precocious,
clever man,
physically at
and a
least,
shrewd
and I
diplomat.
found afterwards
But Princess
abundant
Zelda
verification of my
like an
opinion.
open book.
Seeing
And
the
with
ease
lack
and
of a
security in
satisfactory
which these
answer to
people were
his
living,
accusations,
I felt
made Zelda
that this
angrier
close
than she
resemblance
had
of the
been in a
sexes
long time.
was, after
She
all,
had not
what one
spoken
would
to her
expect.
father since.
For the strength of a
As
man,
the early
the
morning sun
softness of a
shone
woman,
into the
the
tower
institution
window,
of the
and the
family,
noise from the
and the
castle
differentiation
tower,
of
as well as the morning
occupations
bird songs,
from mere
just
militant
like
necessities
Princess
of
Zelda
age
was
of physical
already up and
force.
dressed, but
Where
not
population is
normal,
balanced and
extravagant
abundant,
dresses.
much
Good
childbearing
night.
becomes an evil
She was
rather
dressed
than a
as
blessing to the state.
any girl that might be
Violence
found.
comes but rarely
Striking
when offspring are secure. There is less necessity. There is no necessity for an efficient family, and the specialization of the sexes in reference to their children's needs disappears.
Caretaker and guardian
We see some beginnings of this even in our own time. These future age, this
Zelda absolutely mad.
This, I must remind you,
Not that
was my
Zelda's
speculation at the time.
Impa, I know that it is you.
I was to
It is
appreciate
always you.
how far it
Leave me
fell
alone.
short of the reality.
Princess Zelda did not know how Impa
While I
was.
was musing upon
It was
these
as if
things,
Impa
my
knew
attention
that
was
Zelda was
attracted by a
trying to
pivotal
tell,
structure.
even before Zelda noticed the thought inside her head. I am not coming to stop you, she assured her through the locked door.
And then resumed the thread of my speculations. There were no large buildings towards the top of the hill. And as my walking powers were evidently miraculous, I was presently left alone for the first time. With a strange sense of freedom and adventure, I pushed on up to the crest.
Her window was very high up.
There, I felt the scent of some yellow metal that I did not recognize, corroded in places with a kind of pinkish rust, and half smothered in soft moss. The armrest cast and filed with the resemblance of griffins' heads.
Closing the door behind her.
I sat down, and I surveyed the broad view of our village road under the sunset of that long day. It was as sweet and fairy-like as I had ever seen it. The sun had already gone below the horizon, and the west was plain gold, touched with some horizontal bars of purple and crimson.
And more weapons
Below
Zelda
was the
would like
valley
to
of the
guess.
Thames,
While
in
Zelda
which the
swore
river lay
by
like a band of
occupation,
burnished
her
steel.
relationship with Zelda had
I
become
have already spoken
Ever
of the
since
great
Zelda stopped
palaces
seeing
dotted
her
about
father
among the
perfect,
variegated
which was
greenery,
at about 9 years
some
old.
in ruins and some still
Impa made
occupied.
no secret that she respected
Here and there rose a white
and
or
was always
silver
on his
figure
side
in
when
the
it came
waste
to what
garden of the
he
earth.
thought was best for his
Here and
daughter.
there came the sharp vertical line of some cucula or obelisk.
And remained
There
Zelda's
were no
closest girlfriend
hedges,
and
no
house,
signs of
despite
proprietary
her
rights,
relatively
no
advanced.
evidences of agriculture.
Sometimes Zelda
The whole
secretly
earth had
suspected that
become a
Impa
garden.
was able to stay in
So
tune with
watching,
graces
I began to
by
put my
using some sort of
interpretation
chica
upon the
mind
things I had
trick or
seen.
voodoo.
And as it
However,
shaped
this
itself
was
to
a
me that
suspicion that
evening,
Zelda
my
was never
interpretation
able to
was
confirm
something
with
in
proof.
this way.
Impa was
After
squeaky
this,
clean,
I found
even
I
after
had
much
not
Zelda
only a half
investigation and
or
spying.
only a glimpse
Impa
of
looked
white
at Zelda
facet.
with one of those looks that let her know she
It
was about
seemed
to
to
say
me
something
that I
important.
had happened upon
I do
humanity
not know what you are
upon the
planning to
wing.
do, but there is
The ruddy
something you
sunset
need to know.
set me thinking of
Impa
the
sat Zelda
sunset of
down in the corner of
mankind.
her bed, sat beside her in
For
a
the
chair
first
near
time,
to a nearby
I began to
table.
realize an
Look
odd
back into Zelda's
consequence
eyes
of the
and
social
continue.
efforts in which we are
Zelda,
present
ever
engaged.
since you were a young girl,
And yet, come to
protecting you has
think,
been
it
my
is a
whole life.
logical consequence
Even
of
though rule has been peaceful
Strength
these
is the
past
outcome
16
of
years,
need.
as it ever has
Security
been, if
sets
not
a
more so.
premium on
The price
feebleness.
of keeping it that way
The work of
is that we
ameliorating
never
the
get
conditions
lazy
of life.
or careless.
The true civilizing
But the way I
process
have
that
been
makes
keeping
life
you safe
more and more
is going to
secure
have to change.
had gone
I
steadily
will
on
always
to
be
a
there for you,
climax.
but there comes a time
One triumph
when
of a
you need to
united
take
humanity over
responsibility for
nature
your own
had
safety.
followed another.
I cannot keep you
Things
safe
that are
by
now mere
denying you the
dreams
ability to
have
make your
become
own
projects
choices, take
delivered,
your own
put in
risks,
hand, and
and
carried
live your own
forward.
life. It is
And the
not fair to
harvest
you,
was
and
what
it
I
is
saw.
not worth. I cannot help you
After all,
if you need to
the
pursue a way
sanitation
to
and
live
the
your life.
agriculture of
And it
today
is better
are
if you
still in
face
their
whatever may
rudimentary
come
stage.
as a team.
The science of our
Even if it
time
means
was
doing it
attacked
on
by the
your
little
terms.
department of the field of
Simply
human
Zelda
disease.
squinted and
But
studied
even
this
so,
expression.
it spreads its
There is
operations
no way
very steadily
Impa is going
and
to reverse
persistently.
psychology trickery on
Our
me,
agriculture
Zelda told
and
herself.
horticulture
Finally,
destroy a
however,
weed just
Zelda
here and there,
There
and
is no way to
cultivate
stay
perhaps a
suspicious
score or
of
so of
She is
wholesome
always
plants,
right.
leaving the greater number to
Thanks,
fight
Impa.
out of
It really
balance
is
as they
nothing.
can.
I'm just going
We
to
improve our favorite plants and animals.
As out of the loop
How
as
few
Link
they are.
can be when it comes to
Gradually,
gossip,
by selected
I worry
breed.
that you may have heard the
Now
rumors
a
that my
new
dad
and
is
better
planning
peach,
to introduce
now
me to
a
my
seedless
future
grape,
husband. I
now
do
a
not know
sweeter
how
and
he
larger
responds
flower,
to this kind of
now
news.
a more
I
convenient
mean,
breed
he
of
has always
cattle.
been a good friend, and marriage
We
can change
improved
things.
and gradually,
Not that I am planning to go
because
through with
our
any of my
ideas are
father's
vague
evil
and
schemes.
tentative,
The
and
rumor
our
in
knowledge
itself
is
is
very
the
limited.
problem.
Because
I
nature
could
too
deliver any
is shy
message if you
and
like,
slow in
Impa
our
offered.
clumsy hands.
No, thank you, Impa, Zelda
Someday,
replied.
all this
I
will be
think
better
not bothering to
organized
visit
and still
personally
better.
sends the wrong message
That
in
is the
and of
drift of the
itself.
current, in spite
This
of
is
the
something
eddies.
I want to do,
The whole
and I want
world
to do
will
it
be
alone.
intelligent,
So I
educated, and
appreciate if you
cooperative.
let me go, and
Things
if you
will
give
move
me a little
faster
privacy,
and faster
meaning
towards
no
the
self-harm.
subjugation of nature.
If anything goes wrong, I will just
In the
have to
end,
rely on the years
wisely
of training
and
you have given me,
carefully, I
turning
shall
me into a
readjust the
killing
balance of
machine.
animals and
As I said,
vegetables
you
to
are all
suit
grown
our
up now.
human needs.
I cannot stop you. Even
This
your father knew
adjustment, I
this day
say,
would come.
must have been done,
I suspect that
and
is
done
why
well.
he's so eager to
Done
marry you
indeed
off.
for all
The
time,
thought of a
in the
completely
space of time
independent
across
Princess
which my
Zelda
machine had
running
leaped.
around Blue Field and
The
casting
air was
magic
free
spells
from
and
gnats,
off the rocks
the
for
earth from
unsuspecting
weeds or
travelers
fungi.
terrified him.
Everywhere were fruits and
Zelda
sweet and
smiled.
delightful flowers.
This was freedom she always
Myriad
told herself
butterflies
she
flew
wanted,
hither and
and yet
thither.
some part of her
The
missed
ideal of
info
preventive
bossing her
medicine
around.
was attained.
No matter,
Diseases
herself,
had been
every
stamped
stage
out.
of life has its
I saw
advantages
no
and its
evidence of any
disadvantages.
contagious
The most
diseases
important
during all
thing
my
right
stay.
now is that I do not have to
And I
worry
shall
about
have to
how
tell you
Link is
later
feeling.
that
I can
even
go
the
and see for
processes
myself.
of putrefaction and
Princess Zelda
decay
walked
had
to
been
the trunk
profoundly
and,
affected by
opening
these
it,
changes.
removed a small dagger from her belongings.
Social
She
triumphs,
tucked it
too,
hidden away
had
in
been
a
affected.
slit in her common
I saw
dress.
mankind
Leaving Impa in
housed in
the room, she
splendid
walked
shelters,
upstairs and
gloriously
started to make her way
clothed.
to Fool Forest.
As as yet
The early
found them
afternoon sun
engaged
shone
in
through
no
in small
toil.
patches, through
There
the
were no
dense
signs of
forest
strife,
overgrowth.
neither
Everything was
social nor
simultaneously
economical
bursting with
strife.
life, and yet completely
The shop,
silent.
the
Even the nearby
advertisement,
brook seemed to
traffic,
babble peacefully
all
and
that
quietly.
commerce which
The sound
constitutes the
muffled by
body of our
every patch of
world
dirt,
was gone.
by every plant,
It was
and
natural
blocked by
on that
every
golden
tree.
evening
Link,
that I should
after
jump at
bathing
the
to
idea
minimize any
of a
smell
social
that might tip
paradise.
his quarry off
The
to a
difficulty
hunter,
of increasing
had
population
covered
had
himself
been
in
met,
dirt
I guess,
and back to
and
complete
population had ceased to
If
increase.
an animal was lucky enough in its
But
final
with
moments
this
to smell
changing
him,
condition
Link could smell
comes
as much like a
inevitably
forest
adaptations to the
as he could
change.
muscle.
What,
Link, no
unless
more than
biological
15
science
years
is a
old,
mass of
but there
errors,
was no way
was
that
the
he
cause
could
of
be sure
human
of that.
intelligence and
Had seen
vigor,
his fair share of danger
hardship
in life.
and freedom.
Good with a sword,
Conditions
he had
under
never
which
met
the
a match in
active,
a fight.
strong, and
Being
subtle
thin and
survive.
not incredibly
The
strong,
weaker go
his
to the
strength
wall.
came from his agility and courage.
Conditions that put
Many
a
who viewed
premium
swordplay
upon the
would
loyal
have commented
alliance
that
of
Link
capable
had no
men,
fear.
upon
His dirty
self-restraint,
blonde,
patience,
long
and
hair
decision,
stopped just short of his
and the
shoulders,
institution of a family,
usually
and the
stayed out
emotions
of
that
his
arise
intense
therein,
green eyes.
the fierce jealousy,
Link
the
breathed
tenderness
quietly
for
and
offspring,
Being
parental
invisible was a
self-devotion,
matter of preparation,
all found their
patience,
justification and
relaxation,
support
and
in the
intelligence,
imminent
and
dangers
he
of
knew
the young.
instinctively from years
Now,
of practice.
where are these
He
imminent
silently walked
dangers?
in an upwind
There is a
direction,
sentiment
his
arising,
bow
and
strong
it will
and arrow
grow,
ready.
against
Before Link
connubial
caught
jealousy,
sight of any deer,
against
he
fierce
heard a
maternity,
noise, and he got
against
as low to the
passion of
ground
all
as possible,
sorts,
still making no noise.
unnecessary things now,
His every
and
motion
things
was
that
even more
make us
peaceful,
uncomfortable.
relaxed,
Savage
and silent than
survivals,
the brook,
discourse in a
babbling
refined
softly
and
more than
pleasant
50
life.
paces off. His dark
But the
green
physical
hair
slightness of
made
the
him
people,
instantly
lack of
indistinguishable
intelligence,
from a
and
distance
those big,
from the
abundant
nearby
needs,
ferns growing
and
at
it
the base of a
strengthened my
large
belief
tree.
in a perfect
After a
conquest of
moment
nature.
had passed, he knew that what he was
After the
feeling was
battle
not a
comes quiet.
Link smiled.
Humanity had been
One of the
strong,
reasons Link loved
energetic,
hunting
and
was that it
intelligent,
was ideal
and had used
preparation
all its
to
abundant
sneak up on
vitality to
Princess
alter
Zelda
the
and
conditions
startle the
under
life out
which
of
it
her.
lived.
However,
And
the
now,
downside
in
was
the
that his
reaction
dirt
of the
diet
altered
regimen
conditions.
left him feeling somewhat
Under the new
lacking in
conditions of
confidence,
perfect
as he
comfort
was
and
looking
security,
presentable,
that
even by his
restless
standards.
energy that with us is
He removed the
strength
cloth from his
would become
tunic and wiped
weakness.
his face and neck as best
Even
he
in
could.
our own time,
He
certain
unstrung his bow
tendencies and
and
desires,
secured it to his back,
once necessary
and
for
then he
survival,
covered his quiver
are a
of arrows.
constant source of failure.
Feeling as prepared to meet the princess
Physical
as he could
courage and the
possibly
love of
himself,
battle, for
he
instance,
decided to
are
climb
no
a nearby
great help,
tree. As the tree was not even
hindrances to a
extremely
civilized
big,
man.
he could almost walk up
And
the
in a
sloping
state of
trunk
physical balance
until
and
he could look
security,
down on
power,
Princess Zelda from
intellectual
above,
as well as physical,
as
would be
if
out
in
of place.
honor of her presence.
For countless
The forest
years,
seemed to
I
lift
judged
and lighten
there had
up
been no
all around.
danger of war or
Colorful
solitary
butterflies
violence,
shone in the
no
brilliant
danger from
sunlight
wild
gleaming from
beasts,
above,
no
and even
beastly
the nearby
disease to require
dragonflies
strength
seemed
of
to take on a
constitution,
jollier
no
attitude at
need
the
of
hunting.
toil.
Perhaps part of
For
it was
such a
that
life,
Princess Zelda
what
seemed
we
to
should
choose
call the
the more
weak,
open
or as well
and
equipped
spacious
as the
paths
strong,
across the forest
are
floor,
indeed no
which were,
longer
of course, somewhat brighter.
better
compared to
equipped
Link
indeed they
skulking
are,
through the shadows
for
and
the
dense
strong to
undergrowth,
be fretted
where
by
he
an
could be
energy
most
for
safe.
which there was no outlet.
While Link was
No
fully
doubt, the
aware of the
exquisite beauty
happiness
of the
that
buildings
seeing
I saw
Princess Zelda
was
gave
the
him,
outcome of the
he
last
regarded such
surgings
strong
of the now
emotions as more of a
purposeless
hindrance
energy
than
of
a help.
mankind, before it settled
Of all
down
the
into
people
perfect
Link had
harmony
met in Hyrule
with the
or during his
conditions under
travels,
which it lived.
only
The
Princess Zelda
flourish
seemed
of that
to ever be
triumph
more than
which
a
began
stranger
the
to him,
last great
as
peace.
if only she could
This is
understand why
evident
he
the thing
lived
of
such
energy
a
and
solitary
security.
life in the
It
forest.
takes to art
He
and
was
to
not like
eroticism,
other people in
and then
Hyrule,
come
just like
languor
Zelda
and
was not
decay.
either. In a way, they
Even
had
this
both always
artistic
been alone,
impulse would at
and
last
they would
die
go on
away,
continuing to be
and almost
alone
died in the
forever.
time I saw them.
Because of this,
To adorn
Link knew,
themselves with
being
flowers,
friends with
to
Princess
dance,
Zelda
to
was
sing
what
in the
mattered to
sunlight.
him most.
So much
Even
was
if it meant
left of
bowing
the
out
artistic
gracefully
spirit,
should Zelda
and no more.
ever choose a husband that
Even
did not
that would
happen
fade
to
in
be
the
him.
end into a
Despite
contented
being a bit of a
inactivity.
hermit, Link knew enough about
We
people
are
to
kept
know that
keen on the
things
grindstone
could
that
happen
pain
in
and and necessity. And it seemed to me that here was that hateful grindstone broken at last.
But neither was he eager to
As I stood there in the gathering dark, I thought that in this simple explanation I had mastered the problem of the world, mastered the whole secret of these delicious people. Possibly the tricks they had devised for the increase of population had succeeded too well, and their numbers had rather diminished than kept stationary. That would account for the abandoned ruins. Very simple was my explanation, and plausible enough, as most wrong theories are.
If Link was
End
planning
of
to
chapter 4.
she would just have to let him, she supposed.
Chapter 5.
part of her felt a surge of pride.
As I stood there musing over this too perfect triumph of man,
because
the full
I know what is
moon,
coming.
yellow and gibbous, came up out of an overflow of silver light in the northeast.
But not this time.
The bright little figure ceased to move about below. The noiseless howl flew by, and I shivered with the chill of the night.
Maybe I was wrong.
I determined to descend and find where I could sleep.
Deeper into the forest and
I
began
looked
to
for the
feel
building I knew.
Okay,
then my eye traveled along to the
Link
figure of the white sphinx upon the pedestal of bronze, growing distinct as the light of the rising moon grew brighter. I could see the silver birch against it.
She had given up,
There was the tangle of rhododendron bushes, black in the pale
Link
light,
dropped
and there
as
was the
light
little lawn.
from above, and somehow
I looked at
landed
the lawn
softly.
again.
Princess Zelda jumped with shock,
chilled my
and Link
complacency.
grinned ear to ear.
No,
I
said
got
I
her,
stoutly
thought
to myself. That
Despite
was
the
not
intense
the lawn.
physical training with Impa that Zelda
But
would
it was the lawn.
even she was
For
amazed
the
by
white
his
leprous
seemingly
face of the
rapid
sphinx was
fall.
towards
Judging
me.
by his speed,
Can
he
you
must have been
imagine
falling
what I
from at
felt
least as
as
high
this
as my
conviction
towering
came
bedroom
home to me?
window. Zelda
But
observed to
you
herself.
cannot.
As the
The
shock
time
from Zelda's
machine
fright
was
should have been
gone.
wearing off. Princess
At
Zelda
once,
was not regaining
like a
her
lash
breath
across
as
the
quickly as
face,
she had
came the
expected.
possibility
Looking
of
at Link,
losing my
she
own
suddenly
age,
realized that the
of being
part of
left
her
helpless
was
in
more
this strange
scared
new
that she
world.
was getting married
The
than she
bare thought of
previously
it was
admitted
an
to
actual
herself.
physical sensation.
What if her father and
I
this
could
mysterious
feel it
suitor
gripping at the
were not
throat
planning on
that
taking
stopped
over
my
her
breathing.
cancer? Am
In
I
another
prepared to be
moment,
disowned
I was in a
and locked
passion
in
of
the
fear
dungeons
and
on
running
account
with
of my
great
marriage
leaping
preferences?
strides down the slope.
Or would I
Once
compromise
I
and
fell
become all the
headlong
things
and
that
cut
I
my
hate when
face.
push comes to
I
shove?
lost no time in
On
stanching
top
the
of that,
blood,
the
but jumped
idea
up
that
and
Zelda
ran
might be
on.
losing
The
Link
warm trickled
made
down
her
my
see
cheek
him in a
and chin.
different light than she had
All the
as a
time I
child.
ran, I was saying to
For her,
myself,
being
they
with
have
Link
moved it a
always
little,
made Zelda
pushed it
more
under the
free
bushes,
to
out of
think
the
for
way.
herself.
Nevertheless,
Out here
I
in the
ran with
forest,
all my
no
might.
one ever expected
All
her
the
to keep
time,
a straight
with the
face,
certainty
be
that
rigid and
sometimes comes
dignified,
with excessive
and
dread.
legal all the
I
time.
knew that such
She even
assurance
cracked
was
jokes
false,
if she felt so
knew
inclined.
instinctively
Not that
that the
frequently,
machine was
she used
removed
such
out of my
nonsense.
reach. My
But as
breath
Zelda was
came
beginning
with
to
pain.
realize, it was
I
more than
suppose
that.
I covered the
Being
right
with Link
distance
was
from
not
the
merely
hill
a
crest to the
passport
little lawn,
for
2
superficial
miles
displays
perhaps,
of
in 10
maturity and
minutes.
loyalty. It was
And
more than
I
just
am not a
permission to
young
be
man.
free from responsibility.
Cursed aloud as I
Link saw
ran
her
at my
as the person
confident
she wanted
folly
to be.
in leaving the
A
machine,
person who
wasting
not
good
only
breath
was more
thereby.
than just a crown sporting
Cried
political
aloud,
figurehead.
and none answered.
Link expected her
Not
to
a
be
creature
as
seemed to be
outgoing,
stirring in the
as
moonlit world.
adventurous, and as good a person
When
as
I
she
reached the
always saw
lawn,
herself
my
as being.
worst fears were realized.
Sometimes people like her
Not a
father,
trace of the
even
thing was
Impa,
to be
got
seen.
so wrapped up in the
But
practical
faint and
necessities
cold,
and
when I
political
faced the empty
compromises that they
space among
forgot
the
to
black
put the most
tangle of
important
bushes.
things first,
I
like
ran round it
ideals and
furiously,
compassion,
as if the thing
no matter
might
what
be
the
hidden
cost.
in a corner.
Princess
And
Zelda
stopped
and Link were
abruptly,
two people
with my
who
hands
did not
clutching
know
my
the
hair.
meaning of compromise.
Above me
And
towered
up
the
until
Sphinx,
recently,
upon the
neither of them
bronze
thought they would
pedestal,
ever have to.
white, shining,
But after a
leprous
few
in the
moments,
light of the
Link
rising
suspected
moon.
something was troubling
It
Zelda.
seemed to smile
As if
in
sensing that
mockery
he
of my
knew,
dismay.
Zelda decided to speak first.
I might have consoled
Link,
myself by
how did you
imagining the
feel
little
about me
people
getting
had
married
put the mechanism in
to
some
someone else,
shelter
I mean?
for me.
Link's
I
smile
not felt
faded,
assured
and he
of
looked
their
down,
physical and
gathering his
intellectual
thoughts.
inadequacy.
He did not know what to
That
say.
is what dismayed me.
As said as he
The
seemed
sense of
moments
some
ago
hitherto
that he would bow out of
unsuspected
Zelda's
power,
life if
through
necessary,
whose intervention
he
my
somehow could
invention had
not
vanished.
or would not bring himself
Yet,
to
for
say
one
that to
thing,
her
I
now.
felt assured.
Instead,
Unless
looking
some
up,
other
his
age had
expression
produced its exact
unusually
duplicate,
indecisive.
the machine
He took her
could not have
hand
moved
and
in
led her into
time.
the forest.
The attachment of the
Where are we
leaders
going, sir?
showed
Am I
me that
being
the beggar
kidnapped?
prevented
Zelda
anyone
half
from
joked.
tampering with it
But the
in that way
solemnity that
when they were
accompanied the
removed.
topic that
It
she
had moved
herself had
and
brought
was
up
hid
moments
only in
before
space.
could not be dispelled with
Then,
joking
where
banter,
could it be?
and she knew it. Link led
I
her,
must have had a
winding
kind
down
of
a steep
frenzy.
hill. The
I
part of the
remember
forest
running
she'd never
blindly
been
in and
before.
out among the moonlit bushes
Somehow,
all
he
round
knew
the
the
Sphinx,
forest itself changed.
startling some
As
white
if despite
animal
the
that
silence
in the
remaining,
dim
the
light I
peacefulness
took
was
for a
gone.
small deer.
But
I
it was not
remember
the
too,
conversation
late that
topic
night,
that was to blame.
beating the bushes with
The
my
area
clenched
itself was
fist
somehow
until my
different.
knuckles tentacles were gashed and bleeding from the broken twigs.
Then suddenly, she got her first
sobbing
clue.
and raving in my anguish
As
of
Link
mind,
pressed
I
aside
went
a wall
down
of
to the
tall
great building
ferns,
of stone.
Zelda saw past the opening
The big
what
hall
appeared
was
to be a
dark,
massive
silent,
doorway
and
in the
deserted.
side of a hill.
I slipped on the
Made of
uneven
stone in the
floor
shape
and
of a
fell over
giant
one of the
gothic
malachite
lion's
tables,
head. Its
almost
mouth
breaking my
grotesquely
shin.
gaping open as the
I lit a
entrance.
match and went on
Made of a
past
dark
the
green
dusty
stone that
curtains
Zelda
of
did
which I
not
had told you.
recognize, but knew was not
Then I
naturally
found a
found in this
second
part of
great
Pearl.
hall,
The
covered with
doorway was
cushions,
almost
on
otherworldly
which,
in appearance.
perhaps, a score or so
Finally,
of the
Zelda
little
remembered
people
from her
were
studies
sleeping.
what it was.
I have no doubt
This is the
they found
doorway
my
to the
second
underworld,
appearance
isn't
strange
it?
enough.
Zelda asked.
Suddenly, out of the
Long
quiet
ago, when our
darkness,
ancestors
with
were engaged in
noises,
war with Bonnet,
sputter
these
and
ancient
flutter of a
underground
match.
labyrinths were used to hide
For they
fragrance
had
and
forgotten
provide
about
forms of wisdom
matches.
from them. How
Where
or
is
why
my
they were
time
built
machine?
originally,
I
no one
began,
knows for sure.
bawling like an angry
Zelda
child,
remembered the legends.
laying hands upon
She
them
continued.
and shaking them up
If
together.
Ganon had managed to get a
It must have
hold
been very
of both the
clear to them.
Triforce of Power
Some laughed.
and Wisdom,
Most
he would have
of
been
them looked
unstoppable.
sorely frightened.
Later,
When
when
I saw
Ganon
them
was
standing
defeated
down,
by a hero
it came to
wielding
my
a
head
magical
that I was
sword and
doing as
silver
foolish a
arrows,
thing
and
as it
Ganon's
was
spirit
possible
was
for me to
sealed
do
forever
under
in
the
the Temple of
circumstances.
Time, peace
Trying to
returned to
revive
Hyrule,
the sensation
and the
of fear.
monsters that used to fill
For
these dungeons
reasoning from their
disappeared.
daylight behavior,
Or so they
I
say.
thought that
You
fear
probably
must
never
be
took me
forgotten.
here before because you were protecting me.
I dashed
As
down the
Link and
match
Zelda
and
grew up,
knocking one of the people
their
over
fear
in
of
my
monsters
course,
gradually
went
faded.
blundering across
Now,
the big
they
dining hall
merely had
again,
healthy
out
respect
under
for
the
the
moon.
danger that the forest presented.
Heard cries of
Despite
terror,
the
and
possibility that monsters
running and
may
stumbling
still
this way
lurk
and
in
that.
such a place, Link
I
and
do not
Zelda knew
remember
it
all I
was
did
unlikely
as the moon
that
crept
they
up
would
the sky.
eat anything that
I
the two of them
suppose
could not
it was the
handle.
unexpected nature
So
of
why
my
did you bring
loss
me
that
here?
maddened
Zelda
me.
asked. Link was not sure about himself.
Hopelessly cut off from my
His mind
own kind.
introspectively brainstormed
Strange animal
on
in
ways
an
to answer
unknown
that
world.
question.
I
Perhaps
must
he
have
just
raved to
did
and
it to
fro,
avoid talking
screaming
about his
and
feelings
crying
for
about
Zelda.
God and
Of all
fate.
the places that were
I have a
locked in
memory
the part
of
of the forest
horrible
they were
fatigue
in,
as
this
the
was the
long
most
night of
awe-inspiring.
despair wore away.
And on top of that, it was the
Looking in
only
this
one he had
impossible
not
place
shown
and that
Princess Zelda
of
before.
groping among moonlit rooms and
Zelda
touching
gazed
strange
with
creatures in the black
blinking mouth
shadows.
to the stone lion
At last, a blind
down
on
the
the
sloping
ground near
hallway
the
into
Sphinx,
darkness.
weeping with
She
absolute
smiled, a
wretchedness.
kind of ironic smile to
I had
herself.
nothing left
In a
but
weird
misery.
way, the demonic doorway reminded her of a married life
When I
without
woke
hope.
again, it was full day,
The prospect
and a couple of
looming
sparrows
just
were
before
up and
her
running in the turf
invited
within
her
reach of
into
my arm.
unholy, unresolved
I
memories
sat
of
up in the
despair,
freshness of the
darkness,
morning,
confusion,
trying to
and
remember how I
ultimately
had got
death.
there, and why I
She
had
gritted
such
her
a
teeth and
profound
made a
sense of
decision.
desertion and despair.
I am having a birthday celebration tomorrow. It is kind of a big deal.
With the plain,
Part of it is
reasonable
open to the
daylight,
public,
I
but
could
part
look
of it
my
is a private
circumstances
party.
fairly
You
in
know,
the face.
for royalty and certain
Saw the
guests.
wild folly of my
Zelda
frenzy
frowned as she
overnight,
imagined her
and I
father as
could reason with
a
myself.
mystery suitor, ganging up on her like a pair of dodongos, carrying a
Suppose the
car.
machine altogether
I know
lost.
you and my father have never really gotten
Destroyed.
along so great.
It
You see
behooves
each other
me
at
to be
all,
calm and
but I
patient,
want you to come.
to learn the way
Here,
of the people,
take this.
to get a clear idea of
Reaching
the
into the
method
slit
of
of her
my
dress,
loss.
she pulled out
These
an embroidered card
materials
and
and
handed it
tools,
to Link.
so that
He
in the
held it
end,
momentarily above his head with both hands, looking at it.
that
This is
would
a
be my
royal
only
invitation.
hope, perhaps.
If you show it to
but
the
better
castle
than
guards,
despair.
you can spend my whole birthday
And,
together.
after all,
Also,
it was a
take this
beautiful
letter.
and
If you
curious
show it
world.
to a merchant in Goldcastle Town,
But
you will
probably
know that I am
the
paying for
machine
you to
had
wear
only
something
been taken
so
away.
you fit in at the party.
Still, I must be calm
Link
and
suddenly felt
patient.
extremely awkward.
Find his hiding place.
Not only had
recover
he
by
never really
force or
spent
cunning.
time with Zelda's
With
father,
that,
he
I
had
scrambled
never
to my
gone
feet and
anywhere
looked
in
about
full
me,
ahead breastplate.
wondering where I could bathe.
Zelda sensed this and added,
Weary,
Link,
stiff,
I think
and
my father
flawless.
wants me to get married. I think he might announce this at the party.
Desire and
If he
equal
does,
freshness.
I am going to make my
I
own
had exhausted
announcement.
my emotions.
I will tell everyone that I do not want to get
As I
married,
went about my
unless it
business,
is to you.
I found myself wondering
And at
if my
once, Link
intense
had an
excitement
emotion that was
overwhelmed.
much more powerful than
I made a
awkwardness.
careful
He
examination
was
of the
happy.
ground about the little
Zelda's
lawn,
plan was just crazy enough to be something he could get on board with entirely.
as well as I
Link
was
liked to
able
think of
to
himself
such
as
of
a
the little
wild,
people as came by.
free-spirited forest boy.
They all failed
He
to
knew that
understand
it
my
took a woman
gestures.
like Princess
Some
Zelda
were simply
to
stubborn.
truly make his life
Some
a
thought
face.
it was a jest
He
and
smiled.
laughed at it.
Tomorrow was going to be an
I had the
interesting day.
hardest task in the world to keep my
The
hands
King of
off
Cruel
the
woke the
people
next
laughing
morning.
faces.
About this time he
It was a
usually woke up.
foolish impulse.
Very early.
The devil
He had beaten
forgotten
the
the
sun
fear
in
and
the race to get up so
was
many
in
times, the
was
sun
still
stopped
eager
trying
to
to
take
be
advantage of my
He lit his
complexity.
red candle and washed his face.
The Turk gave better counsel.
His eyes looked
And
tired.
put a groove with
He washed his face more,
midway between the
tightened his
pedestal of
ears,
his
jaw,
face and the marks of my feet.
Haha, he told
Life,
himself.
I had struggled with the overturned
Not
machine.
tired at all.
The other
He
side
memorized the face he just made. He emulated it all day, at least with his eyes and his mouth, smiled slightly in honor of
This
his dad.
directed my closer attention to the
As a
pedestal.
king, he could not
It
afford the
was, as
luxury of
the
beauty.
people said, a bronze.
His people could not afford
It was
it.
not a mere block.
He did not
I
get any
decorated
race.
with deep framed
He
panels
even
on
had
either
to be
side.
strong with matters relating
They
to
went
his
in
beloved daughter.
rapid use.
He He knew the way men worked, and he knew the types of men who would want to marry Princess Zelda. For wealth, for power, if he did not choose a husband for his daughter, the other men of the world would essentially choose for her, and that would be disastrous. For Zelda to have a chance of happiness, and for his people to have a stable future, he had to choose for her someone that could be trusted. The sun, finally catching up to him, prepared to rise. The dim light of dawn crept through the window, rendering his red candle less necessary. He blew it out. He looked again at me. The beard had seemed to gray overnight. He may not be old yet.
They came, and then, pointing to the bronze pedestal, I tried to intimate my wish to open it. At my first gesture towards this, they behaved
no
very
soldier had
odd.
ever risen in the ranks.
They didn't know how
Full
to
guard,
convey
faster
their
than
expressions.
The king had met with him on many occasions, and felt he was a man of good character, and he was of good birth. Of all the men the king had considered worthy of Princess Zelda, none came close to preparing the harshness. He was the most impressive man the king had ever met. The king knew of Zelda's friendship with forest boy Link, and he had met Link on several occasions, if only to be kept aware of his daughter's activities. The king had nothing against him, but the idea of the princess marrying someone like Link seemed
In
impossible.
3 strides, I was after
Link
him,
was an
had
unmarried
him by the
woman.
loose part of his robe round the neck,
The king had
and
nothing
began
against
dragging
him,
him towards
but
the
the idea of the
Sphinx.
princess marrying someone like
I
Link
saw the
seemed
horror and
impossible.
repugnance of his face.
Link was an
All of a
unmannered
sudden,
hermit.
I let him
Come to
go.
think of it, the king had never even heard him
It was not
speak.
doing it.
No, the king
I
told
banged with my
himself,
fist
I
at
am
the
doing
bronze
the right
pedals.
thing here.
I thought I heard
After
something
dressing in
stir
one of his finer
inside.
robes, and donning his
Exquisite.
stately
I
crown,
thought I heard a
the king
sound like
proceeded
a
to the
chuckle,
dining room.
but I must have
Breakfast
been
was ready,
mistaken.
but Princess Zelda was
Then
late,
I got a big
as she
pebble
often
from the
was,
river, and
especially
came
on
and
wet
hammered
days.
till I flattened a
The
coil
king
in the
sat down,
decorations,
folded his napkin,
and the
and placed
verdigris
it in
came
his
off in
lap.
powdery
He
flakes.
started eating his toast.
The delicate little
After his
creature
toast
must
was
have heard
gone
me
and was
hammering
starting
in
to
dusty
eat
outbreaks
eggs,
a mile
Zelda
away on
arrived,
either hand.
in a much better mood than he
Nothing
was
came.
expected. She
I
was
saw a
wearing one
crowd
of
of
her
them
finest
upon the
white
slopes,
dresses, and
looking
her hair was
furtively.
extravagantly arranged.
At last,
Partially
odd and
cleaned up and
tired,
gone
I
and
sat
back.
down to watch the place.
Seeing Zelda happy confirmed in
I was
his
too
mind
restless to
he was
watch
doing
long.
the right thing.
I am too
The
occidental
link of
for a
not
long
speaking to
vigil.
him was just a
I
phase.
could work at the coffin for years.
Zelda
Wait
smiled.
inactive for
They
24
talked about
hours.
nothing and
That
everything
was another
and ate
matter.
their breakfast in peace together.
I got up after a time
This
and began
cordial,
walking aimlessly
friendly
through the
mood
bushes
continued until
towards the
guests
hill
started
again.
arriving for their private reception.
Patience, said I to
Relatives
myself.
and friends from
If
near
you
and
want
far
your machine
came to
again,
pay their
you must
respects to
leave that
Princess
Sphinx
Zelda
alone.
on her special day.
They mean to take your
But what was
machine away.
unexpected
Just
was
let me
one
go
guest
your
in
breaking the
particular.
bronze panels.
She was dressed
And if
in a
they
white
don't, you will
silk
get it
shirt
back as soon
with
as
an
you can ask for
unbuttoned
it.
stand-up collar
To
and
sit
a
among
gray
all
jacket
those
and
unknown
pants made
things
of
before a
cashmere.
puzzle like that
His
is
shoes were
hopeless.
shining black leather.
That way
He
lies
even had gotten a
monomania.
haircut. While
Face
his
this
dirty
world,
blonde hair was
learn
long,
its ways,
it was no longer
watch
falling near
it,
his
be
shoulders.
careful of too
At
hasty
first,
guesses at its
she did
meaning.
not know who he was.
In the end,
Then
you'll find
Princess Zelda
clues to
could
it
not
all.
contain her smile when she recognized him.
Then
To her,
suddenly,
he looked
the humor of the
utterly
situation
ridiculous,
came into
but in
my
a good way.
mind. I thought of the
Standing there
years I had
awkwardly
spent in
sporting
studying
fine
and
clothes
toil
for the
to get
first
into
time
the
in his
future
life.
age. And
However,
now, my
she could
passion
tell
of
that to
anxiety
everyone
to get out
else,
of
he
it.
looked perfectly fine
I
for
had
the
made
occasion.
myself the most
She
complicated
rushed to
and
him
the
and
most
gave him a
hopeless
hug,
trap that
sparking
ever
a
man
curiosity of
devised.
everyone present,
Though
including
it
the
was
king.
at my own
Who
expense,
is that?
I
The
could
king
not
asked a
help myself.
bystander.
I laughed
Walking over to
aloud.
greet the new guest, the king shook his hand and
Going
asked
to
who
the
he
big
was.
house, it
Dad,
seemed
do
to
not
me
be
that
silly.
the little
You know
people
Link,
avoided.
Zelda interjected.
It may have been my
The king did a
fancy,
small double
or it
take.
may have had something
Link,
to do with my
I
hammering
could not
at the gates
recognize
of
you looking
bronze.
like that.
Yet
Well, what a
I felt
pleasant surprise
totally
to see you
sure
here.
of the avoidance.
The king was perfectly
I
polite
was careful,
with
though,
all of
to
Zelda's
show
friends,
no
but
concern
secretly Zelda
and to
knew
abstain
that the
from
king
any
was
pursuit of
concerned
it.
that this
In
may
the course of a
interfere
day
with
or
his marriage
two,
plans for
things got
Zelda.
back to the old footing.
After a bit of mingling,
I made
it
what
was time
progress
for
I
the
could
king
in
and Zelda
language.
to make their first
In
public
addition, I
appearance.
pushed my
The room they
explorations
were
through
using had a
the
balcony overlooking the marketplace,
Either I
which was
missed
where the
some
main party
subtle
was taking
point,
place.
or their
And it
language
had
was
been in full swing
excessively
for some
simple,
time now.
almost
The
exclusively
marketplace was packed
composed
with
of
people from
concrete
all over Hyrule and
substances and
beyond.
verbs.
Many familiar
There
faces
seemed to
and
be
many
few,
new
if
ones,
any,
all having a
abstract
fun
terms.
time. There were
The use of
games,
figurative
contests,
language.
puppet shows,
Their
and live
sentences were
street
usually
performers and
simple and of
musicians,
2
and
words,
lots of merchants.
and I failed to
Even
convey
soldiers
or to understand any of the simplest propositions.
As the king, Impa,
I determined to put the
Princess
thought of
Zelda
my
made
time
their way
machine,
towards the
the
balcony.
mystery of the bronze
It was
doors under
then
the Sphinx,
she saw
as
the
much
king
as
first
possible
read
in a corner of memory,
and she
until
instantly
my growing
suspected
knowledge
he was
would
the
lead me
mystery
back
man
to
her
them
father
in a
had in
natural
mind for
way.
her. Wearing his full dress uniform, he certainly looked impressive,
tethered me
with his long black hair tied in a short ponytail behind his head. A neat
So
goatee
far as I could
rested
see,
underneath his
all the
long,
world
somewhat
displayed
pointed
the same
nose, and
exuberant
his eyes
richness
were
as the
serious
Thames
and
Valley.
She disliked
From
him
every hill I
instantly.
climbed, I saw the
She
same
beckoned to Link to
abundance
follow
of
her.
splendid
Part of
buildings,
her felt guilty
endlessly
using
varying
Link as a
material
sort of
and
marriage
style,
shield,
the same
but she
clustering
was not
thickets of
coming up with any
evergreens,
other ideas
the
to get her
same
out of her
blossom-laden
predicament,
trees
so she
and tree
ignored her
ferns.
guilt.
Here and
As they
there,
stepped
water
out onto
shone
the
like
balcony,
silver,
the people
and
below
beyond,
cheered.
the land rose
Zelda
into
smiled
blue,
and waved as they
undulating
cheered
hills,
louder.
and so
She
faded
took Link's
into the
arm and held it
serenity of the
close,
sky.
clinging to him with a
A
grip like a
peculiar
vice.
feature, which
I am
presently
not
attracted my
going to stand
attention,
next to
was the
Hartman, she told
presence of
herself.
certain circular wells,
As is customary,
several,
the
as it
king
seemed to
stepped
me,
forward to make
of
a
a very
speech,
great
and the
depth.
noise subsided.
One lay by the path
Welcome
up
to the birthday
which
party
I
of
followed during my
Princess
first
Zelda,
walk.
cheering and
Like
cheering.
the others,
As
he
you
was
all
rimmed
know,
with
he
bronze,
continued as the
curiously
noise
wrought,
subsided,
and
she is
protected by a
turning
little
16 today.
from the rain.
And a bit later,
Sitting by the
I
side
have an
of these
important
walls, and peering
announcement
down into
concerning
the shaft of
her
darkness,
that I'm sure many
I
of
could
you
see
have been
no
expecting.
gleam of light.
They cheered again.
I started to
Princess
make
Zelda
reflections
faked a
of a lighted
smile
match.
since it seemed the appropriate
But
time to
in all
smile.
of it,
But it was a
heard a
little
certain
difficult to
sound.
manage. But in the meantime, it's time for the
beating
traditional
some
fencing
big
tournament.
engine.
As you all know,
I discovered
today is not
from
only
the
my
flaring
daughter's
of the
birthday,
matches
but it is
that a
also
steady
the
current of
anniversary
air
of
set
King
down the
King
shafts.
of Evil in the Temple of
Further,
Time.
I feel a
Zelda
scrap
is
of
the last
paper
in a
into the
long
protocol.
line of descendants from the
Instead
woman
of
who,
fluttering slowly
along with
down,
6 other
it was
sages,
at once sucked
joined their
swiftly
power
out
to
of sight.
steal Ganon away forever.
After a
The
time,
crowd
too,
definitely
you
cheered for
connect
that
these
remark.
wells with tall
Well,
towers
many of you have
standing
never
here
known
and there
more.
upon the slopes.
You must always be
Above
ready,
them, there was
which is
often
why it
just
is
such a
important to teach
flicker
our
in the
children
air
sword
as one
fighting
sees
and
on
to
a hot
encourage
day
them
above
to
a
serve the
sun-scorched
crown.
beach.
Let the tournament begin.
Putting things together,
The
I
king turned
reached
to
a strong
Hartman.
suggestion
Would you do me the honor of representing the royal guard in the competition? I have heard only the best things about your talents with the sword. Hartman smiled and agreed. All in good fun,
the sanitary
Hartman added.
apparatus of these people.
He removed his jacket,
It was an
spun
obvious
over the railing,
conclusion,
and,
but
dropping
it was
himself to hang from the floor of the balcony, he let go
And here,
and fell
you
gracefully
must
to the
admit
cobbled street
that I
below.
learned very little
Show
of
off,
drains and
Zelda thought
bills
to
and
herself.
modes of conveyance.
As much as
And
Princess
light
Zelda
conveyances
disliked
during my
Hartman,
time in
this
this
was her
real feature.
favorite part of her birthday
In
parties.
some of these
While
visions of
secretly she knew
utopias and
it could
times which I
probably be
read,
quite respectable
there
in
was a
such a
vast amount of
competition.
detail
She
about
just enjoyed
building
watching.
and social
People from
arrangements
all
and so
over
forth.
Hyrule and beyond showed
But
off
while
their
such
strange yet
details are easy
effective
enough to
swordplay
obtain when the
techniques,
whole world
and it
is
was
contained in
fascinating
one's
to see.
imagination,
Hartman
they
was
are
not at all
altogether
bad either,
inaccessible
Zelda
to a
admitted to
real
herself.
traveler amid such
Zelda observed that he
realities as I
frequently
found
bested
here.
and disarmed his opponents in the opening
Conceive the
moments of the
tale of
match,
London,
with
which
minimal
a neat
display of
boy,
effort.
fresh from Central
As it became
Africa,
clear
would
that
take
Hartman
back to
was the
his
front
tribe.
runner, they began calling for volunteers. Can no one stand up to the royal guard? A soldier yelled mockingly.
Telegraph wires,
Zelda smiled
of
to
the parcels
herself.
delivery company, and
Not that it
postal
mattered,
orders and the like.
but she would like to see the look on
Yet we
Hartman's
interested
face after
should be
having a
willing
match
enough
with
to
Link.
explain these things to
Come to
me.
think of it, she thought,
And
I would like to
even
see
if
my
what he
father's
knew,
face as well.
how much could he make his
Zelda
untraveled
turned to
friend
me.
either apprehend
I know you
or
don't
believe?
usually care for this sort of thing,
Then
but
how
would you do
narrow
it?
the gap
For
between the
me?
Negro and
She
the
asked.
white man of our times.
Link had
How
long given
wide
up
the
on
interval
seeking
between
fame
myself
glory for
and
himself.
these of the
If
golden
he wanted to be
age.
popular, he would
I
not
was
live the
sensible
life of a
of
hermit
much
in the
which was
forest of
unseen,
fools. But
which
Zelda
contributed
need
to
not
my
ask him
comfort.
twice.
But save for a
He would do
general
anything
impression
for
of
her, and
automatic
besides,
organization,
he had been
I
intrigued
fear
by watching
I can
Hartman's
convey
talent.
very little of the
He had not
difference to
faced
your
such a
mind.
worthy adversary in quite a
In the
while.
matter of sepulture,
So,
for instance, I
though
could
no
see no
pride showed
signs
on
of
his face,
crematoria
he
or
nodded and
anything
removed his
suggestive
jacket.
of tombs.
Laying
But it
on a
occurred
nearby
to me
chair,
that
he took
possibly
one
there
step
might be
and,
cemeteries
quite suddenly
or
and
crematoria
unexpectedly,
somewhere
sprung into
beyond
the
the
air
range
and
of my
forward flipped
exploring.
over the railing, flipping
This,
one more
again,
time
was a
through the air
question
to
I
land on the
deliberately
cobbled
put to
street below.
myself.
The crowd
Curiosity
gathered,
was
then
at first
cheered
entirely
wildly.
defeated
The
upon
king
the point.
frowned, not sure what to make
The
of
thing
it.
puzzled me.
Impa smiled.
I was led to make a
She was
further
looking forward forward to seeing the match between Link and Harmony, not sure what to expect.
Aged and
She had heard
infirm
Link's
among these
skills
people,
many
there were
times from
none.
Zelda, but was never sure
I
whether
must
Zelda was
confess that
exaggerating
my
or not.
satisfaction with my first appearance
Have a
of an
new
automatic
challenger, the
civilization
announcer
and
yelled,
decadent
egging
humanity
the crowd
did
on
not long
even
endure.
greater levels of volume.
Yet,
Well before, several matches had been taking place simultaneously in different corners of the marketplace, including matches for different stage groups such as sword-swinging youngsters. For this match, the crowd instinctively cleared a large space in the middle of the marketplace, and everyone prepared to give this match their full attention. A man came and gave Link his choice of wooden swords. Link picked a medium-weight blade, and he gave it a couple of practice swings. He was ready. He looked across the arena for Harkonnen. Harkonnen did not seem concerned. Just as well, he will not see this coming, Link told himself. Noticing that he was starting to take this match and himself a bit too seriously, Link smiled a goofy smile and turned in a circle, greeting the crowd with wave. They cheered as always. That's better. I should not take this too seriously. It is just a game, he told himself. But he only half believed it. Harkonnen stepped towards the middle of the ring, and Link followed suit. They bowed out of courtesy, and Harkonnen began serving Link.
Into the hollow pedestal
In most of his other matches, Link had noticed, Harkonnen's opponents rushed him, hoping to catch him off guard. They were playing right into his hands and often lost
flickering pillars.
Link was in no hurry. As a few moments passed, the impatient crowd turned their anger to
Suppose you
Harkonnen.
found an inscription
Why should he be
with
afraid of this
sentences
stranger?
here and there
Would
in
he
excellent
beat everyone
plain
else?
English
They wondered.
and interpolated
However, the
therewith.
crowd's taunting
Others
had no
made up
effect
of
on
words,
Harkonnen's resolve
of letters
and
even,
patience.
absolutely
Fine,
unknown
if
to
you will
me.
not attack first,
Well, on
I
the
will.
third day of my visit,
But careful,
that was how the
Link told
world of
himself.
800 and
Link sprang forward, bringing his
2,701
sword
presented
overhead
itself to
down
me.
an angle towards Harkonnen to parry.
That day, too,
Link
I
continued
made a
with a
friend
fierce
of the
combination
sword.
of swings.
It happened that, as I was watching some of the little people
louder than
bathing in
the
the
one
shower,
before.
one of
Harkonnen
them
did not
was
stand
seized with a
defensive
cramp
long
and
before
began
turning
drifting
favor.
downstream.
As Link expected,
The main current
Harkonnen
ran rather
skillfully
swiftly,
dodged one
but
strike
not too strongly for
hoping
even
to
a
throw
moderate
Link
swimmer.
off balance by breaking
It will
his
give you
pattern
an idea,
and not
therefore,
deflecting the
of
blow.
the strange
And returned
deficiency
a
in these
horizontal
creatures.
counter blow with
When I
lightning
tell you
speed,
that
aimed
none
straight
made
for
the
Link's
slightest
collarbone.
attempt to rescue the
Link, by
weakly
anticipating,
crying little thing
returned
which was
Harkonnen's
drowning
favor
before their
an
eyes.
instant after Harkonnen
When I
offered
realized
it,
this,
and
I
ducked
hurriedly
completely
slipped off my
beneath the
clothes,
incoming blow,
and wading in at a
despite
point
its
lower
incredible
down,
speed.
I caught the
Then, in
forelight
one fluid
and
motion,
drew her safe to
Link
land.
parlayed his downward
A
momentum
little
into a
rubbing of the limbs
sideways
soon
roll
brought her
across the
round,
cobblestone,
and I had the
half
satisfaction
circling
of
around
seeing she
Harkonnen
was all
in a
right
fraction of a
before I left her.
Harkonnen was only
I
caught
had
off
got to
guard
such
by
a
Link's
low
agility
estimate
for
of
a
her
split
kind
second,
that
but
I
that
did
was
not
all
expect
he
any
needed,
gratitude from her.
transitioning
In that,
seamlessly
however,
from
I
his
was
roll
wrong.
to a spinning upward strike,
This happened
catching
in the morning.
Harkonnen squarely on the
In the
back of his
afternoon,
dominant
I
shoulder,
met my little
launching
woman,
him into
as
the
I
air
believe
and
it
sending him
was,
spinning
as I was
wildly
returning
into
towards my
cobblestone.
center from an
The
exploration.
crowd, needless
And she
to say,
received me
had been
with the cries
completely
of
worked
delight
into an
and
absolute
presented me with
frenzy.
a big garland
They
of
had
flowers,
not seen a match like this
evidently
in years,
made for
if
me
ever.
and me alone.
Even the king, who was trying his
The
best to
thing
be on
took my
Harkonnen's
imagination.
side, could not help but
Very
be impressed by
possibly,
Link's
I had
apparent
been
mastery
feeling
of the
desolate.
sword.
At
He
any
hardly
rate, I
stifled
did
a
my best
smile
to
that,
display my
though
appreciation
small,
of the gift.
encompassed not
We were
just
soon
his mouth,
seated
but his
together in
eyes
a
as
little
well.
stone arbor,
I
engaged
probably
in
will hold
conversation,
smiling like this,
chiefly
he
of
thought to
smiles.
himself.
The
Harkonnen
creature's
did not stay
friendliness
down
affected
long.
me
He got
exactly as a
this
child's
and
might
his
have
face
done.
showed sincere
We
emotion
passed
for
each
the
other
first
flowers,
time,
and she
for
kissed
as
my
long
hand.
as anyone there
I
had
did
ever
the
known
same to
her.
hers.
She was mad.
Then I
Not
tried
even
talk.
Harkonnen's fellow
I
soldiers
found
had
that
ever
her
seen
name
this
was
side of the
Queen,
man.
which, though
A
I
man
don't know what it
who was
meant,
usually so
somehow seemed
composed and
appropriate
seemingly
enough.
good-natured.
That was the
Apparently, he
beginning
was
of
not
a
a good
weird
loser.
friendship which lasted a
Harkonnen
week.
shouted,
and
"I'll
ended,
smash in your puny
as I
skull,
will tell
boy." He growled
She
and
was
didn't Link
exactly
with
like a
everything.
child.
Link,
She
well
wanted to
athletic
be
and
with me
strong for his
always.
age, was
She tried
nowhere
to
near
follow
as
me
strong as
everywhere.
Harkonnen.
And on my
Link,
next journey
being
out
only a
and
boy of
about,
roughly
it went to
15
my
years,
heart to
was
tire her
probably
down
outweighed
and
by
leave her at
Harkonnen by
last
at least
exhausted
75 pounds.
and calling after me
Towered
rather
over.
plaintive.
At first, Link tried
But
to
the
block
problems of
Harkonnen's
the world
blows
had to be
directly,
mastered.
but soon gave that up
I
as a
had not,
tactic,
I said
as
to
each
myself,
blow was
come into
delivered
the
with
future
such
to
staggering
carry on a
force
miniature
that the
flirtation.
resulting vibrations through
Yet
his
her
wooden sword
distress
stung
wound up
Link's
was
fingers
very great.
intensely,
Her expostulations
despite
at the
his firm
party
grip.
were sometimes
Instead,
frantic.
Link deflected the blows,
Altogether,
indirectly,
I had as
one
much
by
trouble
one,
as comfort
and when he
from
got
her
a
devotion.
split-second opportunity, did a backflip,
Nevertheless,
putting some
she
money in his
was
space
somehow
between him and his
great
enraged
comfort.
aggressor, giving
I
himself a
thought it
moment to
was
think.
mere childish affection that made
A
her
moment was
cling.
all he would get, as
Until
Harkonnen
it was too
immediately
late, I
continued
did
his
not
savage
clearly
assault.
know what I had inflicted
Link's
upon
mind
her
raced.
when I left her.
When was the last time he
Nor
was in a jam like this, against an opponent who has me outmatched in almost every way, he asked himself. Then he was beginning to feel fatigued. And then it occurred to him, Harkonnen probably was too, even if he did not show it. So Link just held on, dodging and blocking as long as he could. If he could not beat Harkonnen, he could at least
and I would watch for her tiny figure of white and gold so soon as I came over the hill.
Skill, Link
It was
started to
from her,
notice
too,
cracks in
that
the
I
armor
learned
of his
that
technique.
fear had not yet
Perhaps
left
an
the world.
opportunity here, a
She was
misstep
fearless
there.
enough in the daylight,
Link observed
and
as
she
he
had the
deflected blow
oddest
after blow.
confidence in me.
Still, I will
For
wait for the
once,
perfect
in a
moment.
foolish moment,
I will only
I
get
made
one
threatening
shot at you,
grimaces
he
at her,
concluded.
and she simply laughed at me.
Leaning forward,
But
he
she
rolled
dreaded the
proverbial
dark,
dice.
dreaded shadows,
He spun
dreaded
his sword
black
around Harkonnens
things.
with unusual
Darkness
speed
to her
and force,
was the one
almost
thing
signaling
dreaded.
in advance that Link was about
It was
to
a
make
singularly
It
passionate
was as if
emotion,
Link was
and it
almost
set me
daring
thinking
Harkonnen
and
to stop
observing.
him, knowing full
I
well that
discovered
Harkonnen
then,
was more
among other
exhausted
things,
than he was
that
going to
these
show.
little people
As
gathered into
Harkonnen's
the great
blade
houses
spun in a
after dark
clockwise
and
circle,
slept in droves.
Link released his sword
To enter upon them
brought
without a
the flat
light
of his
was to
blade
put them into
in
a
downward
tumult of
motion
apprehension.
into the back of Harkonnen's
I
path.
never found one out of doors,
Sweeping
or one
Harkonnen's
sleeping
feet
alone
out
within
from under
doors after dark.
Link did not stop.
Yet
In fact,
I was still
without
such
the
a
slightest bit of
blockhead
hesitation,
that I missed the lesson
even
of
before
that
Harkonnen
fear.
had landed on the
In
cobbled
spite of
street,
Dina's distress,
Link leaped
I
high,
insisted upon
straight into
sleeping
the
away
air,
from these
gathered
slumbering
all of his weight,
multitudes.
and focused into a
It
downward
troubled her
finishing
greatly,
blow.
but in the end,
Harkonnen landed
her odd
with a heavy
affection
thud,
for me
and
triumphed,
before he could
and
lift
for
his
5
blade in
of the nights
defense,
of our acquaintance,
Link's knee came
including the
down on
last
his
night of
chest,
all,
and his
she
sword
slept
came to
with
a
her
sudden
head
halt
pillowed on my
just
arm.
before Harkonnen's neck.
But my
It
story
was
slips
over,
away from me as
and
I speak.
Harkonnen was beaten.
It must have been the night
Realizing
before her
his
rescue
defeat,
that I was
Harkonnen
awakened
regained
about
his
dawn.
composure.
I had
Perhaps
been
I could save
restless,
face
dreaming most
and
disagreeably
lose with
that
a
I was
little
drowned,
flex,
and
told
that sea
himself.
anemones were
Getting to his
feeling over
feet,
my
he
face
shook
with their
Link's
soft
hand,
palps.
as if he were the referee,
I woke with a
and
start,
raised it up,
and with an
signaling
odd
Link's victory.
fancy that
He
some
smiled and
grayish
patted Link on the
animal
back.
had just rushed out
It
of
was
the
then
chamber.
that the king thought
I
the
tried to get
moment
to
was
sleep
right.
again, but
Let's
I
hear it
felt
for
restless and
Harkonnen, as
uncomfortable.
humble and dignified in
It was
defeat
that
as
dim
he is in
gray hour
victory.
when things are
The
just
crowd's
creeping out
response
of
was less
darkness,
than enthusiastic.
when everything is
Why is
colorless
the king
and
calling for
clear-cut,
recognition
and
for
yet
Harkonnen
unreal.
in Link's moment of
I
triumph?
got up and went down
The king
into the
continued,
great hall.
I have nothing
and so
but the
out upon the
utmost respect
flagstones in
and
front of the
admiration for
palace.
Harkonnen, as he has
I thought
distinguished
I would make a
himself in my
virtue of
service as an
necessity
honorable
and see the
warrior and a
sunrise.
trusted ally.
The moon
Over the
was
past
setting,
few
and
years,
the dying
Harkonnen
moonlight
has
and the
become
first
less
powder
like
of
a
dawn
soldier to
mingled
me
in a
and more
ghastly
like a
half
son.
light.
And
The
so
bushes
it
were
is with
inky
great
black,
pleasure and
the
pride
ground a
that I
somber
announce to
gray,
you all
the
that I
sky
have
colorless
asked
and
Harkonnen
cheerless.
to consider taking my beloved daughter,
And
Princess
up the
Zelda,
hill,
in the
I thought
holy
I could
bonds of
see
matrimony,
ghosts.
and he has
There were
agreed.
several times, as I
Trust
scanned
me,
the
ladies
slope,
and gentlemen,
I saw
there
white
is no
figures.
more fitting
Twice,
choice in
I
all of
fancied I saw
Brule
a
for the man
solitary
who will
white
take Zelda's
ape-like
hand in
creature
marriage
running
and
rather
in
quickly
time
up the hill.
succeed me
And
as the
once near
king
the
of
woods,
Brule.
I saw a leash
The
of them
suddenness of the
carrying some
announcement
dark
caught all
body.
present off guard,
They moved
but the
hastily.
crowd warmed quickly
not
to
see
the
what
idea
became
of
of
an upcoming wedding for
It
Princess
seemed
Zelda
that they
and all
vanished
the
among the
partying that
bushes.
entails.
The dawn was
The
still
noise level of the
indistinct, you must
rejoicing
understand.
rose.
I was
Harkonnen
feeling
threw
that
his arm
chill,
over Link's
uncertain,
shoulder
early
and
morning
smiled at
feeling you
him.
may have known.
Let's rejoin them up on that balcony
my
and
eyes.
see how Zelda is taking the
As
good
the
news,
eastern
shall
sky
we?
grew brighter,
Link
and the
nodded.
light of the day came on,
Harkonnen
and its
continued.
vivid coloring
Say,
returned
where did
upon
you
the
learn to
world
fight
once
like
more.
that?
I
We could
scanned
use
the
a boy
view
like
keenly,
you in the Royal Guard.
but I saw
Link
no
shrugged.
vestige of
He
my
had not
white
really learned his
figures.
sword fighting all in one place,
They were
so he was
mere
not sure how to
creatures
answer.
of the
The
half-light.
two of them passed by the guards
They
into the
must have
building
been ghosts,
and walked
he
up the
said.
stairs towards
I
the second
wonder
floor.
whence they dated.
On the balcony, the king
Or
shook Link's
a
hand and
notion of red
congratulated
elves
him,
came into my
leaving
head
Harkonnen
and
to
amused
approach
me.
Princess Zelda.
If each
Harkonnen
generation
took
die
Zelda's
and leave
hand, and
ghosts,
she
he
smiled
argued,
at him.
the world at
But as
last
he leaned
will
in to
get
kiss the
overcrowded
princess,
with
she
them.
turned away, and
On
her
that
smile
theory,
vanished.
they would have grown
The crowd
innumerable
took
some
notice from the marketplace
800,000
below.
years since,
I cannot
and it was
continue
no
this
great
for the sake
wonder
of
to see
appearances,
four at once.
Zelda told herself.
But
There
the
is
jest
no
was
way I will marry
unsatisfying,
Harkonnen while my heart
and I
belongs
was
to
thinking
Link,
of these
she thought.
figures all the morning,
She walked to
until
Link and
Mina's
kissed his
rescue
hand.
drove them out
She
of my
turned to
head.
address the
I
marketplace.
I associated them in some indefinite way with
My
the
dear
white
people,
animal
she began.
and startled in my
Thank you
first
so much
passionate
for
search for
attending
the
my
time
birthday
machine.
celebration.
But
I am
Nina
grateful
was a
to each
pleasant
and every
substitute.
one of you, and I have been
Yet,
having
all
the
the
most
same,
wonderful
it
time.
was soon destined
But her
to take
expression
far
turned more
deadlier
serious.
possession of my mind.
I may live in the palace with my head in the clouds,
I think I've said
the
how
crowd
much
laughed
hotter
lightly.
than our own
But that
was
is
the
not
weather
the
of
same
this
as living
golden
under a
age.
rock. I know
cannot
that
account
there
for
has
it.
been much talk
It
of
may
my
be that
getting
the
married,
sun was
and
hotter,
now it
or
seems
the
even
earth nearer
Queen
the
is
sun.
believing it.
It is
The
usual
crowd
to
got
see
dead
that
silent.
the sun will
The
go on
truth
cooling
is, I'm
steadily
not ready
in
to
the
be
future.
married. Not to anyone.
Unfamiliar with such
As
speculations
flattered
as
as I
those of
am
the
by
younger
Harkonnen's
Darwin,
interest in me,
forget that
is
the
a
planets
proposal that I
must
cannot
ultimately
accept.
fall back
He
one by
deserves a girl
one
who is
into the
capable
parent
of
body.
giving him her full heart.
As these catastrophes
Someday,
occur,
maybe someday
the
soon,
sun will blaze
I
with
imagine I will
renewed
be ready to
energy.
marry.
And it
And
may
when I
be
am,
that
I
some
promise
inner
that I
planet
will
has
love that
suffered this
person
fate.
completely and forever.
Whatever the reason,
She was to
the
blame.
fact remains
Half happy
that the sun
gotten
was
that
very
out,
much hotter
but
than
half
being
sad
married.
that she did not see more.
Well,
Zelda
I'm
was
very
sad that she
proud
could not announce her love for him, as she had
As I
planned.
was seeking shelter
Something
from
was
the
telling
heat
her
and
the
glare of
timing
the
was all
colossal
wrong.
ruin near the great
She
house where I
finished,
slept
saying,
in bed.
"That is all."
There happened this strange
What
thing.
happened next came suddenly and
Clambering
without
among these
warning.
heaps of masonry,
Harkonnen
I found a
interested.
narrow
Seemed
gallery.
strangely
Whose end
unemotional
on side
about both
windows
what
were
had just
blocked by
happened
fallen
and what was
masses of
beginning
stone.
to happen.
By
He remained
contrast
calm,
with the brilliancy
serious,
outside,
unreadable.
it seemed at first
There were scattered shouts of
impenetrably dark
agony
to me.
from different corners of the
I entered it
marketplace,
glowing,
and soldiers began to fall.
achieved from light
Zelda
blackness
screamed
with
in
spots
terror,
of
followed
color
quickly by the
streaming
crowd,
above.
and panic ensued.
Suddenly,
It was an
I
ambush.
felt this spellbinding.
From the ranks of the previously joyful spectators came
luminous
assassins,
by reflection
brandishing
against the
small
daylight
hidden
without,
blades
was
and
watching
dispatching
out of the
soldiers
darkness.
systematically, with ruthless skill and without
Instinctive
mercy.
dread of wild beasts
Of
came
everyone
upon
else
me.
present,
I
only
clenched my
Impa
hands
seemed to
and
pull
steadfastly
She
looked into the
protectively grabbed
glaring
Princess
eyeballs.
Zelda and, jumping
There's
off
a
the railing,
cringe.
carried Zelda to the roof of the
Then,
building in
thought
an
of the
instant.
absolute security
Then they
in
were
which
gone.
humanity created
As a man began
in
climbing to
my
the
heart.
outside railing of the
I
balcony,
remembered that
holding a knife
strange
made of
terror
bone,
of the dark.
Link swiftly kicked him in the
Overcoming my
face,
fear to some
sending him
extent,
crashing
I
into the
advanced a
blow.
step and spoke.
Link knew of Impa's loyalty
Will
and
admit
skill,
that my
and he had a
voice was
hunch he would
harsh
help.
and ill-controlled.
It hardly seemed coincidental
Without my
that this
hand,
uproar
I
occurred
touched something
after
soft.
Zelda's announcement that she would
At
not
once,
marry
the
Harkonnen.
eyes darted
On
sideways.
top of that,
Something
Harkonnen was
white ran
behaving most
past me.
strangely,
I
doing
turned
nothing
with
and
my
showing
heart
no
in my
remorse
mouth.
that the
I
royal
saw
guard
a
was being
weird little
slaughtered all
eagle.
around him.
Its
Link
head
had no
held
time to
down
worry
in a
about
peculiar
Harkonnen.
manner,
He followed in
running
his
across the
footsteps,
sunlit
springing
space
for him
behind me.
in close pursuit.
It blundered against a
By
block
the
of
gods,
granite,
Impa moves
staggered
fast,
aside,
he told
and in a
himself,
moment was
barely
hidden
catching
in a
a
black
glimpse of
shadow
Impa,
beneath
Zelda
another
and
pile
arms
of ruined masonry.
disappearing over the far side of the rooftop,
My impression of
swinging
him
down
was,
from
of
a rope
course,
she
imperfect.
apparently had grappled
I
hooked
know it
to
was
a
a
nearby
ball of
open
light,
window.
and had
She was
strange,
making a dash
large,
for the safety of
reddish
the
red
palace, Link
eyes.
told himself.
Also,
Sprinting to
there
the edge
was
of the
flaxen
rooftop,
hair on
Impa
his
had
head
just
and
left.
down his
Link
back.
looked all around, determined to make a
As I
decision
say,
quickly
it went
rather
too
than
fast
carefully.
for me to see the
Hardly pausing for more than a second,
cannot
Link
even say
jumped
whether
from
it
the
ran
roof
on all
and led
fours
underneath
or
the row
only
of
with its
windows on the
horns
second
held
floor.
very low.
Only staying on the ledge
After an instant's
half a
pause,
second,
I followed
partially
it
break
into
his
the
fall.
second
He
people
jumped
place.
again, landing on the street
Find
below
it
with a
first,
forward shoulder
but
roll.
after a time,
It was only then
profound
that Link
obscurity,
realized
I
he had
came upon one of
unconsciously
those
pulled the
round,
wooden sword
well-like
in his
openings
full
of which I
time.
had told you.
Carrying the
half
sword was
closed
second
by a
nature
fallen
to him,
pillar.
and he only
sudden
now
thought
realized
came
that it made him handy.
This thing
Looking
had
ahead,
vanished down
Link
the
saw a
shaft.
problem. Princess
Another
Zelda
match,
and Impa
looking
had
back,
reached a dead
I
end.
saw a small,
Someone had
white,
closed the
moving
palace's
creature
outer gates,
with large,
and they were
bright
not
eyes, which regarded
on
me
top of that,
steadfastly as it
since it
retreated.
was situated in a canyon with
shudder.
tall rock walls,
It was so like
Zelda
a
and Impa
human
were trapped.
spirit.
Their only
It was
escape back
clambering
the way
down
they
the
had
wall,
come,
and now I saw
into
for
the
the
poor
first time
marketplace
a
and
number
through
of
an
metal
army of
foot and
assassins.
handrests, forming
It
a
was
kind
here
of
they would
ladder
have to
down
be
the shaft.
Good of you
Then
to
the
join
light
us,
burned
Link.
my fingers and
I think
fell out
those
of my
skills of
hand,
yours are about to
going
come in
out as a
handy,
drop.
Impa said.
And when I lit
Princess
another,
Zelda
the
wrapped her
little
arms
monster
around him and kissed him, tears streaming down her cheeks. She had
I do
failed
not
to show
know
her
how
love
long
for
I
Link
sat
earlier
peering
that
down
day,
that well.
and it was a mistake she
It was
apparently
not for
did
some
not
time that I could succeed in
Link
persuading
felt a
myself
tinge of
that the thing I
melancholy.
had seen
He
was
realized
human.
that he
But
had
gradually,
often wanted
the truth
Zelda to
dawned
kiss
on
him
me
like that,
that
but
man
never under
had
such
not
tragic
remained one
circumstances.
species,
Their
but had
chances of survival
differentiated
seemed
into
slim.
two distinct
And a
animals.
crowd of assassins
That
approached,
my graceful
being led by
children
a
of the
cloaked
upper
figure and
world were
followed
not the
closely
sole
by Harkonnen.
descendants of our
Apparently,
generation.
he is showing his true
At
colors,
this
Link thought.
beast obscene,
The cloaked figure
nocturnal
pulled back
thing,
his hood,
which had flashed
wearing
before
long,
me, was
jet
also
black hair,
heir to all the
black
ages.
markings around her eyes. She was like a Sheikah, the sworn protectors of the royal family, only not.
Underground
Something was
ventilation.
off about her.
I began to
Here,
suspect
take
their
this,
true
Link, Impa
evil.
said, handing him her steel
Once I
short sword.
wondered, was this Lunar
He actually
doing in
preferred
my
the wooden
scheme
sword,
of a
so he
perfectly
decided to
balanced
wield the short
organization?
sword in his left hand
How was
and the
it
wooden sword
related
in
to
his
the
right.
rekindle its serenity
Zelda
of the
wielded her
beautiful
favorite
upper
dagger,
worlds.
as lethal as it was
What
beautiful.
was hidden down there?
Impa held nothing,
at the foot of
but
that
somehow
shadow?
Link knew she could have any number of
I
weapons
sat
ready
upon
in
the
an
edge of the
instant.
room, telling
Zelda,
myself
Impa,
that, at
and
any
Link
rate,
glanced
there
at
was
each
nothing
other,
to fear,
and then at the woman.
and that
Who
there
are
I
you?
must descend
asked
for the
Zelda.
solution of my difficulties.
My name is Mirai,
And with all,
she said,
I was
her voice
absolutely
steely and
afraid to
cold.
go.
Hand over
As I
Princess
hesitated,
Zelda, and we
two
will
of the
let you
beautiful
live.
upper world people came running
do you
in their
want with her?
amorous sport
Impa
across the
asked.
daylight in the shadow.
We are loyal to the
The male
true
pursued
king
the
of cruel,
female, flinging
Ganon.
flowers at her
We
as he
know
ran.
that Zelda is the key to
He seemed
restoring
distressed
Ganon
to
to
find
power.
my
We
arm
will
against
have
the
her and her
overturned pillar,
secrets, or we
peering
will
down
kill
the
you all.
well.
It's your choice.
Apparently, it was considered
Both
bad
Mirai
form
and
to remark these
Haruka
apertures.
shared the same
But when I
expression,
pointed to this
a cold,
and tried to frame a
lethal gaze,
question about it in their
bloodlust
tongue,
mind just
they
beneath
were
the
still
surface.
more visibly
Zelda
distressed
stepped
and
forward.
turned away.
No, stay back,
But
ordered
they were
Impa.
interested by
Zelda
my
turned
matches,
around.
and
They
I
have
struck some to
archers,
amuse them.
argued Zelda.
I
They
tried
have
them
an
again
army,
about the well.
and we are cornered.
Again, I failed.
You live because they
So
allow it.
presently, I left
She looked directly at
meaning to go
Impa.
back to Rita
This is my
and see
decision.
what I could get from
We
her.
are beaten for now.
But my
You will
mind
serve
was
Cruel
already
best
in
by
revolution.
surviving. She looked at
My
Link.
guesses and
Goodbye, my
impressions were
love.
slipping and
So I
sliding
disarmed
into
Princess
new
Zelda,
adjustment.
bound her wrists and
I had
ankles,
now a
and took
clue
her onto
to
a
the
black
import of
horse
these
and rode
wells,
off.
to
Back
the
towards the
ventilating
marketplace
towers,
and
to the mystery of the
presumably
ghosts,
await the
to say nothing
A number
of
of
the
their
hints
ranks
of the
followed
meaning
on
of the bronze
horseback
gates
to provide a
and the
protective
fate
escort,
of the time machine.
leaving Harkonnen and a still formidable number of
Very
assassins
vaguely,
behind
there
with
came a
Link.
suggestion towards the solution of
I'm
the
never going to
economic
forgive
problem
myself
that
for
had
letting her
puzzled me.
go, Impa said under her breath.
Here was the new.
She and Link,
Plainly,
standing in front of
this
the
second
closed inner
species of
gate
man
to a
was
palace,
subterranean.
were trapped between
There were three
two walls
circumstances
of
in
High Rock
particular
Canyon.
which made me
The
think
traitorous
that its
Harkonnen,
rare emergence
leading a group
above
of
ground
merciless
was the
assassins,
outcome of a long
blocked their only
continued
path to escape,
underground
a
habit.
lethal look in their evil
In the
eyes.
first place,
Harkonnen
there was the
smiled.
bleached look
Now about that
common in
offer
most
to let you
animals
both
that live
live
largely in the
again.
dark,
It was utter crap.
like fish of the
I am
Kentucky
going
caves,
to
for
enjoy
instance.
teaching you a lesson, boy.
Then,
Slowly,
those large
painfully,
eyes,
until
with
you
that
learn,
capacity for
and until you
reflecting
die,
light,
he
are
said,
common
looking at
features
Link.
of nocturnal
His face
birds,
twisted into an
witness
even
the
cooler
owl and
expression
the
than
cat.
before.
And last
The mob
of
of
all,
assassins,
that
led by
evident
Harkonnen,
confusion in the
crept forward.
sunshine,
Just when all hope
hasty,
seemed to be
yet
lost,
fumbling
from
awkward
above,
flight towards dark
round blue
shadow,
metallic bombs
and that
lit
peculiar
fusils
carriage of the
fell from
head
top
while in the
to
light,
wall.
all
Harkonnen looked up,
reinforced the theory
his expression
of an
changing from
extreme
hatred to
sensitiveness
terror.
of the retina.
"Take cover!" he yelled, but it was
Beneath my
already too
feet,
late for many of
the
his
earth
men.
must be
The
tunneled
explosions
enormously,
were deafening.
and
The
these
men's tattered
tunnels were
bodies
the
were flung
habitats
through
of the
the air.
new race.
Harkonnen, with his
presence of
speed,
ventilating
followed
shafts
many
and
of
wells
his
along
men
the
and avoided a
hillsides,
quick and
everywhere,
painful
in
death.
fact, except
They
along the
looked
river
up,
valley,
and backlit
showed
by the
how
high
universal
afternoon
were its
sun, a
ramifications.
large, menacing
What so
silhouette stood,
natural, then, as to
triumphant in the
assume
sky.
that it was in this
Then,
artificial
leaping from the
underworld
canyon wall,
that such
directly
work
for
as was
Harkonnen,
necessary to
came
the
the
comfort
king
of the
of
daylight
Rule,
race was
glistening
done.
longsword clutched
The notion
above
was
his
so
head,
plausible
poised to
that
strike.
I at once accepted
Harkonnen
it,
dove
and went
for
on to
safety,
assume
and just
how
in
the
time,
splitting
the
of the
king's
human
strike missed,
species.
and he landed with a heavy crash
I dare
onto
say
his foot and knee.
you will
It
anticipate
looked
the
painful.
shape of my
The
theory.
remaining assassins,
Though, for
having
myself,
regained their senses
I
following
very
the
soon
bombing,
felt that it
charged the
fell
king
far
and readied
short
their
of
arrows.
the truth.
But Link and Impa stepped into the middle.
At first,
Impa throwing
proceeding from
metallic
the
blades
problems
and
of our
slit
own
her
age,
cloak,
it seemed
killed the
clear as
archers
daylight
before they
to
could
me
let their
that
arrows
the
fly.
gradual widening
And
of
Link,
the present
wielding
merely
two
temporary
swords
and
like the
social
true
difference
master he was,
between the
charged
capitalist
into the
and
middle of
the
the mob,
laborer
dropping
was the
his
key to
attackers
the
with
whole
startling
position.
speed.
No doubt,
With his hope
it
of
seemed
backup
grotesque
diminished,
enough to you,
Harkonnen turned his
and
attention
widely
to the
incredible.
king.
And
"I am
yet,
like a
even
son
now,
to you,
there are
old
existing
fool," he asked.
circumstances to
"Well,
point
as
that
your
way.
son, I look forward to
There's a
giving a
tendency to
moving
utilize
speech at your
underground
funeral."
space for the less
The king
ornamental
swung his
purposes
long
of
sword for
civilization.
Harkonnen's head, who
There's
ducked.
the Metropolitan
"Fool me
Railway
once,
in London,
you
for
die,"
instance.
retorted
There are the
the king.
new electric railways.
King fought bravely.
There are subways.
There was no match for
There are
Harkonnen.
underground
As
workrooms
Link
and
and Impa
restaurants,
together
and they
dispatched the
increase
last of the
and
assassins,
multiply.
they turned to offer
Evidently,
assistance to the
I
king
thought,
as
this
quickly as they
tendency had
could,
increased
but they were not
till
in time to
industry
save
had
his life.
gradually lost
The
its
king,
birthright in
with
the
a
sky.
reckless rage, ignored Harkonnen's threatening
it
move
had
and
gone
desperately
deeper
drove
and
the tip
deeper
of his
into
longsword
larger
through
and
the
ever
center of
larger
Harkonnen's
underground
chest.
factories,
Even as
spending a
Harkonnen's
still
blade found its
increasing
mark
amount
as
of its
well.
time therein.
They had stabbed
So,
each other
in
at
the
the
end,
exact same moment.
even now, does
Harkonnen
Leonard
mumbled,
East End workers
"You
live in
stupid
such
fool,"
artificial conditions
crumbled to the
as
ground,
practically to be
letting out
cut
his
off from
last
the natural
breath.
surface of the
The
earth?
king, still standing, turned to
Again,
face Link and
the exclusive
Impa, a
tendency of
sword
richer
still
people,
sticking in his
due,
chest.
no doubt, to the
Pulling out the
increasing
sword,
refinement
he
of their
chuckled
education
ironically.
and the widening
Today
gulf
I was
between
feeling
them
younger
and the
than I
climates
have
of
in
the world
years.
is already
The king
leading to
fell
the
to the
closing
ground,
in their
and Impa
interests
and Link
of
rushed to his
considerable
side.
portions of the the surface of the land. About Link, for instance. Perhaps half the prettier country is shut in against intrusion.
I was wrong. It is funny.
The same white
the benefit of years,
which is due to the length and expense of the higher educational process,
and yet what
and the increased facilities for and temptations towards refined habits on the part of
what
the
I
rich
knew about hard
will make that exchange between class and
wasn't
class.
as true as what Zelda
Promotion by intermarriage,
you,
which at present retards the splitting of our species along lines of social stratification, less and less frequent. So, in the end, above ground, you must have the haves, pursuing pleasure and comfort and beauty, and below ground, the have-nots, the workers getting continually adapted to the conditions of their labor. Once they were there, they would no doubt have to pay rent, and not a little, for the ventilation of their caverns, and if they refused, they would starve or be suffocated for arrears.
Apparently,
Such of
Impa
them
was
as
thinking
were
the
so
same
constituted as to
thing.
be
Link, I know
miserable
what
and
you were
rebellious
thinking,
would
but there is
die.
still hope.
And
Zelda is but one of
balance
7
being permanent.
lines
The
of
survivors
sages who
would become
protected the
as
seal
well
of the
adapted to
Temple
the
of
conditions
Time
of
for hundreds
underground
years.
life
They
and
must
as
all be
happy
alive
their
for
way
magic to be
as the
undone.
upper world
I do
people
not
were to
know
theirs.
this Mirai, but I
As it
know
seemed
of
to
her
me,
kind.
the
Like
refined
the
beauty
Sheikah people, who have sworn to
mutilated
protect
powder
the royal
followed
family's
naturally
rule,
enough.
Mirai and her people have
The
sworn to
great
bring Ganon
triumph
back
of
to life
humanity I had
and
dreamed
rule
of
at his side.
took a different
And if she
shape
is
in my
anything
mind.
like me, she will stop at nothing to
No
bring
such
her plans
triumph
to
of
fruition.
moral education and general
I can
cooperation
guide you.
as I had imagined.
You alone are
Instead,
able to become
I
a
saw
hero
a
who
real aristocracy,
a hero who can stop
armed with a
Mirai's
perfected
plans.
science
I know
and
you
worked
have it
into a
within
logical
yourself.
conclusion
You must be
the
brave.
industrial system of today.
Link lifted his head
His triumph
and
had
looked
not
into
been
the
simply
cruel
a
sky.
triumph over nature,
It appeared a great
but a
adventure
triumph
was
over
before him.
nature and the fellow man.
Wow,
I must
that was the
warn you,
most impressive
was my
fan
feeling
fiction
at the
I've
time.
read since.
I
Well, that
had
was
no
the first fan
convenient
fiction I've ever read.
Cicero in the pattern of
Maybe when our fellow
books.
witches share their art,
My
we should check it
explanation
out.
may be
Because
absolutely wrong.
just like a good
I
witch
still think
breathes
it was the most
imagination
plausible.
into her cauldron brew,
But
our
even on
friends
this
breathe a
supposition,
little bit
the
of their heart
balanced civilization
into their
that
words,
was at least
sculptures,
attained must have long since
etc.
passed its zenith.
Maybe
It
they're
was
too
now
colorful.
far fallen into
Maybe their
decay.
words have some deep meaning.
The too perfect
Don't ask
security
me. My
of the
best
upper
friends are
worlders
frogs and
had
no
led them
offense to
to a
frogs.
slow movement of degeneration, to a
Until
general
next time, my
dwindling
darling.
in size,
Keep those
strength,
cauldrons
and
piping hot.
intelligence.
Keep throwing fun flowers
That I
and
could see
crystals into
clearly
them.
enough already.
Visit nature when you can.
What
and
had happened to
befriend
the
the plants and
underworlders
animals.
I did not yet
Keep your
suspect.
psychic spirit detector
From what I had
tuned to
seen
an
of the
astral plane,
Morlocks,
because
that,
I
by the
will
way,
always
was
be
the
sending
name
you
by which the
signals,
creatures were
letting you
called.
know that
I could
you
imagine
are a beloved
that the
fellow witch.
modification of the human
Good night.
type was even far more profound
Hello,
than
my
among
darling.
the Eloi,
I
the
am the
beautiful
goddess
ones
Zelda,
that I
your
already
friendly
knew.
neighborhood plainclothes looking witch.
Then
Here to remind you
came
that
troublesome
it's time to get
doubts.
comfy. Just
Why
look at
had
me.
the Morlocks
Under
taken
here.
my time machine?
I listened to the
For I
latest
felt
history
sure it was they who had
Today's
taken it.
episode is the new
Why,
video
too,
game
if
fan
the
fiction
Eloi were
written by a friend of
masters,
mine.
could they not
Titled
restore the
Princess
machine to me?
Zelda's birthday celebration.
And why were they
Oh,
so terribly
dang.
afraid of the dark? I proceeded, as I have said,
His house
questioning
has been
Nina
excited
about
and
this
busy for the
underworld.
past few weeks,
But here
and with good
again,
reason.
I was disappointed.
Princess Zelda's birthday
At first,
celebration was
she would
fast
not
approaching,
understand my
and the king
questions.
had spared no expense in
Presently,
making
she
preparations.
refused to answer them.
After all, this
She
was no
shivered as
ordinary
though the
birthday
topic
party.
was
Not
unendurable.
only was Zelda a
And
princess,
when I pressed her,
which was obvious,
perhaps a little
but it was
harshly,
customary in
she
school for a
burst
young
into
girl to be
tears.
regarded as a woman, beginning
They
on
were
her
the
16th
only
birthday.
tears, except
On
my
top of
own,
that,
I
it was
ever
widely
saw in
rumored
that
the king
golden
of Cruel
age.
had a husband in mind
When
for
I
his
saw
daughter,
them,
and
I
some
ceased
even
abruptly
suspected
to
that
trouble
he would
about
make
the
the
Morlocks,
announcement at
and
the
was only
celebration.
concerned in banishing these signs of the
Princess
human
Zelda had
inheritance
heard all
from
of
Nina's
these rumors,
eyes.
and it suffices to
And
say
very
she
soon,
was not
she
at all
was
pleased.
smiling and clapping
When she
her
first heard
hands,
of the rumors
while
from
I
one of her
solemnly
close friends a
burned
week
a
ago,
match.
she confronted her father immediately.
End of chapter
Now,
5.
her father, the king, was considered by many to be a clever man and a
They
shrewd
seemed
businessman.
odd, but it was
Princess
too
Zelda
late
refused
before I
him
could
like an
follow up
open
the
book.
newfound clue in what was manifestly a proper way. I felt a peculiar shrinking from those tiny bodies. Just the half-these colorful ones, things one sees preserving spirit in his logical museum. And they were totally cold pictures. My shrinking was largely due to the sympathetic influence of the Eloi, whose disgust of the Morlocks I now began to appreciate. The next night, I did not sleep
Any
well.
girl that might be found. Her striking fair features
I was
along
oppressed
with
with perplexity and doubt.
hardly complimented
Once or
flatteringly by the
twice, I
dark
had a
brown
feeling
garment.
of intense
Her
fear,
birthday was only a
of
day
which
away,
I could
so she
perceive
was
no
planning
definite
an
reason.
unannounced trip. Impa,
I
Zelda's
remember
caretaker
creeping
and guardian
noiselessly
King
into the great
who
hall,
always seemed to have
where
a
the
sixth
little
sense
people
about such things,
were
and this
sleeping
drove
in the
Princess
moonlight.
Zelda absolutely mad sometimes. Knocked on Zelda's door. Impa, I know that it is you. It is always you. Leave me alone. Princess Zelda did not know how Impa did it.
Begin by simply listening, slow down, and see just how peaceful today can be. Thank you so much for being here. That was a fun one. Catch you guys on the flip side.
Princess Zelda opened her door and Impa calmly strode in, closing the door behind her. Impa, of the Sheikah people, was dressed in her usual attire, a cloak fancy enough to befit the guardian of royalty, yet modest enough to be inconspicuous and blend in whenever Impa felt so inclined, which was often. While impossible to tell from looking,